reborn into the ancient era, when the immortal path flourished and gods and demons contended. But wait a moment, our main character, Changshu, was no outstanding genius. Nor was he a favorite of fate, lacking great fortune and grand inheritances. He had only a simple dream, to live as long as possible, to be weak yet long-lived. He made no enemies, he never fought, he quietly cultivated immortality. Stability was paramount, but life was never easy. He thought he could hide in the mountains, far from the mortal world. Unexpectedly, his old master gifted him an extremely troublesome junior sister. All day, she only knew how to eat and drink to intoxication, then sleep with her mouth open, a dangerous person who shattered all plans for seclusion. From then on, the cautious young cultivator was forced to overturn heaven and earth, to endure in a time of chaos, where life and death were decided in an instant. The bell's toll echoed throughout the three realms. The 5 divisions of the primordial wilderness welcomed the dawn. The golden crow underwent 7 transformations, and spiritual light circled the 9 skies. Chaos opened the heavens, the dragon bore the tribulation. 10,000 origins converged in a blink. The immortal platform was unseen in peril. Only the sounds of weeping were heard among the skies. Saving others and oneself across the underworld, laughing at others and oneself to avert calamity, asking why you still long for your homeland. The immortal sage broke his bones to walk the distant path. Amidst the Penglai immortal realm, countless figures sat circulating their energy and breathing, forming a picturesque landscape of mountains and waters. At the Yuanga Palace, a voice told Ling Yi to listen carefully. The legend said that after the ancient war, the human key refiners occupied most of the lands except for Beiju Lizu. A streak of light flew from the palace, but Nansambuju, where human fortune was restricted from entry and exit, was the best place for cultivation in the 3 realms. Qi Yuan gently asked the girl beside him, "Do you see the immortal mountain ahead? Is it not magnificent?" The girl was startled. "Yes, it is very magnificent." The old man sighed, occupying the spiritual vein near the center of Wenling. "Our sect's strength is truly formidable." Ling Yi was surprised. "Master, why don't we occupy the main spiritual vein?" He looked down coldly. "Central Wenling has many powerful figures. Occupying that spiritual vein would mean no peace every day. You focus on your cultivation, become an immortal soon, and achieve eternal life." Ling Yi asked innocently, "Then why hasn't Master become a celestial immortal?" Tai Yuan blushed and coughed. "I made some mistakes in cultivation a few years ago, but I will become an immortal in 20 years or so." He thought of the image of an immortal riding a crane and continued, "Our Dao lineage is the Du Immortal sect. The founding patriarch is Du Yi True Man, who converted the lineage to a single key to align with the heavenly Dao, a profound method of immortality." Saying this, he said proudly, "Although our sect has only 3 master and disciple, we monopolize an entire mountain. It is truly an honor." The 2 of them slowly climbed the towering stone steps. Ling Yi wondered, "Master, are there only 2 of us here?" He held his head helplessly. "You also have a senior, martial brother. Right now, he is a talent who can shoulder one corner of the world." The girl saw him smile strangely and said, "Master, you have a very strange smile." The more he mentioned him, the more horrified he became. "Your senior martial brother always has heretical ideas. In the future, you may seek his advice on cultivation, but do not listen to his life philosophies." Ling Yi's sparkling eyes widened. "Yes, disciple remembers." Qi Yuan pointed to the thatched cottage behind the mountains. "Look, this is our Xiaoqiang Peak." The girl was stunned by the beautiful scenery. "It's so beautiful." He banged on the door loudly, shouting, "Changshu, aren't you coming out to meet your junior sister?" After waiting a long time with no response, he opened the door. "Changshu, what are you doing hiding in your room? You're grown up. Are you still shy?" Inside, there was only an empty room with a strange paper figure on the bed, its aura clearly emanating within the curtain. He sighed in relief. So it was just Changshu's paper man. A fragrance rushed into Qi Yuan's nose. "This scent is..." He quickly grasped Ling Yi's hand. "It's bad, it's Changshu's soft immortal incense." He tried to pull the girl away from the house. Ling Yi suddenly became drowsy. "Why do I feel so dizzy?" The 2 of them stood before a clear blue pond. His foot suddenly tripped over a stone. They both fell flat on their faces. The girl looked up at her master. Drops of water splashed everywhere. A man's head popped up on the water's surface. His long, jet-black hair glistened in the sunlight. The girl's eyes were filled with immortal vows. A man with a robust physique was standing up from the water. His face was truly very refined. Ling Yi stared in a daze. It was indeed just as she had imagined. The girl saw him smile and brush his hair back, silently praising, "Senior martial brother is so heroic." The master's angry roar echoed, "You disrespectful brat, have you grown too big for your britches? You dare to drug your master?" Changshu knelt on the ground, explaining, "Master, please calm your anger. Disciple was merely worried about the distance of my aura. I was planning to cultivate the water escape technique, so I set a trap in the pond for safety." He did not get up and even used his whisk to hit the boy on the head. Changshu clutched the lump on his head. Guard against what theft? Xiaoqiang Peak is only missing changing its name to Xiaopur Peak. He caught the whisk serious. Master wrongs your disciple. Danger does not end just because you're within the sect. With a low status and no backing, what if someone wants to seize this land? Yuan did not believe him. Tell me, with the Du Immortal sect's strict rules, how could that happen? Changshu felt wronged. In a drowsy haze, Ling Yi heard the conversation. She thought to herself, Senior Marshal Brother's name is Changshu. His voice is so warm, like listening to mother. Her eyes felt heavy. Why can't I open my eyes? My whole body has no strength. He angrily threw down the Azure Jade Order token. All day long you spout nonsense, yet your cultivation level never advances. Changshu caught the order token, astonished. I'll take Master's order token. When Ling Yi wakes up, then he spoke in a serious tone. Take her to the main peak to register, receive the disciple's order token and monthly allowance. He flew into a rage and walked out the door, shouting that you only spout useless principles all day without making any progress, and you didn't even stop him. Master, please walk slowly. The sound of pattering came from outside. He wiped the sweat and gave an awkward smile. His trap was still here, wasn't it? Ling Yi had opened her eyes by now. Senior Brother was truly tall. Changshu looked at the little girl with worry. Master's foundation was still weak and his physical body was not strong enough. He feared it would be difficult for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation to become an immortal. Ling Yi was not fully awake yet and did not understand these words. Seeing him approach, she closed her eyes. Junior sister, I am Changshu. I will reduce the medicinal potency of the soft immortal fragrance for you. Please do not think of me as a hateful person. Changshu gently sat down by the bedside. Juju brought his hand close to her face. I am a very upright man. After a moment he suddenly remembered. You have just begun cultivation. How can you withstand any medicinal potency? Ling Yi found the words he said very hard to understand. Upright, hateful, all words used in the Homai office for immortal cultivation. Senior Brother was truly a skilled artifact, refinement master. A stream of light emitted from his palm. Changshu Juju pressed his hand onto Ling Yi's forehead. Senior Brother was healing her. He was harboring a scheme in his heart, taking this opportunity to inspect the soul of his junior sister. Juju sensed that Ling Yi's soul and body were perfectly harmonized, without blemish, and had not been possessed. Changshu looked at his junior sister. Her aptitude was not bad, watered mutually reinforcing. He just didn't know her temperament yet. He then remembered her adorable appearance. Looking at her appearance now, she would surely become a beauty in the future. Beauty leads to disaster, so he must keep his distance. He gently pulled the foot of the bed and covered his junior sister with the blanket. He had to check if she was hiding any demonic or evil items. Prevention was never too much. Ling Yi lay still, letting him touch her chin. Juju's hand moved downwards. Was he overstepping? Ling Yi held her breath and did not move. After completing the inspection, he confirmed that his little junior sister had no issues. She was neither possessed nor cursed. She was truly a good seed for immortal cultivation. Changshu wiped his sweat as if to brush away the hardship, officially passing her through the entrance examination. Sunlight shone into the house. Next was the training curriculum for the junior sister. He needed to prepare it well. He hoped she was not a troublemaker, so his own karma would not change. But then again, he let out a few soft sighs. Then he looked at his junior sister tenderly, suddenly understanding why so many people in his past life loved Lolis. So adorable, who could resist? Ling Yi lay still, pondering those words. Little lowly adorable, these words suddenly made her open her eyes. Past life. The space suddenly fell into dead silence. Changshu's face darkened. Did you hear everything just now? Ling Yi was terrified. Her senior brother's gaze was truly frightening. The sentence was repeated. Did you hear everything just now? The green leaves rustled in the sunlight. There was no reply. Ling Yi sat up but was still afraid. He stared intently at the little girl. A cold voice rang out. Listen carefully. That attitude made Ling even more scared. You must not tell anyone the words I just said. The little girl was speechless. Changshu held his head in despair. The biggest slip-up was the two words, past life. He turned around and walked away in embarrassment, his heart filled with worry. He had been so cautious for over 100 years, and he never expected to reveal his secret in front of his little junior sister. He must have hidden it for so long that it just slipped out. The two of them were silent, neither saying another word. Changshu bit his lip with a determined expression. Sure enough, after a long silence, he finally spoke. His eyes suddenly turned red, full of danger. It would be best to silence her. Ling Yi was scared out of her wits. But he immediately calmed down, holding his head and saying, the words I just said you must absolutely not tell anyone. The little girl was stunned. Yes, Ling Yi remembers. He added further instructions. You absolutely must not tell anyone, not even master. Ling Yi obediently agreed. Alright, senior brother. Changshu was still not at ease. Then first, take an oath in the name of the Supreme Great Tao. Afternoon sun shone down through the layers of green leaves. On the forehead of the girl sitting on the bed, black veins appeared faintly. Under the senior brother's guidance, she began to recite a 1,000-word oath, covering every possible situation. The two looked at each other and smiled. The oath upon the great Tao had been made. The scenery around the house was very peaceful. Was an oath to keep a secret truly related to the great Tao. The sunlight outside startled the little girl. It was too constraining. Ling Yi felt dizzy. Changshu handed her a green pill. This is a foundation restoration breath-holding pill. It is not poisonous, has mild medicinal properties, and even those who have not cultivated can use it to nourish their vitality. Ling Yi quickly put the pill in her mouth. Thank you, senior brother. The little girl's eyes sparkled when he rubbed her head. Little junior sister was truly adorable. Changshu looked at his junior sister with a gentle gaze. From now on you are a disciple of Little Kyong Peak. First I will take you around to get familiar with the place. Ling Yi looked at him blankly. Changshu faked a cough to regain his composure. Once master finishes his meditation session, he will pass down the entry-level heart technique. If you don't understand anything during your training, just come and ask me. He pointed at a few fish swimming playfully in the pond. Come quickly, look at these spirit fish. Before their eyes was a school of fish swimming merrily. The golden fish were opening their mouths, waiting to be fed. Mentioning the fish, he couldn't help but feel proud. Good stuff, these are an important asset of Little Kyong Peak. Ling Yi was delighted. So beautiful. Changshu was very happy at this moment. Wait until you have refined your first strand of spiritual energy. Then we will have a fish feast. He was thinking of the delicious dishes. These fish are called 5-colored scale fish. Their flavor is excellent whether fried, grilled, or sautéed. Plus, they enhance the spiritual energy of a cultivator. Hearing this, Ling Yi felt dejected. Do I really have to eat them? He spoke casually while opening a packet. If not, why keep them? The packet contained some rice. Jiu tossed grains of rice into the water one by one. Time to eat now. Ling Yi joyfully watched the fish snapping up the food. Jiu handed the rice packet to the sitting junior sister. It's for you. This the fish food. If you like, you can be in charge of feeding the fish from now on. The little girl's eyes widened with delight. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Yi happily ran around scattering the rice. His heart was filled with immense joy. Every task he reduced every day meant more time for his own cultivation. Changshu was satisfied. The plan had succeeded perfectly. After that, he led Ling Yi to receive the gear for new disciples. The little girl looked at him with grateful eyes. Changshu patted her shoulder, saying this was the right thing to do, and from now on she was a disciple of Xiao Kyong Peak. Ling Yi could not hide her joy. He still stood still on the surface of the lake. Changshu murmured, Qi is the movement of heaven and earth, the breath of living beings, all cultivation comes from Kai. Ling Yi wondered what her senior brother was doing. The little girl opened her eyes wide with curiosity, while Changshu still had his eyes closed in focus. Suddenly he disappeared and Ling Yi was stunned. Master said he was practicing the water escape technique. He frowned in frustration, saying her senior brother was too obsessed with various escape techniques. This was already the 6th one. Ling Yi admired him even more, while Qi Yuan could only hold his head. He regretted that if the boy had put even half the effort into other spells as he did into escape techniques, he would have been more at ease. Then he led the little girl into the house, telling her not to be influenced by him. Pay close attention to Master as he lectures on the cultivation methods. After a while, Changshu pushed the door open and said the water escape was complete, but the speed was a bit slow. The two of them were waiting for him. Master said he would entrust the task of instructing Ling Yi to him. Master advised that to be a teacher, one must practice frequently. He also told Ling Yi that if anything came up, she should ask her senior brother for help. Watching him transform into a puff of smoke, the little girl was astonished, thinking it was smoke escape. It turned out to be an illusion technique, causing Changshu to be startled and shout for not to leave. The sky was clear and blue. He thought to himself that waking up on his own would be fine too. He smiled with calculation. If his junior sister understood the hierarchy, she would not cause any trouble. A few days later, while cultivating, he called out to Ling Yi, and she responded quickly. Changshu wore a mysterious expression as he asked her, and the little girl still answered obediently. He imagined a scenario where she was being bullied. If she were a grade 9 spirit transformation cultivator and saw a grade 6 spirit transformation cultivator bullying a female key practitioner, what would she do? He gave 3 choices. 1. Charge in and kill him. She is the incarnation of justice. 2. Use a magic treasure to attack from afar, and then casually walk away, ruining his mood. 3. Pretend not to see it and take a different path. Changshu seriously told her she could only pick one. Ling Yi thought for a while and then answered. He closed his eyes indifferently and replied, How do you know that guy wasn't hiding his cultivation? How can you expect evil people to be honest? Ling Yi chose 2. He shook his head, reminding her that she too was a female cultivator. His gaze was terrifying. If that beast saw her and became lustful, wouldn't she also fall into his hands? Ling Yi screamed in fear. He continued telling her to choose again, to speak her thoughts frankly. He looked at the sky and voiced his own thought. Choose 3, pretend not to see it. Suddenly a voice called out, "Senior brother." Changshu was resting on a tree branch. "Why is senior brother sleeping here?" Woken up, he opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar figure. "Who is this beauty?" The beautiful girl pointed at herself and scolded him for sleeping so dazedly. "It is me, Ling Yi. The main peak of Baifan Hall is already bustling. Hurry up or we will be late." The main peak of Duxian sect, Potian Peak, was a magnificent immortal realm. It was the tallest mountain, as treacherous as a sword, piercing the sky, with an immortal hall for the sect leader and elders to discuss matters. It was a no-fly zone, and disciples without permission could not approach it. White cranes soared through the sky. Midway up the slope of Potian Peak was a row of palaces built into the mountain. A large crowd had gathered at this place. This was the office managing all sect affairs, where disciples came monthly to receive their salary and report on their cultivation progress. Brilliant golden rays of sunlight shone down upon the palace. The sky was still clear and blue, and the sun was still golden. Ling Yi walked with a bored look as people gossiped. "Isn't that Ling Yi from Xiaoqiang Peak, shining so brightly?" Under the sunlight, she was even more radiant. Truly, the older she gets, the more beautiful she becomes. A man could not help but praise. "I heard her talent is also good." Entering the sect for 10 years and already at the 8th grade key practitioner, about to undergo spirit transformation. Many young people discussed it. "I heard even the Supreme Elder wants to take her as a disciple." A woman with white hair asked the person next to her who that was. That guy said it was her senior brother, not in the top 300, no impression of him. After a spell of sulking, she also took the initiative. He raised 3 fingers and whispered, reminding her of the 3 rules of the agreement. First, maintain a distance of 3 stances in front of others. Second, do not chat unless there is business. Third, powerful rays of sunlight shone down. He looked at the scene with astonished eyes. White cranes soared in the air. Today is the 5-yearly Disciple Outdoor Training Assembly, hoping everyone will see the world and advance in their path of cultivation. A man in front of a lotus said there were 12 options, catering to the different cultivation stages of the disciples. Sitting on a crane, he spoke of key practice, spirit transformation, void split, and Dale return. These are the 4 great realms before achieving immortality, which determine everyone's future. Zhang Yu Shangren, the vice sect leader of Duxian sect, sincerely hoped everyone would improve. He turned to the right and told the elders to begin. That person showed respect. Understood. There were many people in the palace courtyard. For this outing, remember the sect rules and uphold the prestige of Du Xian sect. Recently, at the East Sea Coast, demons have harmed several tribes. I hope you will eradicate the demons and uphold the Tao. The elders will gather and advance to the East Sea Coast to eliminate the demons. Those whose cultivation is no lower than the 6th grade key practitioner can go there and claim rewards based on the number of demons they eliminate. Changshu, in the middle of the crowd, looked at his junior sister and told her to just follow the majority. Advance to the southeast region of Wenling to eliminate demons. Go to the right side to wait. Cultivation must be no lower than the 8th grade key practitioner. She asked him curiously where he wanted to go. Straight ahead, cultivation must not be lower than the 2nd grade. He just smiled without saying a word. The remaining people were also gradually leaving. The elders kept reminding everyone to go train at East Sea Linyan Island, where the Hall of Heaven members needed cultivation not inferior to the Divine Transformation 9th stage. Streams of light had converged in one place. Ling Yi could not help glancing at the young man. Even though his realm was only the 2nd or 3rd major, the senior brother still did not hesitate. Several youths began to exclaim that Xuanya was too beautiful. From a distance, a man and a woman were approaching. A girl in red robes was looking toward Xuanya with an indifferent expression. Her face was cold, exuding an air of distant aloofness. Strangely, that young man curled his lips slightly as he watched everyone, and there was also Yuan King, the blood disciple. Suddenly a very loud cough rang out. The elders standing there loudly reminded everyone to focus on advancing toward the chaotic barrier forest of southeast northern Julu continent, where the disciples would enter the Hall of Heaven. He thought of those terrifying demon insects and warned that this place was extremely dangerous, often leaving disciples injured, requiring at least the Divine Transformation 9th form. Yuan King and Xuanyo still silently walked side by side. Ling Yi, after a moment of silence, asked the senior brother what he suddenly wanted to go to northern Julu continent for, and he replied very naturally that he wanted to pick herbs. Ling Yi was extremely surprised when she heard this. "Are the herbs at home not enough to use, senior brother?" She again looked at Swan, with a disgusted expression. "Honestly, why must you go to such a dangerous place?" The elders had run out of patience and called out for Ling Yi of Lesser Kyong Peak to come quickly or they would miss the good time to depart. The girl responded very quickly. Even so, Ling Yi still let out a deeply fed up sigh. He turned back to look carefully at the senior brother who was smiling. "Stinky senior brother, travel safely. His expression carried a faint lightness. Next up, Northern Julu continent, here I come. The entire palace stood towering under the sunlight. Changshu was too embarrassed to say a word. Several men there looked at him and quietly asked, who is this person? They only dared to whisper, what was this divine transformation 9 talent like? Suddenly a hand touched him from behind, Changshu of Lesser Kyong Peak. He turned around startled, looked at the woman, and asked her cultivation level. Just at the divine transformation 9th stage, what were you planning to do in the chaotic barrier forest? Teen Peak Juju smiled playfully, going to the East Sea to fight some shrimp demons. He immediately showed deference, saying, Uncle Master, the disciple needs to find medicinal herbs that only exist in Northern Julu continent. She angrily tossed a token toward him, scolding, where are you going? If you die, your master will come crying again. So annoying. Take this, because there is some bond between us. He fumbled to catch the silver token. She looked at him coldly and warned, do not go too deep. Changshu wondered inwardly, Uncle Master had such a high status. Was an important jade tablet given away so easily? After thinking it over, he returned the token, saying, Uncle Master, the disciple also does not want to take risks, but this time it is unavoidable. Changshu smiled foolishly. According to the sect rules, the Uncle Master cannot refuse a training request, please grant it. She reluctantly took back the card with annoyance. Juju called out loudly her 2 disciples Yuan King, Xuanya. The 2 immediately stopped talking. Disciple is present. She pointed at him and told them to look after this kid for me if they had time. The 2 complied. Disciple obeys. Changshu looked at the 2 and could not help pondering. The woman had a stiff face. The man was warm and gentle. Truly a match made in heaven. It was still a scorching noon. Another pair of male and female disciples. Relax, no need to be tense. Once outside the mountain gate there are not many rules. This is Wang Kai and Yanner traveling with us. Wang Qi paid his respects while wondering to himself, why is Changshu here? Yanner showed a bored and annoyed expression, saying, Uncle Master, with such cultivation, are you going to Northern Julu continent? Changshu noticed their unusual expressions and asked what was wrong. Were they not fond of each other? Juju began to chant a spell to enlarge the gourd. Groups stepped up one by one. Everyone sat quietly on the gourd she rode. This time, I will definitely help you find the flame-concealing heart core. She was drinking wine when she suddenly paused. Xuanyo said coldly, Senior brother Yuan King, do not trouble yourself for me. I cultivate on my own and do not need outsiders to meddle. That young man calmly replied, more people, more chances. Seeing this, she muttered uncomfortably, another case of the falling flower's intention and the flowing water's indifference. She had now woken up and scolded herself. These brats, besides cultivating meditation, they play matchmaking games, so irritating. Unable to bear it, she shouted, Wang Qi, sing for your Uncle Master. The young man startled, saying, Uncle Master, I do not know how to sing. Juju's anger had not subsided, so who does? Does Changshu know? Changshu just broke out in a cold sweat with fear. Suddenly, his attention hit something. He used sound transmission to whisper, Uncle Master, there seems to be a human shadow in the clouds above. She calmly replied, the 5 regions land is vast. There are countless flying cultivators. Do not be surprised. This place is far from our immortal sect. She no longer bothered to pretend and directly asked the fellow cultivator who had followed them for so long what business he had. A young man carrying a giant axe suddenly appeared. The man showed respect, saying, I am Dong Wenling from the front hall of Hongling Country's guard commander, specially here to escort the 6th princess. If I have offended, please do not blame me, immortal elder. This made him extremely surprised. The 6th princess? Xuanya closed her eyes to calm herself and took a long breath. Wenling nervously clasped his hands and prayed. As for Changshu, he rested his chin and pondered life in deep thought. Yuan King, on the other hand, cast a charming gaze toward Xuanya. Changshu opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Yuan King did not answer, only looked away. Xuanya leisurely stepped forward 1 step at a time. Her gaze was calm and clear like a blooming flower. Juju sat atop the gourd, drinking wine with ease. At that moment, a sound rang out, frightening Changshu. That man came out from behind the gourd and sat next to Changshu. Wenling approached and sat near him, thanking the senior. Changshu eyed him warily, thinking that this man was surely here to cause trouble, and that he should keep his distance. Fine, Changshu reluctantly retorted to Uncle Master Z. The death seat could be behind, but was actually an advantage. He thought to himself that staying close to Uncle Master Z would be safer. Juju laughed loudly with delight and replied, what is it? You are already 100 years old and still afraid. Come sit over here, I am just sipping some wine, quite far away, nothing can happen. Changshu was speechless. He propped himself up, his eyes full of disdain. Indeed, he should find an excuse to split up and go alone. Time passed quickly from dusk to night. The sky was full of stars. And Changshu was resting with his eyes closed. Juju suddenly approached and shook the wine gourd in her hand. Changshu politely pushed the wine gourd away. Thank you, Uncle Master. This disciple is not good at drinking. Juju glanced at him with contempt. How dull. Changshu, your master is about to become an immortal. He must undergo the tribulation within 3 years. Suddenly Jiuju sighed. Back then our relationship was not bad either. Your master's talent was not poor, but once he was wounded, leading to damage to his Dao foundation, and to this day he has not healed. Fine. The more she spoke, the more her hand unconsciously tightened around the wine gourd. Changshu, actually do not look at your master not having become an immortal yet. His understanding of the Dao arts is no less than anyone else's. Changshu closed his eyes and calmly replied, "What is Uncle Master saying?" Memories flooded back. He continued, "My master has always diligently taught me and junior sister. My master is already over 100 years old." Jiuju approached, reaching out to pat his shoulder in comfort. "I heard you have been at the 9th level of the incarnation realm for many years now. Give me your hand. This Uncle Master will examine your talent." But before she could touch him, Changshu, as if shocked by electricity, jumped back warily. "Uncle Master, men and women should not have close contact. I am afraid it is improper." Jiuju lunged forward and swung her hand at Changshu. "Men and women should not have close contact. Who said that? I have never heard of it." Changshu fell down, and Jiuju immediately took the chance to jump over. "Uncle Master, this is truly improper. This disciple suddenly suffered convulsions a few years ago after contact with a female." Changshu gritted his teeth and raised his hand to block a blow. "Stop lying." Jiuju seemed provoked. She continuously launched attacks. One attacked, one dodged. "Changshu, this footwork of yours, could it be?" Changshu, panicked and embarrassed, rushed towards Xuanya. Jiuju spoke with interest, wandering dragon cloud-sipping steps. "Well done, little brat, to have learned such a difficult footwork." Jiuju looked at him and continued, "Your master said you are only interested in escape arts. You have not been doing just this for over 100 years, have you?" Changshu, applying himself in a difficult situation, forced a confident smile. This disciple has always worked hard at cultivation, and has never been lazy. His face gradually flushed red, a look of shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Xuanya used her hand to poke Changshu's chin. He was terrified and screamed inwardly, "Xuanya!" One side of his robe slipped down, inadvertently revealing his delicate shoulder, his face dazed like an innocent young maiden. "By the gods, Xuanya, are you not the Ice Mountain? How detestable!" And then the filming regime from a few hundred years later traveled back here to make a chronicle. This disciple suddenly suffered convulsions a few years ago after contact with a female. Changshu, in pain, foamed at the mouth, pretending to fall with a thud. He set his own plan. Even if ghosts came down, they would have to withdraw it. The sky was filled with stars, as if they were witnesses to what had just happened. Despite having touched his manly body, Xuanya cupped her hands without a hint of shyness. "I was rude just now. I beg senior brother's forgiveness." Changshu awkwardly waved his hand. "No, it is fine." Suddenly a calling voice broke the awkwardness. "Changshu, this condition of yours could be due to inner demons or from shutting yourselves in on the mountain with your master for years to cultivate." Jiuju looked at him, her gaze full of assessment, thinking inwardly how to help Changshu escape the inner demon and return to joyfully continuing his life of Dao cultivation. Dao, she suddenly looked down at her extremely generous chest. Could it be she had to use the allure of a female? Time passed. 2 days later, the group rode the gourd together to a cliff. Yana raised her hand and spoke, "Uncle Master, is the northern continent of Buzhao not one of the 4 great continents? Why is there still an entrance? Could it be because the miasma here formed a natural formation?" Yuan King looked at her and gently explained, "The miasma in the northern continent of Buzhao will not be difficult for cultivators of the nascent soul realm and above. The most troublesome thing is that the miasma gives rise to poisonous insects, poisonous herbs, and everywhere there are poisonous beasts that are very hard to deal with." Jiuju, holding the wine gourd in her hand, loudly answered, asking one thing, answering another. She asked why there must be an entrance. Wen Ling beside her immediately took over the words. "It is because of the demon race. The Fortuner race is concentrated at Chambut Vaiba. The northern continent of Buzhou is the place of exile for the Wu race." According to his explanation, a mystical space from ancient times appeared to support the soon-to-collapse sky. Some saints chopped off the 4 legs of a dark turtle in this place to make heavenly pillars. Amid the pitch-black sky, a colossal figure appeared accompanied by enormous magical power. The dark turtle died from anger and resentment. Its body and enormous magical power turned into the undispersing miasma of the northern continent of Buzhou. The miasma spread everywhere with the wind, causing ordinary living beings to not dare approach. It became the breeding ground for strange flowers and fruits, including fierce beasts, poisonous creatures. Even heavenly immortals dared not enter too deeply. Not only did it affect beasts, but people also gradually had to migrate after the Great War of Wu and Yao. The Wu race was exiled to the extreme north of the northern continent of Buzhou, a place of bitter cold, deep snow, few insects and wild beasts. making survival nearly impossible. Because of this, wars broke out. The demon race harboring hatred in their hearts for the Wu race, and also those demon race members driven away by the human cultivators, all gathered towards the border region of the northern continent of Buzhou. On this side, Yuan King and Xuan Ya's heads turned slightly as they listened to his story. Over time, this narrow area stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles from east to west. Yanner and Wangqi cowered in fear, becoming an important refuge for the weak. Juju looked at the group and continued, "You all look around, all are layers of high mountains. None of you know how many great demons, old demons, are within, some with incredibly bizarre strength, who especially love to eat human cultivators." Changshu gave an awkward, forced smile, thinking to help raise their vigilance. Uncle Master Z still did not spare her energy to scare them. Beneath their feet, a bustling life appeared. The small town below was one of the entrances and exits to the northern continent of Buzhou. "You all buy some miasma-resistant pills and antidote pills here." Yanner pointed at a stall, then went with Wang Qi. "Let's go check that side out." As for Changshu, he only dared stand behind and look at the backs of those two. "Junior sister Zhuan, yeah, I know some very effective antidote pills." Juju suddenly approached. She raised the pouch in her hand high. "I knew your master did not give you much. Hurry up and buy, a man should not be slow and sluggish." A moment later, Zhuanya reached out her hand towards him and called out unexpectedly, "Brother." She placed 2 small bottles and a few talismans into his palm. "This is for you." Looking at the objects in his hand, Changshu felt awkward. "This is..." Yuan King then felt remorseful. "Consider this an apology gift to senior brother." Her words gradually became stammering. She hesitated for a long time before finishing, "I am sorry." Afterwards, Zhuanya left. Changshu watched her, his heart thinking constantly, "Zhuanya, the nickname Ice Mountain is absolutely not right at all." The scene arrived. The region of miasma-protected forests filled the space with gloomy colors. From this town going north another 300 miles was the miasma border of the northern continent of Buzhou, and the outermost boundary area. That was the training ground for 5 disciples of the Cross-Immortal sect. Juju looked at the group and began to instruct. According to the sect rules, this training period lasts 20 days. Juju continued, saying that since they entered, if they retreated on their own before 20 days, it would be considered a failure, their reward would be deducted, and there was no danger to their lives. If they encountered danger, they must protect themselves, and if they felt overwhelmed, they should withdraw. She would wait here, unable to follow or act as a bodyguard. Changshu looked at Wenling in surprise. Juju looked at Wenling, then reminded him that the big-head one over there should just stay and wait. Wenling clasped his hands and replied that the general was ordered to protect the 6th princess, and begged the immortal master for permission. Changshu stood nearby, his eyes still following that man, feeling that this general was somewhat sly. Juju stepped forward to block in front of him, saying that the disciple was training. What would he train if he followed? She crossed her arms with a look of no concession, asking if he wanted to stay or be tied up here by her. Just then Yuan King and Xuanyar arrived, saying that General Yuan should wait outside, and everything would follow the arrangements of senior uncle Juju. Yuan King looked at him, affirming gently that General Yuan could rest assured. Even at the cost of his life, he would protect junior sister Zhuanya well. Changshu looked at Yuan King, thinking to himself that he naturally felt Yuan King and General Yuan had something in common. Juju faked a few cuffs and continued, saying she gave 2 pieces of advice. One was to support each other and avoid acting alone. If Yuan King and Xuanya had the strength, they should watch out for the others. She swept past each person as she reminded. Second, do not risk your life to look for medicinal herbs. Stopping in front of Zhuanya, she paused, saying the spiritual herbs had guardian beasts protecting them. Those beasts were not stupid, and they were supplements for them. Having said that, Juju pinched Zhuanya's cheek, saying especially her, the ultimate grade of delicious meat. Zhuanya looked at Juju in exasperation, saying her senior uncle should respect herself. She pinched harder, saying the skin was so soft, she really envied that person. Her senior uncle wished someone would call her senior mother Juju. After giving instructions, Juju pulled out a jade string, saying this was a distress signal jade. If something happened, crush it, and she would sense it and rush to their aid. Using the jade meant they gave up on this training session, and would have their reward deducted, no big deal. Then Juju stretched out her hand, leisurely replying, "Go on, be careful." The group gradually left that place, entering the training ground. At this moment, Changshu cunningly used a trick, sticking miasma talismans under his Taoist robe and outer garment, on the inner side of his thighs, and on the back of his undergarments as well. Seeing this, Juju discontentedly kicked him, asking why he was not going already, reminding him to stick close to everyone, as he was a level 9 floral spirit. Changshu rubbed his back in pain as Juju had already left, saying he was going now and wished his senior uncle well. Changshu then also entered silently. He suddenly stopped, his lips moving, saying to Senior Uncle Zai, that person of unknown origin he suspected, she absolutely must not trust easily. The whole group quickly advanced deeper inside. Wang Qi turned to look at Changshu, suggesting that senior brother Changshu follow him, as he was also going to try his luck. No need to look for herbs, and it would not trouble junior brother Yuan King. Changshu happily agreed. Looking at the hazy smoke around, Changshu silently assessed that the danger level of the Bao Lin miasma was low, and the medicinal ingredients had already been picked clean by the demon race and human cultivators. What he needed was the crimson poison grass located in a deeper area. He held a miniature map, thinking to himself that now the first task was. Changshu gripped the map tightly, a crafty smile on his face. He had to find a suitable reason to split them up. Suddenly the wind blew and the entire forest kept howling. Following the wind, more miasma appeared. Changshu looked around and immediately warned them to be careful on the right. Suddenly his eyes caught something, staring intently in one direction. The winged black panther bared its fangs and charged toward the two people. Yuan King turned around and shouted loudly, "Beast, seeking death." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun on his foot and stomped hard. Instantly, the man and the beast clashed in combat. Yuan King's face was stern as he shouted loud, but the Black Panther on the opposite side had already soared away, because it had been struck by a sword from Yuan King. Xuanya and Yenner below silently exclaimed that it was indeed senior brother Yuan King. Suddenly, Xuanya changed her gaze, turning her head to look behind. Unexpectedly, behind the two of them, the Black Panther was charging rapidly. Seeing the two girls in danger, Wang Qi from behind quickly rushed forward. Wang Qi shouted out in urgency. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qi's entire body emitted fierce currents of blue spiritual energy. Wang Qi decisively charged toward the Black Panther, but at that moment, another surge of spiritual energy had already arrived ahead. His gaze gradually shifted from panic to astonishment. It turned out that power came from Xuanya. Her gaze turned cold, her voice filled with rising excitement. A sound rang out. Looking at the enemy before her, the Black Panther widened its eyes, staring in her direction. Immediately after, the Black Panther and Xuanya clashed in battle. Below, Yanner and Wang Qi stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. Even Yuan King was somewhat stunned. At this moment, the Black Panther's entire body suddenly blazed with flames, and it let out fierce roars continuously. Yet Xuanya did not waver in the slightest, calmly retaliating. From behind, Changshu glanced at her, silently recognizing the technique just used, the Nine Lotus Eclipsing Fire Wheel. Changshu remained silent, his profound eyes glancing at her, never expecting Xuanya to have successfully cultivated it. Seeing the threat resolved, Wang Qi pointed forward and said they would continue on their way. Before them, a dim space opened up. They had finally reached the easy part. Xuanya cast her gaze around, then calmly assessed, saying this direction seemed to be the growth area of the embermouth grass. Xuanya turned her head to look at the two behind her, instructing, "Senior brother and senior sister, she had to take this path, they should take care, and not go in too deep." Yuan King looked at her with concern and spoke, "Xuanya junior sister, I will go with you, after all I promised General Yu Wen to protect you." Yenner pointed in the opposite direction and replied, "Then I will choose another path." Wang Qi saw this and said, "How can you go alone? My goal is to train, and I will help you along the way." Yenner happily shouted. Seeing everyone had divided up, Yuan King spoke to decide, then Xuanya suddenly cut in. "Wait, it feels like something is missing." Then they startledly looked at the remaining person. There is still senior brother Changshu. Changshu immediately fell into an awkward position, his face somewhat embarrassed. Yes, he awkwardly pointed at the path behind. "I will take this path myself. I have to temporarily part ways with everyone." Xuanya looked at him and asked, "Senior brother Changshu, what kind of herb are you looking for?" Changshu smiled and waved his hand. "This matter is not convenient to discuss." Yuan King then stepped forward, clapped, and suggested, "Senior brother Changshu cannot go the same path as senior sister Yanner." Changshu did not care. He turned his back and walked toward the chosen path, telling everyone not to worry. Yenner behind him said in dissatisfaction, "That is really throwing gratitude into the mud." In the sky, clouds gathered into a large map. Juju sat on it, her eyes suspiciously following the group. Wouldn't it be better for this Changshu to follow a team? Why does he have to split up? Saying this, she decisively uncorked the wine flask. All are immortal seed treasures. No mishaps are allowed, yet he loves to split the forces into three paths, truly not knowing fear. Then Juju recorked the flask, her words full of resolve. "Forget it, enduring 20 days is still possible." After that, she swept her gaze toward Wenling below. Right, let Wenling follow to keep an eye on Xuanya and Yuan King. That way the pressure is also reduced. The next second she remembered Changshu's warning before he left. "Uncle Z, the one of unknown origin I suspect. Do not trust easily." Remembering this, Juju suddenly jolted, asking herself in her heart why she suddenly thought of Lai Changshu's words. Her lips pressed tightly, her mind full of thoughts. "This Wenling can't withstand a single blow from me. Probably fine." Suddenly her lips parted to softly call out two words, "Big head." In her mind at this moment, chaos gradually set in, her eyes warily looking at Wenling. Why did she suddenly remember Changshu's words? Then she thought and decisively called the person before her. This Wen Ling can't withstand a single blow from me, probably fine. Juju pointed at the forest and continued, you follow me closely, see what the situation is with them. Inside, Xuanya continuously unleashed precise sword strikes. One demonic beast after another was easily eliminated by her. Indeed, the disciples of Potin Peak are still reassuring. Looking down from above at the lights flashing endlessly, Juju could not help but sigh. Even though there is no major trouble, she naturally felt uncomfortable. Then the two turned to Wang Qi's side, who was intently observing that this path was a bit safer. Looking at them, Juju smiled in satisfaction. These two have good strength and are very cautious. Next is Changshu's situation. Just mentioning this, her gaze gradually changed. Looking down at the path he chose, but not seeing his figure anywhere, Changshu had disappeared. Juju was extremely flustered, constantly looking around. Has he been torn apart by poisonous beasts already, or swallowed whole by wild beasts? Suddenly a flash of light crossed by and caught her attention. Juju quickly became sharp. She immediately turned her head to look. You, a 9th grade flower god who cannot fly steadily, insist on charging into the depths of the poisonous miasma forest. Do you want to die? Below, Changshu constantly weaved in zigzags, accompanied by a loud, piercing shout must catch Changshu and directly hand him over to Wang Qi for management. Heavy footsteps continuously ran on the ground. Changshu, fast as the wind, left the people behind. It turned out he did not risk flying but used the wandering dragon cloud step to fully utilize his 9th grade flower god cultivation. Suddenly, a fragrance cut through her thoughts. Juju immediately concentrated on smelling it. The next second she recognized the scent with a start. It was actually the red sun poison dragon incense. Though not a rare treasure, its value is not cheap. She did not know where he got it. Looking at Changshu constantly fleeing from the demonic beasts, she thought to herself, the red sun poison dragon is found in the North Sea, likes to eat poisonous demonic beasts and living beings. But because it was too brutal, tens of thousands of years ago, the dragon race directly handled it. On his waist, a small incense burner continuously emitted the fragrance. With this thing on him, ordinary poisonous beasts dare not approach. No wonder Changshu dared to charge forward regardless. Seeing this, Juju could only sigh helplessly. This guy was indeed prepared. It seems he truly wants to find herbs. What does he want to find? At this moment, Wenling interjected. Immortal Master, why not go down and ask? Juju stretched warily and replied calmly. No need. If one cultivates under the protection of the immortal sect, even if they become immortal, they are just useless. As soon as the words fell, Juju rode the clouds and flew off. Let's go. We will go see your prince, lest later you say Uncle Master was biased. At this moment, under Wenling's feet, a bee-shaped demonic beast appeared. Wenling suspiciously glanced at it. As for the male lead, currently Changshu was like participating in a long-distance race. Suddenly the runner Changshu came to a halt. He suspiciously raised his eyes to the sky, thinking in his heart, it feels like there are eyes in space watching me. A name appeared in his mind. He suspiciously wondered to himself. But then he immediately denied it. Probably not. This gaze holds no hostility. Changshu closed his eyes, clasped his hands before his mouth, and began to chant a spell. Better to believe than not, still better to run. Next second he waved 2 fingers behind him. Sphere gradually brightened. Changshu shouted loudly, 5 elements escape. Ready, he then used top speed to leap into the 5 elements escape. His gaze was firm, without a single ripple. From inside the forest, bees continuously rushed out ferociously. From under the 5 elements escape, Changshu emerged. He stuck half his body out, his face constantly looking around. The feeling of being followed was indeed gone. Looking at the quiet, hazy forest space before him, he thought to himself, now I can guess that our group this time will definitely encounter unexpected events. From within the 5 elements escape, Changshu quickly shot out. His steps were powerful. Changshu thus advanced forward, gliding quickly through space. This was the Divine Journey 1000 Miles Talisman, a relatively ordinary talisman that can increase running speed, usually only for novice Kai refiners who have just entered the key refining stage. As he ran, the image of Wenling suddenly appeared in his mind, looking gentle and kind. Then came Xuanya and Yuan King. Xuanya cold on the outside but actually harboring no ill intentions. Changshu dared not stop his steps, each footfall growing steadier, aware that the princess was no ordinary person, so something was bound to happen. Suddenly his feet halted, sparks flying from the friction. Those behind had devised a perfect plan, but had exposed a cultivator guard in the middle of the road. Changshu changed his tactics, not heading to the immortal sect, but instead jumping quickly, thinking it unreasonable to block Xuanya from going out, and left because it had nothing to do with him. Holding the map, Changshu panted wearily, only coming to this dangerous place because he had no other choice, a complete contrast to his life philosophy. Remembering the figure of that person, he unconsciously slowed down, but then thought of his master. The next second he raised his hand high, his expression spirited, telling himself to let it go and pull himself together. The highest Tao principle is to have a mind unstained by evil. Time passed quickly. 2 days later. With the continuous sound of wings fluttering, behind him, a black bee stubbornly followed without leaving. Changshu looked back while running, the feeling of being watched becoming more distinct. He waved his hand, shooting golden threads from his fingertips, a reconnaissance weapon made from triple-headed spider spider silk that could grasp the surrounding information. Changshu closed his eyes, calming his mind to sense. In his mind, a figure rushed forward, judging the opponent's cultivation to be at the 6th or 7th void refinement tier, both times above the 6th tier, so he immediately dashed into the dark forest. The assassin following closely behind did not use aerial flight, but his killing intent had already reached an extreme immortal level. Changshu glanced at him while running, secretly calculating he needed to find a suitable ambush spot. Reaching a satisfactory location, he called out, "Got it." He raised 2 fingers, vital energy forming a circle, the 5 elements rotating, great virtue transforming life, heavy obstacles no hindrance, earth is the endpoint. Between his 2 fingers, 2 paper talismans appeared, immortal instructions manifest into form. Changshu turned around, silently chanting the earth escape art. Next second he vanished, leaving only a long trail on the ground. The assassin smiled with amusement. "You little brat, I can sense your aura, you cannot escape." Suddenly Changshu burst out from the earth escape. The assassin looked at him with a crafty gaze, his hand touching the hilt of his sword, thinking he had dispelled the escape technique too early. That man lunged forward, a flash of sword light heading straight for Changshu. How knave. Seeing the sword Kai rushing at him, Changshu was startled and cried out, "What?" That sword technique rushed forward, cutting through the upper part of his body. Thinking he had taken him down, the assassin gloated. Indeed, only a flower god realm, no effort at all. He began to move his hand gently. He stepped forward toward his body. He sneered as he sheathed his sword. Indeed, the flower god realm. Unexpectedly, an arm grabbed his leg. His expression panicked. Startled, he yelled, "What?" He drew his sword and slashed fiercely at the person below. A bang sounded. That person turned into a paper figure. He shouted in dissatisfaction, "I have been tricked." He gritted his teeth and retreated quickly. "Dare to scheme against me, come out." Panicking as he looked left and right, he shouted loudly, "Get out here." Beneath his feet, another arm grabbed hold. He cried out along with a blast. A small bottle appeared, emitting a fragrance from its mouth. This was a self-made anesthetic called Soft Immortal Powder. Smelling this scent, he gradually weakened. His entire body lost strength, wondering what was happening. His power drained. Both his mana and his ki were collapsing. His body weary, the sword also fell to the ground. From within the 5 elements escape art, Changshu suddenly emerged. Seeing him before him, the assassin was stunned and screamed. In Changshu's hand appeared a dharma artifact resembling an umbrella. Small bells hanging on the umbrella chimed with his footsteps. Looking closely, this was a self-made dharma artifact called the Heaven Swap Umbrella. Changshu leisurely spun the Heaven Swap Umbrella in his hand. The dharma artifact spun continuously, radiating abundant spiritual energy around it. Spiritual energy wrapped around his body. He thought to himself that when he activated the Heaven Swap Umbrella, he would use it as the formation base to completely isolate this place. Changshu looked at the Heaven Swap Umbrella, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. After gathering enough spiritual energy, he commanded, "Dao Sect Arts, immortal instructions manifest into form." In his hand, a whip immediately appeared. Without hesitation, Changshu immediately lashed the whip forward. Afterwards, several other Changshus appeared. The assassin had his jaw broken by one person, while at the same time, the group of Changshus also swarmed in. Changshu rushed forward, swinging a staff with one hand toward him. Continuous streams of fire shot out. The assassin could not dodge in time, taking a full strike to the center of his forehead, sealing the 3 souls, then a strike to the chest, sealing the 7 spirits, and finally a strike to the abdomen. In the middle of the forest, a flash of light pierced through the canopy. The assassin below was engulfed by the fire cut. At this moment, Changshu split into 2, one tirelessly casting spells, the other continuously blowing on a furnace. From the mouth of the latter, lines of characters flew out, spell lines that killed souls and destroyed ghosts. The assassin in front gradually burned black. A few seconds later, Shiju was left with only charred bones. In the end, only a pile of bones and a remnant soul remained. After being refined, that remnant soul turned into a jade that flew back to Changshu, absorbing the remaining spirit of the opponent. Changshu solemnly ordered the paper men to recite the Taoist scripture on crossing souls, the Western teachings on rebirth spells, and chanted blessings to remove calamities. On the ground remained only a chipped sword, the pile of bones, and a ring. Changshu collected the jade ring wrapped in many layers of magical power, then threw it into the self-destructing artifact storage room number 4. After handling it, he withdrew the Heaven Exchanging Treasure umbrella. He gripped the handle of the Heaven Exchanging Treasure umbrella tightly. He glanced at the paper men around, satisfied that creating them cost effort, but the capital from this man made up for it, so it was not a loss. Suddenly from behind, a black bee flew over. Changshu immediately slashed it horizontally with his sword. He used an earth diving technique, sinking gradually into the ground to leave the scene. Shiju vanished and the scar on the ground reappeared as he dove underground. Changshu closed his eyes, a bead shining brightly between his brows. This was a treasure bead obtained from the assassin, able to view the memories within a soul. His name was Shiju, a second-grade returning Dao realm cultivator, hired by someone with spirit stones, a cultivator specializing in dirty work. Through the treasure bead, he learned the ambush plan used a tracking talisman on the target, a decoy to lure Master Uncle Ziju away. Wang Qi was already surrounded. Once Master Uncle Ziju arrived, this man would attack Yanner and Wang Qi, using them as bait. The true target was the sixth princess of some kingdom. Thinking this, a thought flashed through his mind. This man did not intend to kill Zhuanya. This situation was aimed at something more dreadful. Over there, Zhuanya was in danger. The mastermind seemed to be. Changshu suddenly opened his eyes. In his consciousness, Yuan King appeared, possibly a fellow disciple or the forces behind him. Scene change, small explosion sounds rang out continuously. Wang Qi's group rushed forward, striking repeatedly. A girl appeared, blowing a stream of vital energy from her mouth. The stream of air flew over, causing the water monsters to feel dizzy and disoriented. The girl seized the opportunity to rush forward. The various poison powders researched by her senior brother indeed worked. Ling Yi slashed her sword down hard at the water monsters, worried for her senior brother. She had heard that even a single insect could take an immortal's life, yet that stupid senior brother kept rushing into danger. Behind her, the others blushed as they looked at her admiringly, thinking she was so adorable. Ling Yi felt dissatisfied inside. Why did that stupid senior brother not bring this clever and brave junior sister along? Suddenly a shout rang out. Junior sister Ling Yi, be careful! Her gaze suddenly halted, her eyes widening in shock. Behind her back, a group of water monsters surged up from below. Ling Yi panicked as she looked toward the water monsters. Suddenly, a ring of light around her blazed brightly. The others looked at her worriedly. Along with the shout, many other eyes turned toward her. Unexpectedly at this moment, the image of Changshu appeared in her mind. Back then, Changshu had given her a small bottle instructing, when in danger or facing a difficult opponent. Immediately, without hesitation, Ling Yi hurled the bottle fiercely toward the water monsters. The bottle, once thrown, created a massive explosion in the air. A stream of gas from the explosion spread throughout the space. Water monsters, inhaling this scent, gradually began to dissolve. Then a rainbow appeared in the sky. Ling Yi stared wide-eyed at the beautiful sky, murmuring in admiration. So beautiful. Back in the forest, the swarm of bees still searched for prey. The aura of Shiju had dissipated, and the aura of the 9th grade transformation deity disciple of Du Xian sect was also gone. This matter was truly strange. The gloomy space did not change. After killing almost everyone and obtaining what they desired, they immediately left. Is the trapped dragon formation ready? In the middle of the forest, 4 strange figures huddled together. Very good, the situation changed, but not significantly. Send word to the 4th young master. Lure the true immortal of Du Xian sect over. Personally make a move, capture the 2 disciples into the formation, then lure her into the magic formation. One of the 4 continued. This matter concerns the great cause of restoring the kingdom. This time, we must control the 6th princess and help the 4th young master achieve his wish. After he spoke, the other 3 chorused. This matter concerns the great cause of restoring the kingdom. This time, we must control the 6th princess and help the 4th young master achieve his wish. Half a day later, a communication jade slip was crushed. Seeing this, Chuanya asked suspiciously, Yuan King, what exactly do you want to do? Yuan King looked at her meaningfully and replied, just want to do something fun with Chuanya. At the same time, one of the 4 appeared. Young master Juju took the bait. Yuan King took a small box from his person. This is a love bug. Once planted, your heart will only have one person, me. Chuanya sat on the ground in pain. You despicable villain! At this moment, Juju and Wenling kept rushing to rescue. Xuanya and the others are in trouble to the southwest. Hurry! Remembering the earlier notification, Juju said urgently, the communication jade is lit again. Wang Qie and Yanner are also in trouble. Juju hesitated as he looked at the glowing jade in his hand, cursing himself inwardly. Damn it, I can't be in 2 places at once right now. Suddenly, Wenling behind him clasped his hands and spoke. Immortal Master, how about we split up? I will go rescue the princess and the others. He was afraid she would refuse, so he hurriedly explained that the 2 people were quite far away and that her cultivation was higher, so she should be able to make it in time. Juju gritted her teeth, reluctant at heart, but she nodded in the end. After all, Big Head was Xuanya's guard, so he would not hurt his own people. The next second, Juju rushed swiftly towards the forest, telling him to chase Wang Qi, while she was to quickly go to Yuan King and Xuanya. But at this time, Wenling's expression was gradually turning strange. A shout rang out in the forest. Those 2 were truly tenacious. Wang Qi and that man lay motionless on the ground, extremely shocked. The 3 strangers left after finishing their task, not killing them. They kept them alive to lure Juju, then had to quickly report to the general and the young master. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the silent forest. Juju swooped down from above like an arrow, heading straight for Wang Qi. As soon as she saw her, Juju's eyes widened in shock. Afterwards, she landed on the ground and glanced at a corner. She approached to check the motionless person, sighing in relief when she saw that he was still breathing. Juju hoisted that person up, muttering that it was lucky that Big Head General went to protect Yuan King and Xuan Ye. But at this moment the bones began to stir. Within the misty haze and red sandals, Jiu vaguely realized that she seemed to be back where she started. After observing for a while, she suddenly realized she had fallen into some formation. Jiu was startled, thinking that she had been tricked from the very beginning. After a moment, she began to analyze that Wenling's goal was to lure her away. He was targeting Changshu and Yuan Qin. She roared angrily, daring to use such dirty tricks. Was he some kind of cultivator? A while later, a burly man attacked, roaring for the thieves to have the guts to come out and fight him 300 rounds. Meanwhile, Changshu held a map, complaining that this immortal cleansing herb was truly hard to find. Then a drop of water separated and fell. He shouted loudly when he saw the map being destroyed. Changshu ran, complaining, "Immortal cleansing herb, immortal cleansing herb, wouldn't it be better to just show up? Why do you make me find a place to hide from the toxic rain?" Changshu leaped up high, a whooshing sound echoing. He used aesthetic energy to carve a cave into the cliff face. A moment later, the ugly cave was formed. He even used a three-headed spider's web to scout the surrounding area first. When he saw a wide pit, he was extremely astonished. Changshu calculated with his fingers, muttering that the cosmos was shifting and that he had to go see. He jumped straight in without any hesitation. At that moment, he discovered Xuan Ye lying unconscious. He was so shocked that his mouth hung open, and he nearly touched Xuan Ye. She was still in a coma, completely motionless. Finally, he turned around and told himself that the rain was too heavy, blocking all vision to the point of seeing nothing. A weak voice came to his ears. "Senior brother Changshu," Xuan Ye urged, "you go quickly, don't worry about me. Your cultivation is low, and they outnumber us." Changshu sighed, telling himself to forget it. He said to himself again, seeing that she was kind-hearted, he might as well help a little. He thought further that he could not meddle in what happened after this. Her fate was up to the heavens. At that moment, a coughing sound reached his ears again. Xuan Ye was startled, jolting awake from her dream. She looked at her palm, wondering, "Am I still alive?" Seeing Changshu before her, she stammered, "He saved me." Looking at the scattered items beside her, she asked, "This is..." One day earlier, Yuan King was confessing, "I truly love you. But why are you so indifferent?" With a cunning look, he took out a squirming creature, muttering, "But with this worm, things will be different." He brought the worm closer, continuing, "With it, there will be no barrier between you and me." Xuan Ye secretly prepared a talisman behind her back, replying, "If you dare put it on me, the sect and the Honglan Kingdom will not let you off." But he was fearless, brazenly replying, "Everything here is under my control. You should obediently listen." At this point, she had finished preparing the talisman and replied, "Not necessarily," before forcefully throwing the teleportation escape talisman her master had gifted her. This caught Yuan King off guard. He immediately chased after her, shouting, "Don't even think of escaping Pierce." But he was furious that he let her escape, so he ordered for a pursuit. Xuan Ye had now been transported to a different place. She wondered why Changshu, who had just saved her, was nowhere to be seen. On the ground were two talismans, a plague ward talisman and a concealment talisman. Looking at the pile of herbs, she recognized an antidote pill and a foundation restoration pill. Changshu had left a few lines. "As a fellow disciple, no need to overthink it. This place is 2,000 miles from the Baolin Long Key. I've included a map with a safe route. Life is the priority. By your side are protective talismans for junior sister." Finally, he added a note. "The handsome man wishes to remain anonymous." Xuan Ye suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Looking back, she saw that even the wounds on sensitive areas like her thighs and back had all been bandaged. Thinking of this, she blushed and spoke with a grieved indignation. Xuan Ye covered her face in embarrassment and thought, "Senior brother Changshu saved my life and patiently bandaged me. How could I doubt his character?" Moreover, she remembered that senior brother Changshu suffered from a condition where touching women caused convulsions. He endured the convulsions to bandage her and left her many defensive items. At this moment, Xuan Ye told herself that if she ever had the chance to repay senior brother Changshu, she must not be stingy or hesitate at all. As for Changshu, he was muttering that meeting Xuan Ye was truly unexpected. He was confident that after she woke up, she would head southwest. As for himself, he would do the opposite and head northwest. Changshu smugly told himself, who told him to leave a map with directions completely opposite to the real path. Having said that, he leaped up high and bid farewell to Xuan Ye. A few days later, a voice echoed within the small cliff. 9 Origin Stabilizing Spirit, Heaven Lotus Consolidating Heart. A powerful beam of light shone in, and the fire scale sword case dimmed. Xuan Ye said to herself, "Senior brother Changshu even used rocks to block the hole to help conceal my tracks." In her heart, she was determined to survive and return to repay him. Then she quickly vanished in the blink of an eye. Holding the map, she muttered, "According to the map senior brother Changshu left, I must head southwest." After looking for a moment, she froze southwest. Xuan Ye, who had no sense of direction, wondered which direction is southwest. In the end, she decided to just go, following her feeling that it was probably this way. As for Changshu, he wondered why he suddenly had a bad premonition. In the pitch black night, with a sky full of stars, Changshu was sitting by a small fire next to a stream. Holding an item, he muttered to himself that the weight of the scarlet sun poison dragon herb kept decreasing, then picked up the plant with a melancholic expression. And he continued, even capturing 2 rare insect specimens, but finding no sprouts of the immortal solution herb. Finally, he fell to the ground in helplessness and grumbled. His master's luck was also too bad. In that gloomy night, birds were still flying. Changshu opened his eyes, suddenly realizing something in alarm. Light and a booming sound appeared beside him. He sat up, his legs unconsciously sensing something amiss. Raised his hand to shield his eyes, trying to see clearly. In the flickering light, he noticed it seemed like someone was fighting. After a moment, he hesitated. The area recorded in the ancient book has been fully explored, and now a cultivator is fighting here. I must retreat immediately. Changshu decisively put out the fire, telling himself this trip to the northern Julu continent could only end here. Then he was startled to discover that the cliff beside him was the immortal solution herb. Changshu felt a headache and helplessness. I want to leave but cannot, master. Your bad luck is torturing me. At this moment, thousands of skeletons began to move. Following that, the plants also swayed in the wind. He noticed the 3-eyed snake was moving. He knew that fighting it alone would not be easy. The snake showed signs of achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal, and the slightest movement would alert it. He stared intently. Risking a fight might not mean defeat, but the environment was too dangerous. He had to use strategy. He recognized who the people fighting over there were, and he exclaimed in shock, why did he run into her again? Was this Xuanya cursed or what? Seeing her in fierce combat, he said with disgust, might as well officially change her name to Xuanya. Changshu covered his face in confusion. He gave her the map telling her to go southwest, so why did she appear here? But then he smiled slyly, thinking that if this direction had no commotion, he would not have discovered the immortal solution herb. He stood still, analyzing. From this perspective, he should thank Xuanya. Last time I saved you, this time I use you. Consider it even. Loud booming sounds echoed clearly. Very quickly, the 3-eyed snake also detected them, just as the mysterious group appeared and ordered an all-out attack. As for Changshu, he silently calculated, just these 3 men are probably not enough for the 3-eyed snake to even snack on. He was still waiting for the opportunity, knowing there were 2 more who had not yet made a move. He also knew clearly that those 2 were Yuan and Yuan King. Yuan King was hesitant and only wanted to capture Xuanya alive because he was hungry. Changshu silently used a wind whisper charm to amplify his voice. From her position, head northwest. Take 8 steps back and relax. Xuanya immediately followed the instructions of the charm. She asked in shock, Senior Brother Changshu, why are you here? Changshu guided Xuanya step by step, moving her backward 1 step at a time. She listened attentively to every word of his guidance. Suddenly a pellet whizzed past. He reminded her not to freeze, fight back, watch your expression, do not let them suspect. Another dagger came. She dodged it precisely as told. Swordsman chasing Xuanya leaped from one cliff face to another. Changshu wondered if she had already escaped the encirclement. Seeing her about to get away, the swordsman shouted loudly, quickly give chase, do not let her escape. Changshu chuckled softly. Xuanya had successfully lured them here. He was currently standing on a high cliff, waiting for him. Xuanya had finally lured him to the designated spot. He thought to himself, if he wasn't careful, the venomous snake had slithered to the left. He had to watch it while worrying about Xuanya. Changshu reached his hand through the tree trunk. Since he hadn't faced the enemy directly yet, he couldn't let the bait get roasted. Immediately, a 3-eyed python poked its head out. Being chased by it would be a terrifying sight. Yuan King told Wen Ling that this time they must not let Xuanya escape. General Wen replied that last time he hadn't been prepared for teleportation talisman. Wen Ling guaranteed that this time he wouldn't let her escape. Her magical power was exhausted. She was cornered at the cliff, and she would have no choice but to use the sovereign manifestation. Yuan King replied with satisfaction that General Wen had been generous and kind-hearted. On this side, Xuanya was still fighting, breaking that man's sword. It was a good opportunity to subdue her, but she was destined to be his woman. Changshu continued to assist, taking 3 steps forward and 9 steps back. The venomous creature had already targeted the younger one. Retreat, and listen to my command. He emphasized, this time the outcome would be decided. When he told her to jump, she must use all her strength and not hesitate. Xuanya focused all her strength and immediately replied, alright, begin the execution. The python rushed out quickly. The 2 coordinated. Changshu shouted the command to jump, and Xuanya followed immediately. She channeled all her strength into her legs, leaped high into the air, and performed a light somersault. That man quickly swung his sword, sending shattered rocks flying to block her. Xuanya successfully jumped across to the other cliff. That man frantically yelled, you cannot escape. Suddenly, fire erupted from somewhere, preventing them from pursuing. What is this? One of the men suddenly noticed a strange object beside them. It was a gigantic python hovering directly above their heads, terrifying them. It opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow them whole. An explosion resounded as the python collided with the cliff face. Enling cursed in anger, that damned 3-eyed snake dared to kill my elite soldiers. He was immediately swept away, facing a monster he could hardly defeat head-on. Changshu and Yi Chun were both relying on the bait's scent. Xuanya escaped the group and searched for Changshu, but couldn't sense his presence. Suddenly, a sword came flying towards her. Fortunately, she managed to dodge it. She turned around to find the one who had ambushed her. Yuan King approached step by step and asked Xuan Ye, why are you running away? He chuckled softly, saying she was already destined to be his. Things were also happening on Wenling's side. He roared furiously, damn and beast. After that, he violently hurled his weapon forward. Seeing this, the group of soldiers cheered. The general has come to save us. Changshu remained calm, thinking, wait a little longer, it was not yet time for both sides to suffer losses together. At the same time, the three-eyed snake couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the head by Wenling's weapon, but its hide was thick, and the weapon was deflected back out. Thick smoke filled the air, causing Wenling to cough a few times. He opened his eyes. It seemed he was now truly fighting seriously. His weapon flew and struck the rock wall beside him, causing rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. He quickly flew over, grabbed his weapon, and fiercely slashed at the snake. He put all his strength into this one slash. A long slash came down, accompanied by blazing hot flames. Wenling aimed for the snake's neck, hitting a vital spot and causing it immense pain. Wenling continued by landing another blow on that same spot. This time, the snake couldn't withstand it. Its head was severed from its body. Changshu watched the snake being cut down without regret. Instead, he smiled in satisfaction. You've worked hard, big head. He took out a bottle. It was a self-made medicinal powder, a superfine immortal powder. Next, he suddenly emerged from the tree trunk and hurled the bottle down with force. As soon as he threw it, it exploded, releasing the powder everywhere in a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Wenling, who was on the ground, inhaled it at that moment, and he immediately became dizzy in mid-air. The soldiers were no different. They inhaled the poison and lay writhing on the ground, calling out, General. The divine bull staggered and fell over the cliff, finding it hard to stand. This poison was truly formidable. Just a little contact caused this. He clenched his eyes shut, feeling his immortal body grow tired, drowsy, and his head heavy. He was unaware that a small arrow was flying swiftly towards him. Because he wasn't paying attention, it struck him in the neck. From within the tree trunk, Changshu began to extend his leg. Afterwards, his entire body followed, emerging from the trunk. As soon as he was out, he threw something out. It was a small crossbow, fitted with a sharp arrow pointing forward, just waiting for the trigger to be pulled to fire. The one he targeted was Wenling, who was standing on the cliff opposite. Next, he took out a few small paper dolls. He began chanting a spell, transforming them into real people. The paper dolls turned into Changshu. He ordered them to advance. His true body, holding a crossbow, aimed another arrow at Wenling. The arrow embedded itself in his neck, causing him to cry out in pain. Changshu took out another specially made poison bottle with extremely strong corrosive properties. Wenling was surrounded by 3 Changshaos and struck with poison, leaving him unable to defend himself. The poison covered him without a single gap. He struggled to wave his hand, trying to disperse the toxic dust. Next, he tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. When Changshu lunged forward, he quickly dodged the strike. At the same time, Changshu's true body also moved, leaping from his original position. As he jumped down, he raised his crossbow and fired at Wenling. The arrow shot through the air with a whoosh. This time he aimed for his chest, weakening him further. Changshu again commanded the paper clones to spew scorching flames. Wenling was surrounded by 3 clones, submerged in a blazing sea of fire. Finally, he could no longer endure and collapsed before Changshu. It was only then that he opened his eyes, clearly seeing the person before him in shock. Changshu's face was clearly visible in the night. Wenling refused to accept defeat. After all, he was an immortal. How could it end like this? He burst forth with power, his whole body enlarging and his spirit glowing. Changshu was startled, his eyes widening at the sight. Wenling did not hesitate, charging forward till Changshu. He moved his foot, intending to step back a few paces. But suddenly a hand grabbed him tightly. It was Wenling's soldiers. They still had some strength left, gripping Changshu's leg. He clenched his teeth, glaring at Wenling's soldiers. But before he could react, that man's hand struck toward his face. A cracking sound echoed through the air. The hand swept past Changshu's head, causing it to burst apart and catch fire. He turned back and said, though this one's spells and schemes were formidable, he had yet to become an immortal. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by a barrage of fire arrows. One arrow embedded itself in his forehead. He did not see this coming. Wenling saw Changshu explode, dissipating into smoke and dust. Only then did he realize that the one he had been attacking was merely a paper clone. Wenling gritted out each word, where's my true body? Even with arrows piercing his body, his power did not diminish in the slightest. He once again erupted. This time he transformed into a dried-up skeleton. Meanwhile, Changshu's true body was hiding inside a tree trunk. He spread his hand open, placing it in front of Wenling. Then, he clenched his fist, accompanied by a dry explosion. Immediately, the arrows on his body detonated. His soul flew out and Changshu reached out to collect it. It was finally over. He collected the souls of Wenling and his group, their burnt flesh and bones charred black. Investing one gave back 3 times the return. Changshu looked at the pile of items in his hand and sneered disdainfully. The spoils were only a hammer and a storage magic artifact. These immortals were too poor. He reached out and plucked a flower growing on the rock. Changshu laughed happily. The immortal's resolve herb found it at last. He then put away the three-eyed snake head to use for refining poison so his junior sister could protect herself. He stared intently at his small pouch. At that moment, a large eagle flew by. Before it could even steady itself, it was shot dead. Over at Xuanye's side, she was still fighting, surrounded by hundreds of small flying swords. Xuanye directly launched all the swords forward. Yuan King struggled to dodge and block them. Having finished his own task, Changshu wanted to watch the commotion instead of leaving. He went over to take a look. He looked over from the cliff and caught sight of Yuan King. He observed him and saw his cultivation had reached the return to void stage, probably thanks to pills. This was the second-ranked disciple of the same generation. Rubbed his chin and thought, if the top-ranked great disciples were only at this level, then a few years, the immortal sect competition. Then an idea struck him. He prepared some self-researched pills and magical tools for Ling Yi, enough to guarantee a spot in the top 100. Xuanye was still fiercely locked in combat with Yuan King. She controlled her sword in pursuit, while Yuan King could only flee. Hundreds of swords rained straight down, shattering the earth and rocks. Yuan King dodged once or another, but one man could not fight 100 swords. Soon he was tightly surrounded. Changshu behind a cliff wall, holding a vial of super-grade soft immortal powder in his hand. As expected, he immediately threw the vial out. It flew straight toward Yuan King. Where did that bottle come from? Then he became dizzy. My strength. Yuan King staggered, unable to stay on his feet. Xuanye thought that although Yuan King was despicable and shameless, he was still a fellow disciple. She should bring him back for the master to handle. Still, she unleashed all her remaining swords at him. However, the look in her eyes at that moment was one of utter shock. Yuan King took all of Xuanye's swords without resistance. At first, she thought he would not surrender easily, but now, why was he like this? He was not counterattacking. Yuan King, completely powerless, collapsed heavily to the ground. Even in death, a smile lingered on his lips. Xuanye looked at him in confusion. Can a wicked man like you repent, or were you forced by someone? Changshu silently gave her a like. Truly a poison-hearted junior sister, overly confident in her own skills. He thought to himself, in an unfamiliar place. After killing someone, not running away quickly was a classic sign of someone who had never faced hardship and was too self-assured. She finally remembered Changshu. Wondering how her senior brother was, she decided to take Yuan King's body and look for him. Suddenly, a fragrance drifted toward her. Inhaling it, Xuanye immediately felt dizzy. Finally, she grabbed her head and fell over. Changshu's hand reached up from the ground. He had to quickly get her out of here. That man grabbed anywhere, but he had to grab her hair. He dragged Xuanye by her hair across the ground. A mortal could not compare to a key refiner. The action was crude but convenient and secure. Ranges of overlapping mountains appeared. A few immortals rode on G's flying past. In the forest, Yanner asked Wang Qi worriedly, "Are you still in pain?" Wang Qi replied it was fine, thanks to junior sister. Juju was annoyed by these two. These little brats are so troublesome. She stomped her foot in anger and shouted, "This formation is damn annoying too." Then she sat cross-legged and continued cursing. Why not just let me figure out a way to break out? Yanner comforted her, "Do not worry too much. A good person has heaven's help. The junior disciple and sister must be waiting in the town." She replied, "It has been so long, their bodies must have decayed by now." Yanner told her to wait a little longer. Master Uncle said yesterday the sect had sent people. As long as we hold on, we will get out. She held her head, not knowing what to do. How were those three faring, alive or dead? If Changshu died, who would explain it to his master? Juju lamented, "Those two treasures died young, and my 100-year bonus is gone." Yanner understood. Even though she knew her master uncle was harsh on the outside but kind within, the truth was he only cared about the bounty. Suddenly a gust of wind rose, swirling a few fallen leaves. A voice spoke, startling Juju. "Juju, do you know your crime?" When she saw that person's silhouette, she immediately panicked. He threw out a few of Wenling's soldiers. Yanner recognized them as the ones who had ambushed her and Wang Qi. A large shadow appeared behind the clouds. "Has Master come looking for us?" Juju quickly knelt to confess her guilt. Her disciple was framed and lost contact with the three juniors. She kowtowed as she shouted, "Please check whether those three disciples are alive or dead." The shadow revealed itself to be Ju Wu. He scratched his head and smiled. "Master did not come. It is me," he said with a cheerful smile, "your fifth senior brother, the clever and handsome one." As he spoke, he sensed danger. There was killing intent. Juju angrily punched him straight in the face. Punch sent him flying several meters. Ju Wu held his face, crying, "Sister, you are too rough. Your senior brother worked hard to raise you." Juju grew even angrier and raised her fist again in threat. Finally, she charged in and beat him black and blue. Ju Wu could not take it anymore. "I surrender." When they got out, his face was already swollen. He pointed in a certain direction and introduced them. These people were sent by Master Jingshan of the Breaking Heaven Peak, a transcendent immortal cultivator and master of Xuanye, spoke up asking who had lost money. Next, Lin Shi of the Breaking Heaven Peak, a transcendent immortal cultivator and master of Yuan King, also inquired further about the disappearance and how long they had been trapped here. Suddenly, a hand reached out and tightly grasped Juju, choking out Changshu. Qiyuan worriedly asked, "How's my Changshu?" Juju looked at him, and then honestly said the last time she saw him, he was heading north. Qiyuan sighed, believing that life and death are fated, and training outside was always like this. He earnestly asked them for help, because he had not yet become an immortal, and could not easily reach the northern continent, respectfully begging them to help find his whereabouts. Saying this, he bowed in thanks in advance. The little Kiang Peak lineage was extremely grateful. Jiu Wu spoke up, saying they were all family. There was no need for formalities. They would definitely find Changshu. Jiu recounted the situation that Yuan King and Suanya had gone northwest with General Wenling, suspecting all the schemes were targeting Suanya. Jing Shan suggested splitting into 3 groups, one to scout the mortal world, one to find Suanya in the northwest, and one to head north to find Changshu. Lin Shi added that the 3rd group would consist of Jiu Wu, Jiu, and Qi Yuan. After speaking, they immediately departed, leaving the forest to return to its original gloomy atmosphere. A fire was lit crackling. Changshu and Suanya had found a cave to take shelter in. Suanya had just woken up rubbing her head. Her wound had stabilized, only a slight pain remained. She asked Changshu if they would just wait here. He replied that he had left a marker and set up a concealment formation, so they were temporarily safe. He analyzed that if Yuan King's group was in collusion, heading south would be very dangerous. Holding a book, he said, estimating the time the immortals from the sect should have already arrived at the northern boreal continent. He then considered Suanya's feelings. If she was not at ease, they could take a detour, but that also had other risks. Suanya, feeling cared for, was a bit shy and stammered, "I trust you." Changshu's image was clear. It seemed being with a handsome guy made her shy. Suanya's cheeks flushed red. Her heart felt empty like a restless little kitten, both uneasy and not quite. She smiled, thinking it might be because this senior brother had saved her twice that she felt this strange sensation. In the night, a towering mountain full of demonic energy appeared. The cave suddenly flickered with light like a flame. Suanya timidly looked across the fire, asking if she could help. Changshu continued adding firewood, only telling her to rest quietly and recover. He broke a piece of firewood in half, seriously stating that Wenling and the evil bandits were about to become immortals. There was no need to worry. The girl turned away shyly, feeling like a child from a previous marriage. Afterward, she pointed for Jiu to throw another branch into the fire. In a dazed moment, Changshu said, "Poison Suanya junior sister." His eyes showed a hint of sorrow, saying there was something he wanted to confess. Suanya rushed over, saying she would gladly die to repay him. Her attitude startled him. Changshu raised a hand to stop her, saying it was not that serious. He stood up by the fire, saying that after returning to the mountain, the elders would question them thoroughly, and he did not want trouble or excessive attention. Changshu dusted himself off and pleaded, asking the junior sister, when reporting to the master, not to mention anything related to him, because his cultivation was merely mediocre earth escape arts. Suanya looked at him with a puzzled expression. He also looked back at her coldly. Suanya admired Changshu. He truly was an ideal model. A gentleman living up to his name. She kept his words in her heart. Changshu felt embarrassed, wondering if the girl understood, but he still put on a fierce face and said thank you. Suddenly, a strange sound startled him. Changshu quickly looked up, recognizing that a senior uncle was about to arrive. 2 streaks of light shot straight inside. Jiu appeared and shouted, "Changshu, Juanya." She asked in surprise why Changshu was here. Qi Yuan rushed over with reddened eyes. Changshu's eyes glistened as if about to cry, afraid his master would spank his bottom, but his heart was still moved. The old man hit his bottom with a whisk, scolding him for running to the northern continent, almost leaving no bones to collect. Still angry, he pinched his ear, saying a nascent soul cultivator coming here would only be a burden. Suanya quickly intervened. Her eyes widened in fear, saying Changshu had never hindered anyone. On the contrary, she had been assisted by him many times. At this moment, Qi Yuan stood looking at his disciple. Indeed, the disciple had not hindered anyone. He paused, looking at his hands, actually having come here to train and having broken through to the Void Return realm. His words made his master's eyes brim with tears, and his own eyes also glisten. The old man tapped his head, saying cultivating for 100 years to comprehend Void Return was nothing to be proud of. Look at Xuan, yeah. She was already at Void Return level 4. Then she and Jiu walked over to her, asking if she knew where Yuan King Luo had gone. Xuan Ye's eyes were fearful as she looked away, saying Yuan King was dead, that his disciple had pierced his heart with a sword, destroying him. Lin Shi's face turned purple as he questioned her. "You killed him with your own hands?" Jiu quickly grabbed his arm tightly, advising him not to be so angry. Let Xuan Ye recount the incident. Lin Shi calmed down, apologized for being agitated, then gently asked her to tell the truth, without hiding anything. Hearing this, she was still very confident, replying that the disciple would obey. The rays of the early morning sun shone upon the mountains. After hearing everything, Lin Shi sighed, blaming himself for having no discernment in accepting a disciple, said he would accept punishment, and then tiredly yawned. Suddenly there was a call for Changshu. He quickly turned his head to look, and it turned out to be a disciple. Jiu Wu held a glowing spider silk strand in his hand, extremely excited. A rare 3-headed heavy pupiled spider silk. "Why didn't you take it?" He smiled and replied, "Uncle Master is too worried. This thing is hard to retrieve once set up." This disciple raised a few nests at Xiaoqiong Peak. "If Uncle Master likes it, I'll move one nest over when I return." Yuan angrily scolded, "Kid, why are you so strange? Keep one nest for yourself, and move the rest to Uncle Master Juwu." He agreed verbally, but his heart ached as if cut. Still, he replied, "Yes, this disciple obeys." Everyone left to return to the immortal sect. He walked on the familiar path to Xiaoqiang Peak, thinking to himself, "Home at last, I'm dead tired." Changshu happily opened the door of the room and called out, "Anyone here? Where's the music?" The door swung open under his hand. It wasn't locked at all. The forest was dead silent, only a light breeze passing through. Changshu looked at the little junior sister lying elegantly on the bed. "Stop pretending. That sleeping posture doesn't suit you." Ling Yi quickly explained, "Senior brother, I just learned to make soft immortal powder. I'm so tired, my whole body has no strength." Changshu then pretended to leave. "We'll talk tomorrow then, it's not important anyway." Ling Yi panicked. "Wait a moment, I'll tell you now," she muttered while walking. "Stinky senior brother." Changshu turned back to look at her. "I ran into some unexpected trouble. Do you know Yuan King of Potian Peak? The one ranked second in cultivation, said to be very gentle." He rubbed her head, his face serious as he warned, "A man's gentleness is just a facade. He plotted against Zuanya and ended up getting killed." He continued speaking gently. "Right, give me the medicine pouch, I'll restock it for you." She froze stiff from tension. She hadn't used much on this outing yet. Ling Yi didn't dare meet his eyes, her heart full of anxiety. Medicine bottles were scattered on the table. Just a few crab monsters had consumed 80% of the poison powder. Changshu held his head in frustration. With this amount, it'd be enough to fight 100,000 of Chen Shi's main army. He struggled not to lose his temper. "Did you go kill a great demon of the East Sea?" Ling Yi replied fearfully. "Senior brother said to use it if I encountered danger." She scratched her cheek, still worried. "I almost got slashed by a crab monster, so I threw it all out." Seeing his junior sister's expression, he thought she must be hiding something. He stood up, slammed the table, and asked, "Junior sister, there's something you need to tell me, right?" Ling Yi panicked. "I've been seen through." Changshu pretended to be angry. "While your senior brother is in a good mood, come clean quickly." Ling Yi banged her head on the table and shouted, "Senior brother, I'm sorry. Two uncle masters liked your poison powder. They took the strongest bottles. I didn't know how to refuse, and I accidentally revealed your level of poison-making skill." He pinched her ear painfully. She yelled, "Senior brother, go easy. It hurts. My ear's about to fall off." Seeing it was a bit much, he let go. "All right, stop crying. It's not a big deal." Was the person who took the poison powder the elder with a limp in his left leg leaning on a cane? Ling Yi held her ear, her face deflated as she nodded. He pictured that person. "I'll give the formula for the poison powder to Elder Wan Lin, and take this chance to befriend the elder. Later I can get guidance on poison making." Ling Yi heard this and grew angry. "You already plotted with that person, and you still scold me." Ignoring her fury, he said seriously, "One thing at a time. You wasted the pills. As punishment, go behind the mountain to chop trees and clear land, without using magical power." Ling Yi forgot her anger and asked blankly, "Clear land for what, senior brother?" Changshu replied cheerfully, "To build a pill refining and alchemy cultivation room." Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves. Ling Yi chopped trees, angry and muttering, "Stinky senior brother, I'll chop everything clean, not even a blade of grass left." Flash of light glinted on the tree. She puffed out her cheeks, axe in hand. "Not allowed to use magical power. What if my hands and feet get cut? I'm a female key refiner." Juju suddenly appeared behind her, laughing and asking, "Isn't this little Ling Yi?" She startled and replied, "Greetings, Uncle Master Z." The elder was surprised. "Where's your senior brother? He was looking for me. Why are you chopping trees?" Ling Yi pointed ahead. "Senior brother is in the room cultivating." She smiled knowingly. "This matter relates to senior brother looking for a person. You'll understand when you meet him." Changshu invited Juju for tea and asked, "I heard you were punished with 3 years of abstinence from wine." Juju was furious. Being punished with no wine is worse than being struck by lightning for 3 years. Changshu laughed heartily. "Uncle Master, enduring 3 years without wine, why not help this disciple build a formation? I'll brew 3 kinds of fine wine. In 3 years when your punishment ends, you can enjoy them." She was drinking tea and jerked back, shouting, "What? You're tricking me into working for free. I know nothing about formations." After that, Juju still took small sips of tea. Its fragrance made her startle with delight. Her whole body sank into a floating, blissful feeling, the taste oddly rich. Her cheeks flushed red. She swooned. "This is supreme fine wine." Changshu was delighted to see her eyes sparkle. Knowing she was hooked, Juju happily slammed the wine cup on the table. "Good wine, truly excellent." She excitedly looked at the cup. "What kind of treasure is this?" Changshu smiled and replied, "Divine immortal marrow is an intoxicant, odorless, only causes drunkenness, no other effects." Juju was troubled upon hearing this. "For the sake of good wine, I want to help you, but I'm completely clueless about formations." Changshu still reassured her. "Don't worry, Uncle Master only needs to use immortal power to stabilize the formation's foundation and suppress unstable spiritual energy." The two immediately shook hands. "I agree to help you." 2 years passed like a blink of an eye. Juju stood before a gourd-shaped house. She happily raised her hand to report, "Changshu, I've finished reinforcing the life gate of the new formation." Changshu, who was sitting before the alchemy furnace, stepped back and asked. She eagerly demanded her dues. Where are this month's divine immortal drunk and beauty wine? Changshu handed over 2 medicine bottles, eyes wide. Here, after the 20th, I want to ask you to help with refining a pill. This matter must be kept secret. Juju was shocked. What kind of pill and what kind of secret? Changshu said seriously. A type of poison pill called dissolving immortal. She immediately jolted in shock, falling backward. Juju angrily grabbed his collar and shouted. That thing could even poison an immortal to death. What are you refining it for? Changshu quickly soothed her. Master Aunt, rest assured, I am not doing anything cruel. Smiled and explained gently. Poison is essentially a type of medicinal property. It can kill people, but it can also save people. Ju Wu watched while feeling embarrassed. Just charging into little Qiongfeng like this seems inappropriate. Ju Shi reassured him. What is there to fear if they disagree? We will fight a battle with the peak master here. Feng Qing's younger disciple Juju and her Dao companion Jiu Shi said with determination. He just woke up and ran here. There must be a problem. Have you ever seen Juju be this diligent? Trembled in fear Ji Shi, senior sister. Sneaking in really is not good. We should directly pay our respects. She turned back with a meaningful look. What can we find out by asking? Matters of love can only be seen clearly when done in secret. Old Zhang immediately grabbed her shoulder as if to stop her. Wait, a formation surrounded them. This was a linked formation. Although both the front and back were simple maze formations, being able to create a linked formation meant this person's formation skill was not bad, and he gently touched a tree calmly. Juwu was full of confidence. Let me break the formation. She specializes in weapons. Her formation skill cannot surpass mine and third senior brother's. She looked at him with a bewildered expression. 2 hours later, the two returned to that same tree. It seems we have circled back to the starting point. Juwu immediately fell into utter confusion. Is it all fake? The path of formations I comprehended. Is it all fake? Jushi touched the frightened man's shoulder. Junior brother, do not scare me. We can just blow up the formation. Juwu banged his head against the tree in pain. Has this poor Taoist path also been wrong? Is the classic of the unmoving also wrong? He spoke painfully and whispered, so I have never been worthy of you. She grew endlessly anxious seeing him like this. Ju Wu could not hold back his tears. I cannot break this formation. I am truly not worthy of you. Ju Shi tried hard to comfort him. Do not say those words. A surge of power began moving towards them. Both of them looked around in shock. Ju Shi also quickly realized something. Before their eyes appeared a gorge-shaped building separated by a river, only 100 shang away from the exit. Changshu inside noticed the two. The formation's effect is not bad. If nothing has been revealed yet, we can let them in. Turned his head to look at the door and muttered to himself to also put them at ease. Immediately hearing an urging sound, Changshu began to refine pills. Juju pointed at his bag in surprise. Just refining pills. Why are you carrying such a big bag? Changshu calmly replied, necessary precautions when refining poison pills. He was protected by an iron armor and carried many items, protective magic robes, gloves resistant to corrosive poison, poison dispelling talismans, and antidote elixirs. She was dazzled by the sight. Are you preparing that much? Changshu then handed her another set of armor. I also prepared a set for you, Master Aunt. Put it on. Juju became excited upon seeing this. You really think of this Master Aunt too well. Ah, she asked while putting on the armor. Like this? Changshu gave detailed instructions. Yes. Yes. She could not help but exclaim, pretty handsome, this disciple. Moreover, the two of you match quite well. Ju Wu naively turned around. I felt that formation earlier. Could it be? She cut off that sentence. Let us go. We will talk about it back home. Do not disturb them. Her mind was filled with the image of Changshu. He seemed reliable enough. The only pity was his cultivation was only at the return to Void Realm, but that was not a problem in itself. Juju was riding a large gourd flying towards the palace. A young woman holding spider silk instructed, senior brother, do not let this spider we got from Changshu die this time. Juju looked at him unhappily. You make me take things from Changshu all day. You are too much. Juwu heard this and was startled. Changshu? He immediately cleared his throat to regain his composure, saying that Changshu was a cautious junior. Everyone could rest assured, but she also needed to dress up a bit, and if she liked, her senior sister would help with some rouge and powder. Juju was startled at this and shouted, clothes and accessories, do not think I like Changshu. He was not shocked when he heard this, but she angrily retorted, what do you take me for? I cannot do that thing about eating young grass. Jiu Wu's face turned solemn. Then for the past 2 years, nothing has happened, but why do you keep coming to Little Kiang Peak? Juju fiddled with her fingers and shyly replied, to help set up formations and refine pills. I was punished with 3 years of no alcohol, but Changshu has a good substitute, so I help him as a return gift. He suddenly realized, so that is it. No wonder the chain formations set up by an immortal was so simple. After thinking for a long time, he felt surprised and made a plan to ask for help. Although Changshu's talent is average, cultivating him to become an immortal is no problem. He is a talent worth training. the clear blue sky above the rooftops. Ju changed the subject. Right, the 3 jade tokens you gave me. Ju Wu said angrily. Those are my cultivation insights. Ju took the pile of tokens and handed him 2 bottles. Just swap the poisonous pills from Changshu for your jade tokens every day. Having said that, she ran away, saying that those were treasures of mine and could not be casually given to others. You are too stingy. His eyes widened when he saw the names of the 2 pill bottles, not expecting them to be the heart-bone attacks flesh pill and the soul-snatching death pill. As if an electric current ran through his head, Ju Wu looked at the names of the other 2 bottles. Not superior empty flower gentleman determined. Immortal path hard to get 3 parts of trust. It meant that he and Ju were friends. No need to worry, he thought. Changshu discovered me and Ju and deliberately activated the formation, wanting me to pretend I did not see his abnormality. The full moon illuminated the gourd-shaped house. Ju Wu smiled as he turned his head. 3 parts of trust. Gentleman determined. Time determined. The people meet. Am I right? A pair of footsteps approached. Ju replied yes. Changshu respectfully said, disciple pays respects to Uncle Master. He poured a bowl of wine and tasted the double constant white wine specially brewed by the disciple. Ju Wu drank his wine while picking at a large fish. Seeing this, he ended his resentment. Uncle Master, if you have any doubts, ask tonight, and this disciple will answer truthfully. He immediately returned to a stern demeanor. Tonight, are you not afraid I will drag you to the reward and punishment hall to interrogate you? He said frankly. In truth, this disciple is not sure, but knows that Uncle Master has high virtue and is respected, and does not make things difficult for juniors. I only do not want to attract attention and focus on the immortal gate. Changshu pointed to one side. Of course, to show sincerity, I cannot just talk. He was stunned. What do you want to do? He took his chopsticks and scraped the table, making it glow. Please take a look, Uncle Master. The table immediately cracked open. A beam of light enveloped Changshu, his cultivation of over 100 years reaching this realm, a rare talent, ranking among the top of the era. Ju Wu trembled. Your cultivation is the 5th level of Void Return? Changshu said cheerfully. I have already told you my cultivation, proving I have no ill intent. The 2 took their leave of him. Changshu hid his cultivation to keep little Qiang Peak away from trouble. A good disciple, a good disciple. Ling Yi asked curiously, senior brother, what is your actual cultivation? Have you caught up to Master yet? Are you about to become an immortal? Changshu put on a knowing expression and said, take a guess. Before them was a pill furnace emitting thick smoke. Changshu breathed out and reached out a hand, saying, get ready, I am opening the furnace. The moment the lid was removed, a dazzling beam of light appeared before their eyes. A golden spirit pill gradually materialized in midair. Changshu murmured to himself, Plan 1 is complete. Moving on to plans 2 and 3. A short while later, he knocked on the door and called out loudly, Master, are you in seclusion? Old Qi Yuan stepped out of his room with a look of annoyance, asking, is that Changshu? In contrast to his master, Changshu smiled brightly and pointed at himself, saying, your disciple wishes to consult you on some matters and trouble you, Master. But your disciple feels ashamed, Master. Is it hard for you to enter meditation? It seems the heavenly tribulation is not far off. After a while, they arrived at a picturesque location. Yuan looked into the distance and said, Changshu, before I clear up your doubts, your master has something to say. If I do not survive the heavenly tribulation, I entrust little Qiang Peak and Ling Yi to you. His words startled the boy. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, Master, what are you saying? That reaction made Qi Yuan pause in surprise. Changshu spoke with full confidence, saying, you will definitely overcome the heavenly tribulation. At this point, Qi Yuan still tried to tease his disciple to ease the tension, retorting, you brat, you are teaching your own master. The boy questioned his master back, seemingly not grasping the meaning. After a long sigh, Qi Yuan came to his senses and said, you are right. Without a shred of confidence, how can one face the hardships on the path of immortal cultivation? Only then did both of them relax. He said, ask what you want to ask. Your master has been negligent in teaching lately. Changshu pulled a small book from his person and asked, how should I understand this part? The master immediately replied, understand it by combining it with this part. Not stopping there, he continued to ask, the spirit belongs to the spirit. The energy belongs to the energy. The 5 energies nourish. The cycle follows the heaven's will. How should this be understood? At this moment, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Kuai Yuan's mind. As he stroked his beard, he muttered, the spirit belongs to the spirit, the energy belongs to the energy. The boy stood beside him, smiling, saying, it seems master is close to enlightenment. Suddenly, Changshu reached into his pouch to search, thinking, if only I could share a portion of my constant enlightenment with my master. Very quickly, 2 rare treasures were produced, filthy lightning Seven spirit metal, a treasure for setting up lightning-type formations, which holds and disperses the power of thunder and lightning to create a secondary lightning diversion. It draws the power of thunder and lightning from the body of the tribulation transcender outward, which can increase the chance of successfully overcoming the tribulation. The controlled lightning wood, a treasure used to set up lightning-type formations, guides the power of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, Changshu dashed out and said loudly, "Stop hiding and come out to lend a hand." Ling Yi poked her head out from behind a tree, looking embarrassed, and said, "I want to help, but my heart is in turmoil. I was discovered." She gripped the cage tightly, lamenting, "Am I Ling Yi, now trapped in a colorful steel cage?" She worried inwardly, what does senior brother want to do? But she knew outside there were still 36 bundled, decayed lightning stakes. Now Ling Yi felt cold and had no desire to resist. It was all because of that rotten senior brother wanting to try out some kind of anti-heavenly tribulation master cage. Changshu was still engrossed in reading the incantations, telling her not to come near the net. She said absent-mindedly, "You are using me as a guinea pig again." He held a pile of talismans and said, "Get ready, your brother is about to begin." Ling Yi was terrified, exclaiming, "Heavens, where did you get so many lightning divining talismans?" The moment the incantation ended, a bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky directly onto the top of the cage. Ling Yi, trapped inside, could only let out a frightened, soft cry. But after a moment she heard no movement, because the lightning bolts had been blocked from outside. That sight made Ling Yi exclaim in admiration. It was too impressive. In her entire life, she could never have imagined that this treasure could actually resist lightning. This moment, Changshu emerged from underground, saying, "Let's go, it was hard on you," and immediately used the earth escape technique to flee far away. Ling Yi suddenly shouted, asking her senior brother, what difference would changing the test subject to a fish make? Yet he was still being cunning, trying to evade responsibility, wanting to give her a sense of participation, helping Master undergo the tribulation, both of them putting in effort together. Changshu was full of confidence, "Strike while the iron is hot, try a few more times to reinforce the cage." But Ling Yi was furious, "No way, do it a few more times." Luckily, he still had a conscience, so he comforted her, "Rest assured, next time I will follow your arrangement, use the fish, no more messing with you." Up in the sky at that time, the lightning bolts were still raging and bombarding. About 3 days later, the area around the two was clean. Changshu still had the mood to say Master will soon exit seclusion. Ling Yi, standing beside him, also unconsciously called out Master. Seeing this sight, Qi Yuan's nose ran with fluid from shock. "You too." The sight of the ground full of holes caused his soul to flee in terror. "What the hell are you doing?" Extremely annoyed, he scolded and gave Changshu a knock on the head, "Not cultivating and instead leading your junior sister into trouble." Ling Yi saw the situation was wrong and hastily explained that senior brother helped refine a treasure to withstand the heavenly tribulation, using a dozen lightning bolts to test it 100 times, which resulted in this. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's face darkened like a pot bottom. At that moment he still asked with a smile, "Master, why aren't you saying anything? Moved by your disciple." But Qi Yuan was instead worried. "No, my heavenly tribulation has arrived." These words shocked him. "What?" Mention Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. In the sky was a thunderstorm waiting to arrive, along with a tearing sound. From within the Yang Path, the spirit pill and Changshu's instructions were clear. "Master, this is a precious medicine your disciple refined with all his heart. It can help you overcome one heavenly tribulation." Yet Qi Yuan gently refused. "No, keep the precious medicine for your own tribulation later. Do not waste it on me." He said with worry and urgency, "This is the only thing your disciple can do. If Master does not accept it, I will destroy it immediately." Qi Yuan only sighed. "Why must you torment yourself so? Do you think I do not know my own condition?" As if reading his master's thoughts, he said, "Rest assured, your disciple has 11 other pills." Then Qi Yuan no longer hesitated and said, "Fine, give it to me." When looking up at the sky, both could not help but be stunned. How did the tribulation clouds arrive without any sign? The air above the mountain was filled with hazy clouds. Seeing this, Changshu quickly pushed Qi Yuan into the cage. "Master, quickly get into the magic birdcage. Remember to take the medicine after the first tribulation lightning." At the same time, a lightning bolt struck the lightning rod on the iron cage. Ling Yi, standing outside, continuously cheered, "Master can definitely do it." Changshu also shouted, "Hold your breath and concentrate. Use all your strength to respond." On the other side, Qi Yuan was no less. His disciple had to take a risk for himself too. From somewhere, a figure gradually appeared, the manager of the Do Immortal sect. The red dragon immediately flew down to the protective circle. A voice rang out, "Come out and answer." The dragon up high immediately roared and shouted, "The manager of the Do Immortal sect, come out here." Seeing this, he was left speechless. Ling Yi still kept saying, "Isn't this Master's tribulation cloud?" Changshu looked into the cage and calmly said a sentence, "Master has provoked an oolong." The old master was so embarrassed his face turned red like a tomato. He never expected the black cloud with the red dragon to be the tribulation cloud, taking above. Where will I hide my face this time? In the swirling sky, the dragon still roared, "Who are you?" In a distant place, the master of the Zequai immortal sect watched and judged him to be just an ordinary person in the sect. On this side, the red dragon still cried out incessantly, "Are you the manager of the Du Immortal sect?" Changshu closed his eyes tiredly and replied, "The Du Immortal sect is not yet under my management. I only see that you, little dragon, are too disrespectful, so I specifically came out to teach you a lesson." These words made the dragon angry. "How dare you?" He seemed to be provoked mad by those words, "You brat still smelling of milk." From Changshu's eyes, a look of annoyance was evident. At the same time, the dragon's claws still intended to attack Qiyuan. "What a Du Immortal sect! You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Suddenly, hand reached forward. Changshu's hand slapped the dragon's head, creating a small aftershock. Seeing this, the dragon was quite surprised. Never thought just one finger would. Its entire leg seemed to bear a tremendous pressure and sank straight down. In less than 3 seconds, that leg was completely flattened. Changshu, standing amid the debris, could only let out a mocking remark, having just cultivated to celestial immortal and daring to come to the Du Immortal sect to show off. Tired of living, or what? Only now did the dragon realize, but it was too late, so it could only roar in agony. Vong Ting, who had appeared at some point, spoke up. "A dragon palace being so stubborn is rare, but wanting to show force against the Du Immortal sect, isn't that going too far?" The dragon at that time was still babbling. "I am the special envoy of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the head of the naval forces, but having lost one arm, it had to use a low tactic. You are so rude. I will report to the Dragon King. In a few days I will have troops level this puny immortal sect." Hearing this, Vong Ting was unperturbed. On the contrary, he threatened back. "The Du Immortal sect is after all a branch of the human religion, guarding the fate of the human religion, unless you want to start a war between the human key refiners and the Dragon clan." These words made the dragon head in fear. Nevertheless, it still used its remaining arm to flick a talisman forward. A few days ago, the Immortal sect went to the East Sea to eliminate demons, injuring the Dragon clan soldiers. The Dragon King does not wish for more. 3 years later at the seaside, a demon elimination conference will be held, inviting all the immortal sects of the Eastern Star Wenling to attend. This is the invitation. Do not dare to be absent. As Vong Ting took that object, the dragon played the escape card, causing him to mutter to himself, "He has slipped away." Halo of light shone around his body. Ling Yi hid behind Changshu. Scared but curious, she asked, "Senior brother, is this the world of the strong?" But he remained silent. He pondered for a while, then said, "This is only called an expert, not yet counted as the strong." In other developments, Si Yuan finally deigned to step outside. Seeing this, the two could not help but burst out laughing. Qi Yuan was so embarrassed he turned angry and shouted to the heavens, "Do not laugh. This is my first time undergoing a tribulation with no experience." Who knew that was not a tribulation cloud but a red dragon cloud? Time flew by like a dog running across the field. Before long, a year and 9 months had passed. Ling Yi, standing outside, saw the situation and was a bit worried. This time it is the real tribulation. Changshu only sighed. Master's heavenly tribulation is like a young lady just leaving her boudoir, coy and clingy but appearing at a crucial moment. Qi Yuan inside the cage had experienced this once and was full of experience, so he silently sat in meditation. But the lightning bolts from the sky still did not cease falling. Changshu sat perched on a tree branch and declared, "It has begun." He observed and took notes while his mind was filled with thoughts, rarely getting to see a cultivator undergoing tribulation this close. He had to record carefully for later analysis. But Ling Yi was noisily shouting, "Go, master." Not daring to approach, Changshu transmitted his instructions, "Master, based on the thickness of the tribulation clouds, there should be 5 heavenly thunderbolts. You must hold steady." Qi Yuan, upon hearing this, could only reply through sound transmission. Blazing flames radiated from the old man's body, his aura soaring to the sky. Blinding pillar of light shone down from the heavens. Light struck the iron cage with perfect accuracy. Only then did the lightning bolts in the sky gradually weaken and disappear. Changshu stood watching, thinking the first tribulation had been passed, but Ling Yi shouted, "Senior brother, look." Ling Yi happily looked around the cage and said, "The magic tool birdcage worked." But Changshu detected something wrong. "No, look closely at the top of the cage." The scene at this moment showed the cage was being destroyed. The thunder and lightning were attacking it. Sturdy cage was immediately shattered into 100 pieces. Changshu opened his mouth in shock, but his hand still recorded notes. The heavenly law indeed does not allow cheating, but at least it helped Master withstand the first lightning tribulation. Radiance flickered around Qi Yuan. He thought endlessly, the Tao circulates. Heaven and earth have their rules. All of this is this poor Taoist's fate. It does not matter if this poor Taoist dies. Changshu saw his master treasuring the object in his hand and was amazed. But only one thing, he absolutely cannot die miserably. The disciples are watching. Even if useless, he must save face for them, show them his steadfast heart towards the Tao. After a moment of preparation, Qi Yuan shouted, shouted, "Come heavenly Tao." From the sky, an enormous supersized bolt of lightning struck down on him. That strike left Qi Yuan panicked and speechless. Only after a while did that lightning bolt gradually weaken. A moment after waking up, his body was full of wounds, emitting thick smoke. Deep in his heart, the calls of his two disciples rang out, "Master, Master," making him tell himself, "I cannot fall." Fortunately, Qi Yuan remembered he had just been given a pill, so he called out, "Right, I still have the precious medicine Changshu prepared." Like lightning, he shoved the medicine into his mouth and said, "I will definitely endure until the last heavenly tribulation." As soon as the pill went down his throat, it startled him. Qi Yuan looked at his melting hands in panic. "Why am I starting to melt?" Taking Laojun, "Yudu Changshu, what kind of medicine did you give me?" The pillar of light disappeared. Only the remains of Qi Yuan's hands were left falling. On the ground only his face remained submerged in a pool of blood. But around him the words still lingered: release, transformation into a loose immortal. At the same time, the people on the various mountains watching the ceremony saw this scene and started discussing noisily. One cried out, "The tribulation clouds are beginning to dissipate." They looked at the remaining small pool of blood and were even more astonished, shouting, "Blood mist. Could it be Taoist Qi Yuan? It is release transformation into a loose immortal." Everyone was amazed. One person suddenly said, "Melting immortal pill. I did not expect anyone still knew how to refine this pill." The scene was completely different. 3 immortal lights shone down from the sky, mixed with yang qi rising from the ground. The pool of blood gradually gathered and then spoke, reconstructing the body. Qi Yuan still had his eyes closed, thinking worriedly, before the heavenly tribulation, this poor Taoist underwent release transformation into a loose immortal. A golden flower bloomed proudly on his head. Under everyone's watch, he lamented, escaping death tribulation through release. Will I be able to hold my head high in the sect in the future? But then he grew worried again. Will the disciples? When he appeared, Ling Yi rushed over and hugged Qi Yuan tightly. "Master, you scared me to death. Congratulations, Master." 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as he looked at his 2 disciples. "A master like me always wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to prove my sincerity, but forgot the suffering of the disciples who only wanted me to live." Then he laughed happily. This immortal pill was hard to get. Changshu suffered so much for it. Changshu shed tears. It succeeded. The path ahead is not blocked. This is much better than disappearing completely. From now on, I have the ability to protect the 2 disciples. That is enough. The crowd of onlookers also said in succession, "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on your advancement." The 2 watched their master being praised until he was full of himself, speechless. But the shouts continued. "A loose immortal is still an immortal. Hurry up and live for tens of thousands of years." Changshu could not approach, so he transmitted his voice, "Master, if anyone asks what the release pill is, say the melting immortal pill. Secret transmission. The pill is in the Tao Treasure Hall. If asked if there are more, just say there are 3 pills left." He quickly replied, "Okay, I remember." After the tense moment, Changshu tiredly stretched and told Ling Yi, "Wait here for me. Later Master will invite guests for tea. Bear with it for a bit." She was surprised. "Senior brother, where are you going?" He replied, "I am going to rest for a while, waiting for Master to finish his business." A small lake, water flowed gently, touching the petals. Changshu breathed slowly to rest, and immediately felt his spirit merge with heaven and earth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like headlights because he sensed someone coming. Changshu immediately formed a hand seal, chanted an incantation, transform, causing 2 golden lotuses to soar high up. Qi Yuan rode a gourd flying down and scolded, "Your master is over there receiving guests, and you hide here sleeping." These words made him uncomfortable. Even in the alchemy room there was no peace. Cultivation should be done in the underground secret chamber. Jiwu asked discontentedly, "Your master is hosting a banquet, you hide and sleep. Junior sister's legs are about to break." On the other side, Ling Yi was swamped with work. Changshu heard this and replied sheepishly, "The disciple does not like noisy places. I can only trouble junior sister." Jiwu saw this and said, "Right, do not say that poor uncle only drinks your tea without giving a good friend any benefit. Look at what this is." Then from his pouch Jiwu took out a jade token. Seeing the jade token, Changshu was stunned. Supreme power non-action scripture, the mountain-suppressing Tao inheritance of the degree immortal sect. Changshu asked doubtfully, "Uncle, is this appropriate?" Jiwu affirmed, "What is there appropriate or not? The top 20 disciples of each class comprehend it first. You are at 6th level returning to Void, probably in the top 10 in the sect." Jiwu saw he was still unconvinced and explained, "This poor Taoist remembers the last time I drank wine with you. You seemed to break through a small level." Changshu pondered. Just thinking about it, his expression changed and he was panicked inside. It was that day drinking wine with Uncle Jiwu. Suddenly comprehending. Going back a few months, the two enjoyed wine together while gazing at the moon, a cup of wine inviting the moon, the shadows making three people. This poem fits the scene well. Jiwoo gleefully hugged a wine jarred. Wonderful, good wine. But Changshu opposite him surged with spiritual kai. Jiwoo was dazed. What commotion is that? Is the wind rising? The next second, he stared wide-eyed in shock watching Changshu continuously raise his cultivation level. Just looking at the moon could cause enlightenment. Back to the present, his expression was not good when he remembered. Jiwoo was the opposite. Do not worry. This poor Taoist has not revealed your 6th level returning to void cultivation. His eyes sparkled, his voice full of temptation. The supreme power non-action scripture is what this poor Taoist painstakingly got for you from the elder of the Transfer Works Hall. How about it? Want to cultivate it? Changshu looked at him calmly and uttered one word, yes. This time he showed reluctance, refusing, saying his disciple recently didn't want to go out, afraid of disappointing his uncle master. Jiwoo was surprised, immediately asking, I haven't even said what it is. How do you know you have to go out? Changshu looked at him, his gaze full of implication. Unless it was the invitation from the East Sea Dragon Palace to the demon-expelling assembly, news had spread long ago. It would be hard for his disciple not to know. Seeing him guess it, Jiwoo panicked, awkwardly admitting that this time he originally didn't plan to trouble him, but not many of this batch of disciples were quick-witted, and Yuan King died from his own troubles. The person who could help him was now underground. He helplessly recalled that person Yuan King was dead. If there was something, burn paper offerings to his grave. Finally, Jiwoo had to close his eyes and admit, this time it wasn't just the East Sea Dragon Palace, but also several immortal sects that dislike us. They might send disciples to cause trouble. Seeing it wasn't convincing enough, he continued to entice. They don't know Changshu hides his talent, but I know you are calm and wise. That's why I want you to come along. I must remind the other disciples, moreover, this time the leader is your master, and the elders will also come, absolutely safe, so think about it. Changshu still had a firm expression, completely unmoved, maintaining his refusal. Uncle Master, disciple still wants to stay in the mountain to focus on cultivation. Seeing his determination, Jiwoo could only sigh, fine, I am not a bad person, I cannot force you into this matter. He turned his back, pretending to leave, but his words hit Changshu's weak spot. It's just that the ranking list of disciples within the sect needs to be remade. Find the missing spots and fill them in. Be careful or I'll report you. Changshu gradually grew fearful and quickly surrendered. Wait, I'll go. Jiwoo saw he was on his side and laughed triumphantly. That's more like it. After a day of being exploited for labor, Ling Yi was reduced to skin and bones, her face tired. She complained continuously. Stinky senior brother didn't even come to help. I'm dead tired. A streak of light flashed by. Ling Yi looked back and saw the familiar gourd bottle. She thought Uncle Master Juju is here to find senior brother again. Thinking this, she continued to deduce these two must have something going on. In recent years, the longest time little Uncle Master didn't come to Lesser Kyong Peak was 12 days. Scene change. Juju hugged a chest in her arms, asked if she could leave it outside the room. Changsha replied, it's fine. Ling Yi was anxious inside, looked towards that place and thought, really big. Staring at that extremely massive chest, Ling Yi imagined it as big as a watermelon and thought, senior brother must like big. Thinking of this, she looked at herself. Indeed, comparison is the thief of joy. She comforted herself, I guess I'm still going through puberty, right? Suddenly from behind, an unexpected voice sounded, excuse me. Retracting her previous demeanor, Ling Yi turned around warily. Thing who? Her body quickly transformed. From between her fingers, sharp claws silently extended. The person behind calmly asked, is senior brother Changshu here? After a closer look, Ling Yi screamed inwardly, Zhuan Ya. Zhuan Ya. Looking at the culprit who tried to assassinate her, the two women glared at each other. Ling Yi's gaze fiercely stared at the rival in front of her, thinking, senior brother and beautiful senior sister Zhuan Ya also have something going on. The more she thought about Juju and Zhuan Ya, the angrier Ling Yi became. Why do they all come to find my senior brother? He only went on one trip to the northern boreal continent for herbs, and already caught the attention of these two cultivators. If this continues and he goes out again for the refinement assembly next year, won't I be able to still anymore? Able to contain her curiosity, Ling Yi spoke up. Senior sister Zhuan Ye, why are you free to come to our Lesser Kyong Peak? Zhuan Ye gently replied, I came to thank senior brother Changshu. Her hand tightened around the teacup. She slowly continued, since the last time I returned to the mountain, I was punished by being confined to the Breaking Heaven Peak for reflection, and I finally found an opportunity to come here to thank senior brother Changshu for saving my life. Saying this, her expression changed, her cheeks flushed red as if painted. Moreover, it was twice. Seeing that shy expression of Zhuan Ye's, Ling Yi was startled, thinking, this expression of Zhuan Ye's, I often see it on myself when I look in the mirror and think of senior brother. Juju, after sleeping for a while, also groggily woke up. Seeing the girl in front of her, Juju happily greeted her. Little yeah, why are you here too? But the person beside her was not happy at all. Indeed, I should use all means to obtain senior brother, to avoid dreams and a long night. Suddenly a voice cut her thoughts. Little Ling Yi, has the grand formation behind been opened yet? Ling Yi answered blankly. Not yet, Master Z. Senior brother seems to be refining pills or cultivating. I just used a communication talisman to call him, but got no reply. Hearing this, Juju excitedly yelled, Great, since you two little ya are here, let's play Ascending Immortal Path. Ascending Immortal Path was created by Changshu, also known as Immortal Monopoly. Xuanyao looked at the bouncing Juju and spoke up. If it's a masterpiece of senior brother Changshu, then I'll join too. Juju replied. Alright, let's start. I'll throw first. Ling Yi immediately interrupted loudly. Wait, we need rock, paper, scissors to decide the order of throwing the dice. Juju replied casually. Fine. You two have no respect for your elders. Rock, paper, scissors it is. After that, the three girls shouted, Rock, paper, scissors. Xuanya coincidentally won, and before the astonished eyes of the other two, she said, I won. Throwing the dice down, Xuanya asked, I throw this dice, right? The dice was thrown, immediately spinning a few times on the tea table. A few seconds later, the dice stopped on the number 5. Xuanya calmly picked up her piece. Then Juju moved step by step on the board. 1, 2, 3. The piece controlled by Xuanya quickly stopped. 4, 5. Clean the mountain gate. You clean the steps thoroughly. Rewarded by the sex errand steward with 12 spirit stones. Sitting beside her, Ling Yi reminded, Senior sister, write an extra 20 behind your spirit stone count. Hearing this, Xuanya felt a bit embarrassed looking at the number changing. Moments later, number 300 became 320. Juju took the dice in her hand, pursed her lips and blew a small breath. Alright, my turn now. The next second, she decisively threw the dice onto the table, shouting, Give me a 6. But the dice only stopped at the number 3. A random event appeared. Quickly give me the purple treasure forest card. Seeing that notification, Juju's eyes lit up. Draw a card. Randomly picking a card from inside, she excitedly yelled, Good stuff. Looking at the card in her hand, a note appeared. Me too. This round, after the player's action, forcefully copy this player's round's harvest from the one with the most people. Ling Yi happily threw the dice into the air. My turn. Juju beside her couldn't contain her excitement either, urging, Hurry up and let me, your great golden core uncle master, turn back. But she was truly unlucky. Ling Yi landed on an empty space, gaining nothing. She yelled in dissatisfaction, No way. After the first round, only Juju and Xuanya remained to utilize the card effect. Me too. What the heck? I barely got this card, and it's only 20 spirit stones. As she said this, Juju closed her eyes and waited. On the opposite side, after rolling a 4, Xuanya drew a card, Found True Love. You find your other half, hold a feast, you can take 100 spirit stones from other players as a wedding gift. Seeing the couple card in her hand, Juju and Ling Yi were astonished. Such lucky hands? As for Xuanya, she was extremely calm, curiously looking at the other two. Can I take a look at the rest of these cards? The cards inside were gradually revealed. The 4 types of cards had 12 corresponding variations. Skills, positive random events, negative random events, treasures. The first card was the Dejection card. I'm so miserable. You recount the difficulties on your cultivation path, lamenting that your cultivation is not easily achieved, feeling extremely sad. Others to comfort you, each give you 50 spirit stones. The second card was the Enlightenment card, move 1 extra space. Third card was the Bad Wife and Slutty Woman card, confused and dazed. You indulge in poetry, music, singing, and dancing, neglecting cultivation, miss the next 2 dice rolls. And the last card was Pretending to be Kind, the Great Deceit card. You activate a deceiving formation on one target's next action, thereby taking their spirit stones or a random treasure item. Seeing she had just finished looking through the cards, Ling Yi spoke up. That's right, these are all things senior brother made. Beside her, Juju couldn't help urging, Stop looking, little. Yeah, hurry up and continue. But the person on the opposite side didn't hear a single word, her face gradually turning red, thinking, Senior brother Changshu truly has peculiar thoughts. Time quickly passed until that night. In the room, laughter rang endlessly. The earthly corpse was bewitched by some trivial things again, and so was T. The 4 junior martial uncles were acting crazy. Changshu stood outside, secretly wondering why Xuanya had come here. Hearing the joyful atmosphere, Changshu smiled, thinking that the 3 of them got along well with each other, and that he should not disturb them. The quiet night was torn apart by the shouts of the 3 girls. The noise from the aircraft lasted until dawn before it stopped. Changshu returned to his small house, wondering if his junior martial sister was still playing cards. As soon as he stepped inside, his face turned red. Before him were Xuan Ye sleeping, Ling Yi fast asleep, and Ju sleeping while hugging the ground. The three girls were sleeping soundly, but the surrounding scene was chaotic. Changshu rubbed his eyes in embarrassment and put away his magic treasures. Unbearable to look at, simply unbearable to look at. A small sword flew over, and Changshu clamped it between his two hands. The small sword reported to Changshu that Xiao Qiangfeng wanted him to go to Baifan Hall immediately to meet his master. The scene shifted to Baifan Hall, where the crowd was in a commotion. The East Sea Dragon Palace was organizing a Grand Demon Eradication Assembly. Duxian Gate had received an invitation. The assembly would be in 7 days. In 4 days, they would go to the East Sea together with other celestial gates. The sect leader, Wang King, would usually lead the disciples there, along with the elders who cultivated heavenly immortal Dao fruits. The elders explained that the Dragon Palace had 3 goals: to draw a clear boundary line between the East Sea and the coast, to regain face, and to let the descendants of the Dragon clan show off their prowess. Hearing this, everyone quieted down again. The old man continued, saying that the Dragon clan would take out treasures as gifts for the young disciples of the various celestial gates to spar over. The elders stepped forward to select people. 11 were the disciples with the highest cultivation, or who were the youngest. The elders reminded them, "Remember well, you must not disgrace the Duxian Gate and the 3-religion immortal sect." They answered, "The disciples will remember." He added another question, entrusted by the superior Wang King, "Is Xiao Jing Feng Changshu here?" He answered, "I am present." The elders pointed at him and said, "For this expedition, the younger disciples must obey your command. You are the leader." Hearing this, Changshu pointed at himself in embarrassment, saying, "Me?" Everyone looked at Changshu with gentle eyes. "Intentionally, absolutely intentionally by Ju Wu, forcing me to reveal my secrets. Being the group leader will push me the forefront of the storm. Troubles will come. I absolutely cannot accept this." Changshu clasped his hands awkwardly and begged the elders to revoke the order. The elders put on stern faces and asked him if he was dissatisfied with the superior Wang King. Seeing that he could not change it, Changshu answered, "This disciple dares not. But there is a strange matter." This disciple asks, "Was this order given by the superior Wang King, or was it a message passed down by Uncle Master Ju Wu?" Looking at the young man, the elder remembered Ju Wu went through the back door. It was Ju Wu who passed the message. Changshu smiled lightly, thinking that his master asked them to say that Changshu would be the leader. On the other side, Ju Wu seemed to sense someone mentioning him and could not help but sneeze. His face gradually sank. He stared blankly ahead. This disciple and Ju Wu often drink together. That day, Uncle Master was drunk and joked that he wanted the disciple to go to Yang Miu to vent his anger. He never expected this would actually be arranged. As his voice fell, Changshu deeply bowed his head. Zhang Yu strode forward and spoke. That drunken Uncle Master was joking about wanting the disciple to gain glory. He never thought Uncle Master would actually do it. The true story behind this: I beg the elders to investigate clearly. Everyone then caught his implication and suggested appointing someone of talent and virtue. The elders replied sternly that the disciple was tricked by Ju Wu. It was not that simple. Suddenly, Zhuangjiao raised his hand high and shouted, "I have a word." The next second, Zhuangjiao clenched his fist tightly and suggested, "This disciple is willing to take on the heavy responsibility." Changshu looked at her, thinking, "Xuan Ya, how did you understand my intentions so well today?" The more she spoke, the more resolute she became. Xuan Ya said loudly and clearly, "I beg the elders to appoint 2 leaders. This disciple and Changshu will do it together. That would be a perfect solution." Hearing this, Changshu seemed to jump up, his fur standing on end. He was secretly shocked. He never expected there would be such an intention. Truly vicious. Xuanya clenched her fist, looked at Changshu firmly, and said, "Leave it to me. I will definitely not make things difficult for you." Changshu broke out in a cold sweat and said, "I thank you." He smiled wryly, fear filling his heart. "I feel like it is about to fall apart." The 2 people looked up at the elders, but inside his heart, turbulent thoughts were raging. The leader position was snatched back by Xuan Ya. She even bolted the door and stuck 2 heaven immortal grade sealing talismans on it. Thinking of this, his gaze became more resolute. But when it came to trickery and deception, how could she surpass Ju Wu? He remembered back then, he was even dissatisfied with Ju Wu's tempting words about becoming the leader to gain respect, to step up from a mere favored disciple to a promising seedling. He did not want that. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Changshu pushed the past away. What that man did was meaningless. It only added to the chaos. A moment later, the elders announced that the meeting was over and told everyone to go back. Everyone simultaneously clasped their hands and took their leave. The sky was clear, but Changshu's heart could not be. The Duxian Gate looked peaceful, but there were many undercurrents. Riding on the Cloud Eagle, he secretly recalled his master's injuries from years ago, which were caused by someone within the sect. That faction was not small, wanting to cripple his master and cut off the line of Xiao Qiangfeng. His gaze was resolute. He continued to think that his master's injuries might have come from a training expedition outside or from a sect competition. The feasibility was higher. Afterwards, he sorted out his doubts. Ji Wu had already taken the superior Wang King as his master master thousands of years ago. His starting point was high, his progress fast. He was also the strongest in the fire vein, which shattered the sky peak, causing Ju Wu to look down on sycophants. Thinking of this, Changshu sighed. Zhao Qiangfeng was the weakest faction. In this stormy environment, he had to keep his survival skills sharp. He could not think of a way to refuse. Images of those who wanted to devour him alive flashed in his mind. Changshu was troubled. If he used the excuse of being sick with key deviation, 80% of the experts would come to scrutinize him. Even using dirty tricks required thorough consideration. If he pretended to have an epiphany and went into seclusion, 90% would have their bodies checked. In his mind, other sneaky plans appeared. Beat Ling Yi nearly to death, then stay behind to take care of her. But remembering the lovely girl, he brushed the thought away. Just kidding. How could he bear to strike her? After all, she was the little junior marshal's sister he had raised since childhood. Still unable to decide, Changshu had to accept it. Lose this game, set up the next one. When he arrived at the East Sea, he would not say much, not utter half a word. Let Suanya lead and lower his own presence. Having said that, his feet touched the ground. Before his eyes, large bird cages had already been laid out. He began crafting a new folding magic bird cage. Remembering the jade token that Juwu gave him, he secretly planned to find an opportunity to comprehend the Book of Nothingness, wait for a breakthrough to the ninth path of return, smoothly pass the heavenly tribulation, and reach 95%. Suddenly remembering, he took an object from his person. Right, there is also this. It was a writing brush and a scroll of bamboo slips. The heavenly tribulation was a trial of the heavenly Tao. Even though the heavenly Tao governed without personal bias, after the Tao ancestor merged the Tao, perhaps the heavenly Tao left a bit of sentiment. These recorded the rituals for facing the heavenly tribulation. In a lifetime, one rarely faces the heavenly tribulation. He wondered if he needed to prepare a thank you line. Thank the heavenly Tao Lord for taking time to attend the tribulation. Afterwards, he made a decision. He could not rush. He would just take it step by step. Time passed quickly. 4 days later, everyone began to participate in the assembly. Sitting on the cloud eagle, Wang Qing sighed inwardly. Having the sex experts for protection was truly comfortable. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, "Junior Marshal Brother Changshu." Xuanya looked at him shyly and asked, "May I sit here?" He thought to himself, "Once you sit here, I will have to trade places later." Afterwards, he politely pointed to the spot beside him. "Xuanya, what is there to say? Please sit." Xuanya approached and sat down quietly. Changshu looked at her, feeling secretly puzzled in his heart. On her hands were a pair of white gloves. Those gloves were... Changshu averted his gaze, secretly pursed his lips into a light smile. "So she has taken notice too." Xuanya took the chance to speak. "Junior Marshal Brother Changshu, I will lead the team today. From now on, we must join forces to protect the prestige of the Dute Xian Gate." Changshu lowered his head and awkwardly replied, "Junior Marshal Sister Xuanya speaks very truly." But then he suddenly noticed countless loving gazes fixed on him, never expecting Xuanya, junior sister, would strike up a conversation with this ordinary person. Xuanya looked at him and continued, "Changshu senior brother, the elder instructed heavenly immortal seniors to go up to the main platform. Let us go watch the arena. This period is prone to chaos, we must be careful." Changshu awkwardly turned his face away and replied indifferently, "Xuanya is not wrong." Xuanya, as if tireless, asked again, "Changshu senior brother, has your cultivation been smooth these past few years?" Worried about his fate, Changshu replied in a low voice, "Xuanya junior sister is right, my cultivation has been fairly smooth." Seeing the two fall into a deadlock, Xuanya thought to herself that she could not find a new topic, yet she still wanted to continue speaking. What should she do? Most of her life experience was cultivation. She could not recite a passage of the Daoist canon here, could she? The space fell silent again. Changshu reminded her, "Xuanya, you should rest first." Then he put on a free and easy demeanor. "You still have to bear great responsibilities in the future." Xuanya closed her eyes and calmly replied with a single sound. 2 paper figures then appeared in Changshu's hand, returning to the main topic. Looking at the crowd ahead, he continued, "The immortal sect representative groups from other factions participating in the assembly have also set up camp." Ahead, a person yawned. "I really want to go back to my sect and sleep. Forcing participation is enough. We must leave some face for the Dragon Palace." Seeing that lazy attitude, the elder coldly reminded, "The competition assembly avoids bloodshed and grudges between immortal sects. Try to restrain yourselves. We cannot let the dragon race mock us." The group immediately clasped their hands and shouted, "We shall follow your teachings." One person wondered why all the participating young disciples were under 150 years old. The person beside immediately replied, "I do not know." Hearing this, Changshu already had an answer in his mind. It was because from incubation to hatching, a dragon egg took at least 150 years, during which time the young dragon constantly cultivated inside. In his mind, the image of a young dragon appeared, already possessing extraordinary strength upon hatching. 100 years of cultivation could allow it to become an immortal. If it had Dragon King bloodline, it would be even more formidable. Based on experience, the Dragon Palace would have the young dragon show off its might, mocking the human key refiners. The divine dragon bared its fangs and charged toward the group of disciples. The young disciples under 150 years old facing the young dragon. If they won, it was due to high skill. If they lost, it was no loss of face. Group after group thus rode away on cloud platforms. In the sky, shimmering beams of light began to appear. Suddenly, a blue leaf like jade emerged from amidst the clouds. Before their eyes, an extraordinarily beautiful lotus pond appeared. That leaf suddenly appeared, blocking Changshu's path. Seeing them, his eyes gradually showed astonishment. That is good too. Looking at Juju sitting quietly and properly, he inwardly wondered, why is Uncle Master Juju so obedient? As for Juju at this moment, he was worried and only dared to glance at Wang King beside him. Master, do not look at me, fly a little further away. Seeing this scene, Changshu understood, so he was being threatened by Supreme Venerable Wang King. Suddenly, that blue lotus flower trembled once. From within, 2 large dragons, one gold and one red, appeared simultaneously. Water from the lotus leaf flowed down in streams, making a dripping sound. The group of soldiers holding spears looked extremely solemn. On this side, the lotus flowers kept moving violently. Changshu was stunned, inwardly evaluating, this dragon race is truly a solid backing. Best not to get involved, nor to make enemies or appear too kind-hearted. After a period of movement, the lotus flowers and Juju also gradually quieted down. From within, a large staircase opened up. A scene both majestic, solemn, and resplendent appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, the group exclaimed in disbelief. The Dragon Palace really values this assembly. But everyone knew the current difficult situation of the Dragon Clan. They just like to act like this to show off their prestige. After that, each person entered the Dragon Palace. From the expressions of the Dragon Clan, it could be seen that the 3 ancient masters of heaven and earth still could not stand the sight of idleness causing trouble. Inside, the spirit tortoises were already waiting. The 2 old tortoises warmly raised their hands to invite, please, heavenly immortals and elders, ascend to the upper magical immortal platform. Please, disciples, ascend to the surrounding ceremonial platforms. The seats had been meticulously arranged. The Dragon Palace had prepared an abundance of fruits and fine wines. The top-ranked immortal sects all had name cards. Look carefully. If you do not know the characters, you can ask the maids. But there were also places where there was not even a chair. The lower-ranked immortal sects had no name cards. They had to go to the back themselves to find a seat. Sitting down at the banquet, Changshu stared blankly at the dish in front of him. Changshu took a grape and slowly put it in his mouth. This Dragon Palace, while mocking people, is also generous, directly giving each person a small portion of spirit coagulating ice, a post-heaven minor spiritual root. As soon as he finished eating, both his upper and lower orifices were sealed by the spirit coagulating ice. This was a thing that helps regulate one's energy, but eating too much would easily lead to farting. The person beside him was even more horrified than by a weapon of mass destruction. After eating the spirit coagulating ice, too much energy overflowed. The effect was long-lasting, hard to bear. Even immortal could not stop it. A thick smell wafted over. Changshu covered his nose while waving his hand. Zwan, before eating this, go ask the few martial uncles and masters if there is any problem. Do not say I told you, just say you find it strange. On the other side, Swanya, without any caution, picked up a grape. Then she brought it to her lips to taste it. Seeing her eat it, Changshu's face darkened. He helplessly buried his face in his hands. All right, consider I said nothing. Next second, Changshu looked left and right searching. Never mind, I have more important things to do. Shouldn't I find an escape route for when danger comes? This place is situated on a grand formation. Maybe this ever-flowing lotus platform also has some killing formation. At this moment, he sank into thought. That smell wafted over again. Even though there was water everywhere, the wind escape technique was more suitable for escaping, because water escape was slow, and he was not as proficient in it. Just by taking a deep breath, Changshu felt he would remember it for life. Second, there are strong winds at sea, and besides, he exhaled blankly, his eyes dazed as he looked towards everyone. Do you all feel your whole body is uncomfortable if you do not eat a grape? Where have your daily rules gone? Even Juju at this moment gifted everyone a not-so-small explosion. Everyone was an immortal cat. Was the immortal sect to assist you or spoil you? This smell carried a bit of soreness. This junior sister must have have eaten a beauty-nourishing pill yesterday. And Suanya at this moment was trembling all over from holding back. Martial uncle, these fruits and wines are a bit strange. Changshu helplessly let out a deeply weary sigh. Following a group like this, how can one feel safe? Cooperating with this bunch of people, I might as well release 2 paper men. Then he put on a stern face and reminded, attention, these grapes are a trap. The wine beside them must not be drunk either. It is brewed from these grapes. It is an alcoholic worm. Juju shouted loudly. What? She stared blankly, then began to anxiously look down below. On her table, empty wine jars lay scattered about. Juju then pretended to approach and pat Changshu on the shoulder. Changshu. With a pleading look towards him, Juju spoke. I am sorry, martial nephew. After returning, your martial uncle will compensate you. Seeing this attitude of hers, Changshu was flattered but fearful. What do you want to do? Before he could decide, Juju clasped her hands together and began to chant an incantation. Seeing something unusual, Changshu immediately shouted. Juju glanced at him, silently apologizing to her junior disciple, promising to make it up later. Suddenly, a surge of gas rushed toward his rear. Immediately after, the sound of flatulence echoed. The maidservant ahead held back a laugh, while Changshu awkwardly pretended to scorn the laughter. But Juju behind him was so relieved her face turned red. Juju whispered a suggestion to open a soundproof barrier, saying the Dragon Palace probably wouldn't notice. Changshu thought to himself, this method was good. Gas was continuously released, so the elder had no choice but to open a barrier, telling everyone to quickly take care of their private matters. On Little Kyong Peak, footsteps were leisurely, the breeze cool beside the dilapidated pavilion, and the heart was at ease. Ki Yuan happily touched the tree trunk, blurting out a couplet, then went home. In his house now, there were books everywhere. Ki Yuan suddenly remembered that in 10 years of seclusion, he had never walked all over Little Kyong Peak. A letter from Changshu congratulated his master on becoming an immortal, saying that he was sent to the Eastern Sea by his junior sister, telling his master not to go to the back alchemy room. Ki Yuan put his hands behind his back, deciding to take a walk to enjoy the scenery and get a change of pace. The protagonist's spiritual energy surged and wind language spells gathered information. Although not exhausting, processing information simultaneously still felt melancholic. The shocking images of the heavenly tribulation returned. Most of the human race did not have the cultivation aptitude to become immortals. The person beside him said that the number of human immortals still crushed the other 2 races. The reason was that humans were too good at reproducing. Juju suddenly appeared, shouting loudly to ask Changshu if he had brought any toys over. Changshu said those were for Little Hyang Peak and couldn't be taken outside. Juju's eyes burned red as if she wanted to pierce through him. He pulled out a Rubik's Cube from a few thousand years later from his pouch. Juju's eyes lit up, finding it very interesting. Changshu told her not to give it to anyone, as they still had to wait a few more days for the assembly. The Dragon Court feast continued with special performances. Lady Ao played the zither, a shrimp played the flute, and a crab beat the gong. On the second day was a demon stone horn blowing performance. Horn sound lasted until the 3rd day, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Xuanya approached, so Changshu apologized and said he wanted to rest alone. Juju appeared, inviting Xuanya to listen to a newly written song. She obeyed and left. Although she left, her eyes still lingered on Changshu with reluctance, worried that he was unwell. When she appeared, even more loving and envious gazes poured toward him from all around. Changshu silently thought about Xuanya, hoping that whoever married her would be more at ease. An egg was placed at the highest position. Over 230 years ago, Ao Yai, the second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, had already gained consciousness within the egg. The egg moved as the servants carefully brought it out. The old man announced, Your Highness, it is time for your lessons. The excited guard said, the dragon race is the strongest race in heaven earth, the master of the primordial era. Sister Pearl was also agitated, saying the dragon race was noble, actively praying for the common people. One day, the egg cracked, and Ao Yi was born. He once believed the dragon race was the strongest until he heard the drunken words of a fellow tribesman. Drunkard said dragons, phoenixes, and killins had destroyed the primordial era. The dragon race bore the sin, had their fortune sealed, and had to fill the sea eyes. Ao Yai clutched the sphere tightly. The sea eye was the most dangerous hell. He understood that the dragon race had fallen on hard times. He clenched his fist, threw the sphere aside, and resolutely walked away. Ao Yai decided to do something for the dragon race. From then on, Ao Yi became a deceiver. He was the hope to help the dragon race maintain its dignity, and that was all. Ao Yi's eyes shone brightly, his face serious as he thought about having to do something very important today. Meanwhile, Changshu was still reading a book, inwardly calculating that he would lose to the weakest member of the Immortal Sect team. Ao Yi slammed his hand hard on the ice block, determined to use this defeat to awaken the entire race from their ancient dream. The turtle tortoise reminded him, Your Highness, your turn on stage is approaching. Ao Yi coldly replied, I know. Ao Yi appeared, a solemn majesty emanating from his pure dragon bloodline. Changshu put down the concealing talisman, thinking to himself that the little dragon had finally left. He sighed helplessly, not understanding why it kept staring at him. There was no grudge or anything. Changshu frowned in thought, wondering if his cultivation concealment technique had been seen through by it, but he immediately refuted that. The concealment technique was his signature skill. It was probably a dragon lacking confidence seeking out the weakest opponent. Shout rang out, and the tortoise sage announced that the second prince would seek a talent to compete against. Changshu yawned, not believing that little dragon would actually come for him. Suddenly a hand pointed straight at him. Changshu was stunned, and Aoyi spoke "It is you." Before he could gather his wits, Aoyi confidently continued, "Compete with this prince." Hearing this, Changshu was astonished, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. Aoyi, in front of everyone, pointed at the stunned him and issued a challenge. Changshu felt embarrassed under 7,000 or 8,000 gazes. In his mind, he thought of ways to shove a pill into his mouth, but on the surface, he still stepped forward calmly, humbly conceding defeat. Zhuanya worriedly called out to her senior brother. A small hand was extended forward. With a determined look in her eyes, she stood blocking between the two, swearing to protect him. Old Turtle advised Aoyi to choose that girl, as she was a level 8 refraction cultivator. Aoyi still resolutely pointed at Changshu. He broke out in a cold sweat. This brat was determined to fight him. The elders laughed awkwardly, advising Changshu to take a few moves. Safety was the priority. Juji was ferocious, her eyes burning red, shouting at Changshu that he had forgotten to bring the Zhu sword. He hurried to his grandmother, signaling her to stay calm, that the disciple was only going for a spar, not a life or death fight, so there was no need for such a lethal treasure. Both of them now stood facing each other on the martial stage. Aoyi stared at his opponent and said, "Come on, let me defeat the second prince of the Dragon Palace right now." Changshu saw that look and grew worried. What was he planning to do that was so fierce? Aoyi quickly charged towards Changshu, shouting, "Attack me with all your might using spells or fists and feet. I am determined to be severely injured." Changshu circulated his breath-returning peace art to calm down. He had to deal with this match very carefully. Because he raised his hand, that man had to slam on the brakes. "Hold on." Changshu quickly stopped his opponent, saying, "If we are sparring, there must be rules. We must draw clear boundaries. We cannot just fight recklessly like this. I am afraid it does not suit the cautious conduct of the Dragon Palace." Aoyi was helpless, at a loss for words with his opponent, thinking to himself, why is this person so meticulous? When old Ku drew a few basic lines, he said, "The match is only within the arena, going outside means losing. The Turtle Prime Minister will be the referee. Are you satisfied now?" Changshu cupped his hands and smiled. "Of course, many thanks, Your Highness." Next, dozens of ice projectiles flew over, and he said, "If you are satisfied, then let us begin." In his heart, he was ready to lose, needing to look strong but lose miserably. Changshu intended to evade, saying, "Second Prince, Your Highness, perhaps we should have a contest of wits instead." Aoyi did not stop barking, "Too much talk, watch this." Those ice projectiles struck the floor, cracking it open. Changshu quickly dodged in every direction. Changshu was dumbfounded seeing his opponent throw a punch, thinking, why is this counterattack so hard to face head-on? He quickly dodged one punch, realizing that his punches were actually very slow. Yet Changshu still dodged them easily. Nevertheless, Aoyi wore a triumphant smile. "This prince has shown you an opening, now quickly strike my face." In his heart, he urged him to attack, thinking, "Do not be afraid, strike directly. I will help you win a resounding victory." But he did not expect Changshu to dodge again. He thought, why did he dodge? Hurry up and punch my face. Because his attack missed, he had to use his hands to support his body. From a distance, several fire talismans floated around Changshu. He began to chant, making them burst into flames, shouting, "Fire talisman." His gaze was firm as he looked forward, casting the spell. "Go!" Fire talismans shot straight towards the ice projectiles. Aoyi's expression at this moment was very tense. His opponent's attack was approaching him. Instantly, Aoyi created a large ice block, continuing to fly up and attack. Seeing this, he quickly withdrew his magical power, shouting, "Disperse!" After a bout of struggle, the two stood still, looking at each other. Aoyi charged forward swift as the wind, but as he drew near, his fist technique slowed down, and he wondered why. Aoyi saw his opponent dodge and said, "Do not be afraid. I will offer you all the openings on my face to hit." Changshu once again deployed the fire talismans. Fire began to consume the space, and Aoyi thought, this guy's talisman arts are not strong in power, but I have already taken many fire technique hits. An image of his true body being attacked appeared in his mind, thinking he could put on a spectacular explosion scene later. Changshu at this moment began to summon lightning, casting the 5 thunder art. That man still charged straight towards him. Aoyi began to panic. Why do I feel danger? Changshu was also shocked. Why is his fist technique so powerless? His strike landed on the arena floor. Their two hands began to touch. Seeing this, Changshu quickly pushed his hand away, thinking, perhaps this is fine. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he slipped. Changshu fell down like that. He pushed his body out of the circle. He pretended to be in pain, clutching his chest, saying, "Ah, I have lost." Aoyi could not believe it. What? Changshu even pretended to cough up blood. Afterward, he said respectfully and firmly, "My skills are inferior to yours. I will go back to the mountain to cultivate more." Oh Yi was both angry and baffled. "You gave up? Why are you faster than me? Do you not want to win?" Old Kui was so happy he was crying tears of joy. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince." As Old Kui screamed in joy, the second prince of the Dragon Palace's eyes reddened with rage, his lips bitten tight. In his fury, Aoyi also spat blood. "The damn talisman charm is too powerful. My perfect plan, the awakening step of the Dragon Clan. You little brat, how dare you admit defeat? I already offered my face for you to hit." Right after Aoyi kept spitting blood, he spun around in circles while spitting blood. After spinning for a while, he froze. This action startled him, thinking, this little dragon brother's acting skills are clearly not up to par, only at the level of a fresh minor play. Several soldiers panicked. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." They glared angrily at the tense young man. Suddenly a hand reached out, wanting to intervene. Juju's expression was serious as she wanted to protect her disciple. "Changshu is injured," but he spoke up to reassure her. "My Kai is slightly disturbed. The second prince's fist wind was too strong, but your disciple is fine." He wanted to step forward to see the situation, but she still stopped him. "The Dragon Palace has countless experts. Nothing will happen. You do not need to worry." The old man had taken his master's pulse. After a while he breathed a sigh of relief, assured that the second highness was unharmed. He had merely exhausted his mana and fainted. He would wake soon. The two soldiers asked Han what they should do about this match, and naturally the second crown prince had won. An elder produced a pill and declared the Dragon Palace the victor of the competition. He also gifted a Kai-regulating pill as a small token of sincerity from the Dacian sect. Seeing this, the soldier accepted and expressed his thanks. Aoyi was carried away by the soldiers for treatment, and the match ended with him as the winner. However, the unconscious second crown prince remained unaware of this. Juju was still displeased with the outcome, saying if she had held on a moment longer, she might have won. Changshu quickly explained that she could no longer withstand it at that point. A fellow sect brother grew angry, saying the second crown prince of the Dragon Palace had deliberately picked a fight and chosen junior brother Changshu. Another person was also filled with blazing fury, saying that one day they would make those dragon princes and dragon lords know their power. Xuanya was wiping her sword amidst a surge of murderous intent, believing the Dragon Palace had gone too far. Her actions made him shudder with cold, and he reminded her to restrain herself as the blisters were poisonous. Xuanya maintained a frosty expression, preparing to step onto the stage. Even those who had failed in their attacks were startled by her formidable aura. Changshu anxiously told Xuanya that if she were to make a move, she should also restrain herself, as this was the Dragon Palace. But she merely smiled as if to say there was no need to worry. A young man wielding a sword stood on the highest platform, announcing that the Dragon Palace but offered 12 immortal treasures as a reward. Anyone who held out for 9 consecutive rounds and defeated the arena master dispatched by the Dragon Palace would receive them. The arena master was of the dragon lineage, with a cultivation equivalent to the first or second stage of the Qidao realm. Xuanya confidently ascended the steps one by one. Her opponent was merely a shrimp in armor, preparing for battle. No sooner had the announcement ended than she executed dozens of swords to attack her opponent. The shrimp seemed to have no chance left. It was attacked instantly and fell to the arena floor. Xuanya stood there, her body brimming with power. Her stance was firm. All the opponents that day were easily defeated. On that day at the Dragon Palace Grand Assembly, Xuanya of the Dacian sect astonished everyone far and wide. Yet another opponent was cut down without mercy. Xuanya single-handedly defeated a true sword controller and a blazing flame practitioner, shattered 10 key cultivators, and wounded 4 young Qidao realm cultivators of the Dragon Clan. She walked away coldly without looking back, and from then on, her name spread throughout the Eastern Star Divine continent. She slowly stowed away 4 pieces of treasure into her pouch. The men who witnessed it were stunned and awed, praising her incredible strength, and noting she had obtained 4 immortal treasures. Changshu was startled to see her approaching, and asked her with worry what she needed from him. Xuanya set the pouch containing the immortal treasures down and said they were a gift for him. He immediately refused, not wanting this hot potato. At that moment she could no longer stand steady, and was about to fall. Their eyes met in a moment that seemed truly romantic, but Xuanya slammed her hand hard on the table. She was still trying to fight off her fatigue and said there was no need. Changshu looked at her with gentle eyes, realizing there was a blister. Bowed his head with cupped fists, watching her leave in pain. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the undersea palace, Aoyi had opened his eyes. He was startled, gripping his lady-in-waiting's hand tightly, and asked if he had lost. The girl paled in fear, saying His Highness had not lost. He had won this match. This answer was beyond his expectation, and he cried out in disbelief. From within came a cry of alarm, calling for help because His Highness had fainted again. Everyone rode the clouds back home. On the 3rd day after the battle between Changshu and Aoyi, the Demon Extermination Grand Assembly ended. They sat on white clouds, flying towards the northwest. A senior brother could not hide his admiration, praising Xuan Ye's incredible strength. Her opponents were at least at the first or second stage of the Qidao realm, but she, who was only at the 8th stage of the Fengsu realm, had won consecutive victories. The youths surrounded the team leader, placing 4 immortal treasures before the senior brother who had been bullied by the Dragon Clan. They said it was not for competing over magic treasures, but for the sake of pride. The disciples of the Didian sect could not be arbitrarily bullied by others. Team leader feigned a leisurely attitude, but the group chanted junior sister Xuanya's name, saying she had won glory for them. He felt relieved because no one was paying him any attention. After Xuanya obtained the 4 immortal treasures, debates arose. Some said that if that useless guy dared to lay a finger on the goddess, they would cut off his fingers. They wondered why the goddess was so close to Changshu. Changshu looked at the pouch of immortal treasures. He had considered it a poisonous hot potato, and indeed, it was poisonous. After some thought, Changshu handed the pouch to Juju. He understood that Xuanya wanted to restore the reputation of the Dacian sect and to vent his anger in the process. But he truly could not accept the immortal treasures and asked Uncle Master Z to pass them to Uncle Master Jing Shan. She was surprised but agreed. Seeing this, the arguing crowd realized that junior sister Xuan Yat had helped Changshu for the greater good of the Dacian sect. He sighed in frustration. It really was poison, only bringing me more trouble. Unfeeling merchant lady accepted the pouch of immortal treasures, praising Changshu's handling of the Dragon Palace Crown Prince as quite appropriate. This time Ju Wu's recommendation of him as the disciple team leader was truly not a mistake. She handed him a jade token, and Juju obediently complied. Her attitude left him speechless. Uncle Master Z was so obedient in front of her own master. She could not hide her excitement as she rushed over to him, saying the sect master had not only praised him but had also given him a reward. She wondered aloud why the master had praised him with 2 more words than when he had praised Xuanya. Changshu panicked and waved his hands, not daring to accept. He worried internally that unfeeling merchant lady might have seen through his true cultivation level, but if that were the case, she would have blamed him for not winning glory for the sect. Juju explained to her disciple that the second crown prince of the Dragon Palace had intentionally let himself be severely injured, so the Dragon Palace could make things difficult for the Dacian sect. The master said that if he had not seen through it early and conceded to him first, none of them would have been able to return. Changshu had a sudden realization, so that was the inside story. He was deep in thought, analyzing carefully. The Dragon Palace Crown Prince had merely sought to humiliate the Dragon Palace in turn, to overturn the bad reputation they had acquired until now. The more he thought about it, the more awakened he became. He had not expected that his own standpoint was not high enough, and that he had misjudged from the very beginning. There was this logic behind it all, such a vicious scheme. He immediately gave a thumbs up, praising this merchant lady as highly commendable, very warm, and very thoughtful. Indeed, the eyes of a celestial immortal were too different from theirs. After that, she tossed a command token at him, saying this was the sect master's reward for him, and was not counted as a reward within the sect. Changshu panicked as he watched the jade token fly towards him, inscribed with the divine thunder law of the endless sky. He could only try to return it, saying he could not accept such a precious reward, and asked if he could exchange it for the true flame of the 3 ends cultivation method instead. She scolded him angrily, saying that if he was picky like this, she would definitely be scolded to death by the sect master. In the end, unfeeling merchant lady could not be bothered. She did not take back the jade token, but instead also gave him the jade token for the true flame of the 3 ends. She calculated it calmly, not minding it. She gave him both techniques. She held out 2 jade tokens and handed them to him, telling him to cultivate well. Changshu's eyes shone brightly upon seeing both the spark divine fire and the fiery key. He had obtained the cultivation method for the true flame of the 3 ends. This trip was truly not in vain. This young man was now full of enthusiasm. After returning to the mountain, he would have to focus single-mindedly, ignoring all worldly affairs, dedicating his heart to studying the true fire scripture. At the bottom of the sea, the Dragon Clan was holding a grand banquet. While we only fished out a few useless magical artifacts that the great human sects had been endlessly fighting over, for the glory of the Dragon Palace, bottoms up. In the middle of the night, a figure quietly walked. The Dragon Clan was still indulging in meaningless comfort, so I, the second crown prince of the East Sea, Long Ao Yi, decided to take action. He walked with a very determined attitude. I will accomplish another great deed. Qi Yuan clutched his head in extreme panic. Was this truly the little Kyong peak that he, this old Daoist, was familiar with? He broke out in a confused sweat before 3 branching paths, unable to tell which one led out. It had been several days, and he still could not escape. Which expert had laid down a formation at Little Kyong Peak, and for what purpose? Suddenly, Kaiyuan stopped as if he had just realized something. A wooden sign hung on a tree branch inscribed with the words, "Lost are you." He stared intently at the sign, lost in thought. Why did this handwriting look so familiar? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly burst out. Could this be the legendary time rift? The old man angrily looked at another sign that read, "What business does the honored one have at Little Kyong Peak? This poor Taoist lives here." He passed two signs that said the honored one sought someone from Duxian sect, and the formations were for defense and to comply with sect rules. Yuan looked at the sign reading, "Honored one trespassed into Little Kyong Peak without permission," and thought angrily, "This poor Taoist is the peak master. Do I need to trespass?" Another sign caught his eye, reading, "Please do not harm the plants. The path leads to an open area without soundproof formations." Was this the exit left by the formation arranger? After diligently looking from one sign to the next, he arrived. "Please step forward 3 paces." The sky showed a clear blue above the treetops. Yuan continued walking down the path. Before him stood a table on which rested a bucket of water. Where was this? Another sign was stuck in the ground. "Please trouble the honored one to wait here for this poor Taoist. If you cannot wait, you may use a message talisman to summon someone. Little Kyong Peak sincerely welcomes you. Next time, please come directly to the Peak Master's door." Yuan bows in greeting. Yuan saw this and was shocked and alarmed. What was this poor Taoist doing? He painfully clutched his head in confusion. Had this poor Taoist encountered a demon? No. Could this be the reason for failed immortal transcendence? Was this poor Taoist merely the inner demon of the real Taoist Yuan? Yuan did not stop covering his face and thinking. Time passed quickly. Transcending inner demon. He could not help it and let out a cry that pierced the sky. Who am I? This poor Taoist in the end. Am I truly just my own inner demon? No, it cannot be. This poor Taoist is not an inner demon. This poor Taoist is Yuan. He could only kneel down in helplessness. I am Yuan. Yuan is me. I merely entered a time rift. I cannot be an inner demon. No. Yuan kept screaming into the void. No. Ling Yi, from behind the bushes, had seen everything. "Master." He started and turned to look at his disciple, Ling Yi. She innocently asked, "Master, were you trapped in a formation?" Yuan was so overjoyed he nearly cried. "You really are Ling Yi." But after a moment, he clutched his head again and yelled, "No, no. You could be an inner demon. You are your master's inner demon." His attitude left her speechless. "It's over. The senior brother has driven master insane." Ling Yi cried out in panic to stop Yuan. "Do not walk around recklessly. There are many formations here. Disciple will come in to find you now." Yuan heard this and asked suspiciously, "What did Ling Yi just say? Is this formation at senior brother's place designed by Changshu?" Then Ling Yi led the way, bringing Yuan inside. But before they had taken a few steps, she cried out in shock. "Why did senior brother? So many traps." Seeing Ling Yi frantically brushing leaves off her body, Yuan asked doubtfully, "Did senior brother arrange all of this?" Ling Yi replied bitterly, "It should be said that senior brother designed it, and Ju, the true immortal uncle of Potin Peak, set it up." Hearing this, Yuan frowned and muttered in disbelief, "Changshu designed it?" Ling Yi answered proudly with confidence, "That is right. Uncle Ju is not skilled in formations. Senior brother told him every detail." A doubt arose in her mind. Ling Yi asked blankly, "Master, did you really not notice?" "No way." Yuan immediately changed the subject. "Notice what? That you like senior brother?" Having her secret exposed, Ling Yi shouted shyly, "Not that. I meant that senior brother is actually far better than master." Then she created a key condensation on her hand and showed it to Yuan, asking, "Master, what cultivation level do you see your disciple at now?" Yuan took one look and immediately recognized it. Key condensation level 9. Ling Yi instantly raised the power of her technique and asked again, "And now?" The sudden change made Yuan's eyes widen in shock. He exclaimed in surprise, "Divine transformation level 5. Since when did Ling Yi?" Ling Yi immediately signaled her master to keep his voice down, then explained that this was the breath-concealing calming art passed down by senior brother, which could hide cultivation level. As long as a true immortal did not touch her body, it could all be concealed while simulating the level she wanted to reveal. Yuan was stunned, thinking Changshu had hidden this technique. He then asked Ling Yi, "What do you think your master should do? When Changshu returns, I want to reward him. How should I do it?" A hint of mischief sparkled in Ling Yi's eyes. She replied, "Master, you better just pretend your disciple said nothing. Later, when senior brother comes to receive us, you take this horsetail whisk and hit him on the backside." Ling Yi immediately conjured a horsetail whisk and handed it to Yuan. He took it right away, agreeing with her request. All right. We will put on a show together in front of your senior brother." As planned, the moment Changshu stepped in, Yuan struck him with the whisk. "You fooled me all these years, treating your master like a monkey. Of course I have to give him a beating." Changshu was startled, unable to react in time. He widened his eyes in confusion, looking at his master, calling out, "Master?" Changshu was now rolled up into a large cocoon. Seeing this, Ling Yi's eyes gleamed with a sly light. Gaze toward Changshu was full of implication. She thought to herself, "Senior brother is not resisting at all. I am a bit unsure where to start." Then she immediately placed her hand on Changshu's cocoon. Seeing Ling Yi, Changshu let out a heavy sigh. He closed his eyes and instructed, "A girl must be discreet. Although desire is natural, you have come of age after all. As a key practitioner, you should restrain yourself a little. What if a heart demon arises?" Ling Yi was angered by the accusation, her brows furrowing as she charged straight at Changshu, shouting, "No, I didn't." Ling Yi pouted in anger, her cheeks puffed up like a tiny pufferfish, retorting, "I just now was only stinky senior brother. You are bullying me." Ling Yi gave no quarter, immediately biting down hard on Changshu's shoulder. He cried out in pain. "A gentleman uses words, not teeth. Why are you biting me?" Ling Yi refused to concede, retorting, "If I cannot argue with you, why can't I bite?" Seeing Qi Yuan still standing by watching, Changshu immediately begged for help. "Master, if you do not discipline little junior sister like this, how can she ever get married in the future? Little junior sister is of the rabbit year. That is a fact." These words made Ling Yi even angrier. She bit down tighter. "Do not worry about me. I will stay at Xiaoqiang Peak forever." But unexpectedly, at that moment Qi Yuan spoke seriously. "Your master is going into seclusion starting today to comprehend the Shuo-Xian method. The affairs of Xiaoqiang Peak will be your responsibility, Changshu. If there is an emergency, you can come find me at any time." His eyes dropped with a melancholy look. He glanced at Ling Yi and reminded her, "Ling Yi, you should pay attention to your words and actions. You must respect your senior brother." This matter surprised the two on the other side. They immediately stopped fighting, staring wide-eyed at him. Changshu thought to himself, "Master seems to know already." Ling Yi on the other side also murmured obediently, "Yes, master." Changshu was suspicious and quickly turned to ask Ling Yi, "Did you tell master?" Being questioned, she immediately became flustered, avoiding Changshu's gaze, stammering in reply, a little." The answer was truly hard to believe. Changshu asked doubtfully again, "Was it a little bit or a lot?" Ling Yi was pressed by the inquiry, shut her eyes and shouted, "It was definitely a little bit." Changshu's gaze immediately turned stern as he continued to probe. "Tell me, what did you tell master?" Ling Yi was now frightened, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful as she replied, "Senior brother, actually master forced me." Ling Yi immediately laid out a ghost tablet and knelt down without any hesitation. She cried tears of sorrow, pitifully confessing, "I dare not speak much. Senior brother, why not ask about the formation layout and the art of breathing and key control?" Hearing this, Changshu could only helplessly say, "Forget it, punish yourself, stop crying." Changshu was reading a book with a serious expression. Biting his pen, which made him endearing, he exclaimed about how to escape the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. The great calamity of the investiture of the gods was caused by the Jade Emperor Hoshin going to cry to the Tao ancestor, accusing the disciples of the three teachings of being disrespectful and disobeying heaven's decrees. He himself was only a nominal ruler, losing all dignity before the Queen Mother, a complete failure. Recalling the scene of the Jade Emperor crying, Changshu had to clear his throat. He was off topic. He quickly returned to the main matter. The result of the investiture was that the disciples of the three teachings entered heaven to become gods. Kingren no longer appeared, laying the foundation for ruling the three realms. Saying this, Changshu finally understood, planning for himself, "I only need to sneak into heaven first, become an elder during the difficult times, no need to hold a high position, hide my cultivation and be a minor official, mainly to obtain an immortal registry. When the great calamity descends, since I already have the immortal registry, why would it still involve my head?" After confirming the plan, Changshu closed the book, sealing the heavenly gods of heaven. "This does not align with reason. Wait until the gods receive heaven's decree. When everyone is assembled, then I can take the chance to go into seclusion." Thinking of this, Changshu could not help but smile in delight. Having the status of an elder and returning to the mountain to cultivate, why not do it? Changshu put the book on the table, reaffirming his plan. He must obtain an immortal registry in heaven before the Jade Emperor goes to cry. There is still plenty of time. Turning his master into the Earth God is a key step to reduce his troubles. Thinking about this matter, the most troublesome thing was whether his master would agree. Although the Earth God was small, numerous, and had little power, he was a true god of blessings. Perhaps the Earth God could find an Earth Goddess. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he was with his brilliant plan. 3 months passed after cultivating the Samadhi true flame. Changshu understood its principle. He was practicing, thinking while practicing, relying only on the power of the key fire. It was not even 1/3 of the netherworld cold fire, but once refined into the Samadhi true flame, its power would be much stronger. Thinking of that, Changshu clenched his fist, thinking to use Kai essence and spirit to nurture the 3 fire seeds, then fuse them into the Samadhi true flame. This fire resides within a cultivator's body, protecting it. Just then, a notification came. Someone had arrived. Immediately after, a powerful aura surged in. A voice came from afar. Changshu. The newcomer was Ju Wu. Changshu bowed in greetings, Uncle Master Ju Wu. Ju Wu got straight to the point. "Heard you moved to the East Sea 3 months ago and gained a lot. Handled Dragon Prince well too, not wasting my recommendation." Changshu humbly replied, thanks to Uncle Master's kindness, this disciple obtained the fire and lightning techniques. Today, I have specially prepared a wine feast to thank Uncle Master. Hearing this, Ju Wu immediately sensed something wrong, asking suspiciously, why do I suddenly feel something is off? Usually, when I come to drink at your place, you always dislike it. Saying this, Ju Wu asked with great concern, did I trick you into going to the East Sea while I was both drunk and fooled? Could it be that Changshu wants to poison this Uncle Master to death with a poisonous pill? Changshu laughed heartily at his speculation, quickly explaining, this disciple is just a disciple of little Kyong Peak. Uncle Master is a true immortal of the inner sect, of the Poutine Peak lineage, a deacon valued by the elders. Even if this disciple had any intentions, he would not dare to act. Afterwards, Changshu took out 2 flowing shadow pearls and gave them to Ju Wu, saying, these are the magic artifacts, flowing shadow pearls. This disciple has refined them into clear shadow pearls. One for Uncle Master, one for me, to record today's feast. What do you think? Hearing about the flowing shadow pearl, Ju Wu's eyes lit up, and he rushed down to take them. What a great treasure. All previous suspicions vanished. Ju Wu took the clear shadow pearl and agreed, since you have this, I want to see what kind of medicine you are selling in your gourd. Please go ahead. Changshu's eyes were full of cunning, a sinister smile spreading on his face. Uncle Master, please. Afterwards, a table of sumptuous food was served, and Ju Wu placed the clear shadow pearl beside him. Picked up a piece of food but remained suspicious. Unless every single dish contains a harmless medicinal herb, but combined they form a potent sleeping draught. Changshu did not care, focused on eating deliciously, secretly praising the culinary skills of his junior sister. Just then, Ju Wu asked doubtfully, are you truly inviting me to drink alcohol? The question made Changshu helpless, smiling to explain, Uncle Master, what storms have you faced outside to doubt this disciple's sincerity so much? This disciple is not an evil person after all. Hearing this, Ju Wu dropped all doubt, laughing heartily as he raised his wine glass. Just joking, just joking. Saying this, the two clinked glasses together and drank merrily. Thus, glass after glass, soon an entire large jar of wine was finished. Ju Wu was tipsy, tipping the jar down regretfully, all gone. But immediately after, Changshu brought out another jar. Uncle Master, this is a thank you gift from your nephew disciple to you, the dragon bone strengthening wine. Instantly, Ju Wu's suspicion rose. Here it comes, this guy's tactics are so easy to predict. He immediately used his key to create a large needle. Then he shot the needle straight into the wine jar to probe it. Next, the needle was retrieved back into Ju Wu's hand, carrying a bit of wine on it. Ju Wu quickly tasted it, but when he tasted it, he could not hide his surprise. He recognized the flavors within. Changshu said with full confidence, this is a medicine brewed from 36 types of poisonous herbs, 12 types of insect poisons, and water from the river Styx, fermented for 3 months. The toxins are neutralized, nourishing the essence, strengthening the bones, and enhancing a man's vigor. Saying this, Changshu looked at Ju Wu meaningfully. One thing, I wonder if Uncle Master can handle it. The effects of this are quite strong. Ju Wu quickly replied, I understand. In his mind, he imagined Ju Shi holding a wine jar and looking at him with indulgence, saying, Wu Lang, drink this wine. Ju Wu thought, what is there to not handle about the smell? I am a person with a Dao companion. Changshu poured him a cup, so this disciple brewed this medicinal wine. Uncle Master, please. Ju Wu took the wine glass with delight, more. Watching him take a big gulp, Changshu reminded him, Uncle Master, do not drink too much at once. But Ju Wu did not listen. I am a true immortal, what is there to fear? Besides, your Uncle Master Ju Shi has just come out of seclusion. I truly have no need to be afraid. Hearing this, Changshu's eyes were full of meaning, and he smiled sinisterly. Then that is indeed amazing. After getting into Ju Wu's good graces, Changshu immediately made a request. Uncle Master, among the formation insights you gave me is the 9 lights luminous array. This disciple and Uncle Ju studied it for half a month, but still cannot set it up. I wish to ask for Uncle Master's guidance. Ju Wu had now dropped his guard and happily agreed. Let's go, let Uncle Master take a look. The two went to the formation together. Ju Wu glanced at it briefly and then said, adjust the bronze mirror in front of me to the Dewey position 20, the bronze mirror beside it to the Cam position 13. That is it. Changshu immediately followed the instructions. Yes, Uncle Master. He quickly took the bronze mirror and rotated it to the exact position Ju Wu had said, like this. Instantly, the bronze mirror emitted blinding, powerful light straight at Ju Wu, forcing him to cover his eyes. At this moment, Ju Wu's mind was already imagining 749 revenge and blood debt scenarios. He regained his serious demeanor, gritting his teeth. Changshu, you intend to use this scheme against me. Saying this, he looked at Changshu with a threatening gaze. Trapping your Uncle Master here, is this some small revenge? Deceiving yourself is not good. But when he looked over there, Ju Wu was startled out of his wits. Changshu's entire body was burning fiercely. Ju Wu shouted, how are you on fire? In his heart, he recognized this as the divine flame of the Samadhi true flame. Changshu on the other side, in a panic, rushed towards Jiu Wu for help. Uncle Master, why? At this moment he had activated his heavenly acting skill, becoming Oscar Changshu. At the same time, Changshu also brought out the clear shadow pearl. Instead, Jiu Wu immediately understood Changshu's intention. He gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking, this little brat wants to use the clear shadow pearl to frame me. Changshu on the other side was even waving at him provocatively. Immediately after, with a bang, Changshu disappeared, leaving only a small paper man. Only then did Jiu Wu realize it was the paper man technique from the 36 heavenly gang methods. However, Jiu Wu's surroundings were now surrounded by bronze mirrors. But he was not scared at all, even sighing, Changshu, you are still too green. What crime are you going to report to the reward and punishment office against your Uncle Master? Say that. Then he smiled. Truly, this Uncle Master has overestimated you. His eyes were full of confident triumph. I created this formation. How could I not find a way out? Half an hour passed. Jiu Wu was still pacing back and forth inside the formation. Then another hour passed. Jiu Wu was now tired, barely able to breathe. He held his head in disbelief and shouted, why is it a linked formation? Only then did Jiu Wu realize he had been schemed against from the beginning. The wine feast was just an excuse. The real revenge was this formation. I never thought I would forget that this little brat's favorite thing is setting up linked formations. Suddenly a change startled Jiu Wu, and he exclaimed, why is it suddenly so hot, so unbearably hot? He immediately clamped his legs together, his entire body trembling violently. Only then did Jiu Wu realize the real problem. Inside his body, a murky wave of yang energy was rapidly spreading down to his lower abdomen. Damn, it was the medicinal wine, but how could it be so potent? Jiu Wu's mind at that moment could think of nothing but his wife's arms. Jiushi, I'm so hot. Jiushi immediately hugged him tightly, comforting him, be good. Just hold me tight and the heat will pass. That intense feeling filled Jiu Wu with immense fear. His eyes wide, he reassured himself, endure, I must endure. I, Jiu Wu, am already half an immortal. How can I not overcome a little medicinal effect? I just need to think that Jiushi is waiting at home. It will naturally subside when I return. Saying that, he still couldn't endure it. He shook his head violently to clear his mind, telling himself, no, I can't think about the sect master anymore. The more I think, the worse it gets. Jiu Wu was drenched in sweat, his face flushed red. He silently reminded himself, I cannot lose face. That guy's shadow capture spell is still recording. I can handle this. But the intense sensation was truly impossible to suppress. Jiu Wu hugged the object being offered tightly and shouted, this is uncontrollable. How can anyone endure this? He instantly dropped to his knees and muttered in a dazed Changshu. Jiu Wu seemed lost, saying, Changshu, your uncle admits defeat. I will no longer scheme against you from now on. Hearing this, Changshu was somewhat satisfied. Fine, I'll spare him then. Then he snapped his fingers and a sign fell from above. Jiu Wu asked blankly, what is this? On the sign was written, please read through the feeling responsibility oath note. The oath read, from this moment forth, you shall not make Changshu do anything without permission, nor reveal any information about Changshu to any living being. Violators will lose their manhood. Jiu Wu shouted, a heavenly oath, starting with a feeling responsibility system note. That's vicious. He nervously gripped the sign and said, it's just a 100-word oath, right? I'll read it. As soon as he finished reading, the oath took effect immediately, sensed by the heavenly Tao. Thunder rumbled over the little Qiang peak in the sky. With things settled, Changshu released Jiu Wu. The moment he stepped out of the formation, he immediately flew away without leaving a trace. Jiushi, you absolutely must not go into seclusion. Changshu turned back and picked up the sign. The words on it were actually gradually fading away. Changshu wore a smug smile, temporarily dealt with. Soon, 2 months had passed. It was the day of the Happy Alchemy gathering. Jiu was brewing wine and asked Shu, is the medicinal wine you gave 5th senior brother still around? 4th senior sister wants to exchange some spell techniques for the formula. Changshu, who was picking herbs, replied she can choose. He looked up and reminded her, women shouldn't drink this kind of wine. It's specially brewed for men. If a woman drinks it, something will happen. As soon as he said that, the sound of buying wine dropped to the floor. Jiu asked in fear, if I drink it, what will happen? Changshu propped his head up helplessly and answered, just growing milk, probably something like that. Jiu's eyes went wide, growing milk. After saying that, she laughed as if she had struck gold. What, just growing milk? That scared me. I thought yin and yang would reverse and I'd become neither male nor female. Changshu raised his brow helplessly. Your way of thinking, uncle, I truly admire it. She waved her hand, pointing at the nearby wine jars. Uncle, after today's alchemy session, I will go into seclusion for half a year to cultivate the three-faced true flame. The wine you like, I've already prepared for the uncle in advance. Hearing about wine, her eyes lit up. You can count on me. Jiu looked at it greedily, wanting nothing more than to take a sip. So many treasures, all mine. Changshu was speechless as he watched, but still carefully advised, drinking too much of this stuff isn't good. Uncle, drink sparingly and save some for me. Juju turned to remind him, although the three-faced true flame is cultivated from the half-immortal realm, it requires one's essence, energy, and spirit to condense. Don't rush. If you cultivate it to the point of harming your primal vitality, it will be dangerous. He politely thanked her. Yes, thank you, uncle. She added, in the past, I encountered difficulties and then suddenly broke through. After that, I went into seclusion for several years, sometimes a decade. Maybe it will be a long time before we meet again, young Changshu. Changshu asked while working, by the way, uncle, you have already cultivated the non-action scripture, right? Juju leaned in and said yes. When you become an immortal, if your talent is good, you can cultivate at the half-immortal realm. Too bad. I heard from 5th senior brother that your master also comprehended the non-action scripture. He used a leaf to brush himself off. Yes. 2 months ago, master received the scripture. The mindset uncle uses to cultivate the non-action scripture is the most suitable, not forcing, not demanding. His old man voice made her find it cute. Little Changshu, why are you talking to me, your master, in that tone? He replied, previously Uncle Ju Wu gave the disciple the first volume of the non-action scripture. Aren't these words the meaning within the scripture? She oed. So that's how it is. Suddenly she seemed to want to say something but hesitated, only softly calling Changshu. Then she leaned in close, staring at his face. I just realized you're quite handsome. Changshu felt embarrassed. Juju laughed again. How come I never noticed before? These words made Changshu's face red like a fruit, but before long she left him speechless again. After saying a few strange things, Juju collapsed onto the table and fell asleep oblivious to the world. While she slept soundly, Changshu finally had some time to look more closely. Uncle was sleeping, her skin fair and delicate, stunningly beautiful. He sighed after saying that, I don't know how to put it properly. He shook his head. Too bad she's too hyper when awake. 2 days later, by the lake in the forest, Ling Yi asked, Senior brother, aren't you going into seclusion in the alchemy room this time? Changshu answered while training, I can't. Cultivating the three-faced true flame is prone to blowing up the room. He paused and said later, I'll make a raft to go into seclusion in the middle of the lake. That's safer. He handed her several medicine bottles. While I'm in seclusion, use these medicinal powders for your cultivation. Ling Yi's eyes widened. Thank you, senior brother. He guided her through each one. The left bottle, 3 times a day, 1 spoon each time. The right bottle, sprinkle 5,000 small grains each time. You can increase it. She wanted to interrupt. Look at the medicine in your hands. Don't look at me. Her eyes dropped, worried. Don't you need to hide the three-faced true flame? Isn't this technique very powerful? Changshu flicked her forehead lightly. What are you worried about? In the past few years since classes stopped, have you forgotten everything I taught you? Then he crossed his arms and spoke without pause. The three-faced true flame was bestowed by Masters Ju Wu and Juju. If she hides it and doesn't use it, it will only make others more suspicious. A trump card is something outsiders cannot imagine, cannot expect, cannot associate. Ling Yi was dazed. Yes, senior brother, I feel I will never catch up to your steadiness in a lifetime. He took out 2 more bottles. Leave these 2 elixir bottles at Master's door. These are immortal elixirs that can solidly transform the anti-phase. Hearing this, Ling Yi woke up from her drowsiness and said excitedly, Then will Master use them to shed his mortal shell and become a 1,000-pointer. Changshu sighed, it's very hard. For now I have the will but not the power. Having given his instructions, he turned around. I'm going now. Train diligently. The moment he left, Ling Yi became curious and opened the medicine bottle. The medicine for Master, was it really that strong? Without any caution, she tried that bottle of medicine. After that, she saw a vision of a small house ahead. The primal energy in the medicine was a bit too pure. 2 days later, Ling Yi was sitting quietly in cultivation. Suddenly, something interrupted her. What commotion is that? When she opened her eyes, the first thing that came into view was a large house. This is... Ling Yi helplessly wondered what was with this small wooden raft. She questioned Changshu's perception. The senior must have misunderstood the word for small. Truly being guided by Uncle Master Juju had made him lose all sense of scale. The scene shifted. The prison holding Ao Yi was bound tightly by several ferocious-looking chains, but was powerless to do anything. He struggled and shouted, Let me out. I want to see my father. A shattering sound rang out as the porcelain bowl was thrown heavily to the ground and broke into pieces. Ao Yi's father roared anger. You traitor, what did you just say? Ao Yi showed no fear, frankly stating his wish to become a disciple and learn from the 3 teaching saint under the command of Duxian sect. Ao Yi's mother, doting on her son, quickly spoke in his defense. Your Majesty, please forgive him. He is only shocked from the previous arena match. She turned to her son and earnestly advised, My son, are our clan's spells and treasures not enough that you insist on doing such absurd things? In front of so many uncles you speak nonsense. You want to become a disciple of a saint's sect. Do you know that aside from the Jai sect, No one accepts the dragon race. That elder of the Chan sect once took in a wild dragon, stealing the last of our clan's fortune. This disgrace cannot be forgotten. He trembled, the Saint sect does not accept me, yet the Chan sect took that calamitous dragon as a disciple. Oh Yai helplessly shut his eyes tight. Mother, do you think I do not know truth from falsehood? An old story goes that the true man of the yellow dragon, once one of the 12 golden immortals under the Jai sect, carried the pure bloodline of the dragon clan. Severely wounded that year, he fell to Mount Kunlun and was taken in and raised by the ones who had yet to become saints in the ancient era, becoming a guardian dragon in the inner court of the 3 pure ones. Later, the dragon clan deemed this a disgrace, so they severed ties and erased his name from the clan registry. Upon hearing of this, the dragons would scornfully say, "What true man of the yellow dragon? He is nothing but a mudfish raised in someone's home. How dare he call himself a true man?" Aoye frowned as he looked at them. The dragon clan's arrogance was truly ridiculous. After the 3 pure ones became saints, a group of dragon clan experts led their children to Golden Turtle Island to apprentice, showing reverence to the saints. But as soon as they heard that Heavenly Lord Tongshin's minimum requirement for acceptance was only to accept demonic cultivators into his sect, they turned back, feeling insulted. The dragon clan held their ground at that time, saying, "What 3 pure saints? How dare they not accept us as disciples? Do they think they are so powerful?" Dragon clan members angrily declared they could not bear this humiliation. Aoye's father grew enraged upon hearing this and roared, "You insolent rebel, daring to tarnish our clan's prestige. Do you dare repeat that?" Aoye showed no fear and said frankly, "I want to go to the Immortal Ascension sect to apprentice and learn the Tao." All the dragons were left gaping in astonishment. His father immediately ordered to lock this rebellious son away. But Aoye had made up his mind. He himself was the second prince of the Dragon King, and only by humbling himself to apprentice at a sect ranked low among the 3 sects' immortal schools could he shatter the dragon clan's twisted arrogance. Aoye stood firm in his choice, believing this was the true path for the dragon clan. 3 months later, at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Aoye's mother wept over her son, believing he could not have acted so impulsively on his own and must have been instigated. She said, "Quickly find someone to take the blame for him." Aoye's father pitied his weeping wife and hurriedly comforted her, saying, "Don't cry, I also believe our son is innocent. I will quickly find a scapegoat." They both simultaneously cast their gaze towards a nearby fish. It was the one who would take the blame. The two discussed how to handle the one who instigated the prince. The wife then said, "Dismember him. I'm in the mood to eat raw fish." And so the fish was put on the chopping block to take the blame for the Eastern Sea Dragon Prince, being cut into many pieces and marinated in vinegar. Pity the primordial era had no mustard, for it would otherwise have been a most excellent dish. Aoye was tied onto a boat, 2 dragons pulling it along. At this time the second prince, locked inside a large clam-shaped boat, headed towards the border of the Eastern Sea and Southern Sea. The guard wondered aloud, "Your Highness, why are you so set on entering that tiny immortal ascension sect? Even if the old Dragon King humbles himself, they wouldn't dare accept you." He advised, "This time this old subject will set aside his pride and take you to apprentice under the Immortal of Dark Clouds, a great immortal whose fame is not loud but belongs to the seeking 7 immortals of the Severance sect. He thought, Your Highness, this will surely suit your wishes. Please do not cause trouble by any means." He then turned and asked, "Does that great immortal possess the sacred techniques of the saints?" The other answered naturally. He advised with all his heart, hoping Aoye would not cause further trouble. He said, "Your Highness, harming yourself will not bring a good result. Please sympathize with His Majesty, who stands at the highest position in the Dragon Clan and cannot act rashly without endangering the entire clan." Aoye listened and sighed. Alright, he was radiant with confidence. For now, he would follow orders and escape the Dragon Palace to the vast primordial wilderness. But becoming a disciple of a great immortal merely through his status as prince would do no good for the Dragon Clan. He wanted to find a way out for the Dragon Clan, not for himself, the second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The Immortal Ascension sect, the place of cultivation for the Juju immortal, called Juju Lian Mei opened her eyes, so bored. Holding a wine jar she lamented, Changshu's seclusion for just 3 months feels like 3 years. No one to play with. The senior sister, second senior brother, 4th senior sister, 5th senior brother, 6th senior sister, and 7th senior brother are all busy. She finally managed to drag the newest junior disciple along, but who would have thought he would learn from 3rd senior sister and use a trick to go play with outsiders? She thought angrily to herself. Then she started wailing and crying, lamenting her fate of being the only one left and thus suffering loneliness. Clearly, she was also the master's disciple. Jushi slammed the window open and called out, "Little one." As soon as Juju saw the person, she pounced 4th senior sister. She tightly hugged Jushi's neck, leaving the other person dazed. Juju quickly invited Jushi to go play, suggesting they go to Lukyang Peak together. Looking down, Juju already had tears streaming down her cheeks. She sobbed, "Sister, I want to go play. I want to play the game of throwing the Great Divine. I want to play Immortal Simulation." Jiushi had never heard of these games and asked, "What are throwing the great divine and immortal simulation?" Jiushi pinched Juju's nose and scolded her affectionately. "Silly junior sister, is Little Kyong Peak a place you can go?" She hinted, "If fourth sister goes with you, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Juju asked back in confusion, "Mind what?" She suddenly realized the implication in the words and hurriedly explained, "Fourth senior sister, you misunderstand. My relationship with Changshu is purely that of master and disciple's kin." Jiushi went, "Oh, is that so? A pure relationship where you spend every day together refining pills and setting up formations, always bumping into each other intimately?" She said shyly, "There's no such thing as intimate touching. He has an illness." Juju then testified, "If Changshu touches any woman other than his junior sister, his whole body shakes and he foams at the mouth. It's fine if I accidentally brush against him or pat his shoulder." Jushi still teased her, "Where did this illness come from? Can you tell me clearly?" Juju immediately replied, "From the last time I took Changshu to northern continent." Hearing that, Jushi laughed heartily, unable to close her mouth. She didn't expect her little junior sister to be so naive, believing such simple trick arts. Juju was stunned, then became furious. "That brat dares to lie to your master's aunt?" Jushi patted her head and told her to calm down. "A man who guards himself like jade like this is a rare treasure. Don't miss out." Juju quickly denied it. "What nonsense is sister talking about? How could I ever be with him? I'm going into seclusion now." Jushi suddenly asked, "In a few days aren't you going to act as a guard for the training assembly?" She stammered in reply, "Yes, but can't I go into seclusion for a few days?" Jushi unexpectedly jumped into the room, intending to teach the silly little junior sister. She said, "Little Jiu, what is there to be shy about with fourth senior sister? Let me teach you how to dress up and wear makeup." Juju backed away in panic. "No need." Jushi revealed a gentle smile. "Come now, let fourth sister see how our little Jiu is developing." Saying this, she quickly stripped Juju's clothes and threw them away, causing Juju to scream, "Fourth senior sister, don't touch me randomly. How annoying." Months after fourth senior sister came, Juju always thought about her words, even in the deep, dark forest where not a soul was in sight. While leading the team for training, she also thought about herself and Changshu. Chuan Yo saw her standing still and turned to call out, "Master's aunt, aren't you coming?" After finishing the training and returning to her cave dwelling for seclusion, while meditating she also thought, unable to calm her heart, about herself and Changshu. Finally, Juju covered her face in shyness. Could it be that she had actually developed feelings for little Changshu without realizing it? In the early dawn, several paper cranes flew in from outside the window. Were message-delivering paper cranes. Juju received them and opened them, seeing the words, "Juju Master's aunt, Changshu invites you to Little Kyong Peak to refine pills together." After recognizing her own feelings, Juju looked forward to seeing Changshu even more. She treasured the paper crane and said softly, "I will come." Suddenly she startled. "Wait a moment." Her eyes widened in shock, the image of Changshu's radiant face appearing in her mind. She immediately covered her face with her hands. No way, she had taken a liking to a little junior of over 100 years her junior. She walked while thinking back on her fourth senior sister's words, then told herself, "I can only find out by asking." Juju boldly marched forward. Her fourth senior sister's words were very right. What is there to fear? Just go and ask. Finally arriving at the elixir room of Little Kyong Peak, seeing the real person before her, she hesitated again. "Changshu, do you like?" She kept repeating herself until Changshu had to ask, "Like what?" But she still couldn't say it and instead asked, "Do you like refining pills?" Changshu immediately replied, "I really like refining pills. Why does Master's aunt ask?" Juju was too embarrassed and turned her face away. "It's nothing," cursing herself inwardly. "It's just one question. What is so hard to say?" Her shyness turned into anger. "I shouldn't be like this. Why am I acting this way? I'm not the type of old cow that likes to chew tender grass." 2 hours later, Juju stuck her head out again to call out, encouraging herself that it would be fine once she asked. But the words reached her lips only to be swallowed back. How did this batch of alchemy go? Because he was wearing armor, he could not hear clearly, and simply asked back, "How were the pills this time?" But he still answered very much to the point. 10 parts, not bad. The immortal power of the master uncle was of great help. Juju froze. In truth, she did not want to ask this question. She still resolved to ask. "So Changshu, what do you think of your master uncle as a person?" This time Changshu still did not hear clearly, only catching vaguely. "So Changshu, what do you think of your master uncle?" He then hesitated and replied, "Very strong, also very stable. What is rare is that it is very pure or bright, without any impurities. If I could have that, it would be good." Hearing these words, Juju's heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out. Overly excited, she grabbed a bunch of Changshu's medicines and threw them around. "Do you know what you just said?" A medicine bottle flew towards him, forcing him to dodge to the side. He asked in confusion, "What is wrong? Did I say something wrong?" He approached and questioned, "Master uncle, is there anything I did wrong?" Juju instinctively stepped back, silently resentful. "How dare you ask what is wrong? Very strong, what is rare is very pure, very bright without impurities. If you could have it, it would be good. Is there anyone? Is this not great rebellion against the Tao?" His gaze showed confusion as as he looked at Juju. Huh? She stammered, unable to form words. Hurriedly finding an excuse to flee. I have urgent matters, I must go. Leaving him alone, confused and not understanding what had happened. Changshu called out loudly. Wait, he thought with doubt. She left. She did not even take today's payment. He looked at the cauldron, thinking the immortal power of Master Uncle Juju was truly very strong, stable, and pure. Because of that, he succeeded on the first try, saving 8/10 of the materials. If only he could have such profound immortal power, but he was also about to undergo his tribulation. Juju's state led him to speculate. I wonder if Master Uncle misunderstood something earlier? Oh well, will calm my mind and prepare for the pill formation. The small matters can be explained later. At another place there was great commotion right now. Juju's mind was in turmoil. She drank one gourd after another. The gourd floated in the air, weaving left and right. One could hear her shouting in frustration. What am I thinking nonsense again? He is my disciple nephew. Juju vented endlessly in this place. She kept muttering, so pure, but she immediately brushed that thought aside. What part of me looks like a woman? That brat is talking nonsense. Her mouth inadvertently blurted out the words woman, and her mind kept connecting it to elegant clothes and ornaments. She took out a pouch. That is right, the fourth senior sister gave me a few fairy leaf robes she made. Juju looked at the pouch, lost in thought for a while. A moment later, she tossed the pouch away. How could I possibly wear these things? And all because of a disciple nephew, no less. She kept struggling with herself, just trying them on. It is not like it is impossible. Face shy, she told herself, as long as no one sees it. A mournful voice came from the room. Why do I feel so terrible? Juju held the dress in her hands, hesitant about whether to try it on. Looking at the pink backless dress, she judged. Too revealing. Is this not just a piece of cloth in the front and 2 pieces in the back? Wearing this out, how would people look at me? Red set was also not to her liking. This one was even more exposing. The important areas were all uncovered. Did 4th senior sister usually wear this for 5th senior brother to see? No, that is not right. It seems they wore it together. From early morning until noon, Juju busied herself fussing and preparing in the small house. Finally finished, she opened the door and went out for a stroll. With her long flowing skirt, Juju reassured herself, it is just a walk. The disciples were all surprised, unable to refrain from exclaiming. They drooled in longing. Look closely. Is that not Master Uncle Juju? She blushed and said shyly, it is nothing special. What is the difference what I wear? It is not immoral or indecent. It even covers more than my usual robe by a bit. Juju sat on her mount sighing. I wonder what material this dress is made of. It is so light and airy, so embarrassing. Then she leisurely took a stroll. Unexpectedly, she ran into Ju Wu, who looked gaunt and somewhat irritable. I have been losing too much energy lately. Luckily, my junior sister is finally entering seclusion. I can replenish my vitality. Juju only then noticed, hey, 5th senior brother! She deliberately flew close to him. Pretending to cough a few times, she said, come look at this little one! Ju Wu was instantly stunned. Is there another beauty on the mountain? And she is asking me? Does she not know I already have Ju Shi? He became cautious and hurriedly distanced himself. Ju crossed her arms and pouted angrily. I never thought my senior brother would not recognize me. Ju Wu left in contemplation. Thinking back just now, that beauty seemed somewhat familiar. His expression immediately changed as he yelled, was that the 9th junior sister? At this time, Changshu was diligently teaching Ling Yi. The spirit faint and obscure, the Tao manifests within, breath returns to the central sea, settling in the primordial soul. In this phrase, the hardest part to interpret is breath returning to the central sea. Breath here refers not to magical power, nor to pure energy, but to the mother womb treasure, which is very important for cultivators of the breath focus. Suddenly, Juju burst in, intending to surprise him. With an excited expression, she asked, do you like it? Surprised? In return, she received the calm expressions of the two. Good noon, Z Master Uncle. Juju immediately got angry and questioned, how come you two are not scared? Ling Yi quickly chimed in, I was scared by Master Uncle. That gave me a real fright. Master Uncle was already very beautiful on normal days, but now you shine even more. In the future, I dare not sit on the same cloud as Master Uncle anymore. Ling Yi wondered, little Master Uncle, why did you suddenly wear a dress today of all days? Juju smugly puffed up. What? Is it not allowed? Ling Yi inwardly grew wary, changing clothes for no reason. There must be a motive. Juju glanced and asked, Changshu, what do you think? He, of course, was not moved in the slightest, but he still praised outwardly. Not bad, but a sudden change, I am not quite used to it. These words were like a stone slamming onto her head. Juju instantly wilted and replied, is that so? Seeing this, Ling Yi laughed quietly, as expected of my senior brother. His temperament is such that he cannot wait to sever all karmic ties at the gate. Getting clothes is truly very difficult. Then she spoke up and asked, Master Uncle, is this your first time dressing up and wearing makeup like this? Juju, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Yes, I suddenly wanted to change my style, that is all." Ling Yi silently speculated, with this look of having been attacked. No matter what, she is a master uncle. Let me help her this once, even if I do not know if it will work on my blockhead senior brother. She suddenly called out, "If you are dressed like this, then light makeup would suit you." He took Juju's hand, saying to come along, and she immediately cooperated by following behind. Changshu let out another long sigh. After a while, Juju had changed into a sweet, rustic style of makeup. She excitedly went before Changshu to ask for his opinion, and he had to compliment her, saying she was beautiful. Who would have guessed he complimented her chest, saying among the women he had seen, senior uncle was the most beautiful. She immediately became excited, asking, "Really?" She asked over and over again. Changshu replied, "Of course. Could senior uncle not believe in her charm?" He repeatedly praised that senior uncle, without makeup, had already made many disciples admire her. Juju was proud yet humble, saying she did not pay attention. Pursuing the path of longevity was the main thing. He looked at the two of them, no longer speaking of this matter. "Do you two still want to give a lecture?" She enthusiastically suggested, "No more lectures. Let us play grade duel together." Changshu helplessly said lessons were the proper affair. Suddenly a hand grasped her arm, saying senior uncle rarely came. Juju was startled. Ling Yi resolutely demanded the great god duel. He had to yield, sighing in utter speechlessness. Changshu slapped his forehead. "Fine. It was rare to be this enthusiastic. If we are playing, then play." He would make up the lesson for Ling Yi later. Juju happily shouted. Her movements were so strong that her clothes tore. She covered her chest in embarrassment, saying to wait for her to change. Ling Yi scoffed in rivalry. The three of them started the duel. A hand reached out to draw cards. Juju secretly glanced at Changshu, recalling how he had just said she was the third most beautiful. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, inwardly scolding him for being deeply rebellious and daring to say such things. Ling Yi coughed as a reminder. Juju was startled and focused. Ling Yi angrily thought they were not pure-hearted. Juju looked at the cards in confusion, not knowing what to play, as she had not been paying attention. Changshu mediated, saying the great god was Ling Yi. The two of them were little immortals, and it was already 12 spirit stones. Juju smiled and said she knew, no need to remind her. Night, the room echoed with her voice challenging, "Can you defeat me today?" The sky brightened very quickly. Changshu pushed the door open. The two people were too tired from playing and had fallen asleep. When they were asleep, he went outside, taking the chance to go down to the alchemy chamber in the secret basement to cultivate further. Changshu quickly arrived at the place, and he opened the door to the secret chamber. Walking along while thinking, the Dao realm showed signs of a breakthrough, but all could be suppressed. Standing before the secret chamber door in thought, this seclusion could break through to quit. Dao level 9 had to consider the heavenly tribulation. Undergoing the tribulation outside was a long-planned scheme. The space was silent, only the sound of footsteps remaining, but leaving the mountain gate would also drain energy. A light ball shone inside a niche in the wall. Changshu sat cross-legged after stepping into quit Dao level 9. It was very likely he would face the heavenly tribulation. He began to cultivate. Primal essence was the most precious. Closing his eyes in thought to ensure the success rate, he still needed to suppress it further. On the second day, the sky was fully bright. Ling Yi was sleeping when someone came over to wake her up. Juju smiled and boasted about her situation of a self-induced breakthrough, saying she would tell senior brother about her seclusion. That girl discovered she had broken through after a single sleep, said goodbye, promising to help with alchemy when she came out of seclusion. That girl was startled when she heard him transmit his voice, saying she had already heard everything senior uncle said. He transmitted his voice again seriously, saying he must go into seclusion for 3 months, after which he could go out for 3 or 5 years. Ling Yi was on the verge of tears with disappointment, asking if he was running away to undergo the heavenly tribulation. She had never been away from him for so long. Changshu asked sadly if she needed any medicinal pills. Ling Yi coldly poured tea, saying she did not need any. Senior brother, take care of yourself. He instructed her to tell her master not to stay in seclusion too long, not to run around, to avoid being bullied. She calmly said she knew. After 3 months of cultivation, everything was done, only lacking a reason to leave the mountain gate. The protective grand formation was like a closed wall. Disciples who had not become immortals needed permission to leave the sect. The sect rules were strict to protect the disciples. Changshu thought it over, but this would also cause trouble. The reason to go to the 100 Ordinary Hall to request going outside was that matter. He smiled as he thought of the fish he was raising, fortunate to still have the spirit fish of Little Kyong Peak. He suddenly slammed the table, startling Elder Ruan. The old man regained his composure and asked what he was looking for him for. Changshu put on an act saying his Dao heart had a mortal world tribulation, and he wanted to return to his hometown to visit his parents' graves. The old man was not moved, saying his parents had been dead for 18 years. Do not try to fool him. Changshu brought out the fish and pretended to shed tears, saying he had not cut off familial bonds. Even key practitioners still revered loyalty and righteousness. The old man looked at the fish in shock, asking if he had brought the spirit fish of Little Kyong Peak here. The old man quickly accepted the bribe, praising his filial piety, and agreed to help him cut off his karmic ties. Elder Ruan instructed him, saying he was a good seed with a bright future, do not cause trouble, do not violate the sect rules. He seriously replied that he remembered, and also wanted to take the chance to go to Southern Province to train for a few years. Changshu leaned to the side, revealing the basket of fish, and whispered, "Please do not let the inner sect supervisors inspect or send disciples there." He performed the ritual after listening to the elder speak. "Okay, go ahead, be careful. Thank you, elder, for granting this." Everything going smoothly made him secretly happy. The most important first step of his tribulation transcendence plan was complete. He presented the token to the immortal gatekeeper Changshu of Xiaoqiong Peak. "You wish to go outside." He put on a sorrowful expression while holding up the token. "Yes, I am returning home to tend my parents' graves." That immortal immediately agreed. "Alright, you may go, be careful out there." He did not forget to say as he left, "Thank you, steward." Changshu then headed down the path ahead. Next was the chosen tribulation site. Changshu stood before his parents' graves, using earth to cross mountains and water to cross rivers. After half a month, he found the graves in the northeast of Nanbuzhu. Afterwards, Changshu guarded his parents' graves for 7 days from a nearby place. An invisible thread seemed to connect him and the graves. Though his parents had long passed, the grace of birth still bound him. He stared with sorrowful eyes, silently speaking many things to his parents, and also saying goodbye. That gaze still carried an unspeakable sadness. "I am leaving now." The connecting thread thus snapped, and from then on, one less attachment weakened Changshu's heart. He sat on a rocky outcrop on a small island, surrounded by deep and secluded sea waves that drew no attention. This was the best place to undergo the tribulation. He took out a specially designed mask, extremely thin and light, disguising himself for the first time in his life. Then Hyuji put on the mask. In an instant, a youthful young man transformed into an old man. Not only that, he also cast a concealment spell, adding 2 layers of illusion arts. Warm rays of immortal energy shone down on the island, and at the same time the border between the South Sea and the East Sea glowed with a strand of immortal light that coiled like an immortal island. There was also a clear lake there, a precious lake on a corner of the immortal island. Aoye surfaced in his true form. "Excellent, the day of the great Luo Golden Immortals sermon is approaching again. All the nearby cultivating immortals have already gone to listen. You all probably never expected that this crown prince knew the roots of the 4 seas by heart at the age of 6. After a moment he returned to the water, heading from there to Nanjanbuju. Entering the eastern star Wenling along the southern coast of Nanzhou. Using the kai to conceal his tracks, he landed at the border of Nanzhou and Dongzhou, quietly arriving at the eastern star Wenling. It was swimming straight towards a water crevice. If Transcendent Immortal Sect wouldn't accept disciples, this crown prince could also go to the central star Wenling to find that Sanjiao Immortal Sect. At this moment, Aoyai had surfaced at the island where he was staying. His eyes were wide open. A thatched cottage stood on the coast of the East Sea, east of Nanjanbuju. On the extended shore, near a seaside mountain, there were a few simple stone houses. An old woman said happily, "Thank you for the talismans you brought. My heart feels much more at ease lately. You must be tired. Have a cup of this warm water." Chang Shao, in his old man disguise, also replied, "No need to thank me. It was as easy as turning over my hand." He drank the water while thinking. Giving away a few unused talismans both earns the villagers' gratitude, conceals my tracks in the East Sea, and also gains a bit of luck and merit. He was still immersed in thought when suddenly an immortal sense probed nearby. Waves just continued to crash against the island's shore. Changshu, currently Juju, took a residence protection talisman from his pocket. "Take good care of it. As long as you don't do anything humane, you will be protected and safe." Many hands reached out. "Thank you, Daoist." Changshu thought to himself, distributing talismans is indeed a good way to accumulate merit. The men who received the talismans were very happy. "We thank the Daoist for the gift of talismans. Daoist, please stay for a few more days." But he refused. "No need. I will be leaving here soon." Among them, he carried the image of someone who could be good or evil. This talisman cannot be given out haphazardly. Doing good will bring blessings, doing evil will bring retribution. How do I know if you all are good people or not? I don't want to incur bad karma. Unable to determine if the talisman recipients were good or evil, the safest way was to hand out a few intentionally flawed sleep aid talismans for free. That way, no karma would be incurred. He praised himself for being quick-witted when giving out calming talismans. Suddenly, a noise from behind startled him. Changshu then faked a few cuffs to politely dismiss them. "The talismans are all given out now. Please take your leave." The men happily replied, "Farewell, Daoist." After they left, he turned to look back. Just now, there seemed to be something in the sky. A streak of green light flashed across the sky. Changshu's eyes narrowed slightly as expected. A dragon tail poked out from behind the clouds. It was the Dragon Clan. They seemed to be searching for something. A person or a treasure? What could be making them mobilize so heavily, searching repeatedly along the East Sea border? Instantly, Changshu used a transformation technique. Though he couldn't see the Dragon Clan experts, their aura was not hidden, detectable from hundreds of thousands of miles away. He transformed into a fish. Whatever they were looking for, it was better for me to quickly leave this place. The fish dove down from the rocky cliffs. The winds howled as the sea surface churned with waves. A small fish surfaced and admired. This little island isn't bad. It seemed to have noticed something. Let me go closer and take a look. Its distance to the island was less than 10 miles. Is this what you call a close-range inspection? It now arrived at the location of a small whirlpool. That whirlpool then led Changshu to a hidden entrance. So there's a secret cave here, let's go in and see. Now shifted back to the form of the old man. Changshu then advanced deeper inside. The cave was very narrow, its structure sloping upwards. Not bad, a good place. Changshu closed his eyes to probe with his spiritual sense. This cave also connected to a small lake on the island. Several stone steps gradually appeared. Truly not bad, even has a natural escape route. Decided this is the place. After Aoyai secretly left the immortal island, a group of powerful Dragon Clan members frantically searched for the second prince. They quickly ordered, "You go search in the west direction, hurry up." They immediately acknowledged the order. Aoyai, hiding to the side, muttered upon seeing this, wanting to capture this crown prince and take him back. Dream on. After a moment of consideration, he decided that this perfect hiding spot could only be found by this crown prince. It was the Dragon Clan secret art, the hidden dragon art, an advanced concealment transformation technique. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Why is there a dangerous aura approaching? As for Changshu, he was still probing with his spiritual sense. After a while he discovered, this old Daoist's aura isn't strong, and he didn't detect me using the hidden dragon art. If he goes any higher, he's dead for sure. Oh Yi, on the other hand, heard footsteps getting closer and closer. He's getting near. Seizing the opportunity, Aoyai launched a preemptive attack. A good immortal gets bullied, a good dragon gets ridden by immortals. I'll ambush here, one strike and I'll kill him. Aoyai dug his claws deep into the rock, scraping the earth. Then he continued using his dragon body to launch a relentless attack. His dragon body slammed into the stone wall, causing a loud boom. That was his innate power, the devouring heaven demon ape opening its massive maw, ready to swallow him. Changshu Fuzu was scared into a panic. He quickly took two good items from his sleeve. Aoyai chased after him, determined not to let him escape, while Changshu was committed to fleeing. The heavy sound of his running footsteps pounded on the ground. When Aoyai bit down on Changshu's hand, he thought this old man's reflexes were fast. Changshu screamed in agony as his hand was bitten off. Aoyai, however, was now troubled, realizing that was a sedative drug. Aoyai kept chasing and shouted loudly, "Don't run." But then Aoyai felt dizzy. The sedative was strong, unless I had swallowed it just now. Aoyai looked at the severed arm and continued. That arm holding a ceramic bottle was unexpectedly releasing the drug. However, Aoyai then suddenly discovered that arm was actually a paper doll. With a bang it exploded, and he silently judged, this old man is truly cunning. Those drug bottles continued to release their contents inside his stomach. The effect was too strong. If I pass out, I will surely die. The cyan light flourished brightly. Aoyai silently decided he could only act while the drug hadn't taken full effect. Sound echoed, both sides were tense. Aoyai was determined this time to kill the one-armed old man. Right before Aoyai plunged himself into the mud pit, a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. It became angrier than ever before. It glared at the figure hanging high above and muttered angrily, "That Daoist old man still hasn't run. The one with the severed arm was just a decoy. The one with full limbs is the real him." At this moment, Changshu had also quietly added the top-grade smokeless powder into the horn. He chuckled smugly and whispered, cutting paper to form a human. In just a short while, 5 or 7 people identical to him could be seen. The seductive fragrance from the paper dolls poured out even more. The more Aoyai inhaled, the more he sighed inwardly. The potency of the drugs in his hand is too strong. Turning around, he charged at Changshu a Gu attack. Changshu had already evaded with leisurely grace. Attacks came pouring down like a storm. Aoyai was gradually succumbing to the drug, shaking his head constantly. He knew he was getting dizzier. He had to finish this quickly. The yin-yang formation had been laid, with deadly traps everywhere. At this moment, all the paper dolls simultaneously drew out talismans. That was the water origin heaven-shaking seal talisman formation. Just as a decisive hand was waved out, Aoyai had no choice and roared, "I, Aoyai, the second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, cannot be defeated here." Then he charged into the talisman formation, and red blood splattered everywhere, although he tried to use the azure dragon stamp of the Great Seal. At this moment, the calm surface of the Eastern Sea suddenly surged, howling. Huge waves tens of kilometers high rolled and churned. Aoyai was in the center of the talisman formation, fighting a life-and-death battle. Tiny fragments of sharp ice scattered everywhere. Aoyai's eyes rolled back in terrifying manner. Then, completely drained of strength, he fell slowly and hopelessly, in a rock crevice 300 fathoms deep at the bottom of the sea. Changshu peeked his head out to look, thinking to himself, "It seems he has taken down all my clones." Changshu stared intently at the sea surface and murmured, "The Great Seal was broken, but that azure dragon wasn't injured at all." Wondered suspiciously, can an immortal dragon race endure this much? Those powders of mine seem to need improvement. Changshu pondered deeply, and decided this was the time to verify the effectiveness of the Samadhi True Fire. Then he turned his palm over, and in an instant, all the swords converged into one place. Just as he was about to release them, the swords had already been transferred to the 6 clones. Then he reached out to grab a nearby one. He slowly used his power to enlarge it. Then he decisively gripped the sword firmly by its hilt. Sword in hand, he charged forward with determination. That little dragon tried to take my life earlier, now my counterattack is only fair and just. Changshu squinted and calculated silently. Finish the karma right here, then escape and change my residence to the border of the southern sea, successfully transcend the tribulation and return to the mountain gate. At thought, Changshu aimed directly at Aoye below and struck. With the added power of the Samadhi True Fire on the sword, Aoye was suffering from a dizzying fall. At that moment, the 6-way sword formation was also activated, ready to devour Aoye. When Changshu opened his mouth and let out a shout, all the paper soldiers under his command also shouted in unison and fired countless swords of triple true fire. He quickly subdued Aoye before he could react. But at that moment, the jade pendant on his body suddenly lit up. From within came a deep, powerful voice, causing everything to halt. Changshu wondered in confusion. This little dragon, who is he, to possess a dragon clan secret art? His status must be very noble. He quickly analyzed and judged that he was the target the dragon clan was searching for. Changshu sighed, saying according to the dragon clan rules, one who sees the purple scales and withdraws their hand will not be hunted, but can go to the dragon palace to receive a gift. He declined the gift, only wanting peace. Sheathing his sword, Changshu understood clearly that if he killed this little dragon, his primordial spirit would be eternally hunted by the dragon clan's secret arts. He used his hand to cover his face. He watched in shock as Aoye's entire body glowed brilliantly and transformed. He changed back to human form with 2 newly sprouted horns on his head. At this moment he was still unconscious. Changshu looked at his face and cried out, how could it be him? Why is he here? He secretly calculated in his heart, thinking of the matter of the Dragon Clan experts searching everywhere. Recalling previous events, it seemed related to the time the little dragon intentionally lost to him. He considered, could it be that this second prince wanted to lose on purpose to disgrace the Dragon Clan? Thinking this, he silently shouted, could this matter be my doing? Then he wondered, in the end, he ruined the entire plan. Changshu asked himself, did he intend to become a disciple of a sage to strike at the Dragon Clan, then was sent to the Jai sect, only to escape here? Everything was like a long-running drama. Pondered, if Aoye fled here from the south, his trajectory clearly showed he wanted to reach Zhongwenling or Dongshengwenling. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He shouted in fear his target might even be to run straight to Duxian Gate. Changshu lamented, if he reached Duxian Gate, it would cause a chain reaction. First stabilize the Dragon Prince, then the Dragon Palace would demand an explanation, finally leading to a major incident. This little dragon had protective secret arts, so he could not be killed. Thinking of the consequences, he felt so troubled it twisted his guts. This time, the loss was too heavy, spending so many sleeping pills without getting a single drop of dragon blood. He ordered the paper soldiers to clean up the scene. They immediately followed the order. Changshu sat on the bamboo raft drifting northward on the deep sea. Looking at the sleeping Dragon Clan prince, he tiredly thought, maybe he should let him drift away, while he himself went south to find a place to undergo his tribulation. Aoye lay sleeping soundly beside a pile of wine jars. He had been fed 20 bottles of pure gamami extract, estimated to sleep for several dozen days. His entire body had been thoroughly bathed, leaving not a trace of scent. People called this method the dragon bath. Going back 2 hours earlier, there was a person pouring water down. Streams of water flowed straight down onto the face of the sleeping Aoye. Changshu, with a terrifying look, said, let me bathe you so there will be no scent left on your body. He brought soap and a brush. The extremely potent soap powder washed away all dirt but caused a burning sensation. The brush scrubbed every nook and cranny clean. If used on oneself, it would hurt like cutting flesh. He scrubbed Aoye very thoroughly while he was unconscious. Aoye felt like a salted fish being gutted, washed from the inside out, leaving no spot untouched. Changshu's hands rubbed all over his body, movements non-stop, like a chef tenderizing beef to make the meat more delicious. Not only that, he also used the great cleansing spell on Aoye. Changshu remembered his paper soldier was inside his stomach. That was right, the paper soldier was swallowed by him. He looked at him with sinister eyes. It had to be taken out. Changshu used his hand to open his mouth, telling him to open up. He did not hesitate to stick his hand straight inside, going all the way down to the stomach. Vomiting sounds echoed across the sea surface. 3 days later, the Dragon Clan found Aoye drifting on the sea. Maidservant carrying tea was surprised at the Dragon Palace. Why has the prince returned so strangely? Looking as if he was terrified of something. Aoye panicked, looking at the cup of water in his hand that was spilling out. Before being taken to the South Sea to find the G-sect Great Immortal, he had endured 3 months of torture with a spiked metal hoop without submitting. Afterward, he brought the cup to his mouth, but his hand trembled uncontrollably. The water had not even reached his stomach before he vomited it all back out. Aoyi's mother, seeing this, became extremely anxious, telling him to drink slowly and asking what was wrong with him. In response, she only received cold words, "Leave me alone." She angrily grabbed the turtle elder by the collar and asked what happened to her son. The turtle trembled in fear and said, reporting to Her Majesty, "The prince just drank a bit too much." Aoyi rubbed his white hair, thinking the sleeping potion's potency was too strong. The Four Directions Great Seal struck his head, leaving him dizzy and falling into unconsciousness. At this moment, he was utterly confused and terrified. Although he had lost consciousness, his body and bloodline still retained many memories and sensations. Aoyi bit his lip until it bled, angrily saying, "How can the human race be so deceitful?" In his mind appeared the image of the disguised Changshu. That old Taoist was definitely not human. He feared he was a man-eating ferocious beast that feeds on dragons. He imagined the scene of himself being prepared as dragon meat, like a human demon lord handling premium ingredients. He also thought of being made into fried dumplings, not a single piece of meat on his body spared. The feeling of being treated as cooking ingredients repeated dozens of times. His imagination flew further, thinking he was deep-fried and steamed, using every method to process the dragon meat to bring out its ultimate flavor. He wondered if all humans were like this when fighting the dragon clan head-on. Dragon meat is too delicious, the taste is too good. The more he thought, the more Aoyi fell into extreme terror. He wondered if this was the reason the Dragon Clan dared not fight the human race, asserting they could never win. Two Dragon Clan members outside were conversing. The dragon life-saving ring had lit up. The thief did not kill, but only gave Aoyi a lot of medicine. He expressed confusion why he did not come to the Dragon Palace to receive the gift. That young man deduced that perhaps he was afraid of being betrayed, but he still had to follow the rules and offer thanks. Hearing this, Aoyi shuddered coldly. The Dragon Palace even wants to go thank that man-eating brutal beast. He was so scared his face turned pale thinking of being bullied by that person. Our Dragon Clan even has to be grateful and give a generous gift to this demon lord. This was all the calculation of that human Taoist. The primordial world is truly too terrifying. Streams of light were spiritual energy gathering from the sea. Changshu was breathing deeply, feeling very free and comfortable. He sat there absorbing spiritual energy, the pure light of heaven and earth nearly inexhaustible. The birds and fish below were also enjoying that stream of spiritual energy. It had attracted countless beasts to draw near. Not only the birds but even the fish were excitedly responding. A ring of light burst forth from the top of Changshu's head. At this moment he slowly opened his eyes. Changshu's entire body leaped up, recalling his master's heavenly tribulation as gentle and slow, unaware of what his own tribulation would be like. The spiritual energy radiating from his body filled the surrounding space. The clouds in the sky seemed to converge in one place, his tribulation likely being 7 bolts, or a heart tribulation of heavenly thunder. The whirlwind from his spot churned the sea violently. The tribulation for becoming an immortal was heaven's way of testing cultivators to see if they were worthy of ascension. Changshu executed his magical power. From key refining, soul formation, void return, to path integration, all were about learning and imitating nature. From somewhere, birdcages appeared. He manifested birdcages with his magic. Everything was prepared. Changshu gazed distantly at the sky, filled with flashing lightning bolts. Afterward, he let out a long, soft breath. Changshu bowed his head respectfully. A Dao sect disciple today, before the high heaven, he gave thanks for the heavenly tribulation descending, receiving it sincerely. If the heavenly tribulation falling caused his body to die and his Dao to vanish, it is because his cultivation was insufficient, and he would absolutely not complain. At this moment, he had made up his mind. The great Dao is clear, the heavenly Dao is upright, thankful to heaven for granting the immortal opportunity. Heaven seemed to hear his heartfelt wish and struck down a clap of thunder. Changshu closed his eyes to sense it. The first Dao lightning tribulation already possessed power equal to his master's 3rd bolt, truly not to be underestimated. His body was filled with strength, that feeling after being struck by heavenly thunder. Another bolt descended, brightening the space, only a slight tingling numbness, yet also somewhat comfortable. A rift appeared in the sky, likely caused by the constant collision of the great Dao or heavenly Dao. Inside that rift was like a galaxy full of stars, undoubtedly the moment for ascension. But the clouds rolled together, forming the shape of a tiger. Once again released lightning down. Changshu used his power to sense every strand of lightning. His gaze was extremely firm, staring straight ahead. Once again, the lightning bolt struck right where he stood. The common people who witnessed the scene were terrified, calling it a heavenly battle of divine thunder. Some took the opportunity to earnestly pray for the immortals to reveal their divinity. The people, not understanding what was happening, bowed and prayed together, asking the gods to bless them with favorable weather. An old Taoist priest also saw it and exclaimed in shock, "How formidable is this heavenly tribulation?" Hanji beside him was also stunned. She curiously raised her hand to shield her eyes, wanting to see clearly who was crossing the tribulation, while her master fell into deep thought. The 5th heavenly tribulation descended, even more powerful than the previous one. Above his head, a brilliant halo appeared once again. It just kept emitting rays of light like a dazzling rainbow. Changshu's clothes were torn to shreds by the lightning. His outer robe and mask were both ripped into pieces. Behind him, flames blazed and flickered. Changshu was enduring the sixth heavenly tribulation. The powerful lightning bolts still struck the same spot. This was the legendary fourth heavenly tribulation. The Taoist priest watched with a grave expression, pondering the 32 fierce and 8-pole calamities preceding the primeval tribulation. Ji, dumbfounded, turned to look at her master and asked, "Master, what is wrong?" He had calmed down by now and replied, "It is nothing." She immediately mimicked his earlier grave expression, unable to believe his expression was normal now. The Taoist master sighed in reply, "A great danger is about to fall into my own heavenly tribulation." He looked out into the vast space and lamented, "This heavenly tribulation is purely just a calamity in one's fate." After that, he patted his little female disciple's head, saying that having too good a talent was sometimes not a good thing. The Taoist master explained, "Your aptitude for immortal cultivation is of the highest grade. You must prepare thoroughly when facing your heavenly tribulation in the future." Hanji smiled and heeded his words. The seventh heavenly tribulation continued to strike down. He found it unexpected, truly surprising. After a moment of being stunned, he asked himself, "Has the power malfunctioned?" Changshu sank into deep thought, feeling this tribulation was too light. He regained his composure, telling himself, "Calm down. It is fine, there is still the eighth heavenly tribulation." He reminded himself to stay truly calm. All these years of desperately suppressing his realm and constantly comprehending had not been in vain. He recalled his own past breakthroughs. Every minor breakthrough was also a major step in life. After over 100 years of diligent study, his Tao body was now solid, and his Dharma treasures and primordial spirit were to his satisfaction. He looked at his own hands, sensing that immediately after, his Tao would stand tall between heaven and earth, his heroic spirit soaring in all directions. His entire body seemed to erupt with power. Today marks the beginning of the immortal path. Tomorrow he will firmly set foot on becoming an immortal. His spirit was rising with excitement every second. A dragon with blazing red eyes was soaring across the sky. That was the eighth heavenly tribulation. The entire dragon's body suddenly burst into a violent crimson glow. The dragon transformed into an extremely horrifying beastly form. The 32 ferocious tribulations from the 8 desolate immortal tribulations had descended. Amidst the fierce tearing thunderbolts, a shadow of a young man gradually appeared. This person's face was hazy and unclear. Moments later, this person erupted with power, emitting a dazzling golden light. The hazy clouds also gradually dissipated. Light from above shone directly onto the man, and everyone around cheered. This is the immortal path. But then he shouted in panic, "Wait! Something is wrong." Fear enveloped him. Why is only half of the body becoming immortal? The upper part has transformed, but the 2 arms, the 2 hands, and from the belly down remain unchanged. He asked himself in shock, "What is this? Never seen this before." Sweat on his face flowed like rain. He thought it was because the foundation was too solid. The 8 heavenly thunders could not break through, so the entire mortal body could not be completely transformed into an immortal body. He held his head and roared, "Damn it, what to do?" Actively cut in half, to let the upper half ascend. But the lower half is also important. Thinking back and forth, he did not know what to do. His primordial spirit was now also split in half, unable to transform into an immortal infant. He could not cut the primordial spirit either. He was startled and exclaimed, "No way, how do you cut a primordial spirit? This is not like practicing a sword art where you can just drop it when you say so." This moment, the great gate of the immortal realm had been opened, and he smoothly passed the heavenly tribulation. He thought it was because his cultivation foundation was too solid, causing his physical body to be stuck. This young man was none other than Changshu. He was unwilling. "I do not want to be a half-baked immortal." Seeing the clouds about to dissipate completely, he said with deep regret, "Wait, please stay," until the 4 directions completely dispersed. For Changshu, the whole sky was collapsing. He stammered, "Gone. It's gone." At this moment, he was so angry he was trembling. Changshu clenched his teeth and painfully realized that a single word of delay had become a judgment of life and death. Immediately, the sealed power within his body burst forth. Changshu, consumed by rage, spat blood on the spot. He gently wiped the bloodstain on his face and muttered, "Heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor." Changshu now carried a new fear, worried that his condition would be seen as an error by the heavenly Tao, becoming a loophole in the primeval chaos and being erased. Thinking this, he clenched his fists and decided he could not worry too much anymore. He shouted loudly, "A disciple of the Tao sect inadvertently offends the heavenly might, only out of overconfidence, a momentary flaw. I respectfully beg the old man of the heavenly Tao to wait a moment." Changshu tried to keep a cool expression, appearing stable, but inside he was panicking. What did I just say? How dare I ask the heavenly Tao to wait? The violet abyss divine thunder is coming. I am dead. Changshu spoke loudly in panic, his calculations going out of control. The heavenly Tao usually adjusts the intensity of the heavenly tribulation, but unexpectedly, he carried many strange ancient artifacts that missiled the heavenly Tao's judgment. The nameless jade pouch had unknown effects. The broken jade helped avoid divination. The note said it was was protected by the human race sages, but it was probably only for psychological comfort. Next was the ancient Wu tribe's secret talisman to avoid disasters and conceal calamities. This was a talisman of the ancestral Wu used to resist the Yao tribe. Changshu quickly checked further. Changshu hurriedly shouted loudly, "Wait, not over yet. Please wait a moment." He threw out an ancient string strung with coins of the ancient human race holding some merit, which helped prevent divination and avoid disasters. Changshu coughed a few times and thought to himself. He intended to use it to block the reincarnation of past lives, but unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao was blinded. Changshu's gaze became doubtful. Changshu realized the pressure of the heavenly Tao had dissipated. It turned out this wave of pressure was not an investigation but a warning. His legs stood straight, and he said hastily, "A disciple of the Dao sect reports to the High Immortal." Changshu bowed in salute. The variable just now was not the disciple's scheme, only a means to avoid natural and man-made disasters. The disciple abides by the Dao sect's legal codes, cultivates diligently day and night, and begs the high heaven to consider the difficulties and grant the thunder tribulation again. His voice became earnest. "I beg the high heaven to allow the disciple to change the tribulation crossing site to avoid meeting his end here." In an instant, the clouds had gathered into a single mass. Changshu asked himself, crossing the heavenly tribulation for a second time immediately. Never heard of this. He was so astonished his mouth hung open. But after a while his attitude changed, becoming confident. Indeed, preparing many things is not as good as heaven's calculation. Changshu sped away, still admiring himself. "I truly am a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows." He went to another place to cross the tribulation. Shortly after, people saw him inside a water cave. Then he surfaced again to breathe. The scene before him left him astonished. It turned out that the snail-eyed old man was a fairy maiden, and also a Buddha deity. Not only that, there was also the Jade Emperor there. Even the majestic immortal palace appeared before his eyes. Before him was a scene of dragons and phoenixes in conflict. He made one see only a sky filled with red. In a mere moment only white clouds remained before his eyes. Changshu sighed and murmured in disdain, "This heavenly tribulation." Just as the waves of the heavenly tribulation were about to descend, Changshu was very tense because he understood this formation was far too formidable. He realized with fear that the great heavenly Tao was truly targeting him. This time's might was too great. Changshu quickly swam very fast to dodge the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. Why so urgent? Let me escape to the tribulation crossing site first. At this moment, he found it strange why there were so many people crossing tribulations in the South Sea today. Someone spoke up to ask, "Master, why not keep going?" The fairy maiden exclaimed in shock, "What kind of heavenly tribulation is this?" Her master was also unclear, asking himself, "Above there is the heavenly palace, within there are dragons and phoenixes. Below it is like divine demons. Could it be the 9 immortal divine demon tribulation, ranked second in legend?" He looked at the sound of the thunder god echoing, its light shining across the starry void. 8 thunder tribulations were already difficult. 32 ferocious tribulations made the previous person have their soul scattered and vanish. Now one more person. As for Changshu, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived a place to prepare for crossing the tribulation. He put on his protective Dharma robe. In his right hand he held a wooden sword. In his left hand he also held a knife. Not only that, but he also prepared a lightning evasion talisman. After everything was ready, he faced the heavenly tribulation with a look of high determination. As the first thunderclap struck, rocks flew everywhere. The sword in his hand was quickly shattered. Changshu seized the opportunity to discard the wooden sword. Next were the ancient runes, the divine spell, and the protective barrier. He simultaneously pointed at the sky and roared, "Here comes the lightning tribulation. I have waited for you too long." But things did not go smoothly as he began to cough up blood. Changshu quickly wiped the blood from his mouth, wondering if this was his true heavenly tribulation, so overwhelmingly powerful. Next, he proactively leaped high into the air. At this moment, Changshu's entire body shot up into the sky, his eyes blazing with divine light. As he actively went to meet the thunderous torrent, the female immortal overseeing the tribulation asked her master why he stopped, and he answered that this tribulation was somewhat abnormal. He panicked when he saw the 7th lightning tribulation had struck and the tribulation clouds had not dispersed, as if something else was coming. The immortal suggested going over to see, but her master said not to rush, and to see if that person could pass through first. The 8th heavenly tribulation struck, and that master exclaimed in shock, "He can withstand the 8th. Could he be an ancient great power reincarnated?" Immediately after, he said to the immortal Hanji, "Let us go over there and see." As they turned around, they saw a giant silver lightning orb condensing from the tribulation clouds 1,000 miles away. Like a second sun rising over the sea, the thunderous orb boomed down, blasting up 1,000 layers of ocean waves. Hanji could not help but praise that was magnificent. Right after, a wind arose, making her quite flustered. Her master also praised. This is the process of absorbing spiritual energy after transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal. He grew even more excited. He is definitely a reincarnated important figure who overcame 9 terrifying lightning tribulations. The gathered spiritual energy is vast enough to ascend to a celestial immortal. He urged Hanji to go befriend him, hoping he would join the G sect. But he painfully wondered why. Right after praising him, a heavenly punishment descended. How embarrassing. Hanji's master stared in confusion. What was wrong with him today? No sooner had he said the other party had successfully passed the tribulation and stabilized than he encountered a heavenly punishment. Hanji asked about the purple heavenly tribulation. Her master replied gravely that it was a true heavenly punishment. The heavenly Tao considered him an anomaly, and even if he passed the tribulation, he would have to die. Hanji quickly raised her hand to stop her master. She covered his mouth, signaling him to be silent, and said they should quickly go over there and see. At that moment, Changshu finished the heavenly tribulation, the lightning light dissipated and the sky cleared. Everything gradually returned to normal. Blood stained Changshu's lips, and his eyes dreamily looked up at the sky. Amidst the dazzling white light, fairies danced, scattering flowers that filled the sky in a harmonious atmosphere. There was also an old man with white hair riding a crane who arrived, continuously clasping his hands to bless the person below. Changshu coughed a few times, realizing this was a celestial phenomenon. A golden beam of light from the sky enveloped him, drawing away the power of the heavenly tribulation, making his entire body feel light as he floated up. He opened his mouth to inhale a large amount of the outside air. Hanji's master had just appeared and saw the massive pillar of light, so he shouted, "Fellow cultivator." He and Hanji clasped their hands and bowed, introducing themselves as master and disciple cultivators from Golden Turtle Island here to offer congratulations. After that, old man Juju squinted, lifting his gaze upward. But when he looked up, he only saw white clouds, and he shouted in shock, "Where did the man go?" Seeing this, Hanji became angry. How could he run away? Does he see us as villains? Hanji's master did a finger divination, muttering about concealment of heavenly secrets, likely a reincarnated great one, but he could not calculate anything. He stopped and gave up looking. I cannot find any trace of him. He recalled Changshu's image, perhaps a cultivator from ancient times who clearly understood the dangers of the path, and then the two masters and disciples flew up into the sky. Upon arriving, Hanji was dumbstruck in disbelief. Was this not a bit too exaggerated? She saw a huge whirlpool and asked her master if ascending to immortality through the heavenly tribulation was this powerful. He told her not to worry. Hers would not be this powerful. The two stood beside the whirlpool, looking as tiny as ants. Their size was at most a tenth of it. Hanji felt like her master was belittling her, and she pouted in anger. Only a tenth. Suddenly, Hanji's master noticed something and was slightly startled. He saw a torn robe being burned by flames. He left in such a hurry that he dropped this. He pulled the robe out of the fire, helping him clear away a hidden calamity. Considering it as forming a good karmic bond, he picked up a small ember. The robe was already nearly burned away. He turned to Hanji and said, "Let us go, lest the experts come to watch the excitement and cause trouble." She replied, "Yes, master." Outside, Changshu used his immortal spiritual power to cast the water escape technique and rushed westward, still coughing violently and spitting up much blood, worrying whether the blood-stained robe would be discovered. A soldier died from an arrow wound, and Changshu took that bloodied robe from the soldier's corpse, soaked it in spiritual energy, and used it to deceive his pursuers, having already chanted sutras for the soldier's repose. Suddenly, he tore open the front of his robe, revealing a body covered in blood, and his nascent soul lay weak and flat within his dantian. He looked down at his battered body. He thought dejectedly. He understood all the principles, so why was there still a 10th thunderclap after the 9th? Was there anyone who went through a tribulation as miserably as him? Now Changshu was paying the price for concealing it from the heavenly secrets. It turned out the punishment had to be this severe. He placed his hand on his stomach, suppressing the pain. His primordial spirit was severely injured. He had to find a place to rest immediately, otherwise, after the tribulation, absorption of spiritual energy for a breakthrough, his realm would likely drop. Suddenly he saw something. A giant water monster appeared before him. Misfortune upon misfortune, Changshu paled and shouted loudly, "What kind of demon fish was this?" It opened its wide mouth, intending to swallow Changshu whole, but he was not afraid at all and even seemed satisfied. It was precisely the time for a free place to heal. Next second, the water monster swallowed Changshu's entire body into its belly. After swallowing him, it felt its stomach churning and gurgling. Changshu slipped right into its stomach. Looking around, he saw that though this place was a bit murky, it was spacious and secluded. Very good. He sat down in the cleanest spot, began to circulate his energy, and performed the breathing and key calming art. His mind relaxed, insights came flooding in, pulling him into a mysterious immortal realm. Wounds on Juju's body emitted a miraculous aura. The scene was truly ethereal. At the same time, Changshu's immortal body was also being restored by Juju. Changshu clenched his fists, enduring. Just a little more, he entered a wondrous state, able to sense all changes around him and the direction the demonic fish swam, but he could not wake himself up. 4 months later, on a clear early morning, a group of fishermen caught a large water monster, the very one that had swallowed Changshu. They were excitedly discussing its size, whether it was edible, or if it was a transformed demon. One among them drew his sword, saying, "Let me cut open its belly and see." Man swung his sword and slashed horizontally across the water monster's body. He signaled to the two behind him to pull out everything from its belly, and they eagerly rushed forward. They began to thrust their hands into the separated part of the water monster. As soon as it was opened, a blinding flash of light burst forth. The more they opened the wound's mouth, the more brilliant the light became. Finally, they couldn't keep their eyes open, shouting because it was too dazzling. Changshu, sitting cross-legged, appeared before their eyes. They believed it was a divine phenomenon of the sea god. Changshu at this moment still had his eyes closed. He heard the clamor and thought to himself, a sea god, huh? He was placed sitting on a sedan chair, 4 strong men carrying him away. 2 months later in a small, dilapidated house. Changshu woke up with a start from his long sleep. He sat up hearing the footsteps of a woman outside, so he spoke up to thank the young girl. A hand pushed the door open and entered. Changshu was suspicious. This arm was too thick. Turns out it wasn't a young girl, but a young man. A woman whose face and body did not match walked in, carrying a basin of water, asking if the immortal had awakened. Changshu could not believe his eyes. He was flustered, not knowing how to address this person. Was this a little sister or a big brother? The girl set down the basin and asked if he wanted to wash his face. Changshu was still recovering from the shock of her burly figure. Setting that aside, he noticed the strange way she addressed him. Wait, immortal, there's something wrong here. He recalled the words of those fishermen. Couldn't they have meant he was a sea god? He hurriedly said he would handle the rest himself, telling her to go rest. Hearing this, she smiled gratefully and ran off to inform everyone. She ran while shouting, "The immortal is awake, everyone come here quickly." Changshu was speechless. He forced a smile thinking about an Iron Tower woman. He sat on the bed and tried his new immortal sense, pleased to find he had successfully leveled up. The immortal sense was much better than the spiritual sense, able to examine far away, and with clarity. He immersed himself in his own world. Seeing that outside they were preparing a celebration feast, his immortal sense could reach up to 2,000 miles and was very clear. A man was carrying a wild boar over, another was walking with a whole water jar balancing on his head. Could there be a potion of brute strength in this camp? Changshu left a pile of gold on the table as thanks, then thought this was merely a muscle-bound camp, but he had to continue searching for an island to go into seclusion. Afterwards, he used the earth escape technique to leave. Discovering he had vanished, the villagers questioned that girl. She cried and defended herself, saying she had not sold the immortal away. Villagers scolded her for how she could let the sea god get lost, then hurriedly took the gold to search for Changshu. Changshu placed his hand on a nearby tree trunk. He used the wood escape technique, seeing that strange camp with people living by fishing and farming. Their life was comfortable. He thought most were ordinary people, yet all had bodies as sturdy as that girl. It was hard to believe. Changshu observed the village from above. It was deep in the forested mountains. He thought this place must have a demon or a treasure, so he decided to go to a farther place to observe. An island appeared at the boundary of the South Sea and the East Sea, resembling a giant O. Ji's master rambled on about the person who passed the divine demon immortal tribulation, who succeeded even after being struck by a heavenly punishment. He said he didn't care who was listening, he just kept talking about that person. The immortals beside him did not believe a word. They told him he was lying, that no such powerhouse could exist, but he insisted that the world always had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Suddenly he turned his head to look at the lake, mentioning little dragon Ao Yi, wondering if he had run away again. The person beside him reassured him the rift had been sealed. As long as they treated this dragon palace crown prince well, he would settle down to cultivate in peace. They were puzzled, not knowing what this dragon prince found objectionable about Golden Ao Island that made him want to escape. They did not know Ao Yi was still observing. He stayed only because he wanted to learn more of the dragon clan's sword techniques. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 5 months had gone by, waves crashing against the rocky outcroppings. Changshu held the paper effigy, examining that his wounds had healed. The power of his water escape and earth escape had increased. He had condensed the third immortal fire page, and the breathing and key calming art was complete. He blew into the paper effigy, which had once scouted that female bear tribe leader's camp, and discovered a beam of 7-colored treasure light. Immediately after, the paper effigy transformed into a vivid, living person. He raised his thumb in a like gesture, exclaiming in astonishment. The paper doll also became high grade. He tossed him a small cloth pouch, ordering him to take these items to the bear camp to scout. He also added, if he could obtain the treasure, then take it, and remember to bring back the best items for him. Returning to the village, the villagers heard the commotion and came out to watch, gossiping about the two strangers. It turned out someone had brought statues to preach, proclaiming that believing in the deity would bring blessings and make one impervious to blades and spears. The two men, one fat and one thin, within waved their arms about, claiming to have awakened spiritual awareness from the primordial chaos and were seeking companions to travel with. The effigy sent by Changshu to scout had also arrived at the place. He stood on a tree branch observing. Then he realized this was the scene of some kind of preaching session. Those two men spread their ideology with their lives, the copper statue glowing dazzlingly as they proclaimed attaining the supreme path. Hearing this, the effigy almost slipped and fell from the tree, exclaiming, "Heavens, the Western sect!" He vanished without a trace instantly. He had to scram quickly because the Western sect was a major karmic entanglement. At the same time, Changshu, in a cave several hundred miles away, hurriedly packed his belongings to flee. Having packed up, Changshu shot out of the cave like a bolt of lightning, flying straight into the sea, as the two Western saints were very fond of converting people. He transformed into a fish and fled into the sea, knowing that even a golden immortal was but a pawn of the saints. While swimming, he suddenly discovered something. Getting closer, he realized it was a strand of immortal perception with an extremely powerful karmic sin. He thought about acting chivalrously, purging the karmic sin to earn protective merit. Having a golden body of merit was like having an amulet of immunity. Even a saint would hesitate before wanting to get rid of him. Right then, he instantly released countless paper effigies, which shot forward like streaks of light. One paper effigy rushed ahead to deal with this great demon and claim the merit. At that moment, a giant water monster suddenly swam past. It became angry seeing its territory violated and demanded, "Who are you people?" A female paper effigy stepped forward to engage it, replying, "You do not need to know." As they fought underwater, a large ring of light also appeared on the water's surface. That object emitted dazzling light, eclipsing even the sun's rays. Changshu's group dragged the water monster up from the water, leading it into the center of the ring. Immediately, it created a protective sphere to shield itself from the ring's examination beams. The examination beams struck the protective sphere only to be deflected back. One effigy released several small vials. These were the Supreme Pills, Drunken Immortal. The Drunken Immortal Supreme Pills shot through the water monster's protective layer. The water monster, enveloped in the thick fragrance, finally couldn't bear it and passed out. Afterward, it slowly sank down into the sea. The effigy hastily retrieved it. Suddenly, a great sword descended from the sky. It swooped down, stabbing straight into the water monster. The effigy raised two fingers, pointing them directly at the sword. In the middle of the ocean, a boundless sea of fire suddenly erupted, incinerating the water monster alive. The fierce flames burned the giant water monster to ashes. As the fire subsided, the effigy chanted the Transcendent Sutra. The water monster then transformed into a brilliantly shining gem. He retrieved the gem, noting that the power of the three-flame true fire was too strong. He placed the gem on his forehead, closing his eyes to sense and examine its fragment of memory. He saw the memory fragment of the water monster threatening fishermen and their helpless cries for help. They were consumed by the whirlpool the monster created. Finding no escape amidst the sea, the water monster inhaled all the fishermen into its belly in one breath. This sent them fleeing in terror. He could only frown helplessly, lamenting that this demon had created too much karma. The next second he was cheerful again for gaining another merit, believing he had acted as heaven's agent. He examined the captured water monster, wondering if he eliminated many such karma seeds, he would quickly gain the golden body. Then he fell into deep thought again. After calculating the number of demons needed to kill, he realized with horror he had to destroy several million of them. His earlier zeal for earning merit vanished. He consoled himself that cultivating in the mountains was still better. At this moment, the lotus gem sent a signal concerning the two preachers in that village. He realized they were the same as the two Western sect preachers from the bear camp. Only now did he know that the two of them and this demon were in collusion. He guessed their plan. They intended to let the great demon attack the village, then feign defeating it. Changshu tossed the gem upward, saying, "But I have already killed it." The villagers would then think they were under the protection of the Western sect and become devout followers, offering incense and worship. He turned that group back into paper figurines, his good deed done. Saying farewell to the Western priests, Changshu quietly left. He transformed into a fish and continued swimming out to the open sea. At the same time, under the scorching sun, a temple suddenly appeared in that village. They should spread worry. The boss should have shown up by now. Why was there no movement? Maybe he fell asleep or got lost. It was past the planned time and nothing happened. The villagers started to murmur and discuss. Bored. What were those two doing? Or maybe we should go ahead first. Those two exchanged glances. It seemed defense was the only option. They spoke up again clearly. Worshipping the god would grant protection, no injuries, inviting an audience member to come up and try hitting Wang Kai. They hit the villagers' fancy again, who here was not strong. Alright, this was the exciting show they liked. The moment they saw that pile of bulging muscles, they turned pale with fear. What did these people eat be so big? Would they get beaten to death? Just then they spotted a pretty young woman in the back. As if grasping at a life-saving straw, they immediately invited her up. "You miss, Come up and try. She asked back in surprise. Me, all right. She squeezed out of the crowd, revealing her strong, muscular body. Get out of my way, let me try. That man stared in disbelief. What? She asked again. Do you really want to hit me? The fat man replied, trembling. Yes. If you want to fight, I will indulge you. A raised fist made that man pale. It was just a gentle punch from her, but it was enough to send him flying high and far. He flew up and landed right on the roof of their Western-styled church. The thin man saw this and shouted, Wang Kai, junior brother. Finally, the sun set behind the mountains. The fat man could not take it anymore and yelled for mercy. Stop hitting me, I surrender. The other man quickly comforted him. Wang Kai, are you okay? Next time we will find a more stable place. Wang Kai spat blood onto him, making him scream about his new clothes. Finally, the villagers managed to send them off. Seeing them fly away, the whole village was astonished, mouths agape. They could really fly. Could they be divine messengers sent from heaven? 1 month later, on a grassland, successive fire explosions erupted from within a cave. Changshu gritted his teeth and endured. Controlling the power of the Samadhi true fire was 100 times harder than he imagined. The fire energy used the primordial spirit to ignite the essence fire. His entire body sat enveloped in blazing flames. Seeing Wang Kai fly away, the group of burly men chased after him. Divine envoy, do not leave, they shouted to each other. Quickly chase him. Everyone chased after him, frantically calling, do not go, stay. The attitude of seeking the god as if they wanted to devour him made Wang Kai scared, hugging each other and trembling. They quickly shouted, run. Everyone turned pale, not understanding what was happening. Why are they chasing us? We have not sold any talismans yet. Help! Did we flirt with someone's daughter again? The three of them fled, leaving the group calling out, wait. Watching the three disappear into the clouds, they still tried to call out, do not go, divine envoy. Failing to obtain a god, several people regretted it and cried, holding their heads. Why is our camp not valued by the gods? A sense of defeat washed over them. We are all weak people in need of protection. Just then, one person suddenly remembered Changshu. He shouted, everyone came to their senses, we still have the sea god. Immediately after, the crowd quickly stood up and cheered. Long live the sea god. A couple opened their door to look. The husband wondered, why did you not let me remind them? That one was an immortal, not a sea god. The girl coquettishly leaned on her husband. Worship is just to comfort the heart. What immortal would care for us? I originally wanted Ling Li to take this one as a master, but who knew he would leave as soon as he woke up? The husband wondered, my lady taught me to cultivate, just pass that on to our child. The wife waved her hand. That is just crude key training. How can it compare to an immortal's cultivation method? She was determined, still wanting to take Ling Li to an immortal sect to take a master, but the road through central Wenling was too far, and she could not bear it. Before she finished speaking, a sudden strength lifted her off the ground. The husband looked at his wife's capable demeanor, happily lifted her and spun her around. How about we have another one? She felt shy. Put me down, let others see. The husband laughed. We have a son and a daughter already, taking the kids anywhere we want. How about it? Afterwards, the husband and wife entered their home together, ignoring the outside world. Scene change, Changshu was practicing when a huge explosion suddenly shattered the earth and rocks. Amidst the blaze, Changshu remained intact, without a scratch. But his strength was greatly depleted. He breathed heavily. Controlling the Samadhi true fire as he pleased was this difficult. Suddenly, a point of light arose from the flames. It caught Changshu's attention. He noticed the fire was dying. The point of light was the incense of merit. Looking at the points of light, Changshu wondered, why so much incense suddenly? Was someone worshipping him? Changshu quickly grabbed a strand of incense and examined it with his divine sense. After examining it, he could not hide his surprise. Heavens, what is this? Through the incense, he saw his statue being worshipped by the villagers, voices of reverence resounding. Great sea god above, grant us favorable weather. The former Western holy statue had been cast aside in a corner. In its place was a statue of Changshu, and his jaw dropped. A bunch of burly men and women kneeling at his feet praying for blessings, and they even made a statue. The heavenly Tao responded, so he received the incense. This matter felt like a forced deal, but thinking it over, it brought extreme tension. Was he not now competing for incense with the Western Church by himself? Thinking this, Changshu was scared out of his wits. No good, he had to go back to the immortal sect, back to the territory of taking saint. He wanted to live in peace. Scene changed to the sect. Ling Yi sat under a cherry blossom tree. Her hand unconsciously reached up to the swaying wind chime, and she shouted, senior brother. Looking back, Ling Yi was disappointed. Was it a dream? That lousy senior brother has been gone so long. Why has he not returned yet? Suddenly, the wind chime changed direction. Ling Yi immediately noticed someone had entered Little Kyongfeng. Her vigilance quickly rose. Using her gaze to investigate, she saw a woman looking around. Recognizing her as the one who accompanied her senior brother to the northern continent, what was senior sister Yanner doing here? Ling Yi went out to meet her. As soon as Yanner saw her, she asked, Little Ling Yi, is senior brother Changshu here? She hurried closer. I need Changshu to bear witness for me. Ling Yi was helpless. He is not here. Why not go find senior sister Suanya? As soon as she finished speaking, a group of people came madly running from afar, shouting loudly, "Senior sister Yenner." Yenner ignored them, tightly grabbing Ling Yi's hand. "Junior sister Xuanya is in seclusion. There is no time." Seeing the group was about to arrive, Ling Yi was flustered. "How about you tell me what happened first?" With that, the two of them found a quiet spot, and Yenner told Ling Yi everything about how she and junior brother Wang Qi had fallen for each other during their last training trip and had decided to register in a few days. But Wang Qi's rival had arrived, the one on the left being CZ, a true disciple of Dulin Peak who had grown up by her side since childhood. He flatly refused to agree to the marriage and even challenged Wang Qi. The two fought back and forth with no clear victor, giving Yenner a headache, so she came up with this idea. "I think senior brother Changshu will explain clearly to see that I and junior brother Wang Qi are a couple," making CZ let go of his obsession. With a fearful look in her eyes, she said it could also keep junior brother Wang Qi from being disturbed all day, hindering his cultivation. After hearing this, Ling Yi could only think helplessly to herself why everything had to involve her senior brother. Was the senior disciple of Little Qiang Peak really that free? Soon Cixi and Wang Qi were summoned to meet Ling Yi. As soon as he arrived, Cixi slammed the table in fierce opposition, shouting that he didn't know if it was love at first sight, but that man was not worthy of her, and she wouldn't be happy, which gave Yenner a headache. She expressed her feelings, telling him to say no more, that she only saw him as family, but Cixi didn't believe it and retorted that it wasn't true, that his senior sister had always had feelings for him. Thinking back to the past when he was young, he would always follow Yenner around, jumping up and down declaring his love, saying, "Senior sister, I like you." At that time, Yenner paid no attention, only coldly replying with an Later, he picked flowers for Yenner to confess his love, asking if she would marry him in the future. Yenner only nodded faintly, making Cixi flatter himself. His heart felt shattered as he shouted that his senior sister was clearly his. Seeing him about to lunge at Yenner, Wang Qi immediately hugged her and shot a bullet-like glare at Cixi. Seeing this, Ling Yi had to remind the two senior brothers to mind their image, that this was Little Qiang Peak. She was very hospitable and quickly brought out a jug of wine, saying that since the two of them were here, they might as well follow the rules of Little Qiang Peak to settle their dispute. Her senior brother loved making wine, and she invited them to try it. These words pushed the relationship between the two sides to a high tension. Each held a gourd in one hand, staring at each other with provocation and challenge, as if to see who was worthy of their senior sister. But after a short while, both were dead drunk, not knowing up from down. Cixi on one side said dizzily, "Let me love my senior sister. Let me love my senior sister. Let me go back to her." And tears fell from his eyes. Seeing the two like this, Yenner's mouth twitched nonstop. They hadn't even finished a single jar of wine before ending up like this. Was it possible they were drinking wine or some spirit pill? Yenner had no choice but to helplessly carry the two drunkards away from Little Qiang Peak, bid farewell to Ling Yi, and lead them home, promising to come another day. She sighed miserably, worried that if junior brother Liu woke up, he would surely cause trouble for Wang Kai again. But just then Ling Yi had an idea and said to Yenner, "Senior sister, I have a method that can help you solve this." She smiled cunningly and whispered to Yenner, "If you want senior brother Liu to find it hard to give up, if he dares to claim another man's child, his character will change. But remember to find a witness to avoid damaging your reputation." Imagining the scene of Wang Qi holding Yenner's belly while she smiled softly, "My junior brother, you're too much, too much. Maybe there's a baby soon," which would make Ciji's heart ache and scream that his senior sister didn't love him. Unexpectedly, Yenner agreed to this idea. She gratefully grabbed Ling Yi's hand and said, "I've been taught well." She poured out thanks, saying if this matter succeeded, she would be very grateful to her junior sister. After Yenner left with all her fluffiness, Ling Yi couldn't hide her anger toward Changshu, thinking to herself, "Stinky senior brother, even such small emotional matters need me to step in and handle." The scene shifted to Changshu, who was in peace. Suddenly he let out a loud sneeze. Changshu rubbed his nose and wondered if those followers of his were worshipping him again, since his disguise had been destroyed during the heavenly tribulation, revealing his true appearance. He hoped nothing major would happen, but as if sensing something, Changshu quickly did a divination for himself and immediately refuted his earlier thought. No, his statue must have been destroyed. He had not manifested. Unexpectedly, the vision that appeared was of a huge statue, startling Changshu. "What is this? Is that my statue? With over 100 incense offerings, more merit than when I killed that great demon several times over." Seeing that scene, Changshu couldn't hide his fear. What was happening after all? The scene shifted to the base where Changshu was worshipped. At that moment, a demon beast charged in, making everyone panic and shout, "Lord Changshu, Lord Camp Master, Lord City Master," but it was useless. The Camp Master was defeated by a tall man who had already learned the secret of the strong folk of the mighty camp. Man immediately coveted the statue, rushing to take Changshu's statue. They had been worshipping a sea god every day, and worshipping this one had made their bodies strong. Seeing the scene of catching many fish and shrimp made him extremely envious. Every time they went to sea, their catch doubled with no disease or disaster. It was very effective. Hearing this, the subordinates behind him exclaimed in surprise that if they also had a sea god statue, it would be very good for their village. The scene shifted back to Changshu. His face was twisted in fear. What do? I really don't understand incense offerings, and with the Western sect, would they even believe this? The more he thought, the more his head ached. He paced back and forth, holding his head and shouting, "What poison can bring down a saint? Now isn't my life half over?" Then Changshu realized he was stealing merit from the Western sect, so he returned to the sect mountain gate at top speed, fleeing thinking, I need to find a way. Back at the sect to avoid trouble, Changshu frantically drew a grand formation to strengthen Little Kiang Peak, bowed to the ancestral master sincerely, and begged for help, thinking that to resist a saint, he had to cling to another saint's leg. Finally, after a long time, Changshu happily returned to Little Kiang Peak. As soon as he entered the door, he called out, "Junior sister, I'm back." Seeing him, Ling Yi happily replied, "Senior brother." She rushed over and threw herself into Changshu's arms, asking why he had taken so long to return. She thought he had forgotten her. Changshu quickly caught her. He pinched Ling Yi's chubby cheek and asked, "Why do I feel something's wrong with you? I've only been gone 3 years." Hearing this, Ling Yi's heart skipped a beat, fearing that her senior brother already knew. She immediately confessed to seek mercy. "Senior brother, I know I was wrong. The duel between CZ and Wang Qi was my fault." But to her surprise, Changshu said, "The spirit fish in the lake is missing a third." But after hearing Ling Yi confess without being pressed, Changshu became furious and asked, "What did you just say?" This made Ling Yi's hair stand on end. She was doomed, she was dead for sure. After that, Changsha returned to his room and took a small sip of tea. Then he examined her with angry eyes. "All right, confess honestly now." Ling Yi was forced to kneel on a cushion and confessed honestly, hoping for leniency. "A year ago, I gave 7 ideas to senior sister Yanner." Ling Yi quickly recounted how Liu Yanner had reported to Wang Qi first, informed the master and Peak Lord later, and then used the scheme to tell CZ she was pregnant, originally hoping to make him stop pestering her. But she hadn't expected CZ to directly seek out Wang Qi for a fight. He charged in and punched Wang Qi square in the face. Wang Qi, upon being hit, immediately stood up. Then he struck back with a blow. This fight left neither heavily injured, as their strength was about equal. But because it was an internal conflict, they were punished by the sect rules. CZ was sentenced to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes for 20 years, unable to leave Dulin Peak, confined to his room. Wang Qi was also fined 3 years' salary, and later became sworn cultivation partners with Yanner, cultivating on Little Lin Peak. After telling the whole story, Ling Yi was deeply regretful. "Senior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have meddled in others' affairs." Changshu did not scold her harshly but gently explained, one had secretly loved for 100 years, the other for a few years. Yanner hesitated because she couldn't bear to speak harsh words. Changshu frowned and continued, "Yanner is 150 or 60 years old. Couldn't she think of another way? Not that she couldn't, just that she didn't want to. Your words made her decide on marriage, which is the karma of the 3 of them. I've taught you for years and you exhausted it all in a few." Having said that, Changshu coldly pronounced his judgment. "Go write the scripture of stability 300 times, and the precepts 300 times. Then go apologize to senior sister Yanner. After apologizing, stay on the mountain to reflect. Only when CG leaves seclusion may you come out." At this moment, she remembered something and leaned close to Changshu's ear, saying, "Senior brother, there's one more thing. Back then, Master was injured. I found out that no one knew what secret Ling Yi spoke of, but Changshu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What?" The shocking news Ling Yi brought was that Master had been injured back then because of a romantic affair, which made Changshu curious. Then Ling Yi quickly told the story. Master back then was like CZ, having a childhood sweetheart he had secretly loved for many years. The scene shifted many years ago when Ji Yuan was young. He folded a love letter into a paper crane and cherished it in his palm. Looking at the paper crane, Qi Yuan couldn't hide his shyness, wondering if his senior sister would like it. Suddenly a voice called from afar, "Does the nose like Qi Yuan or like me?" The woman's voice stammered, "The nose can't say, but now it favors you a little more." Upon hearing the voice, Qi Yuan immediately recognized his senior sister with another man. Qi Yuan immediately rushed toward the source of the noise, only to see senior sister Jiang Lin intimately embracing a man named Kuai Sai. Witnessing that scene with his own eyes, Qi Yuan suffered a tremendous shock. Unable to bear it, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the paper crane in his hand was crushed. Hearing the noise, the pair turned around in surprise. What was that sound? They saw Qi Yuan standing before them, his face blazing with anger. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Kuai Sai. As for what happened next, Ling Yi also did not know. She sighed, only aware that the rival had taken advantage of the master's weakened body and mind to strike. Qi Yuan failed to hit Kuai Sai, and instead was severely injured. That man intended to destroy his Dao foundation and cripple him. Though he failed, it still caused Qi Yuan's ascension to go awry. Kuai Sai looked at Kuai Yuan with contempt and snorted coldly. Know your limits. The sect punishment was only 100 years of reflection, but Qi Yuan suffered for several hundred years, and even failed his tribulation. Afterward, Jiang Lin left the sect, claiming to seek out the Grandmaster, but she also vanished without a trace. Qi Yuan lost both his future and his beloved, helplessly watching his senior sisters retreating back. The ugly truth was suppressed for nearly 900 years. From an arrogant youth, Qi Yuan turned into someone who only waited for money, as he was now. After hearing the story Li told, Changshu wondered, if that is true, why does the Dao sect have such poor conduct? Could someone be deliberately causing trouble? It might be someone from the heavenly court, or the old man of the moon himself tangling the red strings. If Master has enemies as disciples, we must have a plan, even if he is a late-stage true immortal or a celestial immortal. Changshu quickly took out a spirit artifact, intending to enhance the potency of a poisonous herb, hoping to kill a true immortal in a single strike. Afterward, he refined it into a pill for his master. But the problem was that little Kyong Peak was too poor. Speaking of which, Changshu suddenly panicked and realized, did I just accidentally use the Samedi True Fire? A terrifying explosion occurred, sending Changshu flying. A moment later, he crawled out from the dust and smoke, coughing violently. Looking at the shattered cauldron, Changshu said dejectedly, it is ruined. He was both heartbroken and terrified. Little Kyong Peak was already poor, and now there was more debt. What was he to do? The scene shifted to a vast peach orchard. A gentle breeze blew the petals, mingling with the sound of wind chimes on the trees, creating a poetic scene. This was the residence of the old man of the moon. He was leisurely admiring the trees and sighed, the burden of the court is too heavy. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in breathlessly and reported, Master. The door was immediately opened. The young apprentice hurriedly reported, the Grand Sorcerer has arrived, about to reach the selection hall. Hearing this, the old man of the moon was astonished. What? Why has the Grand Sorcerer come here all of a sudden? He hurriedly ran out to receive him. The young apprentice chased after him, gasping for breath, and shouted, Master, slow down. The Grand Sorcerer is no ordinary person. That is Xuandu, the only personal disciple of the Supreme Purity Sage. The young apprentice could not hide his admiration. The old man of the moon continued, since Laozi is the senior brother among the three pure ones, even though this person entered Kunlun later, all other senior disciples must call him senior brother. By now, the old man of the moon had reached the main hall. He hastily opened the door and greeted, I have kept the Grand Sorcerer waiting too long. Before him, an elegant figure was holding a teacup and replied softly, it is fine, I just sat down. This person was none other than Xuandu the Grand Sorcerer. He asked, Old Man of the Moon, are you well recently? The Old Man of the Moon answered obsequiously, Fine, fine. This attitude stunned the young apprentice behind him. Why is Master so polite? The Old Man of the Moon then asked, Does the Grand Sorcerer wish to see the situation of marital fates in recent years? Xuandu replied, I have troubled the Old Man of the Moon. In the past 1,000 years, how many have completed? The Old Man of the Moon invited him, Please come this way. As instructed, whenever I see a fate, I push it forward. Over the past 1,000 years, the immortal sects have completed 362 pairs. Xuandu praised with satisfaction, not bad. How many newborns are there? The old man of the moon guided the way and said, For that, I must go down to the underworld to check the records. We are only in charge of fates. A moment later, the two entered a room filled with starlight. The old man of the moon introduced, This is the starry sea of love, where each star is a romance. Xuandu stepped inside and said, Show me the nearest fate. The old man of the moon took down a star. The nearest one is the love fate of the Transcendence Immortal Sect. The old man under the moon quickly enlarged that star, which turned out to be Changshu's love fortune. He proudly said that a disciple with such a solitary path actually had 3 matches, an immense blessing. Xuandu then requested the old man to extend the red thread to connect all 3 ends. The old man under the moon immediately took out his meritorious virtue treasure, a lovesick branch, and said with great enthusiasm, Yes, this humble god will do it right away. The scene shifted to Changshu, who suddenly froze for a few seconds. In Changshu's mind, an image appeared of him passionately embracing and kissing Xuanya. This incident greatly disturbed the young man who was repairing the alchemy room. He quickly calmed himself down, wondering why such a scene had suddenly appeared in his head. It turned out to be the old man under the moon's illusion technique. The illusion of love was affecting Changshu, but Changshu shouted loudly. His Dao heart was firm, and the illusion technique could not penetrate him. He used his steadfast will to repel all the illusions the old man under the moon had planted. The passionate images also vanished from Changshu's mind. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Remembering his junior sister Juju was fine, but why was there poison? The poison had already been dealt with. Since his attack was ineffective, the old man under the moon continued to supplement the harem illusion. But this time Changshu also easily dodged all of them. Nevertheless, he still caught a glimpse of some dazzling images, a female classmate saying good morning, today she was showing too much. Then an innocent junior from a lower grade asked, Brother, do I look good in this sailor killer outfit. After that, the senior sister Li Shiquan threatened, "If you keep looking at me like that, I will kill you." All of this made Changshu tear his hair out in frustration. He asked himself, as an immortal with a body pure as jade, why did he have such thoughts? Was this a side effect of the heavenly punishment? Changshu calmly recited a mantra to purify his mind. But in his heart, he thought, what had he not seen in his past life? These things were useless. He had to achieve longevity first before considering romantic matters. On the old man under the moon's side, he was still trying to attack Changshu, not believing this kid was unmoved. Xuandu was also helpless. Xuandu was delighted and offered to lend the old man under the moon a hand. He stepped in and added a dose of Spring's essence to Changshu. The moment Xuandu interfered, Changshu immediately took out a magic artifact, seemingly needing to use his trump card to calm his heart. Unexpectedly, Xuandu's move was too heavy, directly taking off one of Changshu's arms. Changshu immediately unrolled the 100 beauties growing old together painting. True affection meant accepting each other in old age, not just admiring youthful beauty. The painting dispelled all the wicked thoughts in his head, and Changshu became a bit more purified. Xuandu held the severed arm and awkwardly asked if it could be reattached. The old man under the moon cried but still answered, "It can, but it will take time." Xuandu returned the arm to the old man under the moon and promised to bring an elixir forged by Lord Lao to compensate in a few days. In his heart, Xuandu held a grudge against Changshu, imagining him sneering. Veins bulged on his face. This kid was too cautious and really troublesome. The old man under the moon laughed off the situation and said yes. Half a month passed and Changshu had repaired the alchemy furnace into a mini version. His heart grew more sorrow. His left armpit often itched, and he had wild thoughts. Could it be that his immortal body was not perfected? Did he need to consolidate his cultivation stage? At that moment, Ling Yi poked her head in and reported that she had finished apologizing to Liu Yanner. Entering the room, she saw Changshu holding his hand over a flame and asked, "Senior brother, are you roasting your hand?" Changshu sadly covered his face, saying he was refining a pill and the small pot broke. Ling Yi asked in panic, "Where is the big pot?" He tiredly replied, "It shattered half a month ago." Suddenly, Changshu regained his composure and seriously said that pill refining was important for his and his junior sister's cultivation, and was also a way to provoke their master. He had to find someone to help make a new one. He immediately went to find Uncle Master Jiu Wu. Jiu Wu asked, "Are you not using my guidance formation this time?" Changshu laid out a lavish meal on the table. A rabbit was eyeing the delicious vegetables. Jiu Wu warily hugged 2 memory spheres and said to use the rabbit to test the dishes, telling him not to play tricks again. Changshu was helpless. Seeing the rabbit eat everything, he said with a dark face, "If a spirit beast can eat it, there is no need to doubt it anymore." Jiu Wu looked at the rabbit, full to bursting, and dropped the memory spheres in shock. Changshu probed, asking if Uncle Master wanted to expand the chain formation within the sect. Jiu Wu was startled and asked, "How do you know?" "I haven't told anyone." Changshu took out an ancient tome, saying he had seen a few lines and summarized them. In reality, it was a key solution plan for the formation. Jiu Wu was like a fish finding water. He rushed over, saying he thought he would have to persuade him, but he never expected Changshu to give it so easily. He had misunderstood him. Changshu smiled, saying the sect was home and they all had to rely on each other. He asked if Uncle Master received a reward for his contribution. He smiled and cupped his hands, requesting a new alchemy pot. Jiu Wu agreed and led him to find a cauldron. He instructed that if he could not find one, he could ask Uncle Master Jiu Shi to forge one. Changshu thanked him gratefully. Jiu praised her artifact forging skills as not inferior. While walking in the sky, Changshu noticed Xuan Ye down below. He secretly hoped she wouldn't see him, but he was also curious why Xuan Ye had come here. While walking, Xuan Ye encountered a sign blocking her way. She stopped to read it. The message stated that the senior brother had just gone out and was punished not to speak, inviting the senior sister to wait in the reception room. After reading it, Xuanya felt puzzled in her heart. She sighed helplessly, and that attitude surprised Ling Yi. Had she finally agreed to go? Xuanya coldly walked away, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, junior sister Ling Yi." On hearing this, Ling Yi became furious. She was struck as if by lightning, tears streaming down her face, crying that this senior sister was too venomous and had no understanding of human feelings or worldly affairs. Changshu entered a room, looked left and right, and wondered to himself where Uncle Master Jiu Wu had led him. He said he would give him an alchemy furnace. Which one was it exactly? After a period of careful examination, he chose a good furnace. The material was not the great purple gold alloy, but it was a new treasure with higher power than his old cauldron, very suitable for a nascent transformation disciple. Changshu pointed at the furnace with an innocent face and said, "Uncle Master, I want this one." Jiu Wu looked in a different direction and called out loudly, "Senior brother Liu, don't be stingy with these furnaces for gifts. Changshu has made contributions. He must be rewarded by choosing one cauldron himself. Since we're here, even if I have to smash a few, don't let him off easily." Fei Jianjian Dan Din Feng, inner sect deacon, was usually in charge of tasks related to the alchemy furnace. The junior disciple said to leave early. "Come over here, we go somewhere else." Type a floor-mounted gunbench page. The two immediately bowed respectfully to the senior uncle. A dignified old man approached. Was he a disciple of Xiao Qiong Peak, Changshu? Changshu quickly performed a bow. Disciple Changshu of Xiao Qiong Peak pays respects to Grandmaster Uncle. The old man immediately asked, "How is the fox heart concoction progressing?" Changshu answered fluently, "Take 3 portions of spirit fart's first blood, 1 part puncture target herb, 2 parts broken soul vine honey, 1 part red rain herb, a little flying fortress water, and a pinch of dust ash. Use cold fire to refine for 6 hours, and the fox heart pill is complete." After speaking, he began to panic until his face turned pale. Wanlin's expression grew even more terrifying. Changshu involuntarily stepped back. This smile was too creepy. Wanlin asked with a frightening gaze, "If 2 parts of cicada pollen were added and shadow fire was used to refine for 12 hours, what would be obtained?" Changshu was perplexed as the old man approached the soul-absorbing pill. The old man still stared at him. If the broken soul vine honey was removed, 3 parts of solitary sun lotus powder were added, 2 parts of drifting bone sand were added, and white bright fire was used to refine for 24 hours, what would be obtained? He answered honestly, that would be a useless pill. The medicinal properties neutralize each other. Because white bright fire is gentle, the ingredients cancel out. Liu Fei was startled. "Damn it, do not talk nonsense. Elder, this person is a junior valued by my master. If he offended you, please be lenient for my master's sake." Wanlin still stared. "You say it is a useless pill." The old man extended his hand. Contrary to fear, Wanlin patted his shoulder heavily. "Well said, good job, boy." Liu Fei could not believe it. What? Images of swarming venom surrounded the old man. Wanlin was a transcendent elder of Danding Peak, fond of refining poisons. His strength could not be analyzed using cultivation level or magic treasures. 1 pill of his could poison a terrestrial immortal to death. Everyone feared him, but he liked Changshu. Liu Fei watched the senior uncle pat the boy's shoulder and asked Ju Wu, "Where did that junior come from? I have never seen the senior uncle so happy." The old man replied, "Do not ask me, I know nothing." Suddenly Wanlin looked at Ju Wu with a frightening gaze. The old man flinched. "Yes, Grandmaster Uncle." Changshu smiled fakely. "Grandmaster Uncle, I have been here for 7 or 8 days already. Taken up a lot of time. I take my leave first." Wanlin quickly pulled him back. "Hold on. Come study with me to improve the moon bright pill." He felt frustrated at failing to escape, could only let himself be dragged. The old man exuded a sinister aura, making others fear. "You stay a few more days, I do not mind. We can study together." Changshu could not take it anymore. "Please stop." Half a month later he also returned home, finally released. Changshu approached the alchemy furnace, a bit tired but had gained much, from the Grandmaster Uncle's poison scriptures to a large number of poison pills and spirit pills. He looked at the massive alchemy furnace, muttered, "Finally obtaining a satisfactory furnace, must owe this favor, repay it later, end the karmic ties." There was no one. He scratched his head in confusion. Why was there a slight itching sensation between his legs all of a sudden? Changshu held his head, determined to quickly go into seclusion to perfect his immortal body. This itch was not caused by the immortal body, but another reason. A young man with tears and snot streaming down his face shouted, "Yu Lao." That man held tight to the old man's leg. "Release me quickly. You are the celestial in charge of fated marriages, so handle this romantic affair for me." Yu Lao sighed in annoyance. "Out of options, there is still some simple work left. You two help me do it." The other person turned and left. "Help me." The 2 fairy children heard their master's instruction. "Okay, master, rest assured we will complete it. This puppet's hand is broken." 2 started repairing it. The puppet on the table looked bizarre. "Done. The shoulder attached wrong. There is leftover clay. What now?" 1 fairy child covered their face in fear. "Will master punish us?" The other fairy child picked up the puppet to examine. Between the legs managed to hide a lot of clay. This was the source of Changshu's itch. A moment later, the puppet's 3rd section was bloated, used a hairpin to dig deep, then stuffed in sugar. Yu Lao entered. "Have you 2 finished repairing?" The 2 fairy children were surprised. "Finished repairing, master." The old man said gently, "Well done. Go to the lightning avoidance hall to cultivate." The 2 were very happy. "Yes, master." Yu Lao sighed, remembering the angry young man must pay special attention to this kid. If there were negative effects, it would ultimately be his own fault. What to do? After speaking, Yu Lao finished fixing the puppet. Changshu's itch disappeared. He was busy cooking. His body was already like crystal, his immortal soul flawless. He checked many times and found no abnormalities. The small realm puppet was also intact. It should be fine. He cut carrots without looking, confident that the tasteless scripture contained profound meaning. Slowly experiencing each sentence could yield new insights, even conceive a new divine ability. Suddenly Changshu revealed a knowing smile. Next he could discuss the money-making plan with his master. On the table was an incredibly appetizing plate of fish. Mission accomplished. In the Zhonghua realm no one had skills like his. Should also go visit Grandmaster Uncle Wan. Conveniently bring some for Ling Yi and master. In front of her room was a lunchbox. Ling Yi happily picked it up. Senior brother has come and made food for me. She smiled shyly. I will enjoy it. Suddenly she thought about it, then became angry. It was all a trick. There must be a catch for such strange events happening. Ling Yi picked up the lunchbox and threw it away. Senior brother must be testing my vigilance lesson. The lunchbox flew far out of sight. She chanted an incantation fire summoning technique. The box exploded in midair. The test result was not perfect, but at least it covered the factor. A moment later, Ling Yi fell into silence. She began to despair, her face turning pale. It really was food made by senior brother. I have not had it for years. How could I? Changshu presented the plate of fish with a beaming smile. Grandmaster Uncle Wan, thank you for giving me the alchemy furnace. I specially made something delicious. Please try it. Wanlin was utterly unmoved, refusing directly. I long ago stopped eating. No need to eat. If you insist, leave it on the table. I will try it when I am free. He pulled out a large wine jar. Then how about you drink my infused wine? The old man saw it and was happy. Let us study toxins together. The wine inside has medicinal ingredients. Poison wine is also a good direction. How about you and I study the application potential of toxins? The old man inscribed a page full of the word poison. Changshu's hands ached from carrying it. Grandmaster Uncle, stop reciting. He sighed, physically and mentally exhausted. Cannot come to Danding Peak this often in the future, to avoid drawing attention. Changshu broke out in a cold sweat from fear. People fanatical about their hobbies were truly terrifying. Next time, probably 2 years from now before he returns. Ling Yi reached out her hand, her eyes wide as she looked at the alchemy furnace, praising how formidable this new furnace looked. Seeing this, he quickly shouted for her not to touch it, saying it could bite people. Bolts of lightning struck down from somewhere onto Ling Yi, and there was also lightning magic. Seeing this scene, Changshu was also exasperated, saying that he had set up a safe barrier to prevent others from opening the core. He gently bandaged his junior sister, telling her that if she took such risks again, she would not just get electrocuted. She replied that she knew she was wrong. The two sat by the window frame in the sunlight. He asked where the master had gone, and that the junior sister had been doing quite well lately. Ling Yi looked around and said the master went to attend the sect leader convention, where he was the lowest in rank and dared not speak, just sitting in a corner like he was sitting on a hot seat. Ling Yi turned and smiled at him, asking if her senior brother was praising her. Changshu also turned and smiled at her, saying that it wasn't like he inflated her every day until her nails grew or anything. Why would he hold her back? Ling Yi gently leaned against his back, complaining that her senior brother always criticized her, then asked what realm he was actually in. Changshu looked gently at his junior sister and asked if there was a problem. He smiled in the sunlight, answering that he was in the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Ling Yi, still drowsy with her eyes closed, said she did not believe that. Her senior brother must be more formidable than that. The scene suddenly shifted to another door. A celestial boy of the old man under the moon was yawning, asking if they should tell the master the actual situation, fearing it would cause big trouble. On the right was written, "Old man under the moon is not at home." On the left was written, "The heavenly Tao protects this place." The other celestial boy quickly put on a stern face, asking if he was not afraid of being turned back by the master. The other replied, "Don't worry, the master definitely has a way." Two looked up at the green tree canopy together, saying that originally there were only 2 acacia branches that had been enlightened by the master. To be honest, that was what the branches should do, obediently carry the master on their backs. The old man under the moon carried a very heavy box, offering it as a gift before speaking of business. As the old man under the moon, with no backing or connections, he dared not offend anyone. That was precisely why the Jade Emperor placed him in this position, so he would not act with bias. He sighed, too exhausting. The old man under the moon stood at the door, thinking that the heavenly Tao strictly monitors the old man under the moon hall. Just thinking about causing trouble would get a warning, a second time would surely be punished, and a third time would be the death penalty. The heavenly court was declining, and the Daoist sect was flourishing. He did not want to offend anyone. The puppet had been broken by Grandmaster Xuandu, but Xuandu had a sage protecting him, so he had no choice but to solve it himself. Suddenly, someone appeared, calling out to the celestial official. The celestial official received the gift, telling the old man under the moon to rest assured that sending a dream to a young key refiner over 100 years old was very easy. The old man under the moon quickly withdrew the gift, saying this was a small token of sincerity about the matter of sending dreams to many people. The two of them stood in front of a machine. He explained that the StarNet Dream Heaven instrument only needed the target to relax or take a nap during secluded cultivation when they comprehend the Tao. Then they could invite that person into a dream. Celestial official reached out to operate the machine, saying, "Rest assured it was just a young disciple. It would only take a few seconds." Suddenly he hesitated a bit, an image of Changshu smiling, fully alert. It startled him, and he asked if they could not investigate this person, asking if there was location information. The celestial official turned around and spoke gruffly to the old man under the moon, asking if he was sure this Taoist title was correct, and if there was a pure, cool birth date. The old man immediately handed over a piece of paper, saying he had the birth date here. Half an hour later, the celestial official breathed a sigh of relief, saying it was done. No wonder this was a disciple of the human sect, having a primordial spirit treasure protecting him, truly hard to investigate. He pointed at a spot, telling the old man under the moon to look over here, to wait until a point of starlight lit up. That meant he was asleep or distracted. Then they could invite him into the dream. They waited like that until half a day later, and the star still had not lit up, and so they waited another full day, looking disappointed. The two just stared intently. After 2 days their eyes were glazed over. 2 months later, the old man under the moon's eyes felt like they were going to pop out, and he asked if perhaps this treasure was broken. The old man under the moon stammered in trepidation, saying that perhaps they should just forget about this matter. Immediately, a loud scolding was heard. No. The celestial official was burning with rage, saying that if he started a job, he would see it through to the end. That attitude scared the old man under the moon, who had to say, "You go back and tend to matters of fate. I will wait here and report any news." He broke out in a sweat, saying, "Then I trouble you, Taoist friend." Much later, the old man under the moon came again, asking Taoist friend, "How goes the waiting?" He gently patted his shoulder, asking why he was not saying anything. Celestial official turned around with a gaunt face, saying that this treasure might really be broken, but I will continue waiting. Old man under the moon, you go back first. I am determined to wait this brat out. The old man under the moon could only smile wryly, saying, "All right then." Half a year later, when he returned, the man was lying flat. The old man under the moon kept shaking the celestial official, telling him to wake up, do not die. He looked depleted of spirit, saying, "I am fine, just sleep deprived." Then the celestial official touched his hand, saying, "Another month." At this point, he could not take it anymore and cried, saying they should try a different method. He could not let that little bastard off. How could he do this, giving no opportunity at all for half a year? First, send a dream to someone else in the celestial boy squad. Ask them to tell this stubborn guy to call him into a dream to meet the old man under the moon. Changshu casually flipped through the pages of a book, asking what was this about a heavenly spirit sending a dream to his junior sister. Ling Yi honestly recalled the celestial official's face, saying she was told to tell her senior brother to go to sleep, that a golden-armored heavenly spirit said the old man under the moon wanted to send him a dream. Changshu was astonished. A dream from the old man under the moon. He gently closed the book and thought the matter was not simple. Nothing happened without reason. Lately, his mind had been anxious, distracting thoughts had been running rampant, so he had taken out his secret treasure, and then his armpit had inexplicably itched. There was something wrong here. The reply was just a knowing smile. He told his junior sister, for the time being he would not enter the dream. If the golden-armored celestial spirit came to send a dream again, remember to ask specifically what the matter was, and say that he was busy refining pills. The celestial official screamed in anger. He refused, and even said he was busy refining pills. He was furious and determined to fight it out, telling the old man under the moon to let the minor official go down and drag him up here. The old man under the moon was terrified and pulled him back, saying he could not. They needed to discuss this more carefully. The old man under the moon just smiled wryly and offered a suggestion. His junior sister was cute and was very proper in her etiquette. She said her senior brother was refining pills at a crucial moment, so we could find her to pass on the message instead. Then he showed his sincerity, asking the celestial official to help find his junior sister one more time. Only then did he calm down, saying, "All right." A star on the machine had lit up. Ling Yi sleepily walked into another realm. She suddenly woke up, saying it's here again. Ling Yi hurriedly ran to find her senior brother, saying that celestial official had come to find her again, but she had passed on the message. Changshu smiled because the plan was going smoothly, saying, "Very good." He gently laid his junior sister down on the mat, instructing her to stay here and continue to enter a meditative state, and listen to see if the celestial official had anything else to say. Ling Yi looked back at him innocently, saying, "Okay, senior brother, I will do it now." He gently closed her eyes and entered the dream realm once more. One of his fingers gently touched her cheek. While staring intently at his junior sister, he was also amazed, thinking that the heavenly court was indeed an organ established by the heavenly Tao. Sending a dream must rely on some treasure, truly miraculous. Changshu sank into thought. The ones behind this matter might not be just the old man under the moon. The old man under the moon was also just a tool, like the golden-armored celestial spirit. The God-confirmant tribulation was still far away. The heavenly court was newly established. The Jade Emperor was extremely cautious. The Jade Emperor had appointed the old man under the moon because he was timid. Disciples of the three sects addressed the Jade Emperor as Uncle Sovereign Hao Tian, not Your Majesty. Behind the human sect's Tao lineage was Grand Supreme Elder. The Jade Emperor would not dare to scheme against the human sect. The heavenly court was the back garden of the Taoist sect. The Western sect had not yet been able to get a hand in. Changshu had his own calculations in his heart. While those other two sects seemed to be at odds, they had not yet fallen out. The human sect had few Tao lineages and did did not clash with the other two sects, so the possibility of them causing trouble was not high. Could it be that some expert within the human sect wanted to use the thread of fate to harmonize the various Dao lineages? Who was this expert? It was very unlikely to be the founding patriarch of the Degree of Immortality sect, the true man of calamity of Kunlun Mountain. Disciples of a sage had to be careful. The founding patriarch of calamity did not have a major role. The sage of the human sect only had one personal disciple, and this person was idle, with the strength and influence, daring to ask the old man under the moon to act to shake up the customs of the human sect. His whole body emitted an aura of enlightenment. Grandmaster Zhuan Du, that must be it. Changshu held his head in pain, suspecting his fate had been messed with by the great mage, forcing the old man of the moon to appear and fix things. He muttered to himself, why would someone poison him so baselessly? Zhuanya, being mentioned, shouted back, what song is that? Changshu looked at his junior sister with calculation. Could she have caught the great mage's eye? He would have to find a way to avoid her in the future. Right then Lingyi woke up. She explained the situation clearly. The old man of the moon said that while inventorying the clay statues of fate, he accidentally bumped into the senior brother's statue, causing slight damage. He wanted to trade and check for aftereffects. Changshu was speechless, realizing all the recent strangeness was because of the old man of the moon. Lingyi started crying in worry, asking if the senior brother was okay, and if the broken statue would ruin his fate. Changshu patted her head to comfort her, saying he didn't know, but meeting the old man of the moon would clarify things. He felt gleeful inside, because the old man of the moon managed the fate of the heavenly court and had wide connections. If he could befriend him, there would be hope for his standing in the heavenly court later. He asked his junior sister to guard his body so he could enter a dream, and Lingyi obeyed. After a while, Changshu entered the dream, his body floating lightly. At this moment, Changshu had safely landed within the dreamscape. The old man of the moon appeared before him and asked, "Are you Changshu?" This old man is the old man of the moon. Changshu respectfully greeted. Du Xiansek disciple Changshu pays respects to the senior. The old man of the moon cried with joy, finally managing to invite you here. I have been suffering so much. The old man of the moon invited him into the dreamscape, apologizing for not receiving him properly. Changshu extended his hand to invite him in first, thanking the senior. The old man of the moon asked directly, lately, have you felt any gathering of yang energy or swelling of emotions? Changshu replied that he felt a bit of an itch but nothing serious, and he wasn't sure about the yang energy. The old man of the moon produced a small peach tree, saying it was the spiritual treasure, the longing tree, and he would use its branch for a light prick to check. Changshu was stunned. Wasn't this the legendary dream communicating treasure from the history books? He pricked the tree with his own finger. The touch startled him. Even a light touch had an effect. He understood that the strange visions he had before were all caused by this old rascal. The old man of the moon asked kindly, do you feel anything, Han? Changshu honestly replied that he did, but not much. The old man of the moon smiled, then let's prick it a few more times. Changshu frantically waved his hands in fear, saying there was no need. He would adjust it when he got back. His junior sister was still standing guard over his spirit, which was inconvenient. He was terrified inside. More pricks, and he didn't know what would happen. Outside, Lingyi covered her face in embarrassment, not knowing what the senior brother said. Changshu sighed, saying that as a junior to be cared for by a senior, it was truly thoughtful. He analyzed the old man of the moon's position as weak, with unstable backing, torn between managing external relations and serving the heavenly Tao, easily beaten by the gods of the capital crime department. The old man of the moon was so moved he cried. 10,000 years of hardship only he knew. Now he had Changshu understanding him. Changshu advised him not to be discouraged. All things are difficult at first. Daoist Qiyuan had once overcome difficulties, resolving his body to become a ghost-poking immortal, living freely now. Changshu sympathized and asked if the senior was often troubled by Xuan, Du the great mage, and the heavenly soldiers. The old man of the moon, still unsettled, said the great mage had only recently arrived, which surprised him. The old man of the moon clenched his fist and muttered to himself. This Du Xiansek disciple was beyond reproach, both polite and going through hardship for him. He was even planning to help Daoist Qiyuan ascend to the heavenly court. Changshu stood up to take his leave. Senior, this junior will not disturb you any longer. The old man of the moon called him back. Wait. He handed him a red ring, saying this was an object storing ring as a gift. The old man of the moon explained, your puppet has been repaired by the heavenly Tao. It will no longer suffer damage and can develop normally. Changshu accepted the gift, thanking the senior. He smiled cryptically, suggesting they make an oath for peace of mind. The old man of the moon was startled, saying there is still time now. Changshu's words made his eyes light up, praising him for his thorough planning. The oath stipulated that both sides would not mention the incident of the broken statue. The old man of the moon would not interfere with Changshu's fate, and the rest was tens of thousands of words. Changshu returned to the moment he had just arrived. After a while he woke up. Changshu was surprised to see his junior sister sulking and leaving, asking why she was standing so far away. He looked down and discovered something. Ling Yi ran away in fright, saying there was no need to guard the formation anymore. She would go back first. Changshu stretched out his hand and shouted, "It's a misunderstanding." He cried inwardly, getting pricked once by the longing tree in the dream. Now there was no way. After all, he was just an ordinary male immortal. So tragic. Out of curiosity, he took out the ring to see what was inside. A beam of light shot up, so much stuff. Changshu was dumbfounded. All precious pills, rare herbs, mysterious protective yang items, and top-grade spirit stones. Was this an apology gift? Was the heavenly court this wealthy now? He was immersed in the pile of gifts, silently thanking the old man of the moon for supporting little Kyong Peak. He calculated how to make money, using the spirit stones as capital to buy herbs for pills, trading for treasures to generate profit. In Changshu's hand were 3 paper effigies. He thought personal travel was dangerous. If the paper effigies succeeded, it would be safe and profitable. Suddenly, his face darkened. The nearest town was over 20,000 miles away. He could only control them within 1,000 miles. Struggling with the paper effigy, he shouted, "If a demon cultivates divine powers to do good deeds, an immortal must calculate profit first." 6 years later, 2 people stood there. Junior brother Qi Yuan asked if he wanted to go out for a few days. Changshu replied roughly 3 days before returning. He held a box, saying he felt an insight in his heart and wanted to go out and see. The other person agreed. Qi Yuan used his divine method to soar through the sky. A secret sound transmission guided him to a hiding place for the box. Qi Yuan placed the box under a tree root and asked if there was anything else to do. After a moment, he listened further. "No need, just go to the spiritual mine and wait. Come back in 3 days to retrieve the box." Suddenly, the box opened by itself, revealing a spirit stone. The spirit stone illuminated the entire forest. Light shone straight into his eyes, a warning of an immortal sense reaction. Changshu told his master to withdraw the immortal sense and do something else. Qi Yuan angrily left. That disciple dared to order his master around. He swore he would spank him with his whisk when he returned. His paper effigy used a telescope to observe, seeing no one around. It immediately used the transformation technique. With a flash, the space fell silent. The paper effigy transformed into another person, with a precious sword on its back, which was actually a magical tool that sprayed poison and knockout gas. The adult sitting below was confident. This was the result of 6 years of studying divine abilities. This improved paper effigy was an external incarnation, but since it didn't contain his original spirit, if it was cut down, the main body would also be injured. It praised itself for being handsome, then set off for Linhai Town. As soon as he finished speaking, the paper effigy shot straight into the sky. Linhai Town was bustling, with lively sounds of buying and selling. Buyers and sellers were crowded together, promising to meet again next time. The person below was confident, determined to earn a huge sum. A few days later, he was filled with utter terror. Impossible. Paper Man was trying to escape from the others. How could he still be noticed, even after turning into this appearance? Before being chased, Changshu had earned quite a sum of money from selling pills. Standing in front of the stall, the other person showed interest and asked, "Little brother, is this pill real?" Changshu answered boldly, "Not only is it real, it even has unexpected effects. Hurry up and buy some." After having money, Changshu used it to buy other things. Based on the money and the silver from the old man under the moon, he continued trading, and the quality was also good. The seller thought to himself, "You've been looking for half a day already. Are you buying or not?" After a moment of deliberation, Changshu pointed at them and said, "This one, and this one too." The seller immediately put on a dissatisfied and contemptuous face, thinking, "Such a poor wretch, after looking for half the day. You only end up buying 2 sticks, wasting my time." Seeing that attitude, Changshu replied clearly, "You misunderstood. Except for those 2, wrap up everything else for me." Seeing the jade in his hand, the man panicked and said, "A top-grade spirit stone, looks poor, but is actually a hidden tycoon." Time passed, and a few days later, Changshu had doubled his initial profit. He was as happy as if he were celebrating a festival, unable to close his smiling mouth. "I'm making money, and I don't even know how to spend it." But since he became rich, he had fallen into the sights of a group of bad people. Those bandits with eyes as sharp as stars looked at him. "Brothers, a fat sheep has shown itself." Now, returning to the present, Changshu was being chased by a group of people. Look, this was the primordial wilderness, where the weak were prey for the strong. His face gradually tensed up, his heart secretly worried. The combat power of this paper Taoist was only equivalent to a return to Void Realm key refiner. If the Taoist consumed too much immortal power, it would easily run out of energy and not be able to return home. The Taoist was currently carrying 1/3 of his assets. Thinking this, he secretly shouted, "Fight fast, win fast." From behind, a man fiercely unleashed a magical artifact. That man's eyes were proud, his mouth chuckling, and he immediately threw it with all his might towards him. The magical artifact just shot very quickly towards Changshu. Changshu was worried and glanced back. Just as the magical artifact was about to hit, he quickly ducked down to dodge. His face tensed, his mouth clenched tightly, as he warily watched the explosion behind him. From above, the bandit shouted a command, "Seal, return." The magical artifact from the ground immediately shot up into the sky. The next second, the magical artifact obediently flew back towards that person. Seeing the group charging forward, Changshu shouted loudly, "Calm down, let's talk things over slowly." Before he could finish his sentence, that magical artifact descended again, and a large explosion sent Changshu flying back. Changshu struggled to anchor himself to the ground. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Changshu shouted loudly, "Don't force me to draw my sword." Hearing this, the group of people laughed mockingly. "A little original cultivator dares to draw a sword. You really don't know your place." Before they could react, a small bottle was uncapped, and a stream of gas spread with the wind. Having just inhaled a little, the group of people felt their vitality drained from their entire bodies. Why are we suddenly poisoned? It didn't take long for Changshu to easily take down the 4 bandits. Seeing them lying motionless on the ground, Changshu smiled eerily. "So I told you." He reached his hand to grip the sword hilt on his back, slowly drawing it out. Immediately after, Changshu fiercely swung the sword towards the group. "Don't force me to draw my sword." Seeing his momentum, instead of being afraid, they were astonished, their eyes wide open. The thing inside was not a long sword at all. Before they could come to their senses, Changshu released his move. Long strands of rope were shot out, tightly binding their bodies. Standing at the other end of the battle line, Changshu took on all 4 with one spell. They were quickly struck down by him, lying in a painful heap on top of each other. Without stopping, Changshu waved his hand and threw out several paper human figures. The paper human figures that were released immediately transformed into real people. Battle began. One person knocked on a wooden fish. The other person continuously threw out fairy powder. Another person took the chance to rush forward and snatch the treasures from the group. "Hand over all the treasures on you to me." That person waved his hand, and a stream of fire energy was spat out. The flames burst forth accordingly. They immediately engulfed the group of bandits. Right after, in the middle of the forest, a pillar of light burst forth, incredibly powerful. That situation just now was truly too dangerous. Good thing they carelessly got poisoned by my poison. Changshu looked thoughtfully at them, holding in his hand a bead that continuously emitted spiritual energy. Being targeted by others means I wasn't careful enough. I was a bit hasty in my actions. I need to write a self-criticism. Next time, I'll make Master go for a walk for a few more days. Then he immediately headed north, made a detour eastward before returning to the meeting point with Master Qiyuan. Stranger appeared, and the old man opened his mouth. "The box is still here, but where is Changshu? Didn't we agree to meet here?" Suddenly, from inside, Changshu shot out like a gust of wind. Changshu laughed happily. "Master, you arrived so early?" Qiyuan was startled by this, so he pulled out an enormous club and swung it forward. "Who are you?" Changshu was frightened and quickly waved his hand. Wait, it's me, Changshu. It's your precious disciple's paper clone." A moment later, Changshu sighed wearily. Fighting that group of bad guys was fine, but the result was I almost got smacked by Master. The paper human beside him immediately returned to its original form. The paper human obediently crawled back into the box. "Alright, Master, let's just take the box and pretend nothing happened. Let's go back to the mountain." Qiyuan happily put away the wooden box. "Next time we'll find another reasonable excuse to go out." "Alright." Changshu handed a plaque towards him. "Hang it here." From within, printed sheets of heaven, earth, and great Tao were taken out. Many key refiners like to hang a few large characters in their dwellings. Like the great powers from the ancient times, they like to hang the characters heaven and earth. In the last tens of thousands of years, key refiners have liked to hang the character Tao, or great Tao. Next came the characters for stillness, profundity, and power. Some key refiners hung large characters according to their own preferences, such as stillness, power, profundity. For something stranger, they would hang characters like return or sister. After arranging everything, Changshu stood still and admired it. After a while, his eyes clearly showed 2 words, perfect. From outside, Ling Yi poked her head in. "Senior brother, senior sister Xuan Ye has come to see you again. Moreover, she has been waiting for a very long time." Ling Yi tiredly rubbed her head, her voice full of helplessness. "I can't stop her anymore. Go deal with it yourself." His face was terrified, and he looked at her worriedly. Again, this time it's the most bone-piercing poison of all. Under the bright sunlight, all 4 people sat around a stone table. Changshu scratched his head happily and walked over with a loud laugh. "Sorry, I am late. I just finished alchemy and was a bit tired, and seeing everyone having fun, I did not dare to interrupt." Xuanya, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, gracefully spoke up. "Elder brother Changshu, rest if you are tired. I was just idly strolling and conveniently came to ask for your guidance on a few matters." But as soon as she finished speaking, a hesitant look appeared in her eyes. After a few seconds of thought, Xuanya pushed a box toward him, her face flushed with embarrassment. "That is right, elder brother Changshu. Here is a gift I am giving you." Holding the wooden box in his hand, Changshu helplessly remembered the old man of the moon's warning. Well, this romantic matter cannot be blamed on her. It is that old matchmaker who is at fault. Thinking this, Changshu smiled awkwardly, but he had to arrange things properly to return to normal. He could not let the girl misunderstand. In this matter, he had to be decisive. He replied, "Thank you, junior sister Xuan Ye." The next moment, Changshu pulled out the largest gem from his person and hastily said, "I had nothing prepared. Consider this a return gift for you, junior sister. I hope you do not refuse." Xuan Ye happily took it and obediently said, "Yes, thank you, elder brother Changshu." Changshu looked at the wooden box in his hand, his gaze softening. Back then I also gained a lot from going to the northern continent with Xuan Ye. If Xuan Ye is free later, she can come to Little Kyong Peak. If you do not mind, the two of us as senior and junior siblings can all be Xuan Ye's fellow disciples as well as the best of friends. Seeing the two being so close, Ling Yi sighed sadly and thought, Xuan Ye is also a prominent figure, and yet she was put into friend zone by the senior brother, directly rejected with the title of good fellow disciple. What kind of person does the senior brother like? Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting off Ling Yi's train of thought. Really? After Xuan Ye spoke, her whole body seemed to radiate continuous golden light, and she smiled brightly. That is wonderful then. Ling Yi rolled her eyes and inwardly concluded this was completely light shining from the heart. Seeing her enthusiasm, Changshu thought to himself in embarrassment. My intent was already so clear. Could it be that Xuan Ye did not understand what I meant? On the other side, Xuan Ye cupped her hands and lowered her head. I hope you will guide me more in the future. Senior brother, I will definitely visit often. Seeing this scene, Changshu stared blankly at her. Standing nearby, Ling Yi silently reasoned, is she truly that humble? Does senior sister Xuan Ye only wish to be friends with the senior brother? Compared to her, I being close to the water, have a geographical advantage, getting favors from those in power. Being a junior sister is truly too blessed. Thinking of this, Ling Yi bowed deeply, cupped her hands, and made a request to her senior sister. I ask for your guidance in the future. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the two girls kept bowing to each other repeatedly. I also hope junior sister Ling Yi will guide me more. Senior sister, guide me more. Junior sister, guide me more. Changshu ran out of words, thinking to himself, these two have directly started bowing to each other. Xuan Ye's poison has truly spread. After a while, when everyone had left, Ling Yi asked him in surprise, senior sister Xuan Ye got a gift, but I, your junior sister, did not. Changshu replied indifferently, you are family, giving gifts all the time is unnecessary. Hearing this, Ling Yi became angry and shouted, I do not care, you stinky senior brother, where is my gift? Changshu seemed to have expected this and pulled out a pink stone from his pouch. Inside the stone was a cute little animal. Ling Yi excitedly raised her hand and kept praising with a big smile. So cute. Is this a young beast of a relentless doctor? Thank you, senior brother. Changshu left, saying, I am glad you like it. But as soon as he opened the gift Xuan Ye had given him, his face could not hide his shock. The item Xuan Ye gave me was an earth spirit pearl that can stabilize earth element spells. Holding the continuously glowing earth pearl in his hand, Changshu thought, this kind of naturally formed treasure pearl is far more valuable than similar grade magical treasures, artifacts, or genuine pearls. Thinking this, he carefully put the box away. This is a very valuable treasure. Later I can use it to refine 4 equivalent treasure pearls, which should allow me to create a 5 elements slaughter formation plate, but it cannot be used for now, so I will just keep it here. The scene shifted to a place with a beautifully lush green lake. His previous thoughts were indeed too naive, shamefully useless. Deep beneath that water was a sleeping dragon, and even many hands working together could only knock the drunk dragon unconscious. Suddenly, it raised its hand and chanted a spell. If the dragon race wishes to prosper, the descendants of the dragon race have only one path, which is to bow and enter the gate of a sage. A powerful flash of light appeared. Ah, Ao Yi, it is time to make a move. Yi transformed from the form of a dragon into a robust young man. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly, as long as I use the identity of the Dragon Palace's crown prince, plus being a disciple of the Jai sect, and make a name in the southern continent's 4 seas, then I can change my clansmen's minds, gradually making them lower their posture. That is the chance to change the dragon race's fate, and it is also something I can accomplish. The next second, Ao Yi looked gravely at his own hand. There is one more thing. I do not know why, but ever since the day that old Daois stabbed me, the form of, Unexpectedly, he then writhed in pain, threw back his head, and wailed, it is not growing anymore. Why? From above the water's surface, voices and laughter drifted over, have you found a disciple yet? Not yet. That old man waved his hands and feet repeatedly as he spoke. This trip to the eastern continent for Dao debates. Perhaps some young disciples will compete. Maybe a disciple will fall from the sky for me. Hearing this, O Yai exclaimed in shock, eastern continent, the immortal sect Dao debate. From beneath the lake, O Yi suddenly shot up through the water's surface. Looking at the two startled men, Ao Yai clasped his hands and began to speak. "Two fellow Daoists, I also wish to go and broaden my horizons. My cultivation is short, so I can be considered a young disciple of our G sect." As if he had just announced a treasure, the two men enthusiastically came forward and patted his head. "Perfect. Then we will rely on you. With the Dragon Palace's second crown prince going, we are at ease." Time passed. A few days later, Yai said calmly, "Not a single victory." Yai stood proudly amidst the defeated opponents after a complete victory. "I have lost." My bearing was unexpected. From above on the cloud, a group of people could not help but praise. "Uncle Master Yi is truly too formidable." Hanji looked up to him and shouted admiringly. "Becoming a primordial immortal this quickly. Truly the Dragon King's bloodline, unparalleled talent." Yai shyly waved his hand repeatedly. "You flatter me, you flatter me." After that, Hanji looked at the old man beside him. "Master, how about we take a detour through Forest Sea Town to buy Yi some things?" The old man happily replied. "All right, young dragon prince, do not refuse." Yi smiled awkwardly and sheepishly. "Then I will not stand on ceremony." Scene change. A group of people entered the city gate, verifying their identities and paying the entry fee. The guard immediately stopped them. "Entry fee." A surge of spiritual energy rushed over. Changshu was startled and thought to himself, "There is a familiar aura nearby." Looking at that drifting cloud, "Is that Yi?" Seeing Ao Yai sitting calmly on the cloud, Changshu silently exclaimed, "Why am I meeting him again?" Seeing the old man dawdling, the guard shouted loudly, "Help me out here, are you coming in or not? There are people waiting behind." Changshu smiled very amiably, coming in, big brother, do not rush." He thought to himself, meeting Yi is not a big deal. As long as he does not come to Little Kiang Peak to cause trouble, that is enough. At the same time, Yi's group sped into the city. Changshu also successfully took out the entry fee. Hanji happily grabbed Yi's hand and pointed ahead with the other. "I will take you in there to look. If you see something you like, just tell me." Seeing Yi standing still, Hanji looked back and asked, "Brother, what is wrong?" Yi was embarrassed, his face gradually turning awkward. "Fellow senior and junior disciples, I have something I wish to say." Master stepped forward to continue for him. "What is there to be shy about? Brother Yi, just say it." Seeing him still hesitating, the man smiled and placed his hand on his chest. "We cultivators of Golden Ow Island, we love and help each other, sharing glory and disgrace alike." Yai hung his head low and began to explain. "In truth, I have a difficult matter in my heart. That year, at the East Sea Grand Assembly, I was defeated by a transcending immortal sect disciple of the spirit-severing stage named Changshu." Saying this, his expression changed, as he still could not let go of this matter in his heart, now that he had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal, even if only a primordial immortal. He still wanted to find that person for a rematch and debate on the Tao. Master Han Jie, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and said this matter was simple. He had a friendship with the sect master of Duxian sect, and though they belonged to different sects, paying a visit to the palace posed no inconvenience. Yi joyfully thanked him. At this moment, a girl came and patted Han Ji on the shoulder, saying that her master was speaking too boldly. Han Jie retorted, "Boldly in what way?" Han Ji helplessly slapped his forehead, saying he had hoped his master could keep his mouth shut for a little longer. Han Ji seriously looked at the girl and told her to prepare herself, for her master's crow mouth was even mightier than a heavenly Tao artifact. That girl shuddered and asked if it was true. Han Ji blushed and began to recount the story from the time she first underwent the tribulation. At that time, heavenly thunderbolts continuously struck her body. Han Ji bore the assault forcefully. Her master told her to rest assured, saying the heavenly tribulation only had 6 strikes, and this was surely the last one. As the heavenly thunder faded, her master smiled smugly, and indeed the lightning was vanishing. Not only that, but he also excitedly shouted that the heavenly tribulation had only 6 strikes and success was near. Hearing this, Han Ji joyfully asked back, "Really, so it was done?" As soon as the words fell, a heavenly thunderbolt struck her directly again. Han Ji angrily yelled, telling her master not to say anything more. As she recounted, Han Ji grimaced sarcastically, saying he always told her to rest assured that the tribulation had only 6 strikes, and listening to it made her feel like vomiting. Thinking of that, Han Ji nearly went mad, as it turned out to be 8 heavenly tribulations. That girl anxiously said that was why she had ascended beyond the ordinary people. The next second, she stammered and pointed behind Han Ji, saying there was someone behind her. Her master had been standing there for who knows how long, with a dissatisfied expression, telling her not to meddle, and to prepare to go to Duxian sect with Junior Ye. Han Ji looked at him timidly, then softly replied, "Yes." Scene transition to Potian Peak. The Green Mountains appeared harmoniously. A group of people appeared before the hall of Potian Peak. Ao Yi thought solemnly this battle was a crucial link in the grand plan. He wanted to find Changshu, and then personally re-engage in that duel from years past. Entering inside, someone asked if today's visit to Duxian sect was to find Changshu. The master of Hanji smiled and replied yes. Ao Ye had been defeated by Changshu back then and now wished to challenge him again. At this moment, Ju Wu entered from outside and reported to the sect master and elders that junior sister Changshu said her senior brother was in seclusion for a breakthrough. Ju Wu hesitatingly continued, saying Changshu was in a crucial stage and hoped everyone could choose another day. Ao Yai excitedly slammed the table and stood up, saying that no matter how long he was in seclusion, he would wait that long. Ju Wu, worried, forced a smile and said this matter was difficult to handle. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He said Changshu was not in the Dharma mansion, but in a place with formations. Let Prince Aoyi try to break the formation. It could be considered a spar. Jiu Wu secretly wiped his sweat and mentally told Changshu that his uncle had only helped this far. Scene transitioned to a secluded cliff, Xiaoqiang Peak. The group of Ao Yai followed Jiu Wu here and asked if the little junior uncle breaking the formation would be fine. The master of Hanji confidently replied that this formation looked unremarkable and likely wouldn't trouble him. Suddenly, a wooden sign appeared right in the middle of the path, clearly written on it, "Lost already?" Looking at those 4 clear words, everyone was surprised. Aoi suspiciously pointed and asked why there was a sign here. Ji Wu behind him secretly laughed, thinking the fun had begun. Not long before, Changshu had secretly sent a message, asking why 3 old Daoist heavenly immortals were coming to Xiaoqiang Peak. Changshu, before the vendor, excitedly shouted that the man's goods were the best among the 108 villages here. Even at this point, he still hadn't realized Changshu had disappeared. When he realized, he looked around in a daze, muttering, where did the person go? On the other side, Changshu woke up and was surprised to see Aoyai and Uncle Master Jiu Wu outside the illusionary formation. Changshu, dissatisfied, closed his eyes, raised his hand to his mouth to chant a spell, thinking that if they wanted to cause trouble, he would use a trick. Immediately, a pill furnace and a paper figure appeared, feigning seclusion, setting up the paper figure to avoid revealing his plan. He arranged a few more protective formations so the grand formation wouldn't be suspicious, then acted according to circumstances. Half an hour later, Yi was spinning in the forest, frantically asking why he couldn't find a way out even after searching all the life paths. Jiu Wu leisurely sipped tea, replying that every step encountered a new formation. The old man glanced at Aoyi and began to advise him not to force it. Aoyi calmly took out a small orb, saying it was the Donghai formation breaking secret treasure. He didn't believe he couldn't break this small formation. Immediately, a binding formation appeared beneath his feet. Aoyi chuckled smugly to himself. Indeed, using the secret treasure revealed a path. Aoyi followed the formation, thinking of Jiushi back then who had gotten lost here and couldn't escape. He laughed heartily, saying he would definitely break the formation today. Another half hour passed. Aoyi held the magical treasure, his face astonished. The more he looked, the more stunned he became, his face contorted. Before his eyes appeared the familiar "lost already" sign. He was furious, realizing he had returned to the starting point. At this moment, Jiu Wu approached and advised Prince Aoyi to give up. Aoyi resolutely replied no. His face changed color from anger, his whole body emanating an aura, as he was breaking the formation. On the other side, Henji shook her master, saying maybe they should go down too. The old man reluctantly told her to go, but stopped shaking him. And Zhai and that girl entered the formation. She thought this formation wasn't hard, just a basic one. Surely Aoyi wasn't skilled at breaking formations, which was why he was taking so long. Half an hour later, her face changed, and she pointed at the familiar sign, asking if she was dead. The 4 familiar words appeared clearly. Lost already? On the other side, Changshu miserably held his head, grumbling to himself that today there were more people in the open-air courtyard than in the last 10 years combined. The enchanting disciple could no longer be hidden. He took out a small paper bundle, exposing a bit of his cultivation level to deal with later. Then he took out some strange bottles, thinking that if other things were exposed, it would be troublesome. After preparing everything, he sat still, thinking that if it didn't work, he would give those 3 people a little heart-disturbing agent, just adding to the dosage. Master of Hanji outside couldn't help but exclaim that Changshu's formation was too ingenious, and it seemed junior brother Ao Yai had lost another match. Zhang Yu, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in surprise that he actually had such a skill. He had previously underestimated this junior. Master Hanji looked at him with confusion and asked if he was from his family. Why was he so astonished? He tiredly rubbed his brow, let a sigh, forget it, no more wasting time. The old Daoist would take the 3 of them back. Time passed until the sky gradually faded from the sunlight. His feet finally came to a stop. Master Hanji helplessly looked at the signboard in front of him. Lost again, he exclaimed in doubt. How did I get caught too? Behind him, Aoyai still refused to stop. Hanji leisurely sat down to sip tea. Master, why don't you join us? He covered his face in anguish, his expression gradually darkening. Was the face of my old Daoist sect really going to die here? On the other side, Changshu's lips were tightly pressed together. Long live the Duxian sect. This was the end. Complexion also changed. He frantically cleaned up the battlefield. Indeed, he had to pack up and lead his master and junior sister in escape. But the next second he clenched his fist, his mouth full of determination. No, he had to stay calm. Thoughts rained down like a storm. Yanai Sword Sect, Donghai Dragon Palace, Beichong Gate, Duxian Gate, Jingong Gate, Shencheng Sect, Sitang Sect, Sangxian. He shook his head helplessly. This place was the safest. Besides, he had spent so many years repairing it. How could he easily give it up? A moment later, his gaze gradually turned firm. He shouted with resolve, time to play the trump card. On the other side, the moon had already risen. Yi sat down on the ground with a look of defiance. He absolutely had to break through. Alright, Zhang Yu smiled happily, truly upholding the prestige of the Du Xian sect. Later, when he returned to the Beipin Palace, he must pay attention cultivating Changshu's formation skills. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Changshu to stop his cultivation and let everyone escape the formation. As soon as the words faded, a dense layer of bone suddenly enveloped the area. From within that layer of bone, a figure emerged. Jiu Wu forced his eyes open. Look at that figure. Then his expression gradually turned panic. Changshu's cultivation level could no longer be hidden. The layer of bone gradually dissipated and Changshu appeared. Upon seeing Changshu, Yi ground his teeth. Could I really not break the formation of a 7th level nascent soul disciple? Defeated again. Yi stared at Changshu, unwilling in his heart. I had just thought of this plan. How was I defeated by Changshu right from the start? In contrast to him, Changshu clasped his hands respectfully. Disciple Changshu of Xiaogong Peak pays respects to all uncles, masters, and seniors. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful hand slapped his shoulder. Changshu, it's great that you've emerged from seclusion. Zhang Yu happily acted as if everything was settled, saying you will spar with Crown Prince Yi. He has also suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of nascent soul like you. Hearing this, Changshu hesitated for a few seconds, then immediately formed his hands into fists. The next second, he closed his eyes with a look of resignation. Disciple will obey the sect's arrangements. Jiu Wu behind him exclaimed in shock. He agreed. Zhang Yu looked at him happily. Then it's settled. Follow us to the front hall square of Pofing Peak for the competition. As he turned to leave, his uncle placed a small object in his hand. Wait, take this. His uncle calmly advised, this is my master's Silang seal, a spirit treasure I begged for on your behalf to borrow. Changshu held the small object but returned it, thanking his uncle for his kindness. There was no need to worry. He had his own ways to deal with it. Next second, Changshu whispered quietly to Jiu Wu, when the time comes, I will. Jiu Wu glanced at him suspiciously and whispered in doubt, is it okay to do that? It's too scheming. Changshu smiled mischievously, replying that the mind must be flexible. This was the principle his master often taught him. The scene shifted Pofing Peak, where Yi and Changshu stood in the arena. Changshu broke the tense atmosphere. Crown Prince Yi, today's match is different from the one in the assembly. I will win. As soon as the words faded, Yi could not resist making a move. Please strike, fellow Daoist. Immediately after, thousands of ice stone fire spears shot out. The force beneath Yi's feet grew stronger, shattering the ground. Yi charged fiercely at Changshu, shouting with great momentum, of course I won't hold back. As the ice stone fire spears approached, Changshu only reminded himself, win steadily, do not reveal too much. As they closed in, they were shattered by the surge of power around him. Changshu then took the opportunity to escape using Earth Escape. When the ice stone fire spears descended was also the moment Changshu burrowed underground using Earth Escape. Seeing him gradually disappear, Yi shouted, trying to run. He lunged like lightning, trying to grab the top of his hair. Unfortunately, he was a second too slow and missed the grab. At that moment, a surge of power rushed at him from behind. Without warning, the blazing force shot toward Yi. Unable to react in time, Yi was struck in the back by a palm. It turned out to be... His eyes turned white, his mouth let out an inaudible cry, a sneak attack. Yi's face immediately turned ashen, his teeth clenched tightly. He regained his composure and waved his hand to summon the ice stone fire spears. Rays of light shone everywhere, the previous strike was countered, and the talismans from before were also torn apart. Yi was truly angered. He looked back, his fury blazing, come out and fight me head-on, Changshu. The next second, the remaining talismans linked together to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then streams of power struck down towards Yi. Yi used his agile body to dodge left and right. After a struggle, Yi waved his hand to unleash his power. Damn it, I will destroy all these talismans, not a single one left. From within the Earth Escape spot, a hand holding a small knife emerged. The next second, Changshu coldly swung it and slashed at his calf. Caught off guard by the strike, Yi grimaced in pain. How dare you sneak attack me? Yi aggressively stomped the spot where Changshu had just appeared. At his command, the ice stone fire weapons swooped down to search for Changshu. They plunged into the stone floor in vain. Suddenly, Changshu emerged from the ground again for a sneak attack. He lightly stabbed his sword into the stubborn foe, smiling smugly. The next second, half sitting on the ground, Changshu fiercely unleashed a move toward Yi. Yi was knocked down, anxiously watching the talisman in the air activate. Before he could regain his composure, blinding streams of power shot straight down. A moment later, Changshu exclaimed in shock. It was indeed the dragon body. From within the dust, Aoyi rose again with full momentum, truly tenacious. Aoyi swung his hand, and the ice stone fire weapons materialized once more. They charged toward the talisman, and Changshu used his signature move, Earth Escape. Aoyi looked at Changshu, frowned, and shouted, "Your Earth Escape is truly formidable." A second later, Aoyi seemed to regain strength, leaping up. He clenched his fists, his juju power erupting. The dragon god appeared behind Aoyi, shattering the ground of the arena with one punch. An immediate explosion occurred, smoke and fire billowing across the sky. Hanjie pointed in shock, "Look over there." Along with the flying debris came Changshu, finally forced to reveal himself. Changshu covered his face, letting out a worried sigh. That crown prince actually dared to use the 10 unchanging dragons. While he was still pondering, Aoyi appeared unexpectedly. As if he had held back too long, Aoyi revealed his cunning nature. "Found you." As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and swung his fist at Changshu. Changshu could not dodge in time and took the punch head-on. He immediately lost his strength, his entire body falling heavily. Aoyi showed a weary, sorrowful expression, breathing heavily, when a mocking voice rang out. Changshu on the ground immediately turned into a paper doll. Seeing this, Aoyi's face turned ashen. Was that a clone? From the ground, Changshu shot up, a smug smile on his lips. "Taste this move." Changshu popped up from the ground, holding a large iron mace in his hand. His face gradually darkened, a sinister smile curling on his wolfish lips. Next second, Changshu thrust the iron awl toward Aoyi's rear. Master Hanji saw this and shouted in fright, "We admit defeat." Changshu withdrew the awl. Aoyi, terrified, what did this man intend to do? Hanji angrily stepped forward. "Do you think you are invincible?" Aoyi knelt, his expression unwilling. Lost again. A hand reached out in front of him. "I won through strategy. In a direct fight I could not match you." Changshu pulled Aoyi up. "This is the immortal sex arena. I had to give my all." He scratched his face sheepishly. "Your cultivation is higher. A duel is unfair." Changshu smiled brightly, extending his hand. "How about a draw this time?" Aoyi was surprised, his cheeks flushing with emotion. Thinking this, Aoyi firmly grasped Changshu's hand. Manhwa asked why he used minor techniques in the arena match. He feigned seriousness, saying he was in seclusion, but was actually waiting for his reward. The battle ended. Aoyi went to the sky-breaking peak for Dao discussion. Changshu sighed warily. The plan had failed, and he had to clean up again. The next day, Changshu told his junior sister to hide all the charming beauties. He said Aoyi had not been convinced and needed caution on all fronts. Changshu looked at the wine jar. The beautiful women were related to the East Sea case. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice rang out, claiming that pill refining was bullying Changshu. Wan Lin angrily charged in, demanding justice for Changshu. Immediately, a strong gale rushed in. Changshu comforted his uncle master. No one was making things difficult for him, and he was even rewarded. Wan Lin praised him. "Escape techniques and poison techniques are skills for you and me." He placed a small object in front of him. "Found it. This is for you." Changshu asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Lin Guan explained, "It is the Elder's token. The little Qiang Peak is under my protection." Changshu was moved. "Thank you, Uncle Master." A few days later, Ling Yi rushed in frantically. "There is good news and bad news." Ling Yi envied him. The good news is that he discovered the senior brother's ability is very strong. Ling Yi turned her head to look at him and calmly replied, "Aoyi indeed came to Little Kong Peak as you said. He is standing right at the door." Hearing this, Changshu was startled and nearly spat out all his water. After a few seconds of calming down, Changshu immediately inquired, "Did Aoyi come alone?" Ling Yi answered without hesitation. The next second, Ling Yi added, "Uncle Master Jiu Wu came along too." She even raised her hand, recalling and counting as she went. Besides, he also brought a woman with him. Suddenly, Ling Yi panicked. "Wait, that woman seems to be the beauty of Little Qiang Peak. I cannot lose face. I must shoulder this responsibility." Right after that, Ling Yi pushed Changshu outside. "Senior brother, go quickly change your clothes." Changshu was dumbfounded. "But this is my room." Time passed very quickly. A moment later, as soon as he saw him, Aoyi immediately bowed solemnly. "Daoi's friend Changshu, my apologies. Today, Aoyi has come to offer thanks." Changshu hurriedly waved his hand. "Second prince, no need for such formalities. I do not mind." Just at that moment, a clear voice rang out. "Everyone has worked hard. Please come in. This humble home is too simple. I am Changshu's junior sister, Ling Yi. Just call me Ling Yi." As soon as he saw Ling Yi, Aoyi was struck as if by a thunderbolt of love. Frozen for a few seconds, the junior sister is so beautiful. This little rival is formidable indeed. Ling Yi was as beautiful as a flower, her voice full of elegance. "Please follow me, father has already prepared everything." With this striking appearance, Hanji was also astonished. The elder sister is so beautiful and gentle. Only Changshu was left with a speechless expression. Oh heavens, you people just do not understand. As for Ling Yi, she was 100 times more confident than usual, inwardly gloating over her superior beauty. Entering the room, Changshu accepted the item from Aoyi and opened it. "Your Highness, Aoyi, have you studied the Tao of Dan King?" Aoyi poked his head out from behind, his expression shy. "I know nothing of Dan King at all." Changshu closed his eyes and smiled lightly. "No matter, it is not important." But the next second, Changshu suddenly turned sinister. "I will explain briefly. Your Highness will understand immediately. "This is my work, please take a look, Your Highness." Aoyi was startled, his face gradually showing worry as he hurriedly waved his hand to decline. No need to be so thoughtful. Long time passed. Half a day later, Aoyi had no choice but to bury his head in the pile of paintings. Daoist friend Changshu. After half a day of successful brainwashing, Aoyi excitedly gave a thumbs up. The paintings are truly profound and erudite. The two then became like kindred spirits, chatting extremely joyfully. Looking at the paintings scattered all over the floor, a sigh rang out. How troublesome. Ling Yi grumbled inwardly while cleaning. He says he likes paintings but does not pick up a single one. Meanwhile, the two people beside were still talking endlessly. Suddenly, her foot stepped on a painting scroll. Hearing the noise, she looked down suspiciously. Painting unfurled slightly, revealing the 4 words, "My beloved." Ling Yi was shocked to recognize her senior brother's handwriting. Her face burned hot, her brows furrowed tightly. "It says my senior brother's beloved." Thinking this, she reached out her hand. "I must take a look." Unexpectedly, inside was a painting of an old woman. Seeing this, Ling Yi could not help but look flustered. So senior brother does not like the young, nor the old. Looking at the toothless old woman before her, Ling Yi screamed, "So he likes." Ling Yi was terrified. Her soul seemed to have left her body. She still could not believe it in her heart. How could this be? After the conversation, Aoyi enthusiastically patted his shoulder. "Senior brother Changshu, if you are free, please visit Golden Owl Island." Aoyi kept rambling. Aoyi will definitely prepare properly to well. Seeing the other's enthusiasm, Changshu awkwardly raised his hand and made an okay gesture. "Alright." Afterward, Aoyi reluctantly had to leave. "Until we meet again." Only Changshu silently cried, "Meet again? Better if we never do. See you again? Not seeing each other is better." The scene shifted to Linhai Town. The waiter cheerfully brought out the dishes. "Honored guest, here is your meal." "Do you know about the Dao debate between the Jai sect and Duxian sect?" The two ate and chatted. "Yes, I know Duxian sect won." The other person continued, "Even a junior wants to determine victory or defeat. That Vong King Shangren is truly formidable." The person opposite replied, "Indeed, his opponent was a Jai sect expert, yet he won 2 rounds in a row. Who in this world can match him?" Changshu looked at the scene around him, his heart gradually calming down. Last time he hid his true strength, but the G sect withdrew on their own, fearing trouble later. The two sects clash often, and villains could use the opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife. As for Qi Yuan, he was still training diligently. Elsewhere, he began cultivating escape techniques and the art of holding breath and calming Kai. Today, he achieved some success. Transformation. As the 2 words finished, Qi Yuan transformed into an ancient tree. Suddenly, a person approached, picking up a small box with his hand. "Master, we can take the box back to the mountain now." He continued speaking, placing the box on the tree stump. "Your skills are still not refined." Qi Yuan immediately transformed back to his original form. "Are the financial matters settled?" Changshu held 2 fingers before his mouth and calmly replied, "Temporarily stable. The matter of the Dao debate has been widely discussed. Just cultivate in peace and avoid trouble." Qi Yuan agreed. "Fine, Changshu, tell me the truth. What realm are you in?" While Changshu spoke as he transformed back into a paper human form, "Earlier when I went out, a disciple underwent tribulation and almost ascended. It is not convenient to talk now." Qi Yuan opened the wooden box. "After tribulation comes primordial immortal. In 120 years becoming an immortal. Top-grade talent." Qi Yuan then summoned a white crane. Changshu worriedly reminded him, "Master, remember the saying, the 3 of us master and disciples advance and retreat together. Hurry back and go into seclusion." Changshu continued, "Entering the heavenly court will help one become an immortal, but that is still a few years away. It will be beneficial for your disciple and junior sister in the future." Qi Yuan left with the crane. "Is that such a good thing?" "Master, listen to your disciple's explanation." On the other side, Changshu laughed joyfully, not expecting his master to not oppose the heavenly court. Things will be easier from now on. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Senior brother." Seeing the person rushing over frantically, Changshu asked, "Junior sister, what is wrong?" Seeing Ling Yi covering her face with a cloth, he wondered, "Did a miasma burn your face?" Ling Yi screamed, "Hateful senior brother." The next second, she revealed an aged face with chipped teeth. "Look," Long thought to himself, "Senior brother likes the old. This junior sister will go all the way." After that, Ling Yi bowed deeply. "This old woman greets you." Ling Yi glanced smugly at the other person. "How about it?" Changshu before her suddenly turned to stone, his eyes rolling back, not from surprise but from terror. Ling Yi screamed in fear, "Senior brother." The scene shifted to a deserted island not far from the mainland, where a group of people knelt, cried and begged, "Great envoy, spare our lives for messing up the task." Seeing that stream of red energy appear, he panicked, turned his head back and shouted, "The great envoy has arrived." In the sky, a haunting figure appeared. The group tremblingly cried out, "We have searched everywhere, but still found no trace of the sea god. Please spare us." The envoy coldly pointed a finger at them, her voice mocking, "What's so good about mortals? No spiritual energy, and it wastes merit. This lord has long cleansed his karma and no longer kills many people." As soon as the finger pointed out, it turned into an arrow that shot straight into the center of someone's brow. She lightly touched her crimson lips and spoke leisurely, quietly. Atone for your sins with death. The group's faces paled as they tremblingly replied. Great envoy, that man only took the border. We have set up many incense offerings, and this time the loss was not great. Envoy looked at them and said, you have incense offerings in the South Sea, and in a short time you have many statues. You must have a plan. Making you fight him is also difficult. Today I give you another task, investigate in Tongju. Seeing her point a finger at him, the two men shouted in fear. The envoy covered her mouth and laughed meaningfully. Go to a celestial sect called the Crossing Immortal Sect. After giving the instructions, the envoy turned around to leave. Before leaving, she glanced at the two old men and said, the Crossing Immortal Sect can barely be considered a Dao lineage. A few days ago, they debated with some heavenly immortals from Golden Owl Island. You go and investigate the process and details thoroughly. After speaking, she coldly warned, do this well, and you can atone for your crimes with merit. This Lord will reward you. Seeing that they had kept their lives, the two men quickly left, thanked the envoy, and went to patrol. But from behind, the envoy smiled eerily and said, if they act abnormally, just kill them all, drain them dry, and leave no traces. Unexpectedly, a large nose had been tailing the two men, obeying the order, yes, my queen. The scene shifted to the male lead. Changshu angrily crossed his arms and shouted, if you can't copy the non-action scripture 100 times perfectly, don't leave the table. Explain what that picture is with that ugly old face. Ling Yi cried miserably, sobbing as she explained, senior brother, it was an accident. Changshu discontentedly repeated, regret is useless. In his heart, he secretly felt lucky for his steady mentality. Just then, Ju Wu approached from behind, calling out, Changshu, guess what I brought you? Seeing him, Changshu immediately exclaimed, Uncle Master Ju Wu. As if seeing a savior, Ling Yi burst into tears. Ju Wu asked with concern, little Ling Yi, what's wrong? Changshu then cleared his throat and explained, she made a mistake and is being punished. What good thing did you bring for me, Uncle Master? Ju Wu handed him a jade slip, saying, this is a permit to enter the inner hall of the Dao Canon. I went through a lot of trouble to plead for this for you. Remembering Aoyi's enthusiastic promise, Changshu happily accepted it and replied, thank you, Uncle Master. Looking at his reflection in the shiny sword, he thought, the demon subduing grand assembly at the Dragon Palace. I finally have the cultivation method for the true Samadhi fire, and I'll get a generous reward. The next second, his attitude did a complete 180, thinking, Aoyi is truly a blessed general, a talent worthy of Aokan, immortal pepper's water, I can't stop drooling. But thinking about his own crime, Changshu sighed, the culprit behind humiliating the East Sea, making Aoyi lose in front of everyone. Sigh, better not meet again. On the other side, Aoyi suddenly sneezed violently. Hanji came up from behind and called out, Junior Uncle Master Aoyi. Aoyi rubbed his nose and wondered, could friend Changshu be thinking of me? Hanji stepped forward and continued, are you cultivating, Uncle Master? Am I disturbing you? Aoyi scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I was just thinking about some things, not cultivating. Hanji looked a bit embarrassed. Is that so? That's good. As if guessing her thoughts, Aoyi cheerfully suggested, want to go play in the East Sea today? A romantic scene appeared between the two young friends. The East Sea had beautiful scenery, like the coral gem forest and the sea forest waterfall. In the sky, two clouds swiftly glided by. Sitting on top, Ju Wu handed Changshu a small pouch and instructed, here are some treasures for setting up formations. I hope you continue to do well. Changshu asked in surprise, Uncle Master, aren't you going to the Dao Canon with me? Ju Wu sighed helplessly and waved his hand, not going, not going. I have a hard fate, have to go out immediately. Zhang Wenling wants to hold the grand assembly of 3 teaching celestial sects, and I must accompany 2 elders. After speaking, he rode his cloud away, leaving Changshu to ponder. The grand assembly of 3 teachings celestial sects. Is it related to the great catastrophe of the deification? After a while, Changshu arrived at the sky-breaking Peak Dao Canon Hall, where the Dao lineage was stored, known as the Dao Canon Hall. Changshu entered. The scriptures here were only a small part created by the Crossing Immortal Sect. The rest were obtained from outside. Passing through many weapons, Changshu entered a path. Immortals who traveled would leave behind cultivation methods, scriptures, and useless treasures in the Dao Canon. He followed the faint light into a secret passage. His goal today was to enter the deepest part of the outer hall. After walking for a while, a large iron gate appeared before him, tightly shut. Changshu stepped forward and respectfully greeted. Disciple Changshu of Little Kyong Peak pays respects to Elder Kilin. Elder Kilin, an inner sect master of unknown cultivation, guarded the Dao Canon Hall year-round. He looked at Changshu, who brought out a small item. Disciple wishes to enter and read the inner sect scriptures. Kilin replied, go in. After that, Changshu walked over and stood before the door. He pushed the door open with force and stepped inside. His face gradually showed surprise as he inwardly exclaimed, finally made it in. Changshu held a sparkling crystal in his hand and murmured, the scale of the inner hall is much smaller than the outer hall. But the deeper he went, the more he realized that a casually copied version of a scripture here could be traded for spiritual medicine. Except for the non-action scripture, all the high-level techniques of the Crossing Immortal sect were here. Changshu noticed in a corner of the room that besides himself, there was another person very seriously reading a book. He wasn't alone here. He took a book from the shelf, thinking, a 7th level hollow return disciple like me coming in and out like this isn't good. This time I'm in, I need to memorize as much as possible. Changshu held the book Heaven's Mortal Forbidden Record in his hands and murmured, from now on I am a motionless copying machine. At the same time, a blinding light shone down, the tribulation this time for Juju. The power was truly too great. The people behind barely managed to withstand the shock. The great late-stage true immortal realm had been successfully achieved. Juju at this moment was also nervously dealing with the lightning tribulation. Afterward, her face darkened as she muttered something. The people around cheerfully congratulated her. Congratulations, true immortal Juju, for successfully overcoming the tribulation. Juju angrily roared, stop flattering me. Everyone immediately became fearful, muttering, true immortal Juju. Like lightning she shot off, shouting as she ran, I want to drink wine. She charged straight into the room, turning everything upside down. It's not here. Juju, as if gone mad, searched under the bed. It's not here either. Then she rummaged through all the shelves again, muttering in frustration, not here either. Finally, she slumped down in despair, completely disappointed, and exclaimed, how annoying. Why do I still have any stock left? If there was wine, I would have drunk it all long ago. Suddenly remembering something, her eyes lit up, thinking, that's right, 5th senior brother must still have some. But at this moment, 5th senior brother slyly replied, I am not at home. Juju, upon hearing this, angrily kicked the door. Why didn't you leave earlier? Why go now? On the other side, a figure standing amidst the mountains shouted, Changshu, can you reward me earlier? Ling Yi was quietly cultivating the incantation. The great Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven earth. The great Tao is emotionless, moving the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, nurturing all things. Just as she was cultivating to calm her mind, a loud noise behind her startled her. Realizing it was Juju, she quickly ran out and asked loudly, little martial uncle, what is wrong with you? Juju's appearance at this moment was indescribably pitiful. Her mouth only managed to mutter one word fast. As soon as she finished speaking, her soul seemed to leave her body, unable to utter another sentence. At some unknown point, she had picked up the wine jar and drank a long gulp. Ling Yi held the wine jar, fearfully saying this was the 6th jar, but Juju only showed a cheerful expression, with no sign of stopping. Ling Yi beside her kept reminding her, martial uncle, you're too addicted to alcohol, and Juju dazedly asked back, am I? Juju continued speaking, each person's path is different, my path is wine. She was immersed in the drunken murmurs. Losing wine meant losing all her spirit. Only after a while did she remember to turn and ask, right, where did your senior brother go? Ling Yi, still holding the wine jar, replied, probably went to stroll around the scripture treasury. He should be back soon. Juju's sharp eyes spotted another jar and asked, that wine over there doesn't seem ordinary. And Ling Yi, startled, wondered to herself, when did I put it there? Scooping up a spoonful of wine, she said, let me have a taste. Just as she brought the first spoonful of wine to drink, Juju's eyes sparkled as if she had found true love. At this moment her head was spinning. Her mouth only muttered, such good wine, only. After saying this, her eyes rolled. Ling Yi worriedly asked, Juju, martial uncle. And Juju mumbled, why is this wine so strong? Finally, she collapsed to the ground. Ling Yi then remembered, it seemed Juju martial uncle drank the raw wine, which was as strong as anesthetic. Juju was now sleeping soundly. On the other side at the Dao Scripture Treasury, Juju fumed with rage, walking and complaining. What kind of stroll around the Scripture Treasury was this? It's been half a month. I have to go to the Scripture Treasury to find him. Juju thought to herself, even if playing card games with Ling Yi was fun, her wine was gone, not enough to wait for Changshu to return. Feeling was peacefully cultivating when he heard a loud call, elder. Opening his eyes, he immediately looked back with suspicion. Juju appeared with a sly smile, it's me. Keeling was delighted upon seeing Juju. You filial child finally remember me. Juju embarrassedly replied upon hearing this. Actually, I came to find a nascent soul realm disciple named Changshu. Keeling, upon hearing this, replied dizzily, I see. He took the sword token and entered the inner hall. He screamed in his heart, please care about the elderly a bit. Juju turned and walked ahead, hurriedly saying, okay elder, I'm going in. Keeling replied painfully, go ahead. As soon as she entered, Juju found Changshu looking at a beast palace map. She thought, this guy entered after me and is looking at the map. Meanwhile, she planned to quietly sneak up and scare him. Thinking it, she did it, quickly tiptoeing step by step. When she took a deep breath beside him, Changshu quickly shot out a pill that flew straight into Juju's mouth. As the pill was in her mouth, just tasting the first flavor, Juju exclaimed, delicious. What is this? Changshu proudly replied, it's a spirit core pill. Made from 12 spiritual herbs and wine distilled from liquid essence, it replenishes vital energy. There are 60 pills. Consider it a gift for martial uncle's emergence from seclusion. Juju happily replied, you are still the most understanding. After a while, she asked again, "What are you looking at?" He casually replied, "Key refining type restrictions." Changshu confidently continued, "There are a few types of restrictions. I want to see if I can use them in formations." Juju panickedly asked, "Do you want to turn Little Keong Peak into a fortress?" Changshu did not answer clearly, only said, "I will probably stay here for another half-month. Martial uncle, go back and cultivate first." However, she disagreed. "No, I will wait here." Juju looked at him with an embarrassed expression and continued, "Waiting here for you for a month will pass quickly." Changshu was stunned upon hearing this, confused. At the Golden Bow sect in the northeastern region of central Wenling, a loud voice rang out, "What 3 teachings grand assembly discussing the Tao, preparing for the assembly for 3 whole years." So it was Ji Wu. He was dead drunk, continuing, "Too time consuming. My son wants the 3 teachings to make peace for what?" The more Ji Wu spoke, the angrier he became. The human religion inheritance only has 50 families. Even the immortal arena was dragged off to fill the quota. The servant hurriedly reminded him, "You have drunk too much. Go rest early." At the same time, he noticed a nose here, and the nose was covered in tears and mire. Seeing the person outside meditating, the nose took the chance and deemed this a good opportunity. Immediately it pricked the Taoist's neck. After a while it had sucked a belly full of blood. This nose demon also bewitched the Taoist. "You are tired, sleep, hand your body over to me." He seemed dazed at this moment and replied, "Master, rest assured, your subordinate will guarantee this matter's success with his life." Changshu handed a vial of medicine to Ju Wu and said, "Ju Wu senior uncle, this is Elder Wan's poison pill, a gift for you to protect yourself." Ju Wu took it and asked in surprise, "Can this good stuff poison a heavenly immortal?" Changshu reassured him, "Let me, a poor Taoist, keep this important poison pill." Changshu also instructed him to go to the Golden Bow sect, hoping his senior uncle would be careful. Meanwhile, Juju was still dazedly asking if it should be placed here. Fortunately, Ling Yi beside her carefully answered. Changshu was still silently thinking that setting up a formation would take several months to complete. Now Juju turned to ask Changshu if there were any more formations that needed placing. She needed more pay. Changshu looked at him with a surprised gaze and asked, and Changshu noticed that the medicine bottle he gave to Uncle Master Jiwoo had been opened, meaning Uncle Master had encountered danger and used the Spirit Soul Rejuvenation Pill. Suddenly, a pair of hands and a voice calling his name appeared before him. Juju worriedly asked him what was wrong, why he suddenly spaced out and did not answer even after being called several times. Suddenly he grabbed her wrist, calling her the Violet Medicine Master. Changshu tensely asked urgently if a moment ago, in a flash, he dreamed that Uncle Master Ju Wu was being chased and killed by enemies. Juju asked back in disbelief, "My 5th senior brother is being hunted?" She even imagined the scene of them shouting while chasing Ju Wu. Ling Yi asked him if he really dreamed that Uncle Master was being chased and killed. He replied that dreams were false, but the incident was real. They must be cautious and quickly return to pack up. Yu Shi used the 10,000-mile connection charm to transmit sound but discovered there was no reply. Then she used the heart mirror of unity containing Jiu Wu's blood essence, needing only magical power to know the situation, and she calmed herself down. However, she shouted in fear why there was still no reply. Involuntarily, her hand faltered, the mirror fell, and she thought something had happened to him. The mirror shattered on the ground, and she was certain something unfortunate had occurred. Jiu Shi began showing signs of going into a demonic trance from cultivation deviation. Fortunately, Juju timely reminded her senior sister to wake up. She shook Jiu Shi vigorously, telling her not to panic. The 5th senior brother was only temporarily out of contact. They must go find the master who would surely have a way. Juju and Ju Shai immediately went to see Senior Vong Tine and told the entire situation to their master. Senior Vong Tine personally used the transcendent message charm, but only heard the sounds of a formation battle. Half an hour later, a massive explosion shook the sky-breaking peak, its power terrifying, and a single figure turned to a great blue-gold formation flying westward. Changshu recognized it as the aura of the chief of Dutin sect, and knew clearly this was the characteristic of the golden immortal long-life realm. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place in the forest. Person beside him sent a message saying that Jiu Wu never expected his cultivation path to end here. He clenched the rope tightly and said it was a pity he could not say a word to everyone before he left. Senior Vong Tien suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Who dares to harm my disciple? Quickly come to your senses." Ju Wu joyfully called out Master as if grabbing a lifeline. Beams of light shot like arrows toward the reinforcements, and they quickly eliminated the black shadows surrounding Ju Wu. Each one was easily taken down. Vong Ting approached a captive, his voice oppressive as he asked who had sent them. The man tremblingly said he would talk. He trembled all over with fear. Then suddenly Vong Ting looked at him with suspicion and asked what. That man screamed in pain and then Juju lost consciousness. Seeing him gradually dissolve, his cries for help hopeless, Vong Tine thought silently that he had been destroyed by divine punishment. The reinforcements dissolved one by one, and Ji Wu exclaimed in shock that the mastermind was truly vicious, sparing no lives. Seeing that he was only a residue, Vong Ting had to release his grip. His gaze gaze was cold, his entire body filled with rage, saying this could not be ignored and must be thoroughly investigated. All the sects of the three teachings were extremely furious and demanded a strict inquiry into the ambush on the Dutine sect. 2.5 months later, Changshu and Ling Yi visited and asked how Uncle Master's wounds were. Jiwoo said that if not for the poison pill he gave him, he would not have seen him again. His hand clutched an object on his person, but the two fellow disciples accompanying him were brutally slaughtered, their souls scattered at Zhang Wenling. Changshu asked how the investigation was going, and Jiwoo replied that there was some clue now. Jiwoo pondered as he recalled that day an inner sect deacon, said an expert from the Ren Teach wanted to secretly meet with the Dutine sect to discuss matters of the Three Teachings Conference. Jiwoo was then led by them into an ambush. He deduced the identity of the assailant as an immortal sect of the Qian Teach, who wanted to cause trouble so the conference could not commence smoothly. Mentioning this, his face turned serious. After hearing this, Changshu pondered deeply, thinking this matter was certainly not simple. Jiwoo suggested Changshu give him 2 more poison pills for self-protection. Changshu told Uncle Master to find Elder Wan Lin himself. He had told him the secret to speaking with that person. The two chatted endlessly. Changshu said he saw, in the Daoist Cannon Jade slip, the Nazi array lightning meridian. Jiwoo confirmed it, but the elders remained silent about it. Changshu proudly recalled that image and happily shouted very good. Adding the tunnel he dug, there were 2 paths of the Nazi array lightning meridian, making the Dutine sect safer. At this moment, a bowl of medicine was brought over, its horrifying fragrance spreading throughout the room. Jiushi carried the bowl of medicine before them and said they must drink it. Changshu looked at the bowl in fear and silently cried out heavens. Afraid of being affected, Changshu immediately fled, saying he had unfinished work, leaving Jiwoo to wail in agony. Over here, Yunling Yi sat on the scale head and asked if the problem was serious. Changshu replied that there was too little information to determine. Changshu seriously instructed her, I am going to the arsenal to go into seclusion for a few days to think this over. If anything abnormal happens in the inner sect, use the paper figurine transmission talisman. Do not worry about wasting it. Seeing him lost in thought, Ling Yi simply answered yes perfunctorily, thinking to herself if her senior brother was being overly sensitive. The scene shifted to the arsenal. Changshu then unrolled a long scroll and said, suppose I am the one scheming behind the scenes. He spread out dozens of blank scrolls, deducing that the ambush was unrelated to the previous discussion of the Golden Crow Island key practitioners. Thinking this, Changshu picked up a brush and drew a few lines, believing the culprit wanted to disrupt the Three Teachings Conference and cause division and conflict. Looking at the names on the paper, Changshu folded his arms and pondered. The information now was truly not much. Wherever the culprit was, they would have a grudge against the Dutine sect or the other 2 sects. After thinking it over, he turned to the army of paper figures and commanded in a commanding voice, all troops prepare for battle. Right after that, Changshu ordered the ambush note to be buried under the roots of the tree of Uncle Master Jiwoo. Later you go find Elder Wan Lin. This brocade pouch will be handed over by him, and strictly order Uncle Master Jiwoo to stay within the sect, to open it when ambushed. The brocade pouches appeared one after another. Changshu instructed carefully. The second pouch was for Uncle Master Juju after a change occurred. The third pouch was handed to the master to know clearly when help was needed, essentially telling the master to protect the junior sister disciple. Half a year later, time passed quickly, at the mountain gate of Wenling within the Gold Cauldron sect. In the courtyard of the Gold Cauldron sect, the crowd buzzed with discussion. The matter of the Immortal Crossing sect being ambushed was truly frightening. Fortunately, Goldau Island was safe, so they had to find a way to escape from the place of trouble. Suddenly, the old man behind opened his mouth and called out to the 2 fellow Daoists. At the same time, from behind the old man, 2 arrows flew out. He maliciously extended his hand, and the 2 arrows immediately attacked. My master wishes to invite you 2 to join. After being burned by him, the 2 were quickly restrained in the dense forest within the demon race territory. At the intersection between Wenling and Eastern Victory Wenling, he stepped forward to offer 3 strange flowers, welcoming our new members. Behind him were several other demon races. Let us together build the great enterprise. He held the red flower and stretched it toward the crowd, each word sounding like a whisper, use it, use it. Holding the flower in his hand, the messenger immediately appeared behind him, his voice vague. This is the eternal life you have always longed for. The 3 sects of Yuan Liu Assembly was originally created by the Chan sect to suppress the Jai sect. Do you have a way to stop it? Following the seductive voice, he brought the flower to his mouth. As long as you can stop it. After eating, the 3 of them turned into hollow shells all over. Achieving his goal, the messenger smiled smugly. Go destroy the Immortal Crossing gate quickly. The 3 men shouted unconsciously. Your subordinates obey the order. This time we will not fail. The The scene shifted to a strange cave in the depths of a canyon 10,000 miles away. Inside the cave, the messenger happily played with a swarm of bees. She praised, "The master has already arranged everything. Control the key refiners of the G sect. Use puppets to attack the immortals of the Immortal Crossing Gate to draw attention. Then impersonate the immortal sect of the Chan sect to ally with the demon race to destroy the insignificant Immortal Crossing Gate." A strange mosquito flew over and asked, "Master, why are you doing this?" The messenger replied while filing her nails, "Doing this should surely succeed. The 3 key refiners from Golden Owl Island are precisely the disguise I arranged." She looked at her nails smugly. "When this matter happens, no matter the outcome, it will widen the rift among the 3 sects. As for me, I will escape before it happens, secretly return to the Western sect, and watch the drama unfold from afar. Isn't that wonderful?" To cope with unknown dangers, Changshu began to make arrangements, beating the gong and drum to upgrade himself. He continuously researched and concocted poisons and upgraded his paper clone. Not only that, Changshu brought Ling Yi and Jiu Wu into the plan. He intensified training for his master and little junior sister so they could protect themselves, and also arranged twin umbrellas to protect Jiu and Jiu Wu. Ling Yi, hidden in water escape, excitedly waved, "Senior brother, look at my water movement." Changshu helplessly reminded, "Water movement is for escape, not for showing off your beauty." Changshu held a hammer in one hand and a nail in the other, his face serious. This was the final step, taking the most time, perfecting the Great Mountain Protection Formation of Little Kaong Peak. After many days of preparation, Phase 1 of the battle preparations was complete. Changshu strolled into the forest, his face thoughtful. For Phase 2, I must work together with reinforcements to set up. A moment later, he stood still in shock. It has arrived. With a whoosh, Wan Lin appeared before him. "Changshu, I have come to lend you a hand." Seeing him, Changshu replied politely, "Thank you, Elder Wan." Wan Lin excitedly spread his arms and rushed over to hug him. "I heard you dreamed of an omen and saved Jiu Wu. Truly worthy of being the disciple I set my sights on." Changshu fearfully backed away. "Don't come over here, Elder." Changshu awkwardly changed the subject. "I am just a paper clone. My true body is inside the sect handling other matters. The clone is weak and cannot withstand rough handling." Wan Lin was fooled and happily replied, "Fine, I understand." The next second, Wan Lin and Changshu quickly sped away. "We must patrol around the Immortal Crossing Gate and see if there are any hidden dangers," Wan Lin said seriously. "Alright, start from the east and look for Jiu. Changshu flew to his side and handed him a gem. "Elder, this is something I refined in my spare time. It is called the Grip Lock Stone." Holding the Grip Lock Stone in his hand, he explained, "It has a light blue color and is a combination of my spiritual sense and your immortal sense. It is used to probe the surroundings. If the color deepens, someone is watching." But as soon as he finished speaking, the Grip Lock Stone suddenly lit up brightly. "Hurry, it has darkened." Wan Lin immediately became alert. "It seems there are enemies nearby." Changshu wondered, "Did we find them that quickly?" A moment later, the two were lurking in the bushes. Wan Lin said, "Changshu, there really are people spying on our Immortal Crossing Gate." Before them was a group of the demon race setting up a formation. It was a grand formation for concealment and disguise by Gao Ming. The demon race group was alert, looking around with caution. Wan Lin, agitated, rolled up his sleeves to charge. "This pack of beasts is really courting death." Changshu was startled and reminded, "Wait, Elder, haste makes waste." Afterwards, Changshu used his dirty trick-filled mind to offer a plan. "Elder, what if you were to get injured here? The enemy is strong and numerous. They might have a scheme to lure us in. Acting recklessly would make it hard to catch the main culprit." Wan Lin was manipulated. "So Changshu, we just stand here and watch." Changshu handed him a piece of jade. "Take this heart-clear jade. When both sides wear the jade, we can exchange mental thoughts without needing sound waves, origin, Kai, or immortal power. Its cover is excellent, but the drawback is that we cannot be too far apart." A star shot up with a voice. "Later, please follow my commands, release the poison, and then capture them all." The heart-clear jade transmit sound. Changshu was smug, secretly pleased with his own achievement, but Wan Lin still charged forward aggressively. Changshu worriedly tugged at his robes. "Wait, where are you going?" Wan Lin replied, "I want to use the strongest poison. Fill the area with poisonous smoke." Seeing him agitated, Changshu held on tighter. "No, that would alert the enemies. We must use a gentle, hard-to-detect poison, using the boiling frog method to kill them all." Wan Lin was stunned, scratched his head sheepishly. "Changshu is right. I was too hasty. From now on, you devise the schemes and I will execute them." Changshu replied tiredly, "Yes, Elder, quite exhausting." From his space, a small bottle was taken out. This item could stupefy the primordial spirit of celestial immortals and numb the body. It was called heart-intoxicating, soul-dispersing powder. Right after, Wan Lin generously took out a few more bottles of heart-intoxicating, soul-dispersing powder. The poison was gentle and hard to detect. Seeing them, Changshu groaned, "This stockpile of poison pills burns the eyes. This is real capital." Wan Lin said no more and immediately brought out the poisonous gas. Changshu said, Elder Wan, first take out the poison, then wrap it with immortal power. The next second, Wan Lin strongly slammed his hand onto the ground, sending the poison into the earth. The poison soaked through the entire area, allowing the narcotic to automatically seep out. On the ground, long winding streaks of light appeared rushing towards the group of people. The people over there still did not notice. Changshu said, attacking the mountain gate probably involves more than just these few experts. This place is likely the enemy's vanguard. It would be best not to let a single one escape. Suddenly a puff of smoke rose up. Why did the scene before his eyes suddenly turn pitch black? As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have its life force drained, and he gradually collapsed. The nearby demon race began to become suspicious. Changshu said, give the great demons a bit more poison. The demon race's resistance to medicine is stronger than that of the human race. Not far away, Changshu coldly stared at them. Wan Lin still continuously transferred the poisonous gas into the earth. Changshu reminded, Elder, be careful, the fluctuations of immortal power might alert them. A few seconds later, the demon race group screamed in pain, each one collapsing. Only an hour passed, and the poisonous smoke had already enveloped the entire forest. Seeing the demon race lying flat, Wan Lin rushed over. They are all poisoned and down. Let me finish them. Changshu worriedly pulled his robe. Wait, Elder. Changshu was speechless, his face awkward as he advised. Why must you appear right now? What if someone is feigning unconsciousness to lure us out? Wouldn't we fall into a trap? Wan Lin replied. Good point. Then what do we do? But he decisively said, use the same method, but this time we must use a potent, violent poison that gives the enemy no chance to turn the tables. From his space, Wan Lin summoned a weapon. Alright, let them taste my strongest poison. The staff in his hand slammed heavily into the ground. A surge of momentum was released, and the demon race group immediately went to meet their maker. Changshu secretly marveled. The celestial immortal's poison is so powerful. It is an extreme poison that can kill the primordial spirit of a great demon at the celestial immortal realm. Changshu continued offering plans. Elder, next, use true fire to burn them from a distance. Wan Lin said coldly, we need to disperse the poison vigorously. Streams of greenish smoke enveloped the group, and in just a moment they were burned to ashes. Wan Lin was excited. Burn them to death. Changshu cupped his hands over his mouth and chanted inwardly, Elder, I need to go there and use the soul-capturing pearl to collect the soul fragments. Unexpectedly, Changshu then transformed into a beautiful girl. Support me from afar. Wan Lin was astonished. You still have to transform to cross over. Is it that cautious? The next second, Changshu used his old trick, Earth Escape. A few seconds later, Changshu reappeared, holding a beam of light soul capture. His gaze was contemplative, his hand still holding that beam of light. Changshu carefully advanced, but a mosquito appeared beneath his feet. The mosquito silently flew behind his neck. Right when Changshu was not paying attention, it rushed over and stung him once. Suddenly, the mosquito became ferocious, and a haunting laugh echoed, become a part of our pouch. But when he saw Changshu standing still without moving, that nose wondered why there was no reaction. Changshu did not say much. He cut it in half with a single sword strike. You are still far from it. His eyes assessed thoughtfully. This nose was not real, but a divine ability materialized from blood key, unless it was something that once drained the Holy Mother and Spirit Tortoise during the great God-sealing calamity. Seeing that scene, the envoy clenched their fists in anger. Those hateful fools. Her whole body was burning with rage, her voice full of agitation. The puppets she had gathered with great difficulty were already 1/3 destroyed. Thinking of Changshu's image, she bit her fingernails in anger. Who was that woman? Why could she not find her origin spirit, unless a senior expert had intervened? On the other side, Changshu seriously instructed the elder to burn the bodies and origin spirits of those beings. Wan Lin complied helplessly, thinking to himself that Changshu was too cautious. Changshu even took out a scripture recitation set, tap the wooden fish, and read an aid text. If the lingering souls could not enter the soul-capturing pearl, then send them straight to the underworld to avoid trouble. Wan Lin stared with wide eyes. This was too careful. Changshu handed a small pouch to Wan Lin. These were the spoils of war and the soul-capturing pearls. Take them to the heaven-breaking peak. Explain the situation to the sect leader. Just say that you alone killed them all. Wan Lin took the items and nodded in agreement. Then he asked Changshu what he planned to do next. Changshu hesitated. Me? Changshu happily pointed at himself and said excitedly, I have to go back and thoroughly study the ultimate technique for destroying the nose. Wan Lin was puzzled. Study the destruction of the nose? Time passed. Several days later, Changshu carefully examined every scroll. If it really was an incarnation of Wen Dao Ren, then it was definitely not someone he could handle. The Paper Man clone could destroy the nose, but could not be applied widely. Suddenly his expression turned to surprise. Found it. A frog appeared in the concealed card, a jade flower spirit plant, the natural enemy of the nose. The meat of this thing was delicious, but it lacked EQ, did not know how to reproduce, so its numbers were extremely low. Changshu stepped forward and pushed the bookshelf aside with force. It seemed this rare spirit plant medicine required me to remove the seal to concoct it. Beneath his feet, a small hole slowly appeared, like a mouse hole. Changshu reached in and took out 3 small bottles. This ancient reviving liquid medicine had an effect similar to the Moon Elder's longing tree. His face was full of cunning. He brought out 2 frogs for the experiment. Not understanding love, nearly extinct. Let me help you, Big Jade and Little Jade. On the other side, Ling Yi sighed helplessly. Stinky senior brother. He would not talk to her. She had trained for several days and nights without rest, and he did not care at all. Looking at Changshu, who was constantly searching in the grass, Ling Yi asked suspiciously what the senior brother was doing. Changshu turned his head to look at her and then signaled for quiet. He gently waved his hand towards himself. Keep it low, 4th junior sister. Come over and see. Ling Yi bent down to look at the scene below and was startled. This medicine was really effective. Everything was proceeding so smoothly. Scene of lovemaking between Big Jade and Little Jade appeared. The animal world had spring coming. The season for mating had arrived again. Ling Yi shyly turned and pinched his cheek. Senior brother, although I am loyal in heart, you must take care of your image. Some things cannot be made so obvious. It affects my impression of you. Changsha replied awkwardly. Thank you for favoring me by adjusting my overall rating. Ling Yi let go, raised her hand to cover her mouth and coughed a few times. Nothing more. It was just best to rely on my feelings as your little junior sister. Do you still have spirit beasts to raise? I will reluctantly lend a hand to help you. Changshu raised his hand seriously and replied, do not think recklessly. These pill balls all have special restrictions. Do not even think of taking them yourself for strange purposes. Ling Yi, seeing through her own mind, changed expression. You stingy thing, what kind of senior brother guards against the junior sister like this? She awkwardly turned her face in another direction, secretly sweating. Changshu continued, there was no other way after all. She was a little junior sister with complicated thoughts. Ling Yi worried. She had been seen through. The scene shifted to the main hall of the heaven-breaking peak. In front of the crowd, a voice rang out, from today onwards, all inner disciples are forbidden from going outside. The mountain-protecting grand formation will be completely sealed. The crowd below answered in unison, understood, sect leader. The sect leader continued, in addition, this time Elder Wanlin's merit was extremely great. He must have used many precious poison pills. The inner sect should compensate the elder for these losses. The sect leader of Duxian sect, seeing Wanlin's strange expression, the crowd murmured among themselves, why was Elder Wan not happy? The other elders at this moment, Wanlin thought dissatisfiedly that doing these things for the inner sect was natural. He could not take rewards. Wanlin, the facts prove this activity. Wanlin's old face suddenly changed, his eyes bulging. That was right, these things could be used as a reward for Changshu. Seeing that expression, the other elders beside him muttered in fear. Oh dear, things were getting more and more unhappy. His merits had increased enough to make him a supreme elder. Could it be that he was dissatisfied because of this? They huddled together whispering. Elder Wan did not like vainglory, did he? Had he changed his ways? None of us know. I am not close with him. Meanwhile, Wanlin approached with a strange expression. Thank you, sect leader. The scene shifted to the large mountain ranges southwest of the Duxian sect. In the valley courtyard, using formation concealment somewhere outside the myriad traps, those people sat within the lotus, constantly cultivating, absorbing the lotus, condensing it into a Dao fruit, planning to destroy the Duxian sect. They shouted loudly, servants, how many patrols? Hanji's master suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze coldly looking ahead. This time the vanguard suffered losses, but we have not yet perfected our own Dao, unable to act in time. Wait until we obtain the fortune bestowed by the master. He was about to continue speaking when the other two blocked his throat, certainly possible. The other two dissatisfiedly pointed at him, loudly reminding him, Dao friend, shut your mouth. Had your mouth ever been unsealed? Speaking is not as good as doing. You and I succeed early, completing the Great One's arrangements. He then fell into a state of grievance, tears secretly falling, fine then. With a sorrowful demeanor, he closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. You are old, no longer able to have an audience. Immediately after, he seemed to rejuvenate by several decades, quickly putting on an act of a white lotus green tea. I only meant to say that I and the other are about to condense the golden immortal Dao fruit. The Duxian sect still has its matters. One move and it is captured. Forget it, the person behind him shouted in anger. Was he still talking? On the other side, Suan Ye silently remembered Jingshan's instructions. Little Ye, recently the mountain sect had Dao robbers causing trouble. The inner sect was not safe. For now, you need not go into seclusion. If the inner sect meets with disaster, promptly go to the Baifan Hall. Xuan Ye obediently replied understood. Sitting on the cloud saddle, Xuan Ye pondered further. but I am a disciple of the Duxian sect. I cannot only think of myself. She suddenly felt troubled. Her lips could not help but curl into a smile. Taikyong P Peak only had 3 people: Uncle Qi Yuan, Senior Ber Chang Shangshu, and Junior Sister Ling Yi. When facing an enemy, it was the most dangerous place. Going to warn them first was also reasonable. As if sensing someone mentioning him, Changshu sneezed. After a while, Zhuanya set foot on Little Qiang Peak. Why was it so quiet here? She suspiciously looked left and right, wondering where senior brother Changshu and junior sister Ling Yi had gone. Suddenly, from beneath the lake water, a large pillar emerged. From inside, Ling Yi poked her head out and happily called out, "Beautiful senior sister." Zhuanya immediately replied, "Junior sister Ling Yi." Ling Yi enthusiastically offered a fish and a big jade towards Zhuanya. Did sister want this fresh and delicious fish, or this fresh and delicious jade frog? Without stopping, Ling Yi continued, "Or did sister want the cute and gentle junior sister Ling Yi to help you brew a cup of green tea and make some snacks?" Zhuanya was amused by this scene. Unable to contain herself, Zhuanya burst into joyful laughter. "Then if I refuse, it would be disrespectful." A while later, a sumptuous table of food was laid out. "Senior sister, try it. My cooking skills are not inferior to the senior brothers." Zhuanya exclaimed, "It smells so good." While the two were still happily chatting, Changshu entered. "I am back." As soon as she saw him, Zhuanya quickly stood up and called out senior brother Changshu. Changshu was a bit surprised. "Zhuan, yeah, I wonder what you need to see me about." Zhuanya quickly explained. Now the Duxian sect feared there were enemies outside. If they attacked the mountain, the protective Grand Formation would be in danger. Those at Little Qiang Peak should quickly head straight to the Baifan Hall, which had an escape route. Changshu blankly pointed at his own face. "Are you talking about the Nazi Meridian Array?" Junior sister Zhuan, "Yeah. Have you told the disciples of other peaks about this matter? There is something stuck on your face." Zhuanya shyly used a handkerchief to wipe her face. "Not at all. I came to Little Qiang Peak first." Changshu calmly sat down with the two of them. "This matter needs to be spoken of differently now. Absolutely do not mention the Nazi Meridian Array." Zhuanya wondered why. Changshu tapped the bowl in his hand and replied. Zhuanya had ever considered that the disciples who joined the sect today had cultivation levels spanning from several decades to several thousand years. He used his chopsticks to write on the table. If the enemy intentionally infiltrated, they would bluntly reveal this matter. A hypothetical map appeared. Assuming an enemy attacked, would it not cut off the retreat path of the sect members? Zhuanya was troubled, casting a helpless look at him. The senior brother's words made sense. But if one could not trust people, how could one make others trust? Changshu continued in a reasoned tone. "If you do not yet know a person, what basis do you have to trust them? Everyone has their own thoughts. The heart is hard to predict. I respect the intersect, but cannot force others to do the same. The path originates from the heart. Rules also originate from the heart." Zhuanya, do you see that even a master and his disciple hardly share a completely identical path? Hearing this, Zhuanya secretly admired. Changshu senior brother's words pointed out the possibility that there were indeed enemy spies in the mountain. Zhuanya then showed a sorrowful expression, saying, "Senior brother, my thinking was incomplete. I hope you can guide me." Changshu pointed his finger and replied, "It is very simple." Changshu gripped his chopsticks tightly and continued, "Since junior sister already wants to inform the sect members, it is better to change the wording." He skillfully outlined a plan. Say that if the inner sect is in danger, hope that fellow disciples who have not yet become immortals quickly come to Break Heaven Peak to receive orders, then direct them to go to All Mortal Hall. Zhuanya stood up and respectfully replied, "I accept your teaching." Changshu said gently, "Junior sister was merely a bit hasty. Think it over a little more and it will come." But at this moment, Changshu secretly gave a fierce laugh. "I did not expect the poison to cooperate with me like this." The third step of the scheme thus proceeds smoothly. You people want to destroy the Immortal Crossing sect. I welcome you to come and offer your deaths. Half a year later, 3,000 miles northwest of the Immortal Crossing sect, the group of Yao received orders and charged in for a sneak attack. Each person charged forward, shouting powerfully. Changshu saw them appear and silently shouted, "They are here, it is time to reap the rewards." He pondered, chin in hand, watching. They indeed walked to the path I predicted. Ahead lies a poison formation. Once they enter, it will spew poison smoke. You all just enjoy it. Changshu had set up paper figures beforehand. The heaven character paper Taoists surrounded after the battle started, carrying poison powder, their aura and appearance unlike Changshu's. The earth character Taoists were responsible for alarms and controlling the poison formation, also completely different from Li Changshu. The two earth character Taoists were performing their functions. The human character Taoist protected the master and junior sister, one acting as the true body, fleeing with the junior sister towards the earth vein escape route. At the same time, southwest of the Immortal Crossing sect, they were still traveling underground using Earth Escape. Were they truly wearing mountain spirit armor? Changshu poked his head up from under the water. Enemies were also in the southwest. A three-pronged surprise attack. I mainly set up poison formations, yet 2 paths have been used. Truly warm and considerate. My efforts have been wasted. He raised his hand to his mouth and silently cast a spell. No matter, I have also considered this point. Junior sister, just follow my words. Ling Yi obeyed, firmly shouting loudly, leave it to me, senior brother. Changshu never stopped thinking, with little junior sister helping master, I can be temporarily at ease. On the other side, Ling Yi urgently tugged Qi Yuan's hand, shouting a little slower, master, senior brother in the alchemy room has fainted, come quickly and see. Changshu was silent, his expression stern. The difficulty was the 2 paths southwest, 1 path northwest, 3 golden immortals. The situation is hard to predict, truly not easy to deal with. From underground, Changshu suddenly appeared, triggering the poison formation to begin the counter-attack. A group of Yao was enveloped by black smoke, panicking. The formation was a trap made from poison pellets. One quick-handed person pulled out a spirit pill and put it in his mouth, eating the antidote. His whole body felt as if he had gained strength. He shouted loudly, use magical power to blow the formation away. A group of people rushed out. Quickly charge out, do not miss the opportunity. Changshu silently assessed. The battle result was over 40 true immortals, 3 celestial immortals, 4 celestial immortals heavily injured. The efficiency was acceptable. He pressed the corner of his mouth into a smile, his eyes still watching them. The poison formation was a feint, the opening tactic. Many thanks for the poison pill from Elder Wan. From that man's direction, mosquitoes flew out. Those blood-sword mosquitoes manipulated the puppets, which quickly turned to blood energy and dissipated. Changshu watched the mosquitoes vanish, his face serious as he thought. When Taoist no longer cares about this place, withdrawing early to avoid being targeted by the human sect. The victory of the Immortal Crossing sect gained another bit. He watched the poison smoke slowly dissipate, thinking to himself, the attackers from both directions are those who do not fear death, resolutely using swarm tactics to advance forward. On the other side, Qi Yuan urgently pushed the door open and asked Changshu, how are you, my child? But seeing him safe and sound, Qi Yuan dissatisfiedly shouted, you said your senior brother had fainted. Is he not perfectly fine? Ling Yi was embarrassed, saying, master, listen to me speak to you. Qi Yuan replied, speak what? Right at that moment, a wave of sleeping smoke drifted over. A few seconds later, Qi Yuan thumped to the ground. Ling Yi signaled, it is done, senior brother, am I still reliable? Changshu praised, you have improved, quickly help me put master into the bag. Changshu tightened the bag's mouth, saying helplessly, master, do not blame me, this is for the safety of your life. He then chanted a spell, immediately shrinking the bag in his hand. Ling Yi worriedly supported master, senior brother, scheming against master like this, will we be scalded to death later? Changshu patted her head to comfort her, it is fine, I will explain later. Junior sister, wait here. When the intersect alarm sounds, use Earth Escape to take me and master to the Earth Vein half a step ahead. Ling Yi lowered her eyes, senior brother, I still feel uneasy in my heart. What realm are you at now? Changshu clenched his fist and shouted 4 words, returning to Void's 6th realm. So you do not need to worry, even if we cannot hold the Immortal Crossing sect this time, I will protect everyone. On the other side, the group of Yao still kept charging out. The poison formation has been fully activated. Why are there still so many enemies? No other choice, the poison pills Elder Wan gave were not enough. Being able to do this is the limit. Changshu waved his hand to signal, paper Taoist character, servant number 3, number 5, come out. 2 paper figures charged forward, alerting the elders of the Immortal Crossing sect. A joint formation was immediately set up. That old man saw it, opened his mouth and shouted loudly, open everyone's eyes and look. Immediately after, the paper figures self-detonated. Let the sacrifice of the character servant Taoists awaken the Immortal Crossing sect. 2 explosions burst out amidst the formation. Elsewhere, Li Wuyao secretly sensed it. Sect leader Li Wuyao sat on his chair, his expression doubtful. Someone self-detonated. Was it to protect the mountain guarding grand formation or to let me hear the sound? Then his expression became stern. He immediately realized something was wrong. In the direction of the 2 self-detonating Taoists, there were enemies attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wuyao charged fiercely outside. What Taoist sect dares to invade my Immortal Crossing sect? Li Wuyao sternly waved his hand and gave the order, elders and disciples of all peaks hear the order, prepare for battle, protect the mountain gate. Wan Lin and Zhang Yu shouted in unison, elders of all peaks, protect the mountain gate. Keeling and Wang Ling also shouted for the Immortal Crossing sect. But elsewhere, no one noticed except for one person, Qi Yuan lying in the small bag helplessly looking at the blue sky through 1,000 paper cranes. The alchemy room of Little Qiang Peak, 1 cup of tea ago, Changshu remembered to say, right, I did not tell you that before you I am merely an avatar. Paper Changshu pointed at himself and explained, because I cannot control too many paper figures at the same time, I had to split my primordial spirit. Later you must carry this unconscious avatar to the Earth Vein teleportation formation. Ling Yi was dizzy, carry you using Earth Escape to the Earth Vein. Changshu laughed apologetically. That is right. She opened her eyes wide in shock. Senior brother Changshu suddenly lost strength and collapsed. I have to move my primordial spirit now. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct junior sister little Kyong Peak and Master are all entrusted to you. Ling Yi gently brushed his hair, saying she would help her senior brother guard this place well. After an incensed stick's time, the paper doll emerged from the chest. His junior sister had left, and he had to begin the next step of his plan. In the thick dust and smoke, the sacrificial altar appeared along with the 8 transforming characters taking the form of his master. The talismans flew up at his command, using the master's image to control the mountain protection formation of Lesser Kong Peak. The spirit stones linked together, and the mountain protection array activated fully. A warm celestial energy shone down, peaceful on the outside but with solid defenses within. A sign hung 100 trees away. Was he lost? All around Duxian Gate there were barriers. Returning to the present, everyone had already set up the formation and were waiting. Xuanya tried to direct everyone to gather in front of the 100 Artifacts Hall. She shouted, "This way, go this way." Worry filled her heart as she prayed that senior brother Changshu and the others at Lesser Kyong Gate would not encounter any trouble. Ling Yi, carrying the paper effigy and breathing heavily, brought her unconscious master Juju towards the earth vein. Those small shoulders seemed to carry the entire future of Lesser Kyong Peak. She looked out with hope, praying that her senior brother would surely succeed and return safely. Night had fallen, but Changshu, the main character his junior sisters worried about, was still busy outside the mountain protection array. His paper effigy used a spell to appear, but it was not yet time for the celestial paper Taoist to emerge. The enemy was attacking fiercely, and he needed to deal with the poison trap formation first. He divided the task of collecting spoils, burning bodies, erasing traces, and chanting sutras for the departed. A beam of light fell and slipped into the barrier. Changshu's paper doll turned back in alarm. The great formation was broken. Masked figures began attacking their people. Ju Wu looked at this scene with worry. Duxian Gate was merely a small sect of the human cult, its combat power hardly worth mentioning. His heart ached seeing his people being attacked. They were outnumbered, and prolonging the fight was not the answer. Many disciples had already fallen. He had to think of a plan. He suddenly remembered something and took an item from his pouch. That's right, I still have the brocade pouch Changshu left behind. Let me open it and see. But when he read the words, he burst into tears. Ju Wu was petrified at that moment. Doing this would be a tremendous humiliation. After reading the brocade pouch, Ju Wu flew back to Baifan Hall. For the sake of Duxian Gate, he no longer cared about dignity. Xuanya and the disciples were shocked to see him standing at the door. They asked about the front-line situation and begged to go help. Ignoring his female disciples' questions, he strode past them without a glance. He walked over and knelt before a painting. Ju Wu, weeping and wailing, respectfully begged the sect leader to manifest his holy might and save Duxian Gate, which was suffering an unjust calamity. Xuanya and the other disciples were stunned, speechless. On the other side of the battle line, the two sides were locked in fierce combat. The situation grew increasingly intense. Changshu's paper doll sent several enemies flying with a single move. Suddenly, a man appeared, sneering softly. "So what if you elders can fight a bit more? Can you withstand 1,000 times more enemies?" The 2 people beside him whispered, guessing he was thinking something terrible. Luckily, he did not voice it. A few days earlier, Changshu had arranged the strategy. There was only one way to resolve the crisis, for Duxian Gate. He wrote for a while, then paused to think. That was the 10 great manifestations of retreat. Ju Wu, still at Baifan Hall, continued crying miserably. No technique involved, just pure emotion. He cried out, calling for an expert of the human cult to act. He kept begging the sect leader to save Duxian Gate, but the painting remained unchanged. Ju Wu was dazed, wondering if his crying power or his lines were insufficient. Even Changshu had not expected his senior uncle to perform so poorly. He switched to telepathic communication with Xuan. Yeah, she asked for news and probed the situation. The disciples were gossiping about the formation being broken and Ju Wu's tears. On this end, Changshu told Xuan, "Yeah, my junior sister and I are heading to the earth vein. Senior uncle Ju Wu's crying just now might be our way to be saved. Would you be willing to try?" Xuan nodded. She went out to find the emotion, letting it arise from within. She thought of saddening and enraging events, but nothing came to mind immediately. Her family was safe, her cultivation smooth. Changshu teased her, saying she was acting like someone who already had the script for the finish line. Changshu helped her imagine a cute animal. She immediately thought of her favorite thing, perhaps a pet. Xuanya asked, "Can it be the spirit beast senior brother gave me?" Spirit beast cried in her hands. Changshu said, "Imagine it is right in front of you, gently wagging its tail." But painfully, a large rock fell on it, and it died, blood pitifully flowing from its head. She buried it. Someone destroyed the grave, and the spirit beast's body had been taken. Xuanya was startled to see someone who wanted to eat it. Following the traces to search, Juju walked forward, only to find it had been dug up and roasted. Xuanya imagined all this, and tears streamed down her face. Changshu said, "That's the right emotion. Hold on to it, go to senior uncle Ju Wu and beg the patriarch." Ju Wu was still crying before the painting, begging the sect leader to manifest his holy might and save Duxian Gate. Xuanya made up her mind and knelt down, speaking respectfully to the Dao succession origin. Jiwu was startled. What's wrong? Do you want to try too, Xuanya? I couldn't succeed. He used a sorrowful and earnest gaze to beg. Duxian Gate had been passed the inaction force by the tribulation transcending true immortal, and established the sect on that foundation. He saw the painting glow brightly and roared in his heart. It worked, it worked. Xuanya did not stop, continuing to beg. Now, external demons, scheming, are disturbing the Duxian Dao succession bearing no prior connection to Duxian Gate. I humbly beg the saint to illuminate the truth. The light radiating from the painting grew even more brilliant. Jiu Wu felt it was unfair looking at the light. Same intent, just using more sophisticated words, so why the different treatment? Xuandu, sitting in silence, felt the wind in his head, which had been calm all day, suddenly grow noisy. He looked up at the sky in surprise. Why did the old master let his karma slip to someone else? He reached out as if to snatch the light. So, an enemy was causing trouble for Duxian Gate. This matter could not be ignored. Thinking of the clay hand he had held before. Last time at the marriage temple, he broke the clay statue of fate. This time, intervening in Duxian Gate would be like severing that karma. The young man shot off immediately. Duxian Gate was a Dao succession passed down by his Dao friend Tribulation Transcending. Asking him to act would lessen the karma. Xuandu rode a cloud towards his desired destination. On the way, he suddenly remembered something. Ahead was a tall mountain. Which cave abode on Kunlun did senior brother Du Yi cultivate in? He would have to search for a while to find it. Over here, his men had been beaten to a pulp. The fate of Duxian sect was long. To suddenly act so despicable, he wondered if they would be destroyed in an instant. Changshu was very satisfied with his summoning ability. The painting of the old man riding an ox was still bright. The experts of the Ren sect would likely appear with a 70% chance. But whether they would arrive in time was hard to say. He curled his lips with a hint of meaning. If it truly collapsed, then he would still have to run. Suddenly the sky was filled with thunder and lightning striking down. Blood had gradually covered the ground. The casualties of Duxian sect grew heavier and heavier. Several mask-wearing figures were frantically attacking the men of Duxian sect. The masked group looked extremely dangerous. The number of these bandits was truly hard to stop. Lai Wuya reported with a serious face. Fantian Feng was about to become a land of death. He shouted out an order, telling the disciples to quickly move through the earth veins to reduce casualties. One corner of Bai Fandian had a tunnel leading down to the earth vein teleportation formation. Xuanya was trying to move everyone. The sect master ordered that those not yet immortals must leave in an orderly fashion, no crowding. One by one, they jumped down as ordered. Every 50 people entered the grand formation in turn. Ling Yi was carrying her senior brother and happily said, "The main force has arrived." Her face lit up, and she cheerfully reported, "Next, we will follow the instructions from senior brother." She successfully mingled into the crowd. Changshu kept praising. Junior sister has made another contribution. Changshu suddenly shouted loudly, "The time has come, paper army attack." The army immediately awakened. Wu Qingtian's single-use self-researched magic tool consumed once, had a wide range and precise aim, no different from releasing a large amount of poison. A green arrow shot straight towards the enemy. The paper army continuously shot arrows, their sinews and bones tempered into steel. The masked group now discovered that someone was ambushing them. The arrows did not stop as if fitted with a motor. One arrow flew close to a masked figure. They shouted, "There is poison on the arrows." The enemy group was defeated, shouted loudly, and then activated their magical power. Someone was setting them up from behind. One of them had discovered the hidden shooter over there. One person showed no fear and continued to hold the bow. The enemy group was very annoyed and intended to catch the schemer. Changshu's paper dolls cheerfully said, "Come on, the archers have no order to retreat." Both sides charged at each other without hesitation. The masked figure slashed while being astonished. Why can't these guys withstand a single sword strike? He gritted his teeth, annoyed because there was no feeling of impact. This group seemed to be actively seeking death. Suddenly, several paper dolls exploded on their own. The masked group was dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. All these immortal soldiers exploded. Why was there so much dust and smoke? One of them had discovered the scheme. This explosion has poison. Changshu heard the discussion and was overjoyed. Over 30 enemy were all eliminated. His face was gloomy and cold, regretting that few celestial immortals survived until now. Immortal energy struck the cliff wall powerfully, shaking the entire sky. The time was also just enough. Changshu snapped his fingers to give the order, his sharp eyes sweeping across the battlefield. "Begin the second wave of combat." Li Weiyao shouted angrily. "Who are the reinforcements from which sect?" Black-clad group spoke with a contemptuous tone. "You dare jump in for fun at a time like this? Don't you want to live?" Changshu's clone acted immediately. He said confidently, "Dao friends of Duxian sect, we have come to lend a hand." Changshu held the woman in his arms, the corner of his mouth curling up tauntingly. "You Dao thieves, why don't you stay home with your wives and instead come bully others?" The black-clad group exchanged glances, bewildered. Changshu's clone stepped forward, his voice challenging. "You demon scum, dare you face this humble priest? I laugh in the face of your ancestors." The black-clad group roared in unison, killing intent surging violently. "Soldiers can die, but they cannot be insulted. Kill him." They chased after Changshu's clone, their formation splitting in two directions, encircling from all sides. Li Wuyo silently thanked the three for luring the enemy away, though it was a bit strange. To lure the enemy well, Changshu had to directly control the clone. He taunted, "Two demon emperors but only one demon empress." His eyes were full of teasing laughter, mocking that their ancestors were once beaten by the Wu tribe. Changshu continued to provoke, "Where is your face? If you have the guts, duel me one-on-one." The black-clad group went mad, howling as they pursued. He thought that if anyone saw this expression, they would think he was insane. The black-clad group formed a formation, their eyes flashing viciously. "Very well, I will duel with you alone." A moment later they stopped before an old wooden sign. Their eyes widened. "Are we lost?" The whole group fell silent, speechless. He looked around impatiently. One gritted his teeth. "Damn it, where did that fat guy go?" The black-clad group split up to search, killing intent spreading everywhere. The team leader yelled loudly, "This maze formation cannot be escaped. Use magical power to break through." A moment later, they howled upon discovering the target. Changshu's paper doll laughed loudly, full of challenge. "You demon scum, come here." The black-clad group gnashed their teeth and roared, "If you have the guts, don't run." The black-clad group charged forward like starving wolves. "Chase them all, give it your all." Suddenly, one in the group stopped, his face turning pale. The whole group panicked, their hearts beating wildly. It was a high-level grand formation. The black-clad group looked around, unease rising. The stars seemed to have eyes watching. This formation was completely impossible to see through. How could this ridiculous mountain peak have a grand formation? Suddenly, the leader appeared, his eyes sharp as knives. "Get out of my way, all of you. If not, I will drive you away." Black-clad group lowered their heads, none daring to resist. "Please, sir." The leader spread his enormous wings, his pressure spreading out. "I will use my own secret technique." Sharp bird claws gleamed in the darkness, killing intent pressing on everyone. This small formation will not only be broken, but the mountain peak will also completely collapse. A dazzling ray of light burst from the leader, illuminating a corner of the sky. He laughed arrogantly, claiming the one hit by this move would either be severely wounded or turn to ashes, and that such a petty formation would be finished in an instant. He arrogantly shouted to destroy everything, but in reality, nothing happened. He panicked and shouted, his voice full of shock, "What?" Another stronger figure appeared, contemptuously telling him to get lost. "You rookie." She angrily retorted, "I am the Phoenix Queen." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched her in the face, sending her flying far away. On the other side was a muscular wolfman, his voice full of disdain. "I told you, get out of my way, you rookie." He cracked his knuckles, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Dang Dang was smug, his eyes shining with confidence as he said, "This lousy formation must be broken by this great master." The wolfman raised his hand, beginning his performance. "Next, I will use a secret technique that shakes heaven and earth." Dark clouds rolled out like furious waves covering the sky. The wolfman extended his hand, drawing a strange curve in the air. "Let the black sand dance on my fingertips." A peerlessly sharp sword appeared, its pressure shaking heaven and earth, becoming an eternal belief. The subordinates were terrified, their whole bodies trembling. So strong. This is the first time in this life seeing such a killing move with such a grand aura. A powerful wave of energy radiated from the wolfman, like earthquake after earthquake. Laughed arrogantly and confidently, saying a true immortal hit by this move would be turned to ashes at best, or have their soul scattered at worst. This small formation will be finished in the blink of an eye. The arrogance was clear in his words, but in reality, there was not the slightest fluctuation. He was surprised, his expression gradually changing as he realized something was wrong. What? A beam of blue light shot down from above, as brilliant as a lightning bolt tearing through the gloomy sky. It struck the wolfman directly, piercing through his steel-like tough body, leaving a large hole with a shimmering blue light inside. The subordinates met the same fate, unable to react before they were destroyed in an instant. After a moment, a blurry figure walked over, carrying an air of absolute majesty. Very good. It was Changshu's Paperman, a useful puppet that also accumulated some merit. He attacked the nearby mosquitoes and then said, "These blood rune bugs still want to control innocent cultivators." He continued, his voice still steady, "Those frogs I cultivated here, you guys still think you can run your clones?" Changshu's heroes have taken down more than half the enemies. The lover clones imitated and did the same, luring the enemies to the other side of the little Kaoingfeng Grand Formation. The two teased, "Come on, chase us, you single dogs." Those guys were furious but dared not resist, only gnashing their teeth in endurance. That couple thought hiding in the mountains would save them, but we need the news bulletin without an exit. They fell into the trap like those other guys, unable to escape their tragic fate. Dead were trapped. From within the formation, hundreds of beams of blue light shot out, sweeping clean like a scythe of death. At the Demon Queen's place, she smashed her teacup, the shards flying like a furious storm. She said venomously, "Damn it, you useless wastes, a bunch of small immortal sects. Why haven't you dealt with them yet?" The subordinate lowered his head in fear. "Master, please wait a bit longer. They are numerous. Taking them over is just a matter of time." The Demon Queen glared, killing intent overflowing. "What do you know? If we don't destroy the immortal sect today, dragging this out will deplete the blood lotus in the bodies of the golden immortals." Each report came on small wings carrying important news. "My queen, there is a slight fluctuation of spiritual power in the earth vein underground. Other places have many people gathering. The situation is clearer. It seems to be a Nazi formation on the earth vein. The junior cultivators who haven't become immortals are all fleeing east." Demon Queen smiled, a sinister glint in her eyes. "Very good news. If we can't destroy the sect, destroying the disciples isn't bad either." The Demon Queen ordered coldly, "Heavenly Eagle Immortal, destroy this group for me." The subordinate bowed, "Yes, my queen." Now at the place of the immortal sect disciples, the atmosphere was tense to the point of suffocation. "I wonder how the mountain gate is. Everyone must trust the elders." One person waved his hand in encouragement. "Junior sister Ling Yi, after you rest, hurry up and catch up." She replied softly, "Okay," but her heart was full of many thoughts. Her eyes were dreamy as she thought of that person, setting down the senior brother clone to rest. Senior brother is fighting hard somewhere, leaving a clone to protect me and master. She observed Changshu, her eyes shining with a tenderness hard to hide. Ling Yi whispered, "As soft as the wind, you can rely on me a little." Silly senior brother, her heart was pounding wildly. Even though it's a clone, the feelings are no different from the real him, because Changshu pursues perfect emotions. Ling Yi touched his lips, her fingertips trembling. Senior brother's original soul is not here. She leaned closer to him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "So I can do whatever I want, right?" Her lips were close to his, their warm breaths mingling. Changshu then sent another strand of his original soul into the clone, his power surging. Ling Yi stared intently as he was about to open his eyes. Her face was very close to his, the distance only an inch away. Changshu woke with a start, his eyes bright as stars, startling Ling Yi. "Senior brother, why did you wake up?" Changshu shook his head, his voice terrified. "Junior sister, what are you trying to do?" Ling Yi was flustered, her cheeks red with embarrassment. "I was just wiping your sweat." She thought to herself, how annoying, I almost succeeded. Changshu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fine, I'll spare you. I have something more important to say." At the Demon Queen's subordinate's side, the announcer spread the news widely. "The Queen wants to destroy the junior disciples of Capital Immortal Sect who are leaving. Come with me, sir." The man on the back of the eagle nodded, giving an evil smirk. "Okay, let's head east." He was smug, full of calculation. Those little brats surely won't expect this. But Changshu had already discovered it. His mind was clear, missing nothing. "What I said is that enemies are attacking our position. A demon eagle at the true immortal level, and a heavenly immortal cultivator." Changshu seriously instructed Ling Yi, "In a bit you follow me, don't do anything reckless. Pretend to be talking to Xuanya and give her the poison pill. Xuanya, standing nearby, leave quickly without delay." Changshu spoke to Xuanya through thought transmission, "Something important. Pretend to talk to my junior sister. I will transmit the message secretly. Remember to stay calm." Xuanya replied, "Okay, senior brother, rest assured." Changshu was thoughtful, seeing through everything. "Xuanya, 2 demon immortals are closing in. What my junior sister is giving you is a supreme poison pill that can kill heavenly immortals, given by Elder Wan." Xuanya received it, a look of gravity flashing in her eyes as she approached Ling Yi. Xuanya was puzzled, asking Changshu through divine communication, "Why not step forward to do this yourself? Your reputation should be the one to hand it over." Changshu calmly replied, "It's fine. If you could see what I see, you wouldn't ask." Two strangers discussed, their eyes full of envy and curiosity. "Who is this guy, daring to stand next to 2 great beauties?" The other snorted coldly, "Who else? It's the guy who almost poked the Dragon Prince's rear end." Changshu sighed helplessly. "Standing next to 2 people is already attracting enough attention. I don't want any more karma." He looked up to the high sky, his sharp eyes piercing through the clouds. The pressure of the true immortal and heavenly immortal realms was approaching. Xuanya and Ling Yi both sensed something unusual, their expressions changing. "They're here." From the gloomy sky, 2 massive figures descended, the loyal henchmen of the female demon. The people around fell into a tense state. "With enemies attacking, do not panic. Prepare for battle. Let us fight to the death with them here." The demon rider atop the demon giant eagle sneered coldly. The reaction of these brats was quite amusing. Below, the immortal sect disciples gritted their teeth. Their master was still in the inner sect. They had to kill the invading enemies. They could not die in vain. The demon rider gave the order, "Go ahead and capture their nest," and the demon giant eagle obeyed. He swung his arm forcefully, his face cold as carved ice. "Go now." The demon giant eagle dove down at a terrifying speed, carrying an overwhelming surge of killing intent. Ju Wu erected a sturdy shield, his voice authoritative. "I will hold this place. You all quickly retreat to the underground cavern." An extremely powerful strike from the demon giant eagle shot down, causing the ground to tremble. One disciple hesitated. Should we not go to assist? The other shouted, do not cause more trouble, retreat quickly. Xuanya swiftly rushed to Jiwu's side, her eyes full of worry. Uncle Master. Jiwu frowned. What are you doing here? Quickly retreat. Xuanya shouted with determination. Uncle Master, the disciple is willing to lure the powerful enemy. Jiwu angrily scolded. Stop wasting words. Are we cowards afraid of death to let a young disciple die? Xuanya bit her lip, produced a medicine bottle, and said with a firm voice, I have the poison pill given by Elder Wanlin. Jiwu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Xuanya immediately laid out a plan. Uncle Master, when the demon giant eagle fails to attack the formation and dives, you take the chance to retreat and protect the formation, and I will throw the poison pill. Xuanya acted more sharply than before, guided silently by Changshu. Changshu calmly used telepathy. Xuanya temporarily maintained balance. Wait for my signal to tell Jiwu Uncle Master to withdraw the formation. Xuanya responded with trust. The demon giant eagle looked down and calculated. The opponent had injuries but could still hold me without issue. At this rate, they will let the younger generation of the immortal sect retreat successfully. It flapped its wings, creating a gale, deciding in its heart to take the initiative and strike preemptively. Changshu's eyes turned cold as he immediately ordered, Junior sister, now is the time. Xuanya shouted decisively, Uncle Master, withdraw the formation. Jiwu did not hesitate and responded. The moment the shout rang out, the defensive formation was removed. Juju rushed forward like the wind. Behind her a loud call, go. She gently pushed out the cork of the medicine bottle. Immediately after, she pointed it straight at the beast above. Juju quickly and decisively threw it away. Jiwu was astonished and quickly said, poison is not thrown like that. The beast sneered, little girl, are you here to make people laugh? Watch me blow away both the bottle and you. It immediately began to cast a spell. A pair of hands appeared along with a voice. That won't do. The beast's spell dissipated. It was stunned and asked itself, what happened? Why did my demonic power suddenly dissipate? The person who just appeared was Changshu. He thought smugly to himself, the one who dissipated the demonic power was me, but they will never know. The beast cowered in fear. Damn it, whose poison bottle was that? With unwavering confidence, it thought, why should I be afraid? How can a thrown poison bottle cause damage? Jiwu panicked. Damn it, the grand formation was removed. We cannot defend against the giant eagle's attack. The beast roared in anger. You bastards dare toy with this lord, die. Juju was petrified. Damn it, it was all my fault for not throwing the poison properly. Then she realized the attack had stopped. The giant eagle fell to the ground. Everyone cheered loudly. The demon fell from the poison. That beast passed out immediately. Juju exclaimed, the poison pill refined by Elder Wanlin is indeed formidable. Jiwu stammered, it actually worked like that? Before being knocked out by the poison smoke, Jiwu said, remember, this is Elder Wan's achievement. Changshu appeared and said, have a good sleep now. Changshu looked into the distance and calculated. He had to lure the more formidable one from above the gun. He began to stagger left and right. I am passing out now. As he fell to the ground, he thought, alright, hurry down and attack us. The beast jumped into the trap. Regardless of what tricks you have, I will use a big move and catch you all. Changshu grumbled angrily, that old Daoist at the celestial immortal realm. The enemy was defeated by the confusion and fell, yet he still doesn't come down. He thought to himself, he had encountered another troublesome enemy. Seeing that person toss out a box, Changshu shouted in panic, damn it, he is about to use a big move. That man shouted loudly, go die. Changshu remained lying still, not moving. That man charged forward like a storm wind. The strange box flew towards their group. Juju fell to the ground. A stream of purple light began to emit poison smoke. The stream of light grew increasingly violent. That celestial immortal asked himself, what is going on? His eyes became full of suspicion. Seeing the strange chessboard resisting the seal, he roared, my precious seal was blocked by a chessboard from nowhere. Just as the enemy's grand seal was about to descend, the paper dose within Changshu's robe had already been taken out. It seems I cannot avoid making a move. Transform. The paper Daoist talisman was Changshu's trump card, specialized for high-level combat, carrying many trump cards. Paper Daoist used the chessboard, a one-time defensive formation array. The chessboard was brought out just in time to block the seal's path. The man gritted his teeth in anger and asked, where did this old man come from? The paper Daoist only looked at him with probing eyes. He realized that his opponent was not only using the chessboard's secret treasure to block the attack, but also creating an opportunity for those younger ones to escape. The seal immediately rolled rapidly in this direction. The paper Daoist suddenly appeared, blocking his fly whisk, the silver strands having been coated with celestial poison. The bamboo rhyme fly whisk quickly grabbed the seal. In the blink of an eye, it formed a tight casing around the seal. Demon still arrogant, just a mere fly whisk dares to provoke me. The bamboo rhyme gem suddenly shone with blinding light. The demon greedily absorbed power from the gem. He grew more and more pleased. Ridiculous, can you break my defense? The blinding immortal light shone everywhere. He summoned the sword in his hand, shouting confidently, sword, come forth. The paper Daoist feared. Damn it, are you a Dojimon robot cat? How can you pull out so many magical treasures? Demon charged forward. Watch me shatter your magic artifact. The sharp sword path made the Daoist defend with great difficulty. He thought, this is it. Seeing the fly whisk was tattered, he knew it couldn't be used anymore, and the one in the sky would retrieve the magic seal again. The demon, aware of the dire situation, laughed cunningly. Why not obediently admit defeat? The paper Daoist calmly wrote sutras into magic in response. The loser is not yet certain. The sutras he wrote instantly turned into giant letters. He said contemptuously, ridiculous. He charged into attack. Am I afraid of some handwritten letters? I'll split them in half for you to see. Indeed, he cleaved the sutra letters in the air in two. The Daoist judged. He has an advantage in the air. I shouldn't foolishly stay on the ground. Seeing the Daoist fly up, he mocked. Thought running to the sky would give you hope. He laughed loudly to provoke. Don't daydream in broad daylight, old man. In an instant, the Daoist sensed danger. This is it. This attack of his made the Daoist struggle very hard to defend, but in the end he was still injured by him. The paper Daoist was quickly knocked down to the ground. Just as the Daoist fell, the demon fumed. A magical duel is no game. Cut if you must cut, fight quickly and win quickly. Seeing the Daoist in a sorry state, he plotted to take the opportunity to kill him. At this moment, the Daoist was severely wounded. Turning back to see him approaching, the Daoist helplessly thought, here he comes. But he smiled slightly, for this was a rare opportunity. He thought him cautious, but he was only this much. Changshu Jiu revealed himself from behind the Daoist's robe, laughing triumphantly. You fell for the trap, you fool! The demon was shocked. Damn it, he deliberately lured me into the forest. Changshu took the chance to attack. Since you're here, don't even think about escaping. A trap formation and Azure water prison were immediately deployed to surround him. Changshu was tense, silently determined not to miss the opportunity. His spiritual power was already sparse. Spiritual power from the formation quickly enveloped the demon. As a first step, one side of the formation leg entangled his leg, and it quickly bound his hand to his sword. He even shouted loudly, "There's still a tier of the trap formation?" At Changshu's command, dozens of swords were ready to launch. No matter what demon you are, today I will destroy you. Looking at the dozens of sword tips flying toward him, the demon could only stare wide-eyed, letting each sword pierce his heart. Severely injured, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Changshu showed no mercy, hidden within the tree. Finally, I gift you with 3 strikes of the Samedi True Fire. With a wave of his hand, he left a treasure behind. May you be on your way. The man screamed miserably before being burnt to ash. In another development, a celestial fairy trembled. Defeated. I have actually been defeated? Master, is there still hope? Just 1 second later, that woman had taken the celestial fairy's life. Upon receiving the news, she roared in anger. Who is the one ruining my plans? Could it be, like this queen, using a puppet to plot with the human sect? A moment later, mist spread everywhere, enveloping her. The spider spirit was panicked. Why is there suddenly mist? Droplets of water began to fall in a drizzle. A voice came from somewhere. It is you. The spider spirit was suspicious. Who is speaking? Jiu appeared. I am Xuandu, the great disciple of the Taicheng Daod sect of the Heavenly Lord, using my master's Taiji diagram. Yet I still cannot calculate you. It seems you are a disciple of a saint. He changed to a harsh tone, harming the child of my human sect. Your intentions are vile. But this time, out of respect for Old Man King, I will spare you temporarily. If you offend again, even if it were a mere immortal sect. He warned further, your master uncle behind you may not be able to protect you. The spider spirit felt a terrifying pressure, sensing herself trapped within a palm. The female disciple hurriedly admitted her mistake, replying that she understood. In the far northwest of the Duxian sect, 2 figures of Juju appeared. One person spoke, finally intimidating the opponent, and said the senior brother should quickly come to Duxian sect to resolve the disaster, lest the position of the founding ancestor be lost. That person heard this and smiled brightly in response, saying that this time he troubled the senior brother. It was truly a negligence. The two clashed into each other like moths to a flame, but the other remained rational, advising that the Duxian sect had high morale and the help of nobles. But the Wangxing roared a dream. His body blazed with momentum as he shouted loudly, your 3-part strategy is nothing. Lai Wuyo heard this and immediately threatened, if they did not surrender, the Duxian sect would annihilate their entire army. Amidst the chaos, a streak of light flew down from the sky, shouting loudly, striking fear into the enemy troops. That light terrified everyone. The pressure was too strong, and there was reinforcement from somewhere. When the opponent landed, morale soared with shouts calling for the founding ancestor, the rest trembling in fear of Du Yi Zhenren. Du Yi spread his shoulders and shouted loudly, Gu Lian Mountain. The founding ancestor of the Duxian sect had always remained non-contending, but the sin of bullying must be atoned with life. Immediately after, he used the key absorption method to process the space. Within 3 seconds, Dewey blew a fire that blazed like a free fire, burning all the enemy scum. All of them, hit by the strike, disappeared from the Earth server. Changshu stared in shock at the scene when a voice suddenly rang out, waking him up. The big talk has arrived. After a moment, he snapped back to his senses and loudly ordered the Paperman Legion to clean up the battlefield. As soon as Changshu gave the order, the 3 decoy clones returned to their original forms and went into hiding. The clone of the god character fought with the true immortal, gathered all the spoils, and then quietly concealed themselves. Qi Yuan did the same. On the other side, Changshu manifested his true body, brought Xuanya and Jiu Wu back to the ground, and arranged things as if nothing had happened. Returning to the courtyard gate of the Duxian sect, Du Yi Zhenren used an unstoppable momentum to shatter the foreign lands. A few enemy cultivators just flew away one wave after another. A deep-fried butterfly scout flew over to report that Yuan Xinu Wang had ordered them not to anger the senior. He was tired but still forced a reply. Receiving the order, they all tucked their tails and fled, but stubbornly declared that the Green Forest remains, and they would meet again one day. People standing below were stunned, unsure if they had truly won. Immediately after, they all shouted together, "We have won." Seeing this, Juju smiled and told the juniors who had not yet become immortals to leave the Earth Vein to ensure safety, while everyone joyfully cheered, "Long live the Duxian sect." At the safe zone of the Earth Vein, many were trapped, and one person asked if the Duxian sect was finished, only to be told to shut up. When they heard a noise from the upper level, they panicked, thinking the enemy was attacking. Fortunately, the person who appeared was Zikang. All suspicions were cleared, everyone was safe, and their eyes lit up like spotlights calling out to the goddess. She lightly jumped down to the ground and asked where Xuanya and the senior brother had gone. One person replied that Xuanya was escorting everyone away and had already gone out with Jiu Wu to face the enemy. Another urged them to go help. As soon as the words were spoken, Zikang's eyes were filled with worry. The great battle had subsided, but remnants remained. She had to go help quickly. But then Zikang's mouth fell open in shock as she asked what had happened. She saw Xuanya lying flat on the ground and cried out, "Why is everyone lying down?" Right next to him, another person was also lying close. She was even more astonished to see Xiaoling Yi buried face first in the grass, unconscious. Zikang quickly slapped Changshu's face, calling for him to wake up. The two people opposite explained that they were merely unconscious, and the strong enemies had been destroyed. Changshu woke up with both cheeks swollen, and she said with a mix of pity and relief, "You are awake, you scared me to death." Changshu outwardly smiled radiantly, thanking Uncle Master Z, but inside he screamed, wanting to fake unconsciousness again. If he went unconscious again, his face would be gone. The great battle finally came to an end, and the injured were brought back to the courtyard gate for treatment. The fallen were mourned. Even in victory, there was a price to pay. Solomon had suffered considerable damage. Experiences with the enemy would become nutrients to revitalize the Duxian sect. About 7 days later, in the forest with warning signs, the injured were convalescing, no visitors allowed. Changshu sat leisurely in his house, scooping out frozen food. He was resting after months of pretending to be ill, hoping that in the future he would not be entangled in karma, and could live quietly. At that moment, a powerful beam of light shone in from outside. That immortal arrow entered and immediately closed in on Changshu, startling him. He looked worriedly at the pillar beside him. The transmission arrow of the Duxian sect was more dangerous than hidden weapons, and on the arrowhead was a note telling him to go to the Duxian Hall. After reading it, Changshu stood up abruptly, worried that the secret of concealing his cultivation level had been exposed. He walked towards the ancestral hall, thinking of Li Wuyo. The cultivation level he had hidden was not just a trump card. The Goyi Pinki Ju, being a heretical technique, had consumed a great deal of energy. A look of slight difficulty appeared on Changshu's face, but he had already prepared backup plan number 3. As he stepped inside, he did not see anyone yet, but he heard a voice telling him to come to the small corner door of the hall. Changshu walked to the designated spot, lifted the curtain, thinking about strict disciplinary actions, and feared seeing a sword aimed at him. Li Wuyo sat in a corner, gently reassuring him, saying he had called him over to have a small talk. His face looked weak, accompanied by a slight trickle of syrup. Seeing this, Changshu was startled and asked why the sect leader's illness was so critical. Li Wuyo calmly said it was just a small matter, nothing to worry about. A few days ago, while cultivating a divine skill to nurture the immortal innate Kai, he was too hasty and damaged his primordial spirit. Hearing this, Changshu immediately turned his head away. Li Wuyo handed over a small medicine bottle, explaining that it was a transmission from the great senior of the human sect through Master Du Yi, meant to sever his karmic ties. Seeing that he was about to die yet still worried about him, Changshu guiltily thanked the sect leader, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing my cultivation wasn't exposed. If it had, I wouldn't even have time to flee. Li Wuyo looked at him, explaining that this was his karmic bond, and that he must use the spirit pill inside. He said no more and dismissed him. He only replied softly, "Yes, disciple remembers." Disciple takes his leave. A moment later, Changshu gently lifted the curtain. After taking just a few steps, the sound of hoarse coughing from the room startled him. Though he wanted to curse, this was his master's place, so he had to hold back. The Duduxian sect really is unstable. Walking along, Changshu speculated, this must be something bestowed by Grand Sorcerer Xuandu, severing the karma from the last time the old man of the moon sought him out. What exactly was inside that bottle? Opening the bottle's cap, Changshu's eyes went wide, as it was a 6th revolution spirit pill. to enhance innate yang energy and stabilize the primordial spirit, extremely beneficial for someone like Qi Yuan. It also produced an uncontrollable effect on a male cultivator's body. Seeing he was given such a precious treasure, he carefully looked around to check the situation. But shortly after, his face darkened like a pot's bottom. What exactly did Grand Sorcerer Xuan do and the Old Man of the Moon do to my fate thread? Changshu quickly put the medicinal pill away to save for his master's use. Since it's a 6th revolution spirit pill anyway, I should advise her to find herself a mistress. He thought while walking. Better yet, use it as a congratulatory gift when master finds a partner. Just then, something changed across the way. The stone statues of the unknown heroes had been erected. People urged each other, "Come, let us go pay our respects." "Yes, I will also go burn some incense." Seeing this, Changshu was full of doubt. Could it be that besides the external support I faked, someone else came to help? 2 lines of text were pasted on the stall. Eternal reverence for Du Xian. Immortal memory of the human race's righteous men. The meticulously carved statues made his soul leap in fright. Everything was right before his eyes, but Changshu still found it hard to believe. Crazy? Why have my own people come to worship me? Suddenly, someone among the immortals shouted loudly, "Let us express the highest reverence for these heaven-reaching principles of righteousness and honor." That man skillfully recited the commands. Bow the first time, bow the second time, causing him to be completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Changshu could only cover his face and groan in utter embarrassment. Just then, a slight movement came from the small pouch. Seeing this, he was startled back to his senses. Is master awake? He seemed troubled by the thought. I previously acted irreverently and put master into the pouch. But how do I explain this? The mere thought is exhausting. The scene now shifted to Jinao Island. Several people on the island suddenly cried out, "Do Yi True Man, a senior of the human sect, why has he come to Jinao Island?" Seeing this scene, they were all astonished. That is brother Yuan Zi. In that man's hand was Jinao, held like a dog through a book. Sect master of Jinao Island, quite fast at running, aren't you? But I caught you anyway. Dewey casually threw him to the ground, complaining, "Our human sect does not contend. Yet we were violated by someone from Jinao Island. I have executed this villain on the spot. No need to thank me." The men across from him were bewildered. Brother Yuan Zi attacked the human sect? Is this true? That man replied, "You can go to Du Xian sect to verify it. I can even swear a heavenly Dao oath." Du Yi's grip on the bottle grew stronger, causing it to slowly crack. Yuan Zi was controlled by that Daoist, but the sacrifice of Du Xian sect cannot be overlooked. "If you do not give me an answer, I will crush the bottle holding his remnant soul." One among the group quickly knelt down. My lord, please be lenient. Spare him." A shout came from the side. "Our G sect will erase Z's name. How about that?" The reply was cold. Not enough. After much pleading, Yuan Zi's remnant soul was spared to reincarnate, with no further connection to the Jai sect. Elsewhere, Hanji was sobbing loudly, causing him to worry. "What can I do for my disciple nephew Hanji now?" Ao Mao finally dared to console her. "Brother Yuanzi is only reincarnating through the cycle. Everyone will surely meet again in the future." No matter how much they tried, they could not soothe her, her eyes still brimming with tears. "Master is innocent. He was only being controlled." Ao Mao finally had to say, "This is perhaps the will of heaven." She seemed about to scream, "This isn't fair. Why doesn't the bastard who controlled my master die? Just removing the control would have been enough. Why did he have to kill him?" Just then, a cloud descended from the sky. Hanji, the 2 senior brothers who escorted Yuan Zi's soul to the underworld, have returned. People in the forest watched in utter shock. "How do we tell Hanji now?" Ao Mao shouted. "Uncles, how is my master?" They stammered. Originally there was nothing wrong, but before drinking Meng Po's soup, a strand of brother Yuan Zi's soul suddenly spoke up. She grew more and more anxious. "What did my master say?" One of them quickly recounted. "He said to rest assured, reincarnation is a small matter and should be fine." She quickly asked, "What happened then? What was the result?" He crossed the Naihe Bridge and drank Meng Po's soup, but for some reason, the waves of the Wangchuan River swept his soul into a nearby path of reproductive birth. Hanji was on the verge of tears. We could not save him. His soul was pulled by the wheel of reincarnation, and the path was that of reproductive birth. Brother Yuanzi reincarnated into the demon clan. In his next life, he will be a black leopard. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Ao Mao sensed something wrong and shouted, "Hanji." He rushed forward worriedly and shook her. "Hanji, wake up." A moment later, her master was taking her pulse. Her breath was chaotic, her heart beating strongly like a drum, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be playing a very rhythmic tune. Ling Yi sleepily came over to inquire. Her master explained, earlier, when the demon invaded the mountain gate, your senior brother, worried you would risk your life, had the disciple knock me unconscious and take me away. The disciple is fine, master, don't worry, he continued without hesitation. After that, senior brother fought a great battle with the demon to protect you and was severely injured. How did senior brother act? Ling Yi was also fine, just a little lacking in emotion. Changshu called in from outside. Master, the disciple was the one who knocked you out earlier. Ji Yuan replied wearily. I am an incompetent master. I do not blame you. From Changshu's mouth, which for some reason was now full of sweets. Master, words are fleeting. This disciple's heart is full of shame. Ji Yuan was somewhat moved. For this great Tao, I absolutely do not blame you. Though in pain and exhausted, he countered. Master, without reciting the oath of gratitude, the great Tao will not sense it. Just then, a colossal pillar of syrup erupted from his body, startling Ji Yuan. Master will do it immediately. Stopping, he froze as he realized what was happening. Why do I feel this is a trap? Changshu pretended to be weak, coughing a few times. Master, Ji Yuan held a horsetail whisk, his eyes shining brightly. Changshu, that geeksy pinky Jew of yours seems not only to hide cultivation, but also to feign illness and act pitiable, doesn't it? Seeing he was about to strike, Changshu quickly explained. Master, I only have a filial heart. Ji Yuan interrupted. Words are useless, you little wretch. And then what had to come came as Changshu's screams reached the heavens. He painfully rubbed his bottom, beaten red. Ouch, my butt. Changshu's whole body ached as Ling Yi helped him walk. If it weren't for the immortal power backlashing and wounding master, I really wouldn't have wanted to take the whisk strikes with my body. And you junior sister didn't even help, Ling Yi said calmly. Isn't this what senior brother taught me? Better one dies than two. Arriving at the door of his room, Changshu let out another cry. Oh heavens. Ling Yi asked doubtfully. Senior brother, does your bottom hurt that much? Changshu frowned and replied, not that much pain. Unexpectedly, Ling Yi cheerfully volunteered, Senior brother, don't hold back. Let me apply the ointment for you. Changshu showed a look of disgust from inside the house. Forget it, Ling Yi. Go play outside. I want to sit quietly and think about some things. Before she could respond, he slammed the door shut. Ling Yi stormed off in a huff, thinking her senior brother still saw her as a child. Inside the room, Changshu wondered what was wrong with his upbringing that his little junior sister had turned out so twisted. Suddenly, he looked sternly at the black aura emanating from his hand and said, it seems I have to deal with this black aura now. Looking at the continuously rising black aura, he judged it seemed to be the karmic sin from the South Sea Divine Church, meaning something must have happened. After that, Juju closed his eyes to sense and deduce for a while. An image appeared before his eyes. In a village worship site, two mortals were arguing over a cult. Changshu sat on the ground, calculating with his fingers. He did not expect the situation to have gotten so severe that mortals had already shed blood over the South Sea god. This karmic sin came from the blood of the dead in the conflict that had found him. Having said that, he decisively extended his hand, gathering a stream of golden spiritual energy. What was in Changshu's palm was incense fire merit, derived from protecting and educating mortals. He used the incense fire merit to dissolve the black aura in his hand. Immediately, the black aura gradually disappeared, and merit and karmic sin could balance each other. The existence of the South Sea Divine Church united the small village, adding stability to heaven and earth. It was truly a forced worship. Changshu sighed helplessly, and with the addition of incense fire worship everywhere, this meant the heavenly Tao recognized the sea god. It was truly a forced worship. Changshu smiled lightly, a cunning look on his face. What should I do to destroy the South Sea Divine Church? Those thugs only want to plunder wealth. I really need to scare them so they never forget it. Change of scene. That person knocked on the door and said helplessly, Hanji, can I open the door a little? Aoyai looked at the sad girl in front of him, lowering his voice. Hanjai, staying like this is not the way. How about I take a walk with you? Hanjai avoided his gaze and refused. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Master. Please go back. Aoyai advised with concern, but I came with great difficulty. At least let me sit inside for a bit. Hanji sighed helplessly, turning to go inside. Please come in. Sitting on the bed, Ao Yi patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't think the worst about Yuanzi senior brother's matter. After reincarnation, he can still cultivate. So what if he becomes a demon? Hanji wiped her tears and replied, but becoming a demon will deplete his fate and blessings. What if he cannot transform and pursue the great Tao? What do we do then? Ao Yi continued patiently. Yuanzi's senior brother is not a third-rate cultivator. Moreover, his experience does not change. Saying this, his voice dropped. Besides, think about it. After reincarnation, he probably won't be able to speak for a long time. Isn't that a good thing, so he cannot cause trouble? Hanji heard this, her mouth trembling as she stammered. I know, I understand. Hanji sadly covered her face and cried. No, I just cannot accept it for the moment. Ao Yi looked at her and continued to coax. Then let us go for a walk outside. Hanji nodded slightly yes. Seeing her like this, Ao Yi silently reminded himself, I will take good care of you in your master's place. Change of scene to Changshu's residence. Inside, someone grasped Changshu's hand tightly, calling out Changshu. Juju flew out looking weak and delicate, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Can you help me once? There will be a reward. Changshu became nervous and asked suspiciously, help with what? Changshu said enthusiastically, Purple Uncle Master, if you have a request, I will do my utmost to help, no need for favors. Juju was surprised, no favors? That good? He thought to himself, perfect, this will settle the karma between us. Changshu smiled, his voice firm. Anyway, a drunkard like you will surely ask me to make new brewing yeast. Juju suddenly became interested, her eyes excited as she looked at him. So you agree to help me repair the formation, right? The next second Juju carried Changshu away on an open roof gourd cart. What? Repair a formation? That was not the expected move. When he saw what was in front of him, Changshu could not help himself. Purple Uncle Master, you are truly a talent. I have never seen anyone ruin a formation into such a blackened mess. Looking at the formation with several holes, she awkwardly scratched her head. I only forced my way out of the protective formation, destroying 60% of the formation cores downstairs in the process. Is it really irreparable? Changshu was helpless, looking at her with a mix of amusement and frustration. That you managed that is quite impressive. Juju laughed smugly. Changshu, do not praise me recklessly. I have always been this talented. Changshu was speechless and sighed. Was that a compliment? Please, Uncle Master, dig out all the formation cores from the ground and find me some treasures to refine new formation cores. Leave the rest to me. After just one incense stick's time, Juju handed him a small pouch. Take these things, do with them as you will. Your Uncle Master has lived for over 1,000 years, so I have some savings. She happily pointed at the chaotic pile behind her. I have dug out all the formation cores. They are yours now. Changshu sighed inwardly. This looked like it would be a major project. Over on the other side, Oyai held Hanji's hand, his voice gentle. Is your mood a little better? Hanji replied, yes, much better. He turned his head to look elsewhere. Let us go check out the eastern side now. Hanji agreed, yes. Aoyi looked at her as he spoke. It seems there is a cosmetics shop over there. But a second later he collided with someone else's chest. That person saw him and jeered. I was wondering which blind fool bumped into the young master's new clothes. Mao, with a look of disgust, kept dusting off his clothes. So it is Aoyi, the little crown prince, the disgrace of the dragon clan. You still dare to show your face, and you bring a human along. Do you have no shame for the dragons? He touched his head, his tone sarcastic. But we were born on the same day, month, and year. What a difference, is it not? Aoyi's face reddened with anger as he pulled Hanji away. Say whatever you want. We have things to do. We are leaving. Mao did not stop, even mimicking a look of looking left and right. Did someone just speak? I only hear a voice but see no one. Aoyi shouted angrily, you scoundrel. Mao did not back down either, raising his voice. I heard when you lost the immortal sect bet that I wanted to meet you. Now that I have met you, I find you are exactly as the reports say, the disgrace of the dragon clan. A weakling like you should obediently stay hidden, not go around tarnishing the dragon clan's name. Each of his words stabbed at him like 1,000 knives, his face gradually turning dark. It seems you no longer wish to use the Yangpass Road. Aoi activated a state of fearing no one, pointing behind him. If you have the guts, come with me to a quiet place and fight it out. Let us see if you can defeat this weak dragon. He shot a furious glare at him. Well, afraid? Suddenly, a wave of cold air swept over, and Aomu trembled. Why had this dwarf's demeanor suddenly changed? He blustered in reply. Let us go. Am I afraid of you? Unexpectedly, Aoi viciously threw a punch at him. Mao, before he could steady himself, was pummeled. What is going on? This is not right. Mao gritted his teeth, his face grimacing. How is he this strong? I cannot even find an opening to fight back. At that moment, Aoyi leaped forward, his voice imposing, and this. Mao immediately used his move. Then you underestimate me too much. He quickly used the divine ability of transforming dragon into water, and Aoyi charged in, punching through the water, but afterward he was surprised to find he had missed. Aoyi gritted his teeth and looked back, his tone contemptuous. This guy is good at hiding, but we are of the same bloodline. What use is escaping into water? Suddenly, the seawater beneath his feet coiled into currents, and shadowy figures surrounded Aoyi, using the seawater for unpredictable transformations and clones. Looking at the shadows, Aoyi gritted his teeth and assessed, using clones to attack the enemy. Why does this feel familiar? Though Mao's technique has a bit of a bootleg style. At that moment, a swirling column of water rose up. From behind, Mao thrust his spear in an attack, and Aoyi swiftly sidestepped to dodge. Fierce, swirling currents surged everywhere. Aoyi continuously hurled blocks of ice towards Mao with force. He observed his surroundings, quietly realizing the strikes felt unreal. They were all clones. After each attack, Aomu's clones struggled to maintain their human form. He unleashed a series of blows against the clones, and each time they were hit, they vanished. After just 2 simple moves, Aoyi successfully captured the real Mao. He smiled cunningly, said smugly, caught you. Your divine ability is far inferior to that of my good friend. As he spoke, he extended his hand, condensing thousands of sharp ice shards. Those ice shards fused tightly together, forming a massive pillar of ice. The ice pillar charged relentlessly at Aomu. He gritted his teeth and dodged. Its speed was too fast, but those blocks seemed not to be aimed at him. The ice pillars flickered in and out of sight, constantly shifting positions, terrifying the clones who had no idea where they were going. At that moment, the ice pillar charged ferociously. He slammed straight into Aomu. He cried out in terror. Could it be that Aoyai had discovered my true body? Hit hard, Aomao immediately spat blood. He was terrified and hastily jumped into the water to escape. Aoyi did not give him a chance, blocking his path instantly, his voice stern. How does it feel to be defeated by the weak Dragon Clan member you despise? Who gave you the confidence to side with the human race? Apologize to my disciple. Aomao was severely injured but remained stubborn, pointing at him. The human race was always a lowly species. What did I do wrong? Fight me one more round. If I lose, I will be completely convinced. Aoyai sneered at him with contempt, calmly agreed. Fine, we can fight as many times as you want today. I will beat you until you are truly convinced. The second round began swiftly. Aoyai waved his hand as a signal, begin. Aomao was provoked, raised his leg high and shouted fine. Then he stomped hard on the water. Do not regret this. Instantly, the water around them swirled into currents. He looked coldly, his face stern, staring fixedly at Aoyai without blinking. A moment later, his eyes turned bloodshot as he charged forward, accompanied by extremely strong killing intent. 3,000 water spears. The 3,000 water spears immediately obeyed the command and shot towards Aoyai. Seeing the attack, Aoyai remained unusually calm. This technique was not even as good as the underwater clones. A barrage of water spears struck Aoyai, sending white frothy water splashing everywhere. Aomao said smugly, all done then. Is there not a theorem called the unerring spear? Do you not know it? Suddenly, an arm reached out from the foam. A familiar voice rang out, killing me, you are dreaming. Seeing the hand flying towards him, Aomao cried out in fear. What? Aoyai gripped his neck tightly, coldly warned, now will you apologize to my disciple? Even at this point he was still stubborn, his face full of reluctance. I am not convinced. I still have one divine ability. If you have the guts, fight again. Aoyai released him, without a hint of worry. Just unleash your technique quickly. I am fine with anything. Aoyai was astonished. You agreed to that? In the third round, Aoyai forcefully used water to create a 30-foot great spear. Aoyai was exasperated, looking at him speechlessly, all flash and no substance. The great spear was defeated by Aoyai's 60-foot greatsword before it could even touch him. He shouted in dissatisfaction, I am not convinced. The two fought back and forth, but the result was the same. The fourth round, he lost again. The fifth round, he lost again. The sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth rounds, he lost them all. An hour later, Aomao was beaten until his face was swollen beyond recognition. Even his parents would not know him. And only then did he concede. Aomao stepped forward, bowed 90 degrees to the young human girl. I apologize to you. Hanji was a bit flustered, waved her hand. It is fine, I do not mind. Unexpectedly, the next second, Aomao knelt down at Aoyi's feet. Big brother Aoyi, please accept a bow from your younger brother. Aoyi was startled. Cousin, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Aomao shouted firmly, no little cousin, now I am truly your younger cousin. Aoyi was speechless, his expression changed, feeling disgusted inside. I do not want that. Having a cousin taller than me is embarrassing. Changshu pointed at the cards. Master Uncle, the first formation focuses on anti-detection. If arranged well, even Vongtang Thuongnan cannot see through it. Juju excitedly replied, make one. Changshu pointed at the second card. The second formation has average anti-detection, but provides good protection against strong enemies. It can increase your chance of survival if you hold out for reinforcements. Juju did not hesitate. This is also good, make it. She declared generously. Can these formations not all be made high grade? I am not short of money. Changshu warily assessed her boastful tone. Changshu glanced at her suspiciously. Master Uncle Jiu, are you sure you want high grade items? This disciple previously poured all the treasures into the little Kyong Gate formation layout. Jiu laughed heartily. Go ahead, it is just a pavilion formation. Could it empty my 1,000 years of wealth? Thinking of her bulging money pouch, Changshu shouted, then I will go all out. But soon enough, the money pouch was as flat as a shrimp. Seeing the formation beautifully repaired, Juju hugged her money pouch and cried bitterly, my accumulated fortune. Changshu looked at the result, praised that every corner was draped in top-grade formations, truly worthy of Master Uncle's stored goods. The finished product is too beautiful. Juju said grievance while crying, no more wine from now on. Cannot even trade for it. Changshu awkwardly turned his head, scratched his face. I got too absorbed in the work during construction, a bit excessive in consumption. Juju held the flat pouch, tears streaming down her mouth, complaining, 1,000 years of hard work, gone back to pre-cultivation in an instant. From now on, if there is no wine, I will drink up all the wealth of Little Kaong Gate. Afraid of losing his wine, Changshu gently placed his hand on her head. Master Uncle, think of it differently. He helplessly rubbed her head. Your treasures and spirit stones did not disappear. They just transformed into another form by your side. Juju angrily shouted, how dare you mock me? The next second, she violently punched him. I now feel like I have immigrated to Little Poor Peak. 3 days later, lively laughter and chatter rang out. Light an incense stick, not for 998, only for 8 coins. The great sea god immortal has boundless magic power. You must believe in Lord Sea God in all matters. Changshu quickly transformed into a Taoist priest, hiding behind the bushes watching the bustling crowd. Oh heavens, so fanatical. Suddenly a person appeared and startled him. May I ask what brings this fellow cultivator to our small temple? Changshu calmly explained, this poor Taoist came from afar, saw the dense incense smoke, and came in to take a look. Said happily, his voice full of pride, of course, our sea god is very efficacious. Changshu looked at the temple suspiciously. This is my first time here, I know nothing about the sea god. The enthusiastic young man extended his hand. Please come this way, the name of the sea god is known throughout the land. I will take you inside to see. Changshu silently assessed. It is like a sales promotion organization. The old man had a headache, due to the injury from the last tribulation. His true form was seen and turned into a statue. He had no choice but to think of a way to salvage the situation. At this moment, noise rose from the crowd at the ritual. The sea god said, a little pain in the rainstorm means nothing. Everyone hurry and listen to the great battle of the sea god and the carp spirit. The sea god led the fish school, and had even teased the little dragon girl. If Aoya heard this, he would surely be furious. Changshu looked at the crowd speechlessly, frowned. I'd not do anything to the fish. I have fundamentally never met Li Yujing or the little dragon girl. He sighed, said wearily, these words are a bit excessive. Just then, a dissatisfied voice rang out from behind. I say, old man, where are you from? Why are you talking nonsense like that? The Taoist behind him grew increasingly angry. He roared that this place was the sea god sect, and all the divine envoys of the sect possessed boundless power thanks to the protection of the great sea god. Changshu waved his hand, pointing at the sea god statue, and rebutted loudly that boundless power could be cultivated. It was not difficult, and other miracles were merely unsubstantiated rumors. Changshu said directly, if the southern sea god was truly divine, then Bindi would stand here and let him manifest his power. The believers heard this and grew angry, turning to curse that the sea god was still merciful, saying that perhaps later he would punish the old man, because he understood nothing about their sea god. Being cursed as a blasphemer of the gods, Changshu was kicked out by them, told to scram quickly, you traitor to the faith. Standing from afar, he looked at the sea god statue, with a heart full of doubt. Being driven out of the temple by his own believers was indeed a strange affair. Forgetting the pain, he clenched his fist with determination. Wanting to overthrow the sea god sect, he had to understand why so many believed in a god who had not manifested, find the key point to deny it. From then on, he became the first person to destroy his own god sect. Night fell, a quiet silence enveloped the temple. A person appeared, his hand pulling out a prepared talisman. It was the Taoist from before. Again, the fanatical sea god sect followers only left late at night. He had to report quickly. Thunder had just struck, the raven spread its wings and flew off swiftly. The raven landed, its eyes a sinister red, suddenly opened its mouth to ask why the report was late today, and then a wisp of Ju smoke spread. A hazy black shadow appeared, saying he had been waiting impatiently. After that, the black raven transformed into a man, asking if there was any news from the sea god hall today. That man stepped in front of the old Taoist, asking again for the news. The old Taoist honestly replied that he had met an old immortal. The old man propped his chin, recalling and recounted speaking some blasphemous words against the sea god, then being driven out by the sect followers. That man looked at him with satisfaction, his hand reaching into his coat, saying he had done well recently and should be rewarded a bit. The next second he threw a shiny 24K gold ingot into the old man's hand, along with talismans and pastries. Then he transformed back into a raven, reminding him as he flew to do well, the more useful the information, the greater the reward. The old Taoist's eyes lit up, and he shouted, yes, I will try twice as hard. Seeing that the other had left, the old man used the most primitive method to test gold, biting the gold ingot. Suddenly his eyes blurred and then he fainted. At this moment Changshu emerged from underground. Juju revealed himself. Changshu smugly walked over, his face full of cunning, saying that in the dead of night, a certain sea god secretly entered the temple and laid hands on the old temple keeper. He pointed 2 fingers at the center of the old man's brow, cast a minor soul-sweeping technique, the dream extraction art. The images in the dream appeared. This fortune teller not only passed information to the divine sect, but also gossiped about male and female sect followers. Wherever he went, he gossiped. Whichever old god sect was, he would drag it out and dissect it. Changshu received the information and concluded that the informant for the 7 sects within 3,000 miles was all him. He silently asked if the old man was tired, risking his life like that for money. His 2 fingers gradually left the old man's forehead. His whole body trembled, his face turning pale. On the surface, a fortune teller, inside a multifaceted information seller, even leaking the information of the sea god sect. A person like this. Saying this, Changshu threw his head back in a long sigh, his hands trembling as he clenched them. If there were more talents like this, why would he need to struggle to come here to destroy his own sect. He was truly a Hollywood actor. Changshu regained his composure, thinking of a way to make the Sea God sect collapse naturally to escape the karmic consequences. Recalling the bustling scene this morning, he thought to himself that the most effective way was to make the Southern Sea God lose his divine prestige, letting the followers see they had believed in the wrong god. The celebration festival in Anshui City 3 days later would be the key. At that time, he would personally smash the god statue. As long as the paper effigy destroyed the statue during the ceremony, it would prove the sea god did not exist. Finally, he would use the secret technique, I destroy myself. Thinking of the perfect plan, Changshu grinned smugly. Far away, Ao Mu and Ao Yai quickly returned. On the day of the Southern Sea celebration, on the sea surface 2,000 miles away from Anshui City, Ao Mao, the second prince of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, raised his cup excitedly and shouted to invite Ao Yai to drink. Under Ao Mu's persistence, Ao Yi set aside all embarrassment, awkwardly waving his hand to say he dared not. He was a prisoner in disguise. Ao Mao suddenly realized, his face full of contemplation. Fine wine sought across the 4 seas, yet the second brother would not drink a single drop. This must be the secret to his strength. Thinking this, he decisively threw away the wine cup, saying if second brother did not drink, then neither would he. Ao Yai was startled, shouting that the glazed gold wine cup was rare. Do not throw it away carelessly. He smugly clenched his fist, laughing lecherously, asking if he needed to quit alcohol to become as strong as his second brother. Ao Yi sighed, saying there was no need, this matter was unrelated. Ao Yi pointed in surprise at the distant beam of light, asking what that was. Ao Mao looked as well, exclaiming in astonishment that he did not know, but that aura was truly majestic. Divine Turtle smirked sarcastically, explaining that it was an auspicious cloud phenomenon of merit from the human race worshipping the Southern Sea god. In recent years, the emerging sea god sect had grown rapidly. He had secretly investigated but had not yet clarified its origins. Hearing this, Ao Mao was furious, his whole body blazing with fiery anger, roaring the 2 words, sea god. He was angry, his eyes murky, his voice full of dissatisfaction. I am the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, yet dare not call myself the Southern Sea god. Immediately, he charged towards that place, shouting orders to summon the troops, telling everyone to come along. Over at the temple, the crowd was still noisy. The high priest had arrived. That person represented the sea god sect, his image symbolizing the greatness of the sea god. Changshu stood behind, his face flushed. He felt embarrassed, thinking that over the past few days, everyone's enthusiasm made him reluctant to destroy this sect. Moreover, he did not know Gran, the mortal representative of his own sect, was. A middle-aged man stepped in, and the excited crowd chanted, High Priest, great immortal of the sea god, boundless magical power. Changshu was stunned. Seeing him, Changshu could not believe his eyes. How could the image representative of me look so ferocious? He thought to himself, it was better to quickly destroy the sea god sect. After that, the sea god statue was respectfully moved by a group of people to a cliff 10 miles outside the city, followed by tens of thousands of sect followers. The crowd of believers behind continuously chanted, Great immortal of the sea god, boundless magical power, vast divine abilities. Changshu barely managed a smile, telling himself silently, Forgive me, I am not a master capable of protecting the world. The primordial wilderness was too vast and dangerous. I had not yet the Tao fruit of immortality, and being the sea god forever would not protect anyone. Today, let me shatter their dream walls. Right then, a surge of black energy emanated from the direction of the god statue. A great demon appeared. Changshu was shocked, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes fixed without looking away, saying they had indeed come. Up ahead, the Taoist held the hilt of a Dharma sword. These people were probably all here to probe the inner workings of the sea god sect. Changshu smiled meaningfully, saying it was fortunate he had set up an ambush. If he had let them open the slaughter realm, it would increase the karmic field. The group of demon monsters appeared, all charging towards the other person, shouting that they did not know who was blocking their way. Their target was the sea god sect, ignoring him. Changshu transformed into that Taoist, his face solemn, saying that probing the sea god sect was not so easy. Hearing the arrogant words, the demon monsters sneered mockingly, him alone wanting to block the 3 of them. Changshu drew his sword sharply, shouting out a welcome to you all on this first meeting. His gaze changed, a flash of killing intent passing by, accompanied by continuous slashing blows, saying there would be no next time. He swung his sword and the elf quickly dodged. Immediately after, he laughed until tears streamed down his face. Your aim isn't even accurate, and you still dare to boast. You can't even hit us. A sound from behind caught his attention. The remaining elves fell heavily to the ground one by one. What? Only then did he feel terrified, his expression shifting. This sword is coated with a deadly poison. The moment he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Watching Juju fall, Changshu spoke calmly. The prosperous land of the human race cannot tolerate demons that bring disaster. He was slightly smug, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. How could I possibly not fulfill the poison mission? It's just that I have been promoted. Next, let me examine your souls carefully. On the other side at the foot of the sea god statue, Tuki kept shouting loudly, "Do not give up when you encounter danger at sea. The sea god is always by your side. He will guide lost souls to reincarnation, so they may be reborn beside us years later." Just at that moment, Changshu suddenly appeared from behind. Seeing the divine radiance, the foolish believers shouted in unison, "A miracle! The sea god has revealed himself. Quickly kneel and thank him for blessing us with survival." Tuki waved his hand, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Everyone, there is no need to kneel." Immediately after, Tuki pointed at Changshu and mocked, "This is a demon. In what way does he resemble our sea god?" Changshu looked at him sternly and shouted, "Foolishness! The South Sea has no sea god." A giant hand then shot towards the sea god statue. "When I find a way, I will return this incense merit, and we will owe each other nothing." Suddenly the old man Changshu sighed, "My apologies to you all." But just as that hand was about to grab down, a red energy slashed across. What is happening?" Changshu was astonished, his eyes wide open. He muttered inwardly, "I never thought there would be a time I was completely mistaken." From behind the sea god statue, a hand holding an axe shot out to counterattack. "I have been deceived by the people of Xiaong village." Below, 2 or 3 large men with bloodshot eyes endlessly channeled more power into that red hand. Before that, they were merely hospitable people appearing simple, naive, and well-built at first glance. Who would have thought they were now so powerful, hiding such fighting strength? This South Sea god cult might as well rename itself the Unfathomable God Cult. Thinking this, Changshu's expression changed. The people of Xiaong village, old and young, men and women, had formed a clique and put on a grand act. Perhaps they were the ones who deliberately captured and killed Guai Yu back then. Compared to them, I feel ashamed, and I admire them in my heart. Changshu gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute, and decided inwardly, "Astonished as I am, it cannot affect my judgment." Sharp blades continuously slashed through the air. Changshu barely managed to avoid being injured. He wondered in confusion, how can this giant arm be as agile as a small creature? It looks slow, but is fast, looks light, but is heavy, truly dangerous. Just then that arm slashed into the rock beside him. Next scene dazzled him. Holy crap, an axe that can split a mountain. Are you from Mount Eshan? Changshu worried. With this power, a single blow could destroy my protective immortal paper talisman. That crimson arm continued to grab something else, then vanished without a trace. Moments later, it transformed into a bow and arrow, preparing to take aim. As the arrow was just released, luckily Changshu was sharp-eyed. "I dodge." He cleverly hid behind thick clouds. "I hide." But he quickly panicked when the arrow located his position again. While weaving through the clouds, he wondered, how do the people of Xiaong village possess such ability? Analyzing the situation, he realized he was clearly a living target. After dodging many attacks, he discovered, the bow has a height limit. As long as I jump high enough, it cannot reach me. Lo, the gathered crowd was shouting noisily. "Come down here, you cowardly little brat. You fake deity fraud. Come down and arm wrestle. Test your strength." Changshu watched this scene speechless. This is truly the biggest joke of the primordial era. I must be the most humiliating incense fire god in history. At that moment, that man prepared to attack, but dissipated after making his move. Meanwhile, those big men, after a bout of shouting, sighed wearily. "I'm exhausted. This is bad. Let me rest a bit." Changshu speculated. Unless the people of Xiaong village possess bloodline power. Since Pangu created Haven Earth, his primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones, and his corpse gave birth to a race called the Wu tribe. The Wu tribe had the merit of protection, carrying some of Pangu's divine power. The 12 ancestral was commanded wind and rain, holding ancient authority. The great Wus and war Wus within the tribe were countless. After the Dragon Phoenix War, the Wu became the strongest tribe among the 100 races, gradually becoming arrogant and oppressing other races. The scene of the 100 races being suppressed was utterly tragic. Later, the other races, unwilling to submit, united and fought against the Wu tribe for many consecutive years. Among these, the 3 great Weiyao wars drained the vital energy of both races, allowing the human race to gradually rise. Because there was an irreconcilable hatred of racial extinction between humans and Yao. Before the final decisive battle, the Wu and humans intermarried, giving birth to a race called the Wu humans. Therefore, Changshu speculated that the people of Xiaong village carried the bloodline of the ancient Wu humans. Thinking of this, he wondered if they had survived to this day, because their ancestors lived by the South Sea, avoiding the great calamity. Ferocious one shouted angrily, "You who blaspheme the sea god!" He swung his staff straight up at his position, shouting again, "Come down here to me." Changshu called out as he fell, "Oh my mother, with monstrous strength like this, they are definitely descendants of the Wu humans." Seeing the boulder about to hit him, he asked dumbfoundedly, "Is this necessary?" Turning your hand into a meteor shower, in an instant the sky was enveloped in a golden color from the explosion. Seeing this, the whole group shouted loudly, "The high priest has knocked him down. He has fallen down." The leading giant shouted, "A few of you follow me to hit him. The rest protect the sacred statue carefully." Changshu ran while panting heavily, trying to chant a spell to test his voice. Testing, testing. As Changshu struggled to open his mouth and recite the incantation, the giant on the other side also shouted loudly, "Fellow disciples." He chased after him with wind-like speed while shouting, "Everyone, say it again. Everyone go chase after the one who blasphemed the sea god." The whole group answered in unison, "We obey the high priest. Everyone follow. Everyone follow." The giant was left dumbfounded, wondering, "Why did I open my mouth to speak?" It took him a moment to react, then he roared, "Go back to protect the sea god statue. Not so many people are needed for the chase. That old man mimicked my voice. Do not listen to him." At this moment, the whole group merely followed with one cry, "Everyone hurry and follow," until the giant stopped and shouted to halt all actions, "Seize that old man." The group of strong men, upon hearing this, immediately repeated it, obeying the orders of the great priest. The giant with his face trampled muttered painfully, "It was not me who spoke. You all falsely accuse me. Good at running for the land master." Changshu was now beside the sea god statue, laughing triumphantly. Too easy to fool. He was somewhat startled when he heard why today's Nanhai divine cult gathering had stirred up such reactions from many forces. Above, Ao Mao angrily questioned them, "How dare you proclaim yourselves the Nanhai divine cult?" Then he shouted loudly while pointing, "My men, go smash that statue for me." The group of Ao soldiers upon hearing this replied aggressively. At this time, the giant shouted, "Why haven't you turned back to fight the enemy? Don't care about that old man anymore, protect the statue." Changshu's paper man said helplessly, "The people of Xiaong village have been lured back. All my previous efforts are wasted. The scene is even more chaotic." Amidst the chaotic melee, a loud shout was heard, "Beat all these heretics." Those O soldiers were attacked very miserably. A group of Xiaong village people and the Dragon Palace soldiers were locked in a chaotic fight with Ao Mao. But the Xiaong village people, thanks to their shaman bloodline, held the upper hand, while on the other side, Ao Yi noticed the sea god statue was somewhat strange. The more Ao Yi looked, the more he saw the statue's appearance was exactly like Brother Changshu. Ao Yi pondered to himself, why has Brother Changshu become the Nanhai sea god? Is this a scheme of the human cult? But why choose an ordinary disciple who hasn't become an immortal like him? Changshu was now lowering his head to admit fault. "Master, your unfilial disciple today has incurred great karma, which may implicate you and Ling Yi in the future." Saying this, he gathered his courage and shouted loudly, "If the matter is exposed one day, and a high cultivator wants to push me to my death, I beg Master and Ling Yi to ignore me." Seeing this, the master said, "Changshu, you don't need to scare me. Are you safe now?" And Ling Yi worriedly asked beside him, "Brother, what is wrong with you?" Hearing this, Changshu replied seriously, "The core point is that this time there is no place to hide. Master, junior sister, there isn't much time. Please promise me first." Ling Yi observed for a moment and then asked, "Brother, is this something you haven't done yet?" Changshu said with a serious attitude, "Correct, I am preparing to do it. To be sure, before doing it, I must inform Master and junior sister." Hearing this, the master leisurely continued, "If you haven't done it yet, why are you talking nonsense here?" Ling Yi sighed, "Just get used to Brother's antics, Master." And Ling Yi directly went up and asked, "Brother, how confident are you this time?" Changshu, after a moment of calculation, replied, "About 8. And like a gust of wind, he disappeared and shouted with warmth, 80% certainty is indeed not much. I'll go think of a plan." Seeing Ling Yi said, "Master, even though I feel it's unnecessary, we should remember his words a little." The master agreed, and just the next morning, Changshu had already caused trouble. At the same time, the battle between the Nanai Dragon Palace and the group of Xiang village people was at its peak. Both sides were exhausted. The Ao soldiers could barely open their eyes. The strong men were gradually losing strength. Shortly after, the sea god statue suddenly began to glow. The group of strong men immediately became excited. "The sea god has manifested." Ao angrily shouted, "Who cares if he manifested or not? Destroy the sea god statue for me." While Changshu secretly sent a message to Ao Yi asking, "Brother Ya, how much do you understand about the current difficulties of the Dragon Clan?" Ao Yi replied with slight surprise, "Brother Changshu." Changshu explained clearly, "Last time I knew Brother Yi was worried about the Dragon Clan's difficulties, and recently I saw Brother Yi seeking countermeasures." Ao Yi looked left and right and then asked back, "Brother Changshu is nearby, where?" Then Ao Yi continued to send a signal and asked, "Brother Changshu, before becoming immortal, you have begun the path of becoming a god through incense. Is this the statue transmitting sound?" Changshu replied, "Don't look anymore, I am right nearby. If Brother Yi trusts me, order the soldiers to retreat to the Nanhai. Wait for me in the forest." Changshu continued, "Wait for me to finish this manifestation ceremony and then I will meet Brother Yi. Is that okay?" Ao Yi nodded and agreed, "Okay." Meanwhile, the soldiers questioned each other. This thing really manifested. They dare not smash it. Afraid of retribution, the group of Xiaong village people shouted enthusiastically, "Long live the sea god. Let's go for the second round, you heretics." Meanwhile, Ao Mao called for reinforcements. Now, quickly send more troops. Today I must raise the Nanhai divine cult to the ground, destroy all its temples. But Ao Yi beside him said, "Retreat." Ao Mao, not having caught up for a moment, stammered in response, "That's right, retreat." But when he realized, he immediately turned back and asked, "Wouldn't retreating like this be too embarrassing?" Ao Yi angrily asked back, "What do you think?" Ao Mao immediately replied in fear, "Retreat, retreat, retreat right now." Ao Mao obeyed, then truly retreated. Before leaving, he shouted loudly in threat, "Don't be smug, I will definitely return." A group of strong men immediately shouted loudly, "Long live the sea god, don't wait for later. Come and fight now, long live the sea god." Suddenly, the statue spoke in a deep and resonant voice, "Everyone be silent. Are they still clamoring? The sea god statue has spoken." The whole group excitedly said loudly, "This is the sea god manifesting. The sea god is answering us." The giant dragon's great priest muttered in shock, "What, is there really a sea god? Wasn't the so-called sea god something I fabricated?" Changshu, appearing as the sea god, said, "I have manifested my true spirit to create fortune for all beings. Be frugal, kind, and care for the young. Today I preach righteousness. You must remember, be good people, follow heaven earth." Then the sea god angrily questioned, "I have manifested as my priests and shamans. Why are you not kneeling in worship like them?" The giant muttered to himself, "For now, I'll compromise with this fake god." Then he raised his voice and said, "Everyone kneel before the sea god." Then the sea god gently continued, "Too late. As punishment, I have taken their souls for a few days to suffer. They will wake up on their own later." The giant stammered, "Their souls sucked away," which actually being knocked unconscious by the soft immortal powder. The sea god also said, "So what if you have the blood of the Wu clan? Using my name to make money comes with a price." The giant was now stunned. The sea god actually truly exists. In a stern voice, Changshu continued asking, "Did your ancestors pass down strict orders not to travel much, only to live hidden in a corner to survive? And you, what have you done all these years?" The giant, terrified, stammered in reply, "Great sea god, spare us." The sea god continued in an angry voice, "If you don't want that, I will annihilate you to avoid defiling your ancestors." The giant tremblingly said, "We want to live." The giant hastily took the blame for everyone. "Sea god, just deal with me. I was greedy for wealth. I came up with the idea, the villagers all listened to me." Having achieved his goal, Changshu thought to himself that now the entire leadership of the sea god cult was under his control. Then using the sea god's name, he said, "If that's the case, your soul come here to be punished," which was also being knocked out by the soft immortal powder. Then the sea god said to the people, "The great priest has long been greedy for wealth, but fortunately hasn't made a major mistake yet. You must henceforth follow the way of creating fortune for all beings, enlightening the ignorant. Do not do dirty or careless things." Then the sea god instructed, "Continue the ceremony, maintain order in the land, do not let anyone get hurt." The crowd responded with great joy and enthusiasm. At a clearing in the forest far from the sea god statue, Ao Yai had been waiting for a long time, wondering why brother Changshu, who wanted to discuss revitalizing the dragon clan, had not yet arrived. After a while, Changshu popped out from inside a tree trunk and laughed cheerfully. "Ber Yi, you've been waiting long." Ao Ye replied in surprise, "No, I only just arrived." Then without further delay, Ao Ye asked brother Changshu, "Did you expose the truth? What exactly is this sea god statue?" Changshu pointed to the sky and then pointed to his mouth, looking completely bewildered. And he pointed to the ground again. Ao Yi was clever, understanding at a glance, so he continued the conversation. He had guessed correctly. Brother Changshu was merely a front, pushed out by the human sect to gather merit and incense. He responded with hand signals. Seeing this, Changshu was satisfied, thinking that this karma could not be blamed on him. It was all deduced by the other, and he had said nothing. Changshu pretended to be helpless, murmuring, "Seeing the Dragon Palace celestial soldiers being harmed, I, as a related party, feel truly sorry in my heart." His expression matched the words, though it was all an act. Changshu added, "After all, those divine masters just now were indeed formidable, capable of harming celestial soldiers." A hint of suggestion flashed in Changshu's eyes as he said he felt they were not ordinary people. Ao Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "Wait, not only are there experts from the human sect, but behind them is also a scheme of the Yu clan." He thought to himself that they had said nothing. Suddenly remembering something, Ao Yi asked further, "By the way, brother Changshu, how much do you know about the difficulties of the dragon clan?" Changshu did not answer directly, only hinting, besides the endless Ya monsters, there is also the calamity from sea creatures, making it hard for the sea folk to find peace. Then he placed his hand on Ao Yi's shoulder and continued, "Ao Yi, I roughly know what you have done." Changshu looked at Ao Yi with a profound expression. "But alone, you cannot turn this situation around." Ao Yi found this reasonable and praised, "Brother Changshu speaks truly with reason. In his heart, Yi was still puzzled. What do the Dragon Clan lack most right now? Merit. The South Sea god cult had already started to rise, with the Human King as the divine envoy, the sect's doctrine deeply spread, and backed by experts of the human sect. Yi also realized that the merit and incense were abundant. He had seen it with his own eyes and it absolutely could not be fake. Clenching his fists, Yi made up his mind, even if it was very thick-skinned, to save the Dragon Clan from their dire straits. Even knowing there was a high chance Brother Changshu would not agree, he could only take the risk and plead. Then, Yi spoke with difficulty. Brother Changshu, could I come to the South Sea god cult to help with some tasks, serving as a protector to earn some merit for protection? Changshu replied with a smile, no problem at all. We split the merit and incense 80-20, I take 80, you take 20. He calculated inwardly that paying the Dragon Clan was to drag them into the waters, using them as a shield against pressure from the Western sect, drawing attention from all sides. Yi was very grateful, bowing his head and thanking repeatedly. A friend like you, Yi is truly bound to you. Yi did not know that everything was within Changshu's calculations. He swayed smugly, deliberately being vague, luring Yi step by step into trap and said, I take the merit, you bear the disaster. To let the South Sea god cult operate on its own, Changshu first disposed of the divine envoys loyal to Xiongzhai, then had them cover the faces of all the sea god statues. At this moment, the giant was actively spreading the word. Everyone must follow the sea god's orders, only operate along the coast. The crowd responded, understood. Finally, Changshu limited the development of the South Sea god cult, only allowing them to spread the faith within a certain coastal area, not touching the interests of the Dao sect. Changshu directly appointed Yi as the deputy leader of the South Sea god cult, also serving as the Azure Dragon Great Protector. Yi said resolutely, I will not let you down, Brother Changshu. Yi was extremely enthusiastic, constantly outlining the next steps for spreading the faith. At this moment he was reporting, we must strive for 30 years to grow strong, 300 years to spread across the coastal areas of the South Sea. Hearing this, Changshu was startled and instructed, you handle it. Yi was moved and asked again, we are so close. Can I call you leader brother from now on? Changshu shuddered and replied, stop it, I am getting goosebumps. Calling me Brother Changshu or leader brother is fine, but do not call me leader brother. Half a year later, Changshu finally escaped Xiongzhai and came knocking, asking, is junior sister at home? Ling Yi opened the door and asked in surprise, senior brother, what happened to you? Why are you so haggard? Changshu forced a tired look and replied, I want to crash here for a nap. Please guard me. Later, tell master that I am fine for now so he won't worry. Ling Yi shouted in shock. Oh my, you can sleep just like that. Senior brother, how long do you plan to seclude yourself like this for a while? Ling Yi continued, as long as the matter is settled it is fine. Senior brother, lie down properly. In her heart, Ling Yi suddenly calculated, wait, this is a rare opportunity. How can I miss it again? Ling Yi schemed. While senior brother is sound asleep, I will kiss him and then lie beside him. Then secretly send a message for master to come and catch us. As long as I ask master to make the match, the engagement between me and senior brother will be settled, right? Ling Yi thought it was a perfect opportunity given by heaven today, a fate ordained. As she moved to act, she was determined to do it all in one go. Just then, an arrow shot through the air, making her furious. Really? Ruining my good plan. Does little Kyong Peak have any disciples not in seclusion? I am the mountain gate guardian today. Someone outside wants to find someone from Little Kyong Peak. The arrow carries a message. Ling Yi roared in anger, all who disturb my romance go die. Changshu also jolted awake. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Ling Yi stammered an explanation. Nothing, just a mosquito. Changshu reminded carefully, no more mosquitoes. My intuition tells me someone is looking for us at the mountain gate. Go and check. Ling Yi replied, yes. Changshu was smug inside. Little junior sister, trying to scheme against me. Practice for a few more centuries. Changshu walked out the door, muttering, handling the South Sea affairs has exhausted me to death. Ling Yi called out from above, senior brother, I am back. Changshu sighed, what a great sleep. Ling Yi continued, senior brother, the person at the mountain gate gave me this jade talisman, saying it was sent to master. Looking at the jade talisman, Ling Yi said, I have inspected it. It is just a transmission jade talisman, with no restrictions. Changshu saw something suspicious in this matter and replied, no, you are still too naive. This could be a trap, hiding something inside. Ling Yi asked further, senior brother, could this jade talisman be from somewhere of master's? Changshu denied it, no way. Let alone the outer sect. Within the inner sect, the bond is not close. For most of the past 1,000 years, master was focused on bitter cultivation. Ling Yi sighed in admiration, master truly is a pitiful male immortal. Changshu drew his blade and said, that is why I say this transmission jade talisman is very likely a scheme from someone else. Let me disassemble it and see. The truth will be clear. outside the simple thatched cottage. Ling Yi laughed heartily inside. Even senior brother has his day. As for Changshu, he stammered, so it really is just an ordinary transmission jade talisman after all. The message on the jade talisman was only, junior brother, I have been living quite well these years. About that incident back then, as your senior sister, I failed to protect you. I am sorry. Signed, Huang Jianglin. Ling Yi then recognized Huang Jianglin. Master has read this name many times after drinking wine. Ling Yi boldly guessed, she must be senior uncle, gone for 800 or 900 years without return, not caring to ask about Master. She is also the former lover of Master, the one who indirectly caused Master to damage his foundation. Ling Yi sighed, senior brother, I sort of dislike this senior uncle. Changshu agreed, I do not like her much either. Changshu picked up the jade talisman and said, with people or things, I always calculate for the worst case scenario, only then can I respond to the worst situation in time. Changshu pondered and added, but for this matter alone in my heart, I hope it is the best possibility. I hope senior uncle went out to find treasures to restore Master's Dao fruit, searched bitterly without result. Hundreds of years passed in haste, despairing and not daring to return. Only after 800 or 900 years did she use a letter to inquire. Ling Yi replied, let us not talk about this anymore. Senior brother, you should first think of a way to fix the jade talisman, then explain it to Master. Changshu answered reluctantly, I cannot fix it anymore. A cultivator with such deep background does not even have an intact transmission jade talisman, forcing me to only copy the content on it. Ling Yi continued, senior brother, I hope your assumption just now is true, that senior uncle traveled endlessly for Master. Then she shyly asked, senior brother, if one day I am also severely injured by someone, would you travel far and wide for me, toiling day and night? Changshu smiled and replied, rest assured, as long as you are not directly beaten to death, I can think of a way to save you. Ling Yi's cheeks flushed red as she stammered, senior brother. Changshu added, even if you die, as long as your soul is not scattered, we can still reincarnate in the underworld. Besides, why would you be wounded by someone? Have you not copied the stabilizing self-sutra enough? Ling Yi was irritated and fuming. From all around the house, only shouts could be heard. Oh heavens, junior sister, stop fooling around. I have copied in vain. My hair, do not chase me, do not chase me. I admit I was wrong, is that not enough? Let go now. My skin is about to come off. A few days later, on the road, Changshu asked Ling Yi if she knew disciples from other peaks, and she replied that she did. Changshu instructed her to spread the story about Master and Huang Jianglin, just enough for people to know that person was looking for sacrificial materials, and Ling Yi accepted the order. Changshu hurriedly went to deliver the letter. Arriving at the place, he handed over the letter and said, Master, this is a letter from senior uncle Huang sent to you. Ji Yuan snatched it and fiercely asked if he had secretly read the contents inside. Changshu was startled and made excuses, saying he was thinking of Master's safety. The man became angry and called out his name. Ji Yuan beat him while scolding, you little devil, I'll beat your bottom black and blue. He was terrified and begged for mercy. Just as he was about to receive the blow, he realized the man stopped hitting. After reading the letter, Ji Yuan choked up and said he had waited too long and finally today had come. Ling Yi beside him asked, Senior brother, what is wrong with Master? He seems unhappy. He replied that cultivation masters like their master are usually slow to react when encountering sudden events. Then he pointed at their master who was hopping around and said, isn't he about to dance with joy now? Man boasted about senior uncle's beautiful calligraphy. He reluctantly flattered him, while internally planning to wait for the rumors about Huang Jianglin to sniff out the enemy. Changshu also hoped to provoke the opponent, luring him to cause trouble at Xiaoqiang Peak. Later, he received news from Ouyai that brother Yai had sent a letter. In the letter, Ouyai said the Dragon Palace had announced to the southwestern factions that the Nenhai Sea God sect was a place for the Dragon Clan to receive incense offerings. Hearing this, Changshu praised him, well done. He craftily calculated to expand long-term services for bones, salvation, and burial within the Sea God sect. His master was overjoyed, saying he had not seen her in 100 years and wondered if senior sister was still beautiful. Ling Yi saw him absorbed in his own world. Changshu smiled with satisfaction. Matters in the South Sea were smooth, and the matter of senior uncle's hidden secret. Now all that remained was to wait for the big fish to bite the hook. 3 months later, their master happily received a letter, saying your senior uncle sent another letter. He was deeply moved and said this time he arranged a meeting. Changshu and Ling Yi should look after Xiaoqiang sect. Changshu quickly stopped him. Master, hold on. He analyzed. Senior uncle has been silent for many years, suddenly sending 2 letters and arranging a meeting. What is his intention? Changshu continued, do you not find this too abrupt? Ji Yuan emotionally believed that senior uncle was just angry at him back then. Changshu asked again, senior uncle is also a member of the sect. Why does he not return to the sect, but instead arrange a meeting outside? He added, senior uncle has not achieved immortality and has not returned in nearly 1,000 years. He could be charged with betraying the master. If you go to meet him, it will be hard to explain to the inner sect. He helplessly asked Changshu, then what do you think should be done? Changshu eloquently suggested that Master write a letter, clearly stating the meeting place to use a paper messenger, advising senior uncle to return to the sect and confess, and the man agreed to leave everything to him. Ji Yuan handed over a jade talisman, saying, I will use this to write a reply letter, you help me deliver it over there. He carefully warned him not to peek. Changshu, while assuring him internally, assessed that it seemed Master was still quite naive. At that moment, shouts echoed through the forest, Master, I was wrong. Don't hit me, the whisk is about to break. Three-legged immortal, followed by a throne card. Little Ling Yi asked to team up and see who wins. The two weakly said Uncle Master is pressing too hard. He laid down his card and said concede defeat. Both gold immortal cards are in my hand. How can you turn the game around? Suddenly a cough rang out. Changshu, Ling Yi. They turned in surprise and asked, Master, why are you here? Coughing, he said, you play with Ju. Little junior sister, I have matters to attend to outside. But in truth, it was a paper dummy disguised as the Daoist. Ling Yi asked, Senior brother, have the operations begun? He transmitted a message confirming yes. Ju shouted loudly to serve good wine and fine dishes. Let me enjoy a bit while playing cards. Changshu sent a message saying just make sure Uncle Master Luo is settled for a bit, proving he was not at the scene. He thought that going to meet an old flame in place of his master was quite inappropriate. He would have to make it up to him at the East Sea Inn. Changshu thought Master emphasized meeting after dusk, which is the ghost hour, muttering that time was running late. He noticed that from 300 miles ago, Uncle Jiu had been following him. Could it be he was treating Master like a snake spy? Jiu found Ji Yuan's movements strange. Could it be related to the last great calamity? He could not ignore Changshu's master. Jiu was astonished to see him talking to a stranger for so long. Something was definitely wrong. As Ji Yuan stepped forward a few paces, that man spread his arms to block him. Dao friend, please stop. The Dao master smiled kindly and patted his shoulder, asking if he had ever heard of the Nanhai Sea God sect. Yuan was speechless, thinking to himself, his disciple is proselytizing even to the sect leader. He still had to help Master meet his old flame, no time for this. The Dao Master remained enthusiastic, thinking this old man looks near his end, probably easy to recruit. On the other side, Jiu peeked stealthily. Ji Yuan talked for so long, what secret was he hiding? The truth proved that human feelings could not be shared. The Dao Master gripped Ji Yuan's hand tightly and rambled on. Believe in the sea god and avoid calamities. Cultivation level will rise continuously, receiving gold by day and leveling up by night. He asked with blazing enthusiasm, so, do you want to join us? Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan smiled and withdrew his hand, replying bluntly, no, I revere the way of virtue and humanity. On day 204, Changshu officially became the leader of a sect, full of thought and caution. Seeing Ji Yuan run off in panic, the Dao Master painfully shouted, don't go, at least try the experience first. He shouted farewell and Ju wondered what situation this was. Ju activated his detective brain and quickly pondered, increasingly sure something was up. He had to pursue Ji Yuan no matter what. After escaping from that Taoist priest Q Yuan Thong, he relaxed and strolled along. Behind him, Ju silently tracked him with ghostly steps, passing by without being detected. He walked further and further away, his purpose unclear. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared in Ju's eyes, and his speech began to falter. This place is... From within the alluring calls of girls came the sound. Come and play, fine gentlemen, little Kui era has been waiting for so long. Ju frowned in discomfort. Wasn't this the Flower Street? A place only those who cultivated immortal filth would consider themselves pure. Just then, a slender hand reached out close. You are so handsome, brother. Ju was startled as the strange girl grabbed his arm. Do you want to play with me? Or are you afraid of love? The girl approached, breathing softly into his ear while sweetly tempting him. Ju immediately clasped his hands, exhaling ki to calm himself, overcoming endless temptations, thinking only of his senior sister in his heart. Ju's face turned serious as he yelled loudly, I am someone with a Dao companion, you ordinary rogue and powder dolls, get out of my way. Suddenly a voice reached his ears, Ju senior brother, be calm, do not rush to anger. Ju listened seriously, my concealment technique is truly inferior, easily detected by Ki Yuan junior brother. Ju no other talk, senior brother, come to the end of this path to find me first. Ju immediately replied through voice transmission. All right. Ji Yuan appeared, joyfully waving at Ju. Over here. Ju asked discontentedly. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Kai Yuan calmly explained. Senior brother, do not speak. Carefully sense the southwest direction, 900 zhang away from the brothel. Following the instruction, Ju cast his gaze towards the Flower Street, where several abnormal demonic auras were present. Over there, a graceful girl stood next to a young man. Young Master Xia, do you know what the most sorrowful thing for a man is? The girl acted arrogantly, crossing her legs and scolding. It is that the rest of your life is very long while your life is very short. Entering a brothel without money, get it? The other was terrified, timidly kneeling at her feet. I know now. Please give me a few more days. Ah, I remember you. Her tone showed no mercy. What does that mean? You still want to play and and not pay after all these days. My place here is not a charity. Outside, the two others were eavesdropping secretly behind the trees. Senior brother, how is it? She said you cannot play without paying. That saying has some logic to it. Qi Yuan's face darkened, slyly reminding, I will tattle to senior sister Zi Shay. Jiu Wu sheepishly avoided his gaze. Get to the main point. Qi Yuan junior brother, isn't it good for us to join hands to eliminate the demons here and protect the purity of this region? Ji Yuan pondered deeply. The demonic aura sensed here may be related to Master's love rival. It could be a trap for Master. With Jiu Wu senior uncle's help, it helps me hide my identity and reduce karma. Having an extra helper is fantastic. He then proposed a plan. I have this idea, so I hope senior brother can lend me a hand. After hearing the plan, Jiu Wu cracked his knuckles excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. Great, while it's dark night, let's go and overthrow them now. Qi Yuan patted his shoulder. Senior brother, be calm, do not rush to anger. Qi Yuan continued, you also saw that this place is very lively at night. In places like this, there are very few guests at midday all resting, so we must wait until midday to make our move. Jiu Wu was stunned upon hearing this, a look of disbelief on his face. Qi Yuan junior brother, you seem quite familiar with this place, unless... Changshu inside was speechless, thinking, to protect Master's reputation, I can only sacrifice my own brother. Do not overthink, I only heard it mentioned by Changshu a few times. Jiu Wu straightened his face and warned with folded arms, since you say so, I believe you. With that eldest disciple of yours, his heart has long been charred to ashes in the alchemy furnace. Hearing the other slander him, Changshu silently shouted, I'll cut you down. The next day, after observing the surroundings, Changshu shouted, begin the operation. Inside the brothel, those people became dizzy and collapsed onto the tables. First, make all the humans and demons in the brothel fall unconscious. Even the girls lay motionless. Then cleanly dispose of those demonic creatures that drain human vitality. Over here, Jiu Wu was being begged for a kiss by a scorpion demon, and he screamed in terror. Seeing this, Changshu took out a soul-capturing pill. Jiu Wu senior brother, there are a few poison pills here from Changshu. Use them to easily eliminate the demons here, then take the treasures and leave. Jiu Wu was suspicious and shocked. This kind of action feels so familiar. I was wondering how Changshu was so quick-witted. Turns out he was taught by you, junior brother. Changshu scratched his head sheepishly. No karma incurred, and we can still gain merits. It's great. Jiu Wu asked with some concern. Right, junior brother, why did you even come to Lindong City, and to purge demons at that? Changshu as Qi Yuan did not hide anything. I recently received 2 letters, making an appointment to come here. As for the demon elimination, it was just a side job. Jiu Wu angrily rushed over and grabbed Qi Yuan tightly, quickly adding, right, to let the disciple clean up the scene, senior brother. Help me take that madam away for some disciplining. Looking at the fox demon in human form with her graceful demeanor, Jiu Wu said discontentedly, you know full well I have a Dao companion, and you still ask me to do this? Changshu, with a calmly intimidating face, lightly reminded, if you do not help, I will tell senior sister Jiu Shi right now that you came to play at the brothel. Jiu Wu was speechless, reluctantly replying, just like master, just like disciple, fine. I'll do it. Watching Jiu Wu drag the fox demon away, Qi Yuan warmly waved, senior brother, hard work. If you dare to betray me, it won't end well for you. He held the soul-capturing pill in his hand, beginning to ponder in his heart, while sending senior uncle Jiu Wu away. Quickly investigate this soul-capturing pill. Qi Yuan Jiu closed his eyes, probing through the memories of the soul-capturing pill. Lindong City. Tiesk. Not good. The spirit soul of that scorpion demon is too severely damaged. I can only make out a few words. Seeing this, he held the pill with thoughtful eyes, but I can tell they invited Master to Lindong City. The relationship is not simple. That scorpion demon thought it could hide silently for a few months, waiting for Master to appear and then trample him to death. But it never expected that there was still over a month before the appointed day, and this scorpion demon is already gone. On the other side of the forest, the sun had risen as high as a pole. Changshu as Qi Yuan spoke up, Jiu Wu senior brother, how did the interrogation go? Jiu Wu pointed elsewhere and answered casually, I deduced for a while just now. I could only find that the merits on this demon are of no small origin. Take a look for yourself. Qi Yuan was somewhat puzzled and cast his gaze over. Seeing the fox demon in a miserable state, beaten half-dazed and tied up with several tens of coils of rope, Qi Yuan said, senior brother, you truly have no understanding of cherishing flowers and tenderness. Except for my senior sister Jiu Shi, in my eyes all other women are shallow. Awakened by the noise, the fox demon opened her eyes in surprise. Qi Yuan excitedly cried out, she's awake. She looked at the 2 old men slowly approaching, silently assessing, what's going on? Another monk come to interrogate me? She gritted her teeth, her eyes fiercely sweeping over the two. Now is not the time to begrudge demonic power. Regression in cultivation is better than losing my life. Saying that, she waved her tails, and a demonic technique escaped from within. The soul-charming fragrance quickly spread. The fox demon smiled triumphantly. Fall into my beauty, all of you. Ju-woo inadvertently sniffed the soul-charming fragrance a few times. The next second, Ju-woo was drawn in by the fox demon. Senior brother, am I not beautiful? I am tied up so painfully. Could you please let me go? She continued to seduce in a delicate manner. As long as you let me go, I will let you. Ju-woo, controlled by her, grew dazed. All right. Ki-yuan beside him was completely calm. Demon fragrance, old trick. Only Ju-woo excitedly said, I will let you go now. Senior brother, snap out of it. Ki-yuan quickly pulled out a painting and placed it in front of Ju-woo. Senior brother, return to the mortal world. Ju-woo gradually regained surprise, his face returning to calm. Seeing the old woman in the painting, Ju-woo wanted to scream, blind, I am blind. Ju-woo warily rubbed his head. What happened to me? Changshu immediately replied, you were seduced by that six-tailed fox. Looking at the two old men full of killing intent slowly approaching, the fox demon was terrified. You two great immortals, please spare me. Great immortal brother, this one was wrong. Ki-yuan spoke up. To avoid any more trouble, take her back to the mountain gate and lock her up, and interrogate her slowly. The fox demon was terrified, her face covered in tears. Please, two great immortals, be gentle. And what must come came. The entire forest was filled with sorrowful screams. The fox was trapped in the bag and shrunk. See where you can run now. Ki-yuan, junior brother, let us return to the sect to receive our reward. Ki-yuan looked at Ji-woo, who was holding the bag, and replied that senior brother could give the reward to his two disciples. He was not returning to the sect yet, as he still had to go back to Lindong City. Ji-woo then asked why. Ki-yuan scratched his face in embarrassment, confessing that a few months ago his senior sister had sent 2 letters, arranging to meet him in Lindong City. Hearing this, Ji-woo quickly grabbed his hand, raising his voice to stop him. This absolutely cannot be done. Ji-woo frowned, struggling to speak, saying that there was someone obstructing this matter or plotting against him. Changshu heard this and asked what senior brother meant by that. Ki-yuan patted his hand to comfort him. What nonsense is senior brother talking about? Disciple must hurry on the way, cannot keep her waiting long. Ji-woo's expression changed, his mouth opening as if to shout. 800 years ago, your senior sister passed away, reincarnated. I saw this with my own eyes. Changshu was stunned. What? A few seconds later, Changshu stammered. Senior sister, she... Changshu's heart was in turmoil, screaming inwardly. She is dead. How should I act out master's pained expression now? Seeing Ji-woo still with his head lowered, Changshu inwardly sighed in relief that his senior uncle was not looking his way, otherwise he would have been seen through. Ji-woo recounted that year, when Ki-yuan and Kwai-sai Vimor Forest Peak were in conflict. Kwai-sai ambushed and damaged Ki-yuan's Dao foundation. His life was saved, but he could no longer cultivate. Jiang Lin at that time knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, calling out to her junior brother. Unable to accept the truth, Jiang Lin left the mountain gate on her own, saying she was going to find Master Deng Yunyu. But in reality, she went to Beijulu continent to find a precious medicine, entrusting an inner sect elder to observe. He immediately sent Ji-woo and 2 stewards to chase after Huang Jianglin. Ji-woo was still young then, ordering them to pursue and bring Huang Jianglin back. The other 2 obeyed the order. When they arrived, Jianglin was lying motionless on the ground. Deep in Beijulu continent, she had been harmed by a fierce beast, her original spirit damaged, her breath weak. The 3 of them used all their abilities but could not save Huang Jianglin's immortal Miao. She asked them to say they could not find her, and even more so, not to tell Ki-yuan. Jianglin said faintly, Z senior brother. Ji-woo gripped her hand tightly, urgently telling her to hold on, he would take her back. Jianglin could not hold back, tears streaming down. I am done for, tell everyone you did not find me. As soon as the words ended, Jianglin's final breath also faded away. She added an instruction. Even more, do not tell my junior brother. Her hand slipped down, and Ji-woo shouted in agony. Huang junior sister. Returning to the present, Ji-woo hesitantly called out to his junior brother. Chang Xiao, in the role of Ki-yuan, turned his face away, his voice depressed as he asked where she was buried. Ji-woo replied, in a place shrouded by poisonous smoke, her remains gone long ago. She has reincarnated. Disciple, do not be fixated. Ki-yuan quietly left, saying he wanted some peace to return to Xiaoqiang Peak. Ji-woo sighed, reminding him it was for the best, get plenty of rest. In the twilight sunlight, Ki-yuan trudged alone, looking truly lonely. Suddenly, stiff voices rang out. Malicious private fighting, harming my master, forcing my master to only obtain military resolution. For a few immortal herbs, he took the initiative to go to Beizhou, causing much karma. Now knowing it also indirectly caused the death of the senior uncle and senior sister my master cherished. Changshu was dissatisfied, gritting his teeth, his face turning expressionless as he said coldly, Kwai-sai, the karma between us has grown too great. But the next second, he reminded himself not to rush, even if killing a true immortal enemy was not difficult for for him now. Changshu knocked a few times on the door. Master, I have returned from Lindong City. This matter involved the circumstances of the 3 masters and disciples in the immortal sect. He must stay calm. Qi Yuan opened the door and asked happily, how was it? Did you meet your senior uncle? Changshu replied, no, only leaving this behind. Later I met senior uncle Ju Wu and joined forces with the chief demon. Having said that, Changshu handed out the jade piece, the words appearing, knowing you are still well puts my mind at ease. Disciple, do not think of me anymore. From now on consider it over. Huang Jianglin. Watching Qi Yuan gradually turn to stone, Changshu comforted him that senior uncle did not want to rekindle old ties, but that she was living well was good news. Qi Yuan gripped the jade piece tightly, his voice stiff. Senior sister does not want to see me. Changshu looked away in resignation. Later he would find the reincarnated body of this senior uncle. Qi Yuan turned back inside sadly. Changshu secluded himself in seclusion for 1,000 years. A few days later, Ju Wu came to visit Qi Yuan. Seeing Ju Wu, Changshu warily tapped his forehead. My master's face has been full of grief these past few days. Ju Wu sighed worriedly, recounting the events of that year. After hearing, Changshu solemnly begged Ju Wu and the 2 stewards to keep this secret and not to mention it within the sect anymore. Ju Wu showed understanding, raising his hand to signal okay. I understand, thinking of your master's state of mind. Rest assured I will not bring it up again. Changshu was still worried, suggesting, then could you tell me in detail about my master and Kuai Sai? Ju Wu immediately agreed, incidentally mentioning, the captured fox demon was suppressed by an inner sect elder in a great earth vein formation, sentenced to 300 years of confinement. Standing within the death formation, the fox demon kept crying. Nuo made a mistake. Ju Jiu stared fixedly at him, asking extremely seriously, Changshu, what rank does your Xiaoko Kyong Peak intend to take in this immortal sect grand competition? On the opposite side, Changshu calmly savored his tea sip by sip. Setting down the teacup, Changshu replied, let me think. Then he revealed a cheeky smile. Stay within the top 108. Compete for position 72. Before he could finish, Juju slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Changshu, can you have a bit more ambition? Juju frowned, his gaze stern. Now everyone knows that Breaking Heaven's Spear and this uncle have a close relationship with you. For face, you must charge hard in the grand competition. Placing low will make me lose all face. Xuanya, sitting beside him, encouraged, Changshu senior brother, actually you are very talented, just too humble, lacking confidence. Changshu lightly nodded in agreement. Everyone's teachings are very correct. The next second, he stood up forcefully, his voice full of spirit. Then this time I will be a bit bolder. Hold the top 72. Compete for position 36. Juju was satisfied. That is barely acceptable. Give it your all, and you will surely do it. As a mere spectator, Ling Yi ate melon while eavesdropping. Senior brother's acting skills truly leave one unable to keep up. Changshu looked at the 2, then suggested, now if I enter the arena, will certainly be a target. If Xuanya Jr. sister does not mind, can you come train with me for a few days tomorrow? Without any hesitation, Xuanya happily agreed. Okay. Meeting lasted until late at night. Juju was already drunk, excitedly shouting, Changshu, do not embarrass me, fight hard. From afar, Changshu signaled okay. Xuanya supported Juju, while reminding him, uncle you are drunk, let me take you back. Thinking everything was settled, Changshu sighed in relief. Xuanya was at the 6th level of the Return Dao realm, still lacking 3 levels to undergo the tribulation. After all, she was a friend. He had a tribulation breakthrough meal for Ling Yi. Tomorrow he would give her a share too. Furthermore, Xuanya was the person proving he was not at the scene. He had to repay that. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly turned cold. How dare you write a fake letter to harm my master? Kuai Sai, wash your neck and wait. The next day, as the sun rose high, Xuanya and Changshu began their training. Junior sister, make your move. Xuanya drew her sword, her aura blazing as she charged forward. Then I will not hold back. Changshu calmly looked at her and replied, no, today remember to conserve some strength. The next second, both of them entered an intense battle. Sitting on the sidelines, Juju drank wine while evaluating. Changshu's strength is decent. Juju gulped down a whole bowl of wine, saying, this uncle forced himself to come and coach. It is very effective. Ling Yi beside him ate melon while chiming in. Uncle, it is obvious you were bribed with 100 bean pills and 10 portions of fine wine to come. Juju was the second witness that Changshu used the excuse of coaching to bribe. Juju glanced at her, suggesting, you have a complaint with me fulfilling my duty. Then let me do something practical. Spar a few rounds with me, little Ling Yi. Ling Yi panicked and shouted, uncle, I was wrong. On the other side, Changshu was also knocked back by Xuanya. Rocks and earth exploded, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Changshu Juju sat up and said in admiration, I lost again, junior sister is too formidable. Xuanya replied modestly, you flatter me. Xuanya stepped forward and extended her hand to him. Do not be discouraged, senior brother. You are improving bit by bit. Seeing he did not answer, Juan asked suspiciously, "Why did you suddenly lose focus during that move just now? Are you injured?" Changshu awkwardly extended his hand to her. "I am a bit tired, just need some rest." Scene change. The one who sent the letter wanted to harm Qiyuan Kuai Sai. Seeing him appear, Changshu thought to himself, finally able to monitor Kuai Sai leaving the mountain alone, a good opportunity to eliminate him. Kuai Sai arrived at a stall, picked up a bracelet and asked the owner how much this protective bracelet costs. The merchant joyfully rattled on, "Great immortal, you have a good eye. This bracelet is only 98 spirit stones. The original price is 198. Just then, Kuai Sai's eyes suddenly spotted someone. He stared intently at that person, silently assessing, "This person looks exactly like me." That person glanced at Kuai Sai with displeasure, daring to impersonate this humble priest, truly seeking death. He silently exclaimed, "The bait is taken." Having said that, the two of them, one chased and one fled. "Stop right there, do not run." The fake Kuai Sai grinned smugly. "This is a paper Daoist created by Changshu. The one who ambushed my master has such high vigilance yet is only this much." Suddenly Kuai Sai rushed forward. "Fellow Daoist, wait." The impostor extended his hand to him. "Fellow Daoist, do not blame me. This humble priest only did this for convenience. No intention to offend." Kuai Sai gritted his teeth and repeated, "For convenience." Kuai Sai shouted angrily, impersonating this humble priest, spreading rumors everywhere. "You and I have formed a karmic bond. Today we must fight." Unexpectedly, both secretly unleashed their techniques. "Fellow Daoist only impersonated you, never defamed your reputation. Why must it come to this?" Kuai Sai replied, casually infringing on my likeness rights. As the words fell, a surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed from behind. Kuai Sai smugly waved his technique and laughed loudly. "You were careless. I have no intention of reconciling. Let this precious hairpin send you to the Western Paradise." At this moment, that power continuously headed towards Changshu. Changshu glanced back warily, cursing inwardly, "This detestable fellow wants to ambush me just like he did with my master back then." He immediately turned around, his eyes fixed on the incoming weapon. In midair, an explosion occurred. Kuai Sai exclaimed in shock, "Impersonating me will have consequences." The smoke was thick, a figure vaguely appeared. From within the smoke, Changshu flickered in and out of sight. His hand gripped the precious hairpin tightly, his expression indifferent. The next second, with just a bit of force, Changshu snapped the precious hairpin into several pieces. His entire body now erupted with fiery energy, the pressure of the late stage of the true immortal realm. Seeing his means defeated, Kuai Sai decisively fled. "The forest is vast, why worry about not having firewood?" Suddenly his expression changed, a fragrance entered his nose. "Why is it suddenly pitch black ahead?" Immediately after, he was controlled by Changshu. "Scheming against me, you have met your match in the trade." Kuai Sai floated in the air, knocked down by a sleeping spell. Changshu's expression was unreadable. He said coldly, "Though it was only a plot to frame a true immortal, I paid attention to acting technique and script, calculating the opponent's reactions, utilizing poison skills." Immediately after, dark clouds covered the sky. Kuai Sai's entire body was nailed and hung on the cliff wall. His sweat poured like rain, his face tense. He cried out in pain, "Primordial spirit hurts so much." Looking at the sharp nails, all vital points were nailed tightly. Right in the center of his chest, a nail pierced straight through, along with my primordial spirit. His whole body was pitch black, tears streaming down. He shouted, "The primordial spirit is withering." Heavenly thunder struck down without ceasing. Changshu looked at the heavenly thunder and murmured to himself, "The Tao foundation destroyed, resisting the heavenly thunder. You must have tasted this feeling by now." Changshu's face was stern. He waved his hand and collected Kuai Sai's remnant soul. Afterwards, Changshu gradually found out the truth. The mastermind behind that Daoist Kuai Sai back then had another person. His master, the elder of the celestial immortal realm of Jianlin Peak, was the one who made a move, allowing Kuai Sai to ambush his master without punishment, causing Zhaoqiang Peak to be isolated. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Changshu clenched his hand and gritted his teeth. "I have memorized this debt." His sharp gaze swept towards him. He continued through clenched teeth, "Do not let me get an opportunity, or else I will repay it tenfold." Standing before the group, the sect leader reminded them to work hard. Do not lose face in the intersect competition. The competition of the younger generation was held earlier than expected. The various peaks of the immortal sect became lively. The old seniors emerged from seclusion to give pointers. Disciples received inspiration and trained fervently. Some disciples of average strength, influenced by the battle between the second dragon prince and the substandard celestial cat back then, started to strengthen their escape techniques. Additionally, a skinny guy and a fat guy who were goofing off, perfectly aligned master. The fat guy asked, "Do you know about the disappearance of the Daoist Kuai Sai?" The skinny guy replied, "I do. Uncle Master Kuai Sai went down the mountain to find a treasure. Now even the transmission jade talisman cannot contact him. There is an elder skilled in divination." Quickly checking his fortune, The fat guy imagined a hollow tortoise shell and exclaimed in surprise, was it found? The next word startled the fat guy. The shell even shattered. Does this mean he lost his life? The skinny guy calmly recounted. Kwai Si's Dao partner led people to investigate. Step by step they were led to the border of Beiqialu Prefecture. After a month, it was almost certain Kwai Si had died from a conflict. The elders could only deduce the date of death, with no other information. After the battle, Kwai Si went to see the heavens. His spirit tablet received full incense offerings. The matter could only end there. The fat guy, upon hearing this, kept struggling underground. These things are not important, senior brother. Help me out. I am stuck while practicing Earth escape. Seeing this, he scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I am stuck too. Thinking of his own pathetic situation compared to Changshu, he felt disheartened. Thinking carefully, Changshu was like a fish in water underground. Unless that person is extraordinary, this is the reason of talent, and a temperament scared of death. Scene change to a peaceful place. Senior brother, master has not left her room for over a year. It is not good to continue like this. Changshu placed a plate of fish on the table and gently comforted his junior sister. Do not worry. I will take action and immediately get master out of the threefold darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, he used Plan 1, the food temptation strategy. Master, we present this to you with filial piety. We have prepared a table full of delicious food. Please come out and taste it. But the person remained unresponsive. Ling Yi said sadly, it is useless anymore, senior brother. Seeing the plan fail, Changshu switched to Plan 2, the martyrdom strategy. He rushed forward, weeping miserably. Master, the competition is 1 year away. Do you want to see us beaten black and blue? Can you give us some pointers on combat techniques? After twice failing and only receiving a cool breeze, he wiped his tears in confusion, wondering how he missed such an absurd rhythm. Ling Yi approached with a smug tone, telling her senior brother to look at her. He asked suspiciously if she could do it. Ling Yi opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Then a piercing scream rang out. She pretended to hold her body and cried out for her senior brother to stop, saying they did not have their master's permission. Changshu was startled and shouted, "What wicked scheme were you thinking of, even using my dignity as a bargaining chip?" Ling Yi raised her hand to count, calmly telling her senior brother, "I will count to 3 and master will come out." She slowly withdrew her hand, too. But when she counted to 1, Qi Yuan rushed out from inside and shouted, "Stop your nonsense." Qi Yuan spat fire, his eyes red as he yelled that they would be laughed at by others for acting like this. You must register at the Baifan Hall first. Seeing the two still standing still, he gradually understood. Changshu awkwardly explained, "Master, do not be angry. We were only joking, afraid you would feel stifled in your room and fall ill." Qi Yuan angrily drew his whisk and swung it at him. This is not something to joke about. Ling Yi rushed over to stop him. Changshu replied, "Master, you should step out of the grief of lost love." Qi Yuan heard this and lowered his whisk, saying his heart was already dead, and the rest of his life would only be spent binding Dao companions. He tilted his head back to the sky, his tone calm. "Changshu, I have recently come to understand a truth." Changshu looked at him and replied, "Master, please speak." His gaze shifted to Ling Yi. "Treasure the person before you. The winds and clouds are unpredictable. Who knows fortune or misfortune?" Ling Yi blushed shyly upon noticing that gaze. Hearing the instruction, Changshu replied that this disciple remembered. "Master, rest assured, I will protect my junior sister completely." Qi Yuan nodded in relief. "Your skills are a bit better than mine. The matter of the inner sect competition is up to you and Ling Yi to decide." After speaking, he went back into his room, saying he would continue his cultivation and strive to understand the true immortal realm. "Do what you said earlier." His lonely figure stepped into the empty room, saying his remaining years depended on the two of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the door closed tightly again. Ling Yi shook her head helplessly. Just the word love alone truly knows how to torment people. Changshu sighed, "It is difficult to resolve." In this era, cultivators understood the right path to seek immortality but still pursued Dao companions. Those who sacrificed like Qi Yuan were not rare. Ling Yi said the word love was truly tormenting. He said seriously, "No, what you see now is not the truth." He looked up at the sky. "The most tormenting thing is those who do deeds in the shadows." "Enough, let us not speak more of this." Ling Yi listened full of question marks. He said it was too early to speak now. Wait until your cultivation is higher and you come into contact with the Wu Wei Sutra, then you will know. In the quiet, a voice called out to Changshu, his honored nephew. He turned to greet, seeing Ju Wu charging over like a horse. "Good morning, Uncle Master Ju Wu." He shouted as he ran, "Good news, Changshu, a great fortune has fallen upon your head." Changshu was stunned and said, "A great fortune has come looking for me." He pulled Changshu aside, saying little Ling Yi should not hear this. He needed to speak privately. He was dragged away unexpectedly and shouted, "Wait." Ling Yi was curious. These two would not let her listen. Ju Wu whispered, "Changshu, do you still have the Xiangxin pills? If you do not use them all, you will drain your essence and die." He then said it was not him who needed them. Ju Wu covered his mouth with a sly laugh. The side effects of viewing the 100 Beauties old queen painting can be cured with the pill. The elders knew and praised without end. They want to trade good items. Your opportunity has come. He held out his hand demanding the pill. Changshu firmly replied that they were all gone. This thing was truly difficult to refine, and indeed none remained. Zhu Wu tempted him. Elder Zhang promised that when you ascend to Fei Xian, he will pass on the lower volume of the Wu Wei Sutra. Changshu hesitated and asked, "Am I the kind of person easily swayed like that?" In the end, he still agreed, "I truly am that kind of person." Saw Zhu Wu off. Zhu Wu did not expect him hand over 6 bottles, saying he had said they were all gone yet still had some left. Surely that is not all of them. 1 year later, the sect competition began. The young people, full of vigor, advanced towards us. Walking orderly, with half-smiling faces, they embraced glory with sweat and tears. "Please enjoy the march." Liu Fei excitedly called out, "Brother, quickly look at Little Qiong Gate." A heavily patched flag was raised high. The entire mountain had only 2 disciples. Changshu held the flag happily, hearing people call him a nobody, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Liu Fei was hit on the head. "Do you really think Little Qiong Gate's flag is a piece of torn cloth?" He tried to argue back. "Then what is it?" Suddenly someone shouted that junior sister Ling Yi had arrived, so adorable. The 2 brothers Liu Fei and the other took a closer look. The real flag of Little Qiong Gate was the phoenix blue maiden leaf of the Du Xian sect. Ling Yi appeared beautifully amidst the praise, greeting all the senior brothers and senior sisters. Qi Yuan wondered, how is Ling Yi covered in dazzling jewels and treasures? Where did they come from? He turned to Changshu and asked, "What immoral deed did you do?" He chuckled and said he had harmed no one. "Do you not feel that statement is against your conscience?" He hugged the flag and laughed. "Master, rest assured, I traded this treasure with the elders using pills. I diligently went to deliver and sell medicine. The Xiaongshin pills are coming along." Changshu asked, "I thought you would not leave the mountain again. Have you come to your senses?" Qi Yuan said the grand competition was important. He could not be absent and leave you without support. Hearing this, Changshu became excited. "So you have stepped out of the shadow of lost love, right?" Qi Yuan opened his mouth slowly and said, "Ah." The next second, he dejectedly said that after the competition he would continue his seclusion. Changshu was deflated, still not okay. Suddenly a voice called from behind senior brother Changshu. He turned around. "It is you." A pair of legs stepped forward, senior brother Changshu. Aoyi transmitted his voice, paying respects to the deputy sect leader. Changshu replied, "Deputy sect leader, no need for formality. This place has many eyes, brother Yai. Long time no see." He shook his hand and transmitted his greetings. Changshu said everything was fine with the Sea God sect. The sect leader could cultivate in peace. Both were speaking secretly. A voice echoed in the silence. "The sect competition is about to begin. Please welcome Du Xian sect leader Li Wuyao to deliver the opening speech." Everyone applauded in welcome. Li Wuyao gave a light cough, his voice hoarse as he said that on this auspicious day, the young disciples, who had never taken in new members for nearly 200 years in this immortal sect, had all gathered together. Ao Yi transmitted a message to Changshu, saying that the cultivator from Golden Ao Island had come to the immortal sect to renew friendly relations, so he had to go along and could not stay away for long. Changshu replied, telling him to go quickly. After saying goodbye, Ao Yi left, promising to catch up with the sect leader after the inner sect competition ended. A man rode a bird circling around, announcing that today's inner sect competition was not for ranking. Changshao looked up, feeling that the sect leader's health had improved considerably. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent coughing fit broke out. "Pretend I said nothing." A girl walked over, handed him a card, and said, "Are you Changshu from Little Qiong Peak? This is your number card." He thought to himself, this card looks too much like a TV remote. His card number was Ding 026 Changshu. The jade slips were arranged by number. Each participant had 12 empty squares. Winning one match lit up one square. He grinned slyly, eager to try breaking this jade slip to see if it could end the competition immediately. As soon as he said that, the card let out a warning sound. "Disciples, pay attention. Refining a jade slip is not easy. Do not destroy it. If damaged, supplies will be cut off for half a year." It even raised a friendly finger. "Go ahead if you dare." He stared at it, thinking not breaking it was fine, just getting rank 36 was enough. Participating in the competition only wasted some cultivation time. Lai Wuyao, coughing, said that in this competition, those within the heavenly stems number, the top 36, or those recommended by elders, could follow me to Central Wenling. Changshu heard this, turned to stone and shattered, shouting, "What? The top 36 all have to go to the Three Teachings Primal Conference." He lamented to the heavens, "The heavenly Tao really likes to toy with me. Must stay calm. I will control my rank within the range of 37 to 40. Changshu's goal was to fish in troubled waters, but Li Wuyao said he must pay special attention to that one who knows talisman crafting and understands formation arrays. Another person also said, "Changshu, let me see how you will perform in an unfavorable situation." Yet another person was even more concerned, shouting, "Changshu, go for it. Whoever dares harm you, I will poison him to death." Changshu sighed, "So many people watching me like this makes things very difficult. Best to think of a way to improve the breath holding and ki calming art. It seems me and the 3 teachings conference are already at the Great Ming Lakeside. No meeting without return. I can only prepare more. Ling Yi beside him said, Senior brother, it looks like you cannot escape this competition matter. Many elders have their eyes fixed on you. Changshu showed a dejected look, wanting to cry from frustration. That is right. It truly gives me a headache. Ling Yi reached into the food basket she had brought. I made some pastries. Eat some to relax. All right, our master has already left ahead. He recounted, when I was talking with Ao Yi, master went to gather with the other elders. At that time, someone called the elders to assemble, and Qu Yuan followed along as well. Ling Yi took a piece of pastry, reaching out to feed him. Senior brother, open your mouth. He said, but still opened his mouth to eat. What if others see? Ling Yi then said, rest assured, everyone is focused on the sect leader's speech. No one will notice. She said to him, I spent a long time making these pastries. You must graciously accept them. Just then Ju passed by, smelled the aroma, and praised, there are pastries made by little Ling Yi. They smell wonderful. Without thinking much, she lunged to snatch Changshu's pastry. I'm taking this. Startling him, Auntie Master. She swallowed the pastry in one bite, even raising her hand to praise, the taste is really good. Several people outside looked at him and cursed, this guy again, before he was extremely intimate with Xuanya. Why do the flowers of Gaoling always end up with mediocre cultivators? Changshu sighed, saying he missed the passerby life from 70 to 80 years before joining the sect. At this moment, Li Wuya rode the bird flying over the Great Lake. Disciples, what I wanted to say is only this much. I hope you all will strive together. Now I declare, Li Wuya announced clearly, the intersect competition of the Immortal Evasion sect officially begins. Hearing this, everyone present was filled with fervor and roared in response. The elders opened a scroll and read, I am the host of this competition. Please pay attention. First round, disciples with numbers Jia Yi Bing Ding will battle against disciples with numbers Ji Gengzin Rengui. The matches proceeded smoothly, full of fighting spirit. 2 swords clashed against each other with a sharp planging sound. Changshu secretly used his immortal sense to observe the competition, even though the combat techniques of his peers held no reference value. The matches proceeded normally, but Changshu thought watching more would make it easier to pretend later. Not just swords, competitors could also use their own personal moves. The elders announced again, next match, Lu Renjia will battle against... A woman in a fiery red outfit stepped forward. It was Xuanya. Juju stepped closer to her opponent. Please give me your guidance. He thought to himself, even knowing he could not beat Xuanya, he still had to compete. Getting to watch the number 1 and 2 beauties of the sect up close, trying to last 15 minutes was a bargain. Xuanya even said before fighting, I will not hold back. As soon as she finished, she unleashed 10,000 swords, which burst into flames and shot forward with a whoosh. Just a few seconds in, it already scared him to death. The match venue was filled with smoke and dust. Just this one move from Xuanya was enough to stir up a storm. The elders were stunned, their mouths agape. Although Xuanya had always been talented, since when did she progress so quickly? The group of disciples below cheered in succession. Senior sister Xuan Ya is overwhelmingly powerful. That was a beautiful strike. Xuan Ya's unfortunate opponent lay sprawled on the ground, not even having had a chance to launch his move before being defeated. Beaten to this state, he had no choice but to concede. Xuan Ya sheathed her sword. The elders then announced the winner, Xuan Ya. At this moment, she silently thanked Changshu. Fortunately, senior brother Changshu took the time to practice with me. She thought she had improved a little. The maiden thought too simply. Changshu only made her and Juju witnesses to his absence during the assassination of Kuai Sai from Immortal Forest Peak. The elders opened the scroll again. The next match is Dare 26 Little Qiang Peak Changshu against Rare 26 Immortal Forest Peak Kianda. Ling Yi stood holding a flag to cheer him on, asking, Senior brother, are you planning to go easy in this match? Changshu said while warming up his hands, No, Kiang Peak and Immortal Forest Peak have a long-standing feud. Why should I give them any leeway? He put on a malicious smile. If Kianda is not as troublesome as his master Kuai Sai, I will consider letting him lose with some dignity. Afterward, he stepped onto the arena one step at a time. As soon as he saw him, Kianda said rudely, first time meeting. Who are you? Changshu, right? He cursed inwardly. If your memory is that bad, go home and fix your brain. Kianda, a high-grade immortal seedling from Immortal Forest Peak, ranked 19th in the Intersect rules, Dao Stage Level 2. He confidently challenged senior brother Lai, how about today we both give it our all, no half-heartedness. Changshu heard this and said nothing, thinking he would probably have to take back his earlier words. Kianda reached out a hand and asked, how about it? Changshu, the one who truly killed Kianda's master, was Kuai Sai. He held up a slip of paper and said, very well, very good. Since you are asking for trouble, do not blame me for using a wolf fang club to smash a flower. Finally, the command sounded, begin. Kianda took out a wooden sword and shouted loudly, lightning conduction wooden sword. Instantly, thousands of lightning bolts, large and small, gathered from the sky into his sword. Kianda pointed his sword at Changshu, who was standing there. His lightning formed a large, pitch-black bird, striking massive lightning bolts at Changshu. He, at this moment, had used talismans to protect himself. He looked up, carefully calculating in his heart, put on a show of bluffing, and then counterattacked. Next, he ignited his talismans, creating a blazing inferno, a wild dance of fire and snakes. The two sides clashed, Changshu's flames rushing forward to strike Kianda's lightning. That bird formed from thunder and lightning was completely enveloped in flames. While bolts of lightning continuously struck the ground and missed, Changshu planned his every step. The moment had come, next he would use Earth Escape. But he could not use Earth Escape because he looked down at his feet. He did not expect the ground to be frozen. Kianda predicted his move and used a technique to freeze the ground to stop him. He froze the ground. Let's see how you escape now. Changshu's eyes widened as he watched him fly high into the air. It seemed this guy had specifically studied his attack patterns. Changshu pulled out another talisman, a high-grade fire talisman. Thinking that this could stop him, he would still use Earth Escape just to show him. Kianda quickly took out a marble and shouted, protective orb. He observed his surroundings, thinking that the power of the fire talisman had increased. Was this the end? Damn it. These flames blocked his vision. And he saw a strange phenomenon. He frowned with deep suspicion. It turned out he could no longer see Changshu. Changshu had vanished. Changshu's talismans kept appearing continuously, leaving Kianda utterly confused. He didn't know how many talismans Changshu had stockpiled. Moreover, their power was still increasing while his own lightning was beginning to weaken, making him very anxious. My lightning sword art can't hold on anymore. The lightning bird has also been shattered. He cursed breathlessly, what the hell? He's hiding underground, I can't hit him. Kianda was surrounded by flames and couldn't turn around to escape. On the contrary, his paper talisman flames always found his position to launch sneak attacks. The protective orb was nearly shattered under the relentless assault. If this continued, he would surely lose. At this point, he could only resort to provocation. Senior Brother Li, why are you just curling up in the ground? It really suits the consistent style of you, Xiao Qiong Peak brothers. The disciples below heard this and said, as a disciple of Xianlin Peak, how can you be so disrespectful? He's panicking. He's panicking. At this moment, Kianda seemed to be at a disadvantage against the power of the talisman array. He thought to himself, my mana consumption is too high. There's no way I can hold out like this. Just then, Changshu's flames reached his feet, nearly making him slip. Finally, the fire melted all of his ice. It forced him to stand in the flames and cry out. Kianda fell right into his own ice pit. Damn, my mana is completely depleted. As he was falling, a spiked club suddenly rose from the ground. It aimed directly at the falling Kianda's rear end. Secret technique, poke the flower with a stick. Kianda's rear end got closer and closer to the club. Only a few centimeters remained before the chrysanthemum would be ruined. Finally, the club was stained with blood. The match ended. The winner was Changshu. He still put on a show by sighing deeply. This was truly a well-matched battle. It's just, junior brother should only have superficial wounds. Why has he fainted? The disciples carrying Kianda away forced a smile. Why is he injured? Don't you know in your heart, there's no dignity left? I guess it'll be hard for him to face others from now on. After it was done, he went to Ling Yi. I'm back. She was clever enough to push Kianda aside and say, Senior brother, you've worked hard. She cheerfully boasted about her achievements. I just won at another arena as well. It just ended. He patted her head and praised her. Well done. By the way, where is the betting money from our Xiaokong Peak? Ling Yi then directed his gaze towards the other two. Juju Martial Uncle is holding it. Juju, with eyes sparkling like diamonds, demanded her money. If you dare to play, you must dare to pay. Hand over the spirit stones right now. That guy, crying and gritting his teeth, handed his money pouch to her. My half-year's savings. How did that nobody Changshu from Du sect suddenly become so strong? Changshu quickly pointed and asked, Ling Yi, what is Martial Uncle doing? Ling Yi shrugged and said, Juju Martial Uncle said she spent a huge amount on the formation earlier, so she has to seize this opportunity to trade and earn a huge sum back. He remembered Juju crying at his feet back then over her life savings, but he didn't care about her crying. Instead, he noticed something else. Every nook and cranny is covered in top-notch formations, truly worthy of being built with Uncle Z's savings. The craftsmanship is beautiful, he realized with a start. I seem to be the main culprit who drove Juju Martial Uncle deep into gambling. 2 hours later, the elders announced. Next match, Changshu versus the one who lost the first round. He was brimming with the desire for revenge. Brat, watch me avenge senior brother Kianda, he thought to himself. Another spoiled treasure from Xianlin Peak who needs a lesson. Said confidently, I've seen through your tricks. Die! The sound rang out, and the match began. Changshu thought, in this world, no one has ever dared to say they've seen through my tricks. The group of brothers below were once again treated to a show. Everyone was excited. Is Xiaoqiong Peak about to show its true skill? It feels like a great battle is about to erupt. In the end, Changshu only used Earth Escape. Their high hopes were met with immense disappointment. Is that it? After an incense stick's time after a cup of tea, after 2 hours, the entire arena fell into a long silence. Finally, the elders couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted, "The two of you? That's enough. You've dragged out the average match time for everyone." Right after that, 2 large beams of light shot up from the ground. An elder sighed, "Finally he's out." The elders were speechless. The group of brothers had to cover their eyes, not daring to watch directly. It was the same old trick. Changshu sent him flying to heaven for a ride. The announcement rang out, "Winner Changshu. I am Changshu." I really didn't expect to become famous after winning 2 matches. He truly didn't want any attention. Now, whenever anyone saw him, they would panic and shout, "Everyone, Changshu is here. Protect your rear." Even the gossips outside the arena gave him a strange nickname. They called him the Backyard Flower Assassin. Changshu forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Hao, do your best in the next match." He was still nursing his stung rear and said, "Okay, I'll try my best." Changshu complained to Ling Yi, "I thought no one was watching my matches. How can the rumors be so unreliable?" Ling Yi then told him, "Senior brother, besides gambling, Juju Martial Uncle has now started storytelling, recounting the details of your matches. So that's why..." Then she shyly said loudly, "Even if senior brother is rumored to be some backyard flower assassin, I still like you, senior brother." Changshu cried without tears and said, "Thank you for that. I'd better go find Juju Martial Uncle quickly and stop her." Just then, Juju appeared and shouted, "To the west of Donghai is a place called Dongsheng Wenling, and in Dongsheng Wenling there is a teaching sect called Du Xianmen." Waving a flag, she said, "In Du Xianmen's Xiaoqiang Peak, there is a disciple named Changshu. Now he returns to the Taoist realm, skilled in alchemy, knowledgeable in formations, masters Earth Escape, and uses the club thrust." Suddenly Changshu, with a darkened face, snatched the flag and said, "Martial Uncle." Juju, still unaware of what was happening, continued, "We happened to run into the Grand Intersect competition." She turned around mid-spread and called out, "Changshu." Took back his flag, "Uncle Master, you're not from Little Qiong Peak either." The flag returned to its rightful owner. She quickly shouted, "My money-making tool." He took out a bag of candy to shut her up, telling stories all day long. "You must be someone else by now. Here are some spirit child pills, go rest over there." Juju's eyes lit up as she chased after him. "Spirit child pills?" Changshu covered his face in regret. "I won't waste your money anymore in the future." The side effects were truly too great. Time passed. The first day's preliminary rounds concluded. The disciples went through 1 round of competition. Changshu thought no matter how fierce the rumors were, most people would forget them by the next day. But on the second day, Changshu returned to the arena. The elders announced the match for the second round, Changshu versus Han Quan Quan. The match began. Suddenly, a hand was raised and a voice said, "Wait." Han Quan Quan looked a bit embarrassed as she surrendered. "I concede." The elders turned to Changshu suspiciously. "What did you do to this young lady? Why did she directly surrender?" He looked innocent. "I did nothing." Now the elders noticed the staff in his hand. They yelled, "Oh no, the one who fought the female cultivator doesn't actually intend to use that, does he?" Changshu quickly explained, "It wasn't me, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. I was just thinking out of habit, purely instinct to draw my weapon." Han Quan Quan looked at him like he was despicable, hurting him. "Don't look at me with those eyes you use for scum." Without any real contest, there was already a result. The victor Changshu. He tried to encourage himself. "It's fine, there are still 7 matches left. Enough for me to salvage my reputation." Third round of the third day, Changshu competed at noon. His opponent was an intersect elite disciple ranked in the top 100, with cultivation at the 9th level of the Return to Void stage. But Changshu was thinking of ways to intentionally lose. The next person quickly raised his hand to surrender. "I concede. Earth Escape technique combined with Wolf Fang staff art. I can't counter it." Changshu pleaded, "Can you at least try? I'll let you win." Crowd gathered and gossiped about him. The cruel bastard from Little Kiong Peak scared 2 opponents into withdrawing. Even if they didn't withdraw, there was no other way. His Earth Escape technique and Wolf Fang staff were unblockable. Changshu's image was utterly ruined. "I heard that staff is an immortal treasure, specially made to break protective immortal light. I really underestimated this vicious bastard from Little Kiong Peak. Keep your voice down, he's here." So ruthless, back then that junior disciple from Immortal Forest Peak was also driven insane by him. They didn't notice Changshu heard everything. "What if I run into him tomorrow?" "Just surrender. There are still many matches. I can't be unlucky enough to meet him twice." "Don't say that, saying it will bring trouble." He sighed in frustration. Why are these rumors getting more unbelievable the more they spread? On the 5th day, Changshu's dire reputation finally saw a chance to change. The person he was about to face was the immortal cat of Forest Capital Peak, ranked 6th on the 10,000 intersect list, CZ. At this moment, someone finally dared to fight him. "Senior brother Li, I am Liu CG of Forest forest capital peak. He carried the staff on his shoulder, finally able to fight openly and fairly. He said seriously, "Today I will definitely learn well from senior brother Lee's techniques. Suji will not be like the others, retreating without a fight." He had prepared early and was very confident. Moreover, Suji had made some preparations, a protective armor for his rear, an immortal treasure-grade armor piece. Changshu praised, "This lad has real style. Provided I ignore that armor piece shaped like underwear." He roared out loud, "Let us fight with all our might. Let's battle openly and fairly." He replied with equal vigor, "Senior brother, please instruct me." Saying that, he shot up into the sky, intending to attack him from above. He gripped the staff tightly, how to break the invincible rumor of the Wolf Fang staff. He was full of the spirit to lose. Actually, it was very simple, just use the Wolf Fang staff to intentionally lose one match. Furthermore, junior brother Liu, if you win, I will give you this Wolf Fang staff, this reputation-ruining item, as a reward. As he slashed his sword down onto the iron staff, Changshu firmly planted his feet to brace his body. Suddenly he shouted, "Earth Escape!" Siji was astonished. Changshu's Earth Escape is actually this smooth. No wonder he's the first among the younger generation of the Immortal Gate to master this technique. He looked at the timer on the ground and muttered to himself, "Next, he will definitely use the Wolf Fang staff to ambush my rear." He glanced left, where is he? Then he turned his head sharply to the right to Cirque, where will he emerge? He never imagined in 1,000 years that Changshu would emerge from directly beneath his feet. He gripped the iron staff tightly as he rose up with a terrifying expression. Immediately after, the staff thrust straight into his rear. The staff struck the armor piece covering his rear, cracking it. That scared me to death. He was so frightened cold sweat poured down his face. The destructive power of the Wolf Fang staff is too terrifying. My rear protecting treasure artifact was almost pierced through. Changshu was stunned and confused. I clearly didn't use any force, yet I almost truly pierced through his rear protecting treasure artifact. With a sound, a flash of green light swiftly passed by. Changshu's opponent twisted around to strike at him. He was full of vigor, slashing out a series of sword strikes. Changshu nimbly dodged them all. The onlookers couldn't help but be surprised. Senior brother Liu actually blocked that rear attack. Changshu used Earth Escape again. They cheered him on. "Go senior brother Liu. Pull him out again. Then drain his spiritual power dry. His total spiritual power is less than yours. Wear him down." The battle dragged on for 3 hours, but everyone was still excited, awaiting the birth of the hero who would defeat the rear stabbing assailant. But the actual content of the match was extremely boring, just Changshu using Earth Escape to dodge an ambush. Changshu used Earth Escape again, the lower half of his body sinking into the ground. Then, the Wolf Fang staff's ambush was blocked by Saizi's rear protecting treasure artifact. Changshu consumed a lot of spiritual power, but he again thrust the staff at his opponent's armor piece. Finally, Liu Cixi landed a blow that sent Changshu flying out of the ground. He quickly swung his sword around his body to protect himself. After 3 hours of repeating those same steps, at this moment, a sharp sword was at Changshu's throat. He quickly said, "I lose, my spiritual power is exhausted." The elders walked over to announce the result, the victor Liu Cixi. He panted heavily, thinking, "This defensive match should be able to offset some of the vicious image I accidentally created the last few times, right?" Actually, that wasn't sweat, but Changshu using a water attribute spell to disguise it. After the match ended, Changshu said, "As agreed, I will give this Wolf Fang staff to junior brother Liu as a memento." He reached out to take it. Senior brother Li. He looked as if he had completely awakened. Through this match, junior brother Liu made me realize that a cultivator cannot rely on powerful magic tools, but must rely on one's own willpower to achieve victory. Gigi wanted to speak but couldn't get a word in. Senior brother Li. Then he turned and walked away under the twilight. And now my image as a great man who knew his mistakes and corrected them was firmly established. He stared deep in thought, unable to use magical artifacts and having to win with his own strength. He brushed everything aside and said, "What nonsense are you talking? If you have a treasure of this level and don't use it, you are truly an idiot." He was gleefully about to try it out when a hand reached out and said, "Let me see that treasure staff of yours, child." Juju suddenly appeared and snatched the iron staff. Changshu had just forgotten. This staff had already been reserved by his grandmaster uncle. "Sorry about that, Cizi." He struggled and wanted to say, "Master uncle." He watched helplessly as the staff was taken away, thinking to himself, "I didn't even get a chance to warm it in my hand." Changshu was very satisfied with the match. He smiled joyfully, saying goodbye to the tool that sullied his reputation. Suddenly, Juju came running from somewhere. "Changshu!" She pulled out the iron staff and said excitedly, "How could you give a treasure to an outsider? I got it back for you, but I have to play with it for a couple of days first." He looked at the staff, which now seemed terrifying, and thought to himself, I knew it, didn't I? Even if the method changes, I will definitely return to you. He quickly shouted, don't you come over here. As the matches progressed, most disciples had already fought with all their might. On the 6th and 7th days, the sect's internal tournament continued non-stop. The list for the preliminary round gradually emerged, and the stands were packed with spectators. Changshu naturally held his place in the list of 360, relying only on the talismans he had. His junior sister was unlucky, however, as Ling Yi lost another match. In the final 5 days, she had to win at least 3 matches. A hand tossed him a flask, accompanied by the words, Changshu, you've worked hard. Changshu caught it and replied, thank you. He drank the entire flask in one go. I stood nearby and said, the tournament format of the Immortal Sect is truly intense. I don't even have time to speak with Huang. While he was healing his injuries, he mumbled, actually, my match lasted longer than the usual time for such duels, so I can't really blame them. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Yi beside him seemed to notice it too. The two turned to look at each other and shouted, you sense it too? Yes, brother Changshu. A formidable figure has come to the Sea God Temple. The Sea God Temple was located in the southern Jambudvipa continent, with a very large statue above the shrine. A certain man was hiding in a nearby bamboo grove, thinking, luckily, I left a paper avatar here to keep watch. According to his observation, a formidable figure seemed to have arrived inside the temple. Even the guard's cultivation was at the heavenly immortal realm. That person was talking with Mugong. Having looked at many deities of the southern Jambudvipa continent, not counting the ones bought and worshipped, only this place is somewhat decent. He respectfully asked again, have you already chosen this place, Your Majesty? He tapped his fan on his palm and said, let's look a bit more. He was quite satisfied. There's even a dragon clan participating here. These dragons are arrogant by nature, relying on their ancient foreign lineage. I do not wish to speak with them. Then he led his men out. This temple taught mortals to be good, protected their well-being, accrued merits for the good, and punished evildoers. While he was swaying his fan, someone picked up a book lying on the ground. It's a bit presumptuous to forcibly take the merits of the underworld's reincarnation cycle. No matter how you look at it, it feels somewhat wrong. The old man dusted off the book and asked, fellow Daoist, did this book fall from you? He immediately replied, I have never seen this book before. Why would I have dropped it? The man presented the book titled The Teachings of the Sea God and asked again, fellow Daoist, if you have never seen this book, how did you know to ask if it was yours? He reached out and took the book from the old man, and he began to flip through the pages reading. Turning to a certain page, he stopped, staring intently at the content. He muttered, isn't the content of this book exactly what I need? He then asked the elder, this book is truly fateful for me. Fellow Daoist rushed to present this book to me. Did you recognize who I am? The elder replied, I know in my heart, but my eyes do not. You should be at the 9 Heavens Palace, yet you appear here. You must have come for my incense and offerings. Several bamboo groves here swayed gently in the wind. He smiled. Since you have revealed yourself to meet me, don't tell me you have a request, he said softly. If that's the case, why not come in your true form and instead send a paper man? The people behind were shocked. So this Taoist was actually a paper avatar. To compress an incarnation to this level was truly unimaginable. Then the old man clasped his hands and said, I am left with no choice. He bowed respectfully. I beg your majesty to be merciful and forgive me. He presented a scroll. He immediately wanted to take him elsewhere. It is somewhat unsuitable for us to talk here. How about we go to a truly beautiful place? That scroll was a secret realm treasure map called the Dwelling in the Fuchun Mountains painting. He told the elder, let us move into the painting and talk more in detail. Suddenly the elder had an idea. I must pique his curiosity and at the same time form a good karmic connection, but I must not drag in other unrelated causes and effects. Then the two of them stepped into the painting together. First, he would make a few wild guesses, try the effect, and then think. The sunlight shone down on a roof within the painting. On the other side, a waterfall cascaded down onto the rocks below. The elder was astonished by the charming scenery of mountains and rivers within the painting. This truly was a suitable place to relax and discuss the affairs of the world. Your Majesty, please take a seat. He replied softly, yes, sir. He tapped the page of a book and asked, revere the sages, respect the Taoist sects, promote the human religion. What do these mean? The elder explained. These are celebrations set up for the 3 saints of the Taoist sect, proposing to hold the grandest celebration for the leader of the human religion. Firmly relying on this support, this matter concerned the face of a saint. He nodded. Our ideas are quite similar. He asked again, then what about set the heavenly rules, establish the heavenly punishment, and clarify the heavenly principles? The elder explained in detail once more, to perfect the rules of the heavenly court, and be well prepared to use the heavenly rules to bind the 3 realms at any time. After talking for a while, both found they truly suited each other. The Lord of the Teaching and I truly regret meeting too late. Then the two of them stepped out of the painting together. The elder greeted him and left. "This poor Taoist will not disturb your grace any longer. I take my leave." He also greeted him back. "I still hope you will carefully consider what we just discussed, fellow Taoist." He was very pleased with the conversation, never having thought that someone who understood his heart would be merely a local deity. Mugong still followed, listening to him speak. "A worthy person like this, if he could stay by my side often, the difficulties of the heavenly court over 10,000 years could be solved." Mugong worriedly said, "But your majesty, this old servant has been thinking it over and finds it strange. We cannot deduce any information about this person's identity at all. We only know he is the leader of the South Sea God sect, has some connections with the Dragon and Wu tribes, and nothing else." But his majesty was still satisfied. "I speculated earlier and discovered that he is likely a person from the human religion." Then he ordered a king to submit a memorial, summon the deities of the Anan continent to the heavens, and then lead the discussion to the Sea God sect. He heard the order to respond. The old minister obeyed the emperor's command. "Could it be that you intended to use an imperial decree to force me to appear?" Continued to leave and said he would not do narrow-minded things. If he offered a good strategy, he would be given an incarnation of the Four Seas Sea God. Mugong, come to the Nanhai Sea God sect later to meet him. This heavenly court lacks people, but it does not lack heavenly merit. Over here, the two siblings Changshu were sharing their feelings deep in the forest. The senior brother felt some pressure because the Continental War was about to begin. Changshu held his chest and thought, was his boast to the Jade Emperor today a bit too much? Luckily, upon careful reflection, there were no loopholes in his words. He felt a bit satisfied, panicked, and flustered. By the old man above, it seemed he had tricked this young emperor. Ling Yi spoke, but he kept letting his mind wander, causing her to call him several times. "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" He startled and said his cultivation had hit a bottleneck. "It's nothing, don't worry." She told him her troubles. Choosing 108 out of 360 people was a huge pressure. Could she borrow the excuse of an enlightenment to reveal a bit more of her actual cultivation? Changshu agreed with her but said she must pay attention to the details. If she did it, she had to do it right. Later, Changshu would regret this decision. On the second day of the competition, Ling Yi quietly pondered the details of the enlightenment. Sister Ju opened her eyes, secretly adjusted the second copy of the turtle breath and equilibrium key technique, creating an unstable breathing state. The surrounding disciples were astonished. Ling Yi, junior sister, was actually breaking through during battle, truly worthy of being a high-level celestial cat. Changshu also noticed her. He was slightly worried. His junior sister's act seemed a bit too much now. Suddenly he panicked. No, she was genuinely breaking through during battle, and she chose this very moment. The girl fighting him suddenly rushed forward. "You still dare to be distracted while sparring? Do you look down on me?" He clicked his tongue and thought, damn it, he could only risk exposure to protect Ling Yi's breakthrough, because seeking a breakthrough in such a complex environment was very easy to be disturbed. Ling Yi at this moment still didn't know what was about to happen. Changshu feared she would later suffer a key deviation. He decisively thought, damn it, he could only risk exposure to protect Ling Yi. He could not let her have the slightest danger of a key deviation. Changshu focused for now. He had to deal with that girl quickly to go help Ling Yi. That girl looked at him in shock. Why had his aura suddenly become so dangerous? Changshu pulled out a new talisman. Over here, Ling Yi suddenly let out a cry, and she returned to a normal state. The disciples, still not over their shock, shouted loudly, breaking through during battle. Someone actually did it. Ling Yi, junior sister, is amazing. Changshu breathed a sigh of relief. This girl really made people worry. Luckily, the breakthrough was smooth, and he didn't need to expose himself. But Changshu relaxed too soon. Ling Yi showed a proud smile. I really am a genius too, breaking through successfully in this situation. Crowd cheered for her, breaking through 6 levels at once, stepping into the 5th level of the returning Void Realm in one go. What kind of divine talent is this? The Duxian sect is about to gain a prodigy in cultivation. Ling Yi was startled. What? 5th level of the returning Void Realm. She panicked in fear. Damn it, the turtle breath and equilibrium key technique had lost its effect due to the sudden realm breakthrough. Her real cultivation was exposed. What to do now? She was extremely anxious. She fell into deep thought, her senior brother's century-long plan ruined by a single breakthrough. How did I even get that enlightenment? 2 hours later, Changshu's match ended. The result was, winner, Changshu. Seeing him, she quickly said, senior brother, you worked hard. Listen to my explanation. Changshu put on a serious expression. No need to worry. I am very generous. You just need to copy the scriptures 3,600 times carefully after returning. Hearing the punishment, Ling Yi was terrified. I was wrong. He walked away, making her run after him, calling out, senior brother, wait for me. But Changshu this time was very serious about the 3 rules of keeping distance. She then cried without speaking, what should I do? Senior brother is truly angry this time. Will he not care about me anymore? Elder Zhou appeared and called out to her, Ling Yi of Xiaoqiang Peak. I am Elder Zhou of the main peak. I just saw your battle breakthrough, and with your talent you deserve better resources. She turned around and asked, what do you mean? She began to recruit her. I want you to join the main peak. The main peak will definitely give you resources and opportunities that Xiaosong Peak cannot match. Ling Yi asked in a daze, recruit me? Changshu, who had just left, now felt worried. His junior sister was indeed noticed by the higher-ups. The main peak's conditions were indeed something Xiaosong Peak couldn't match. Could junior sister possibly? But Ling Yi hesitated. Changshu now felt regretful. I shouldn't have been so harsh just now, Ling Yi. Suddenly he heard her say, forgive me for refusing. Elder Zhou asked in shock, what? Do you know what this means you will miss out on? Ling Yi said firmly, I know, but this disciple does not like immortality, nor does she care for vain things. I only wish to often stay by one person's side. If the sect does not allow it, Ling Yi requests to be demoted to the mortal world with no regrets. Her eyes showed a determination from the depths of her heart. Hearing this, Elder Zhou understood somewhat. Very well, I understand your resolve. I only wanted to ask your opinion. I had no intention of forcing you. Youth is truly wonderful. She even covered her mouth and teased her. Also, your senior brother has been staring intently this way for a while. Changshu called out, was startled. I've been discovered. Ling Yi quickly ran after Changshu. Senior brother, senior brother. He still pretended to be strict and said, what is it? Ling Yi knowingly asked, you were very worried just now, weren't you? Changshu shyly pretended nothing was wrong, not at all. Tile roof appeared in the space. The Duxian sect provided rest for the envoys of Jin Ao Dao. The head of the 10 heaven administrators of Jin Ao Dao, Qin Wan, said seriously, Ao Yi, I feel that re-establishing relations with the Duxian sect by just inviting them for a meeting is not enough. I have prepared several gifts to be bestowed upon the top 3 disciples. He took a sip of tea and said, right, there are extra gifts. Take them to your friend. What was your friend's name again? Lili something. Ao Yi immediately replied, Uncle Qin. His name is Changshu. Hearing that name, he immediately fell into thought. Changshu sounds familiar. Last time, Ao Yi sparred with someone at the Duxian sect and was forced to admit defeat. Who was that? Ao Yi didn't look away. His emotions were very excited. That person is senior brother Changshu. Senior brother Changshu's escape technique can be said to be peerless and unparalleled. Qin Wan smiled because he found it interesting. You two truly became friends through fighting. He was very curious in his heart. Why are you still so happy after being beaten? He still kept boasting about him. Senior brother Changshu is not only unmatched in escape techniques, but his talisman and formation skills have also reached the realm of transformation. Qin Wan was even more surprised upon hearing this. Does the Duxian sect still have a hidden talent of this level? That man raised a finger and counted one by one. Back then, Yu Henji and another junior sister ran into the linked formation of Xiaoqiang Peak. You were all trapped inside. He then remembered that Daoist from before, and even later, Henji's own master was also trapped in the linked formation that senior brother Changshu set up. Hearing this, that man couldn't help but stand up in shock and shout, what? Even junior brother Yuanzi was trapped. Before even becoming an immortal, the formation he set up could trap a heavenly immortal. Qin Wan grew more and more curious about this young man. It seems I must bring someone along to go see what kind of character this Changshu is. Ling Yi was still lost in her own thoughts. Watching her senior brother's figure holding a ruler was just too handsome. Meanwhile, Changshu was still immersed in using his defensive enchantment, Grand Immortal Qin. I heard everything you said. The 10 Heaven Army's reputation is illustrious. Is he just being eccentric or what? He turned to look at Ling Yi, who was being punished to copy scriptures for exposing her cultivation. Copy them seriously. He returned to this contemplative train of thought. As a high-grade gold immortal of the primordial era, why would he argue with a mere disciple like me? Or perhaps he had some ulterior motive. Yu Wu rushed over and shouted loudly, Changshu, my good nephew, quickly follow me. A group of experts have come for your linked formations. This time you make a name for yourself. He was also surprised to see him, Uncle Master Ji Wu. As he approached, the old man firmly grasped his hand, including several gold immortals and a group of heavenly immortals. No delays allowed. Ji Wu happily, seriously, and confidently said, I will not go and bring shame to Duxian sect. But Changshu was suspicious this time. Let me stay and think of a way to trick them. I will not go over there. Changshu had no choice but to make up an excuse. I still have to stay at Ling Yi classroom for detention. I do not want to go. Never mind, he still dragged him away. Not going now would be the true shame. Little Ling Yi is very disciplined. She does not need you there. Changshu still did not give up, hurriedly finding another reason. Uncle Master, I still have 2 magical competitions yet to take. In truth, deep down he had another concern. If my complex great formation is exposed, I will have formed a karmic bond with the 10 heavenly lords. Ji Wu suddenly realized something and asked, alright, you still have the grand competition. Changshu quickly quickly nodded. That is right, that is right. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled brightly. Forgot to tell you, the next 2 matches have been counted as your victories. No need to worry about not attending the Yuanliu 3 sect's Grand Assembly. Isn't it great? It had come to this, Changshu knew he had no way out. Damn it. At this very moment, within the central Lingxiu treasure hall of the 8th heaven, my esteemed ministers, as Mugong said, currently the 5 regions are in chaos, establishing spirit temples and offering sacrifices to false gods, violating the rules of the celestial realm. The heavenly emperor appeared sorrowful, but our heavenly court currently lacks sufficient troops and cannot casually launch a punitive campaign. Do my esteemed ministers have any strategies? Several officials began to whisper among themselves, why hold such a serious meeting, just gloss over it for now. That is right. Another immortal tried to evade reality. Do not call on me, do not call on me. The person beside him sat with closed eyes, ignoring the world, indifferent to everything. The heavenly emperor continued to voice his opinion, accepting those false gods into the heavenly court with positions of true deities. I find it inappropriate. This undermines our authority. Those below smiled flatteringly. Your Majesty is wise. He smiled with satisfaction. Just as I was traveling in the mortal realm, I came across a talented person who could assist in this matter. Over there, within the linked formation ground of Xiaoqiao Peak, the great immortals had all gathered. They were standing in the forest. The layout of this place could be called a masterstroke. It was the familiar scene, the familiar scent, and the same lost signboard. Li Wuyo said proudly, this is our Duxian sect disciple Changshu, the creator of the linked formation. Qinwan, what do you think? Qinwan was still writing nonstop, ingenious. He kept looking left and right, praising without end, borrowing the method of interconnecting formation cores and transferring nearby formation arrays. Truly ingenious. So very ingenious. In his heart, he screamed, I want to obtain it so badly. If I refine such a formation core and use the method to set it up, I fear even a gold immortal could be trapped. Qinwan pointed to the treasure-laden bed nearby. Headmaster Li Wuyao, I wish to exchange these treasures for the method of setting up this linked formation. I wonder if it is permissible. Li Wuyao was contemplating and weighing the matter. A small formation technique for handling formation cores in exchange for these treasures is an excellent deal. But the sect has not yet fully mastered this formation art. If it is handed over and Qinwan deciphers it first, would that not be a threat? Changshu's mind was in turmoil. He told himself silently, do not agree. Quickly say this is the secret art of transferring formations from the human sect. Headmaster, if Qinwan obtains the key points of the formations I set up and upgrades them into the 10 extreme great formation, which might trigger the device of the 12 golden immortals of the G sect during the great cataclysm of the investiture, I really do not want to be dragged into such a huge karmic consequence. Yu Wu hurriedly called out to Li Wuyao, still maintaining a respectful attitude. Headmaster. He laughed heartily with a triumphant expression. Changshu had long since offered this method of formation core interconnection to the sect, so you can rest assured and make the exchange. We have already studied it thoroughly. Li Wuyao seemed to understand as well. Having said that, he turned and smiled at Qinwan. Qinwan, I will have Changshu copy down this method for you shortly. That man was left speechless. That old fox only brings it out because he knows his own sect has good things. Jiwu looked at him with a smug expression. How about it, nephew Changshu? I got you a good deal, didn't I? But his face had already darkened. Thank you, Uncle Master. I would rather not have such a deal. Qinwan was fumbling in his sleeve. I cannot take such a good thing for nothing, or my heart will find it hard to be at ease. He brought out a jade flute. This is too precious. But he still insisted the youth take it. I hope my friend will not refuse. You have rendered great service in guiding my formation research. The jade flute was emitting a glow, a postnatal spiritual treasure, the white jade flute. Changshu accepted the flute and wept with emotion. Comrade Qinwan truly knows how to use a little sweetener to soothe a heavily wounded little heart. With this white jade flute, the planning of Xiaoqiao Peak's comprehensive great formation can be completed ahead of schedule, by at least 3 parts. Yu Wu was overly excited, boasting about him endlessly. Changshu not only has a unique style in formations, but in pill refinement as well. He immediately shut his mouth, and Li Wuyao coughed a few times. He now had to speak a few words to control the situation. Little Wu, take Changshu to get 300 years worth of Moon Palace materials as a reward. In the future, let Changshu freely use the formation arts, and if he lacks materials or treasures, he can have the 100 product hall allocate them. Understanding his intent, the youth also said, let us go quickly, Uncle Master. Jiwu heard this and dared not disobey. Yes, Headmaster. The old headmaster said to himself with a broken heart, there are still outsiders here. You cannot speak excitedly and recklessly like that. Not long after, Headmaster Li Wuyao led the few old immortals on their clouds back to the Jade Terrace, continuing to admire the gifts. Another day later, the intersect competition reached the most anticipated part for the championship of the Heavenly Stems round. This was also the conclusion of this grand assembly. Changshu held in his hand the placards, Winner, Changshu. Announcements followed in succession. Winner, Changshu. Winner Changshu. Changshu stood there with a heroic posture. The Heavenly Stems battle had only just begun, and Changshu's cultivation at the first level of the Tao-seeking realm had already exhausted a bit of his effort. But in the end, relying on his escape techniques and using all his skills, he managed to win 3 matches. I must finally put a period to this legendary painting of mine. I have to bring out my Oscar-worthy performance. This is my farewell show here at this grand assembly. At this moment, he had already planned it out in his head, hoping to meet a suitable opponent to conveniently display his acting. The match announcer opened the book and read aloud, "The next match." The young man below was shouting nonstop, "Changshu wins, Changshu wins. I bet half a year's worth of offerings Changshu is the dark horse, high risk but high reward." Sword was tightly gripped in her hand. "Changshu, prepare for battle." A familiar woman appeared on the arena. "Juan Ya," he said with a serious expression, "I concede." But inside he was ecstatic. It really was the heavens helping me by matching me with Juan Ya. I do not even need to act. Directly conceding will arouse no suspicion about my strength. The one who had just announced the match was also shocked. The winner, Juan Ya. The youths who had just placed bets felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They picked up their blades and swords, ready to fight him to the death. "That bet. Which bastard opened it? Isn't this our money? Pay up. Why did you concede without even fighting? You coward." "I suspect Changshu is faking it. I must report this to the Baifan Hall." What they did not expect was that the youth on the arena, the anonymous person who opened the bet and made a killing, was Changshu himself. CZ immediately stepped forward to defend him. "I have fought against senior brother Li before. I admire his fighting spirit. You all cannot slander him like this. Besides, you think he could actually beat Xuanya?" That youth suddenly froze. Changshu versus Xuanya. Those 3 youths could not help but collapse. "Cannot win. There is no winning. It is far too difficult. Let's not try to take advantage of Changshu. Just stay away from the gambling table." He was just about to turn and leave when she called out, "Senior brother Changshu." She extended her hand with a look of melancholy and a very apologetic expression on her face. Her attitude made him break out in a cold sweat. Where did this meekness from Xuanya come from? I understand her less and less these days. Thinking this, he still reached out and shook Xuanya's hand. That youth also stopped overthinking it. "Forget it. I have never understood the actions of junior sister Yugan. Changshu cannot continue fighting because he cannot defeat Xuanya." 3 days later, the lively intersect grand competition officially came to a close. The people below were filled with great anticipation. "Thank you all for your hard work and efforts over the past month. The sweat shed today will become the nourishment that cultivates Duxian sect." Lai Wuyo shouted loudly from above, "Here I declare." The people below were continuously shouting. The intersect grand competition of Duxian sect is now concluded. Ji Yuan welcomed his 2 disciples with choked emotion. Changshu, Ling Yi. The 3 of them, master and disciples, embraced each other in tears. "You 2 are my pride. Well done, you have worked hard." Ling Ke looked at him with sparkling eyes. Ling Yi's achievement ranked 39th. Changshu couldn't stop grinning. His own competition rank was 18. Ke Yuan shed tears of joy. He must burn incense for the founding master when he returned. 2 clouds drifted in the sky. The immortal competition assembly had ended, and everyone had to return to Golden Ao Island. Ao Ye said sternly with a loud shout, "Brother Changshu, just cultivate with peace of mind." He patted his chest with determination. "Leave all other matters to me." Changshu rummaged in his pocket. "I still have something to give you." He took out 2 small pouches. Inside were some paintings. "Consider them my recent cherished works." He looked at the other party and smiled. "There is also a brocade pouch. It might help with your troubles." He took it full of anticipation. "Thank you, brother Changshu." The young man was very eager to see what was inside. Changshu sat on a literary cloud amidst drifting mist and smoke. Now he bid farewell to Ao Yi. They would meet again someday. That young man also said goodbye, wishing him good health. The bamboo groves rustled in the wind at the sea god temple in southern region Wenling. In the middle of the bamboo forest stood a house and a stone statue. Mu Gong had come again. Mu Gong spoke happily in front of the stone statue. Last time the Jade Emperor conversed with the sea god, he gained many insights. The sea god humbly replied, "Your Majesty flatters me." The elder smiled and recounted. A few days ago, during the assembly of the Immortal Treasure Hall, His Majesty issued a decree to pacify the southern sea god. Those firefly shadows witnessed everything. An imperial edict would arrive here in a few days. The sea god's expression turned serious. "A few days could be a short time or a long time. I ask you to be clear. How long until the edict arrives? Give me a specific time." How infuriating. Mu Gong's expression was calm, but his words made one want to faint. Fast would be 100 years. Slow would be 200 or 300 years. Most of the heavenly court's godly positions are vacant. The heavenly Dao relies solely on His Majesty. He thought of Changshu's carefree life. The heavenly court position was too stable. A civil servant's life was secure. He outwardly maintained composure. There is no need to rush this. Even 1,000 years would be fine. Mugong humbly sought guidance. Fellow Taoist, you are knowledgeable. Can you show this poor priest a bright path? If possible, this poor priest will offer a great reward. He merely lightly tapped the other's shoulder. I cannot help. This matter depends on how far you, fellow Taoist, can retreat. Mugong looked hopeful. As long as I don't worry about my life, ensuring a long life fruit is enough. The sea god gently advised at this moment. Do not rush things, retreat 3 steps and a good opportunity will come. You must cast aside your worries. Absolutely do not be impatient. This only made him more curious. May I ask, what are these 3 steps? The sea god turned and walked away without looking back. Farewell to you. The heavenly secret cannot be revealed. 2 people were secretly mingling on Golden Owl Island. Go for it, second prince with charm and money. Master Hanji would surely agree, right? Yi presented the fresh flowers. Hanji, his face was full of sincerity. I like you. Hanji was startled. Little martial uncle, Yi likes me. She shook her head. I am very glad, but I am sorry. I have always seen you as a younger brother. You are a good person. I hope you find someone better. Yi was stunned with grief upon hearing this. Seen as a younger brother? Seeing this, the gossip squad left disappointed. It is over, it is over. Let us scram, it has already ended. Yi looked at the wilted flower in his hand in disappointment. Seen as a younger brother, I only look younger. After bathing in the dragon pool, why have I not grown bigger? Remembering the item Changshu gave him, he opened it. Right, I still have the brocade pouch brother Changshu gave me. Could there be a secret to growing tall inside? Changshu's trials have been 100% effective. What immediately caught his eye was the text on the card. Forced feelings cannot last long. Seeing this, Yi felt even more pained. Perhaps my destiny is to be alone. I should obediently focus on cultivation. That day Yi was heartbroken, temporarily letting go of romantic matters. Changshu walked with a heart full of content. The sea god sect is strong, and he has a heavenly court divine position. Everything is going smoothly. It is time to check on the harvest of the pets I raised. He counted and wondered, that is not right. Why are the numbers of my little pets so few? He looked at them with tears in his eyes. 1, 2. Why do my precious spirit beasts all look so miserable? So many are missing, unless someone stole the spirit beasts. Juju said excitedly. Today little Ya finally came for a meal. Are there any cute spirit beasts offering themselves up willingly? Ling Yi stared wide-eyed at her martial uncle. There are none. Then she picked up a terrified spirit beast. But this one looks like it has a heart demon already. We need to help it find release early. She chattered on, steamed or braised, which would be tastier. Meanwhile, the terrified spirit beast shouted loudly, Little Ling Yi, behind you. The girl was naive and unaware of the danger. What is behind me? Changshu shouted angrily, Lin Ling Yi. She was startled. I am doomed. I have been exposed. Ling Yi looked timidly at her senior brother. Senior brother, I was wrong. Just then, someone entered and called out loudly, Wait, senior brother Changshu. Xuanya rushed over, afraid of a misunderstanding. It was me who liked the spirit beasts. She instigated Ling Yi to find reasons to turn them into food. Changshu was speechless upon seeing this, truly worthy of Xuanya, getting involved in everything. He put on a penitent expression. Xuanye is willing to accept any punishment from senior brother. Do not blame martial uncle Jiu and Ling Yi. It is all my fault. Changshu just sighed helplessly. Was it good? Xuanya nodded sheepishly. It was good. Jiu showed clear displeasure. Little Changshu, it is just eating a few of your spirit beasts. Is that so wrong? I will trade you some precious spirit stones for them. I am a rich martial uncle. Changshu replied. Martial uncle, your treasures have already transformed into another form by your side. My money pouch has been completely emptied by you. Jiu said angrily. Fine then. I will pay off the debt with my body. This martial uncle will go all the way with you. Changshu looked his martial uncle up and down with scrutinizing eyes. This disciple has always respected you from head to toe, without any improper thoughts. She blushed and scolded. Nonsense. I meant helping you refine pills and formations. Changshu cheerfully flicked her forehead. You have already eaten my things. Am I supposed to ask everyone to throw it up? He then drew them a magnificent pavilion. The 3 of you helped me build a 3-story pavilion here. We will call it even. Everyone must work hard to repay the debt. A few days later, they hung a sign between 2 trees. Us workers have strength. Ling Yi and Juju were carrying trees, breathless with exertion. Damn it, I suspect the 3 of us have been tricked into being coolies again. Changshu appeared and waved. Junior sister, come over, help me pull this a bit. Leave this pavilion for martial uncle Juju to build. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi abandoned her martial uncle who was being crushed by a tree and ran over. Yes, how can I help you, senior brother? Changshu had created a heart-burning immortal pill. Replace the Jade Star stimulation insects with love goo, using a bewitching method. One look at me and the person will be identified, and the fire in their heart will burn their body. He held up a glossy black pill. "Help me test the effect of this medicine." Changshu took out a picture of a handsome man. "Did any image appear in your heart?" Ling Yi tilted her head innocently. "A portrait is just a portrait. What image should appear?" He lowered the painting, looking displeased. "This pill has no effect on people with a specific target." Ling Yi looked at him, her eyes filled with hearts. "Senior brother." Her heart pounded. "What is going on?" "Senior brother's face is more handsome than usual today. I want to devour him so badly." Changshu panicked and quickly pulled out a clarity pill. Clarity pill. A moment later, Ling Yi kept waving her hand and asked the senior brother what he had just done, if he wanted to dual cultivate. There was actually no need to use this method, just speak up. The two of them were out for a walk and cultivating together. "Do not overthink it. I was just testing some pills for master." Ling Yi was still eager to help, asking if she should take that pill to test it with her spiritual sense. Changshu cleared his throat and told her to go do her work. She pouted and said he did not dare. A few days later, Linhai Town became noticeably more lively with the year-end clearance sales. Master and disciple Changshu were taking a walk when he pointed and told his master to look at that female cultivator who was making eyes at them. The woman saw them and acted shy, saying that Brother Soy across the street was looking this way. Ji Yuan stroked his chin and said, "Do not make useless pulls." He asked Changshu what exactly he wanted to do by making him take back his middle-aged appearance and go out with him. But in his heart, he was also nervous, wondering if there really was a female cultivator making eyes at him. Changshu smiled slyly and said he really wanted to find a bit of romantic luck for his master to help him forget his past love, but outwardly, he only dared to lie and say that using the master's appearance to exorcise demons with Uncle Master Jiu Wu might have buried some hidden dangers that needed to be eliminated. Suddenly, a woman ran over and called out for the Taoist to stop his steps. She looked at him with a flirtatious intent, wanting Ting to find a quiet and secluded place to say a few words of flowery poetry and chrysanthemum sharing. Yuan's face darkened, and he said bluntly that he had nothing to say to the Taoist. Before long, many women came over to entice him in all sorts of ways, frightening him so much that he wondered what was wrong with this town. Had Dongsheng Wenling become so open-minded? Changshu held the pill in his hand, realizing that the effect of the heart fire scorch was indeed not small. He was startled when he saw the pill suddenly shatter, even though it had been intact just a moment ago. A hand swung over and slapped the woman's cheek. Changshu wondered if he had opened the lid too many times, causing the medicinal properties to destabilize and the pill to break. Another slap made the girl cry out in pain. The medicinal properties seemed to have burst out a bit. A large man over to him, lustfully saying, "Come back to the cave dwelling with me to be my Dao companion." Ji Yuan was so scared he burst into tears, crying out that he did not want to. It seemed like something very large was running over. Surrounding townspeople panicked and fled, shouting that a spirit beast on the street was going berserk. From far away, a blurry cloud of dust reaching high into the sky approached. Everyone shouted for each other to run quickly. Changshu had not expected the heart fire scorch to also work on spirit beasts and demon beasts. He frantically grabbed his master and ran very fast, shouting, "Run quickly, master, our little Qiang Peak cannot handle this." Changshu lay sprawled on the bed, his soul seeming to have left his body, crying out that his behind was about to be beaten to pieces by his master. Ling Yi rambled beside him about how cultivating the Tao required enduring the rod to become independent, and immortality required peace. That was the reason the senior brother was beaten by the master for a full 4 hours afterwards. She then asked what he had done. He recalled the scene of his master using the fly whisk to spank his bottom, scolding him for daring to use his master as a test subject for pills. Was he tired of living? Changshu cried out in pain and admitted his fault. Ling Yi's face looked dangerous as she asked if she should rub it for him. It would heal quickly. Changshu quickly waved his hand to refuse, saying the minor injuries would heal on their own. He lay still and asked his junior sister to go find little uncle, telling her not to let him come, or he would cause further damage. Ling Yi glanced back gently and then left. Sound came from inside the cabinet. With a bang, a paper effigy appeared. He had been prepared to be beaten. How could he use his true body? Changshu closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Even though the process had gone unexpectedly, the master's spirits had probably lifted. He sat inside the alchemy furnace, telling himself he should have known better and used a third-turn spirit pill instead of this flawed one. His true body was still in the alchemy room watching the drama, that sneaky bastard Changshu. Half a month later, Jiu rushed over shouting for Changshu to come out quickly. The hero's heart pill had a problem. Changshu looked at his uncle master in confusion, saying clearly he had just taken 2 bottles half a month ago. It was not yet delivery day. Jiu said it was not about demanding goods, but that the hero's heart pill was having issues. The man who used the pill was roaring, saying that an elder at the heavenly immortal realm became mentally sluggish and behaved wildly after using the hero's heart pill. He stood on the railing, spreading his arms and shouting that he was a bird, wanting to fly high. His wife had to pull him back with all her might, calling for her husband to come down quickly. Jiwoo was worried that the matter had alarmed the Supreme Elder and did not know what to do. Changshu asked if he was sure the other party was afflicted because of using our hero's heart pill. Jiwoo scratched his head and said according to Uncle Master Wan, that was indeed the case. Changshu's face showed interest, and he said let us go over there to take a look. Anyone daring to frame me is dead for sure. Changshu hurried to the place where the incident occurred, using a spoon to scatter the pill in order to examine the condition of the hero's heart pill. The people around saw this and started whispering, asking Changshu if he was okay. Why did a stable pill have this hidden danger? He told everyone not to make a fuss. After a period of analysis, Changshu found that the cause was Elder Qiao taking another pill with similar medicinal properties within 3 days of using the hero's heart pill, resulting in an overdose that drove him mad. Wan Lin's eyes were red with fury as he said he would go find Elder Qiao's magical artifacts to clear Changshu's name. The few disciples, scared to tears, meekly agreed. Outside, the sky was still blue and the sun still golden. Elder Wan found Aoyi's storage pouch, but aside from the hero's heart pill, there were no other pills inside. Changshu poured the pills from the bottle out, recognizing that these were not regular hero's heart pills, nor the kind he had refined. Wan Lin was still angry, saying Changshu's pills were stable. Why did these 2 pills emit a strange aura? Wan Lin grabbed Elder Qiao and scolded him, asking if he was trying to frame Changshu, saying he would poison him to death. Elder Qiao cried and protested his innocence, saying he knew nothing. Li Wuyo saw the tension and advised Elder Wan to calm down. Changshu's suspicion had been cleared, so let Elder Qiao go before he got shaken to death. Changshu calmly explained the logic, saying it should not be blown out of proportion. The person who refined this pill must be a senior within the sect, and because the disciples' cultivation was low and production was small, someone analyzed the pill recipe and refined it themselves. The root cause still lies with the disciple. Even though the other party was foaming at the mouth, Wan Lin was still fuming with anger, only knowing how to comfort the good person in bed. Li Wuyo saw this scene and sighed, lamenting how they protected each other too much. Changshu held the mortar and pestle with a gloomy face, saying the disciple would immediately dedicate the hero's heart pill to the 100 mortal hull, and from now on it would be refined by the sect to avoid bad karma and escape disaster. Changshu sent a voice transmission to Jiwoo, saying later Uncle Master should find an excuse to go outside. The disciple has something to say. Jiwoo replied that it was fine. Changshu below waved his hand and shouted loudly, calling for Uncle Master Jiwoo. Jiwoo sent over a floating cloud and asked Changshu what he wanted to say. Changshu got straight to the point, saying he remembered that on Dan Ting Peak there was a sect steward named Fei Xian, and he suspected that this matter was related to him. At this moment, Fei Xian was still smiling brightly while holding several bottles. Jiwoo heard this and was thunderstruck, asking how a sect steward could do such a thing. Changshu must think carefully. Jiwoo, still dazed, asked again if Changshu's speculation had any basis. Changshu confidently replied that of course it did. 10+ days ago, Wan Lin walked into the room and praised Changshu as a genius, saying the hero's heart pill had mild medicinal properties yet clear effects. He observed the pill and said it was no wonder he was the disciple that made Dan Ting Peak proud. Changshu warily corrected him, saying the disciple was a person of Little Kyong Peak. Changshu was astonished to see the pill, asking the disciple did not remember giving any hero's heart pill to Uncle Master Wan. Wan Lin admitted he never had. This pill came from Fei Xian. He recalled that when he was feeling down and wanted to study the hero's heart pill, Fei Xian had taken out 1 pill and smiled, saying the disciple had one, gifting it to the elder. Fei Xian showed a respectful attitude, saying he hoped Elder Wan would not reveal that the disciple had a hero's heart pill, as it would be very awkward if outsiders knew. Hearing this, Changshu sighed deeply with frustration, but he still revealed it to the disciple. Wan Lin firmly said the one who created the pill was the father of the pill, not an outsider. Back to the present, Jiwoo was still confused, asking what kind of basis this was. Changshu patiently explained, telling his uncle master to think about it. The hero's heart pills he refined were clearly over the quota and prepared for the elders. Changshu's expression suddenly turned serious, saying he had never given this pill to Fei Xian, and Fei Xian was not an elder. The only one who could see through the truth was a detective with superior intelligence, Changshu, asking where his pills came from. After realizing this, he was extremely shocked. It turned out that this Fei Xian was truly full of malice. He asked his uncle what to do next. Jiwoo gritted his teeth with determination, of course. He would immediately send a trusted person to capture Fei Xian for interrogation. Changshu suddenly felt disheartened. Only a ghost would believe that. Send a trusted person, when even the person is not trustworthy, who could be sent. At this moment, a thorn-covered whip appeared, and his senior brother called him to patrol the grand ceremony of Lang Yabang. Zijiu was enthusiastically going to capture that Fei Xian. She used a paper crane to transmit sound. Fifth senior brother, I have already dealt with Fei Xian. Wu held the paper crane. It was a letter sent by the little lamb. Hearing the news, he said loudly. Changshu was not surprised that the fake hero heart pill matched his thoughts. It was indeed the case. Fei Jian innocently concocted pills, failed to refine them, somehow learned about the love stone, analyzed it himself, and then refined a poison pill. Hearing this, his anger flared up again. Changshu smiled soothingly. Uncle, do not be angry. Now that there is a chance to escape the hero heart pill matter, did Uncle harm Fei Jian? Jiu Wu sighed. He and that man had a 1,000-year friendship. Of course he did not harm him, only told Jiu to teach him a lesson. Fei Jian was beaten until his buttocks were in tatters, howling for mercy, confessing everything. Jiu shouted loudly, with a solemn face, made him swear an oath. It must not happen again. He must return Changshu's innocence to the headmaster. That man naturally did not dare to disobey the order. Yes, I swear I will do as told. Changshu shrugged. It is enough to restore his innocence. It is just that he can no longer share the hero heart pill 50-50 with his uncle. He has already handed the pill recipe to the Baifan Hall. He did not show any regret. Thanks to you, I have made a huge profit. Jiu Wu changed the subject. Changshu, you want to rectify the sex discipline. Easier said than done. How specifically will it be done, and what benefit will it bring us? He answered seriously. First the Dujian sect, then the Xiaoqiang peak. It might seem simple, but Changshu had a deeper meaning. The prosperity of Dujian sect means the prosperity of Xiaoqiang peak. Jiu Wu felt ashamed for his narrow vision. Changshu sighed in frustration. I am tired. Just destroy it. The matter of inner-sect Dao companions is about to become a chronic disease, a heavy burden for the long road ahead. He remembered the past days. Before, the headmaster worried, then he worried. Gradually, the headmaster stopped worrying, and he still worried. A few days later, a wooden box with a wooden cat dispensed fortune slips. In reality, it was a suggestion box, giving advice based on words. Before using it, put in spirit stones, treasures, or pills, and a bamboo slip with advice would appear. Note, using it means agreeing to the terms. Xiaoqiang Peak temporarily does not refund Qiyuan Peak Master bows. Changshu looked at the box with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Since there is no income from the hero heart pill, use this to replace it. Ling Yi was worried. Senior brother, this thing is obviously a way to throw money out the window. Will anyone fall for it? Changshu was confident in his scheme. Rest assured, the thoughts written inside are not too bad. They are all ambiguous words creating an illusion of accuracy. As long as one person tries it, many will use it endlessly afterward. Ling Yi was naive, not knowing whether to praise or condemn him. Senior brother, you are becoming more and more skilled at deceiving people. The fortune box still stood proudly there. Jiu walked by, sneaking a peek at the fortune box. She laughed mockingly. Who would be fooled, putting this out just to swindle spirit stones? Only a fool would fall for it. But right after, Jiu changed her mind. But it does seem a bit interesting. Trying it out would not hurt. Madame Jiu put a spirit stone into the designated slot. Immediately after, Jiu clasped her hands and prayed, Great Immortal, I have a dilemma. She owes a junior disciple who is of a lower generation many favors, and does not know how to repay them. What should be done about this? A wooden slip appeared from the slot. She held the fortune slip in her hand. This thing is really accurate. A supreme upper fortune, free and unfettered, no obstacles, no need to worry about love, since you have stepped onto the immortal path. Why must you sorrow over the unclear path? The wooden cat was frightened by that woman. I will try one more time. The last time, one more time. This is truly the last time. The two brothers Ling Yi stared in shock ahead. Oh my god, so many people are spending money like water. Before them was a long line of people queuing. Fortune box, I have a Dao friend. What is that person in front muttering, hurry up, I have been queuing since midnight. Why is it not my turn yet? Can a few more boxes be designed? Right now it is completely insufficient to meet the demand. In Shi Yao Xiazhu, around Ling Mountain, inside a secret cave, Wenjing transmitted sound. Second Hughes, rest assured, Wenjing will definitely give his full effort. A woman bathed in the water. Although the Dragon Clan has failed, it cannot be underestimated. Sending me to suppress it, yet letting the Western sect lure the dragon into Ling Mountain. They really want to take the lives of my descendants to intimidate this matter. She calculated constantly. First she tried to scheme against the Duxian sect, almost exposing herself to the great senior brother of the human sect. This time she must be careful, one plot per person, strictly forbidden to use many. Scheming against the Dragon Clan might not involve the three sect Daoist schools. The Dragon Clan and the Daoist schools have no contact. They will not encounter that terrifying great senior brother again. The woman bit her nails, her face serious. That earthly immortal had frightened this queen for so long, which is rare. Those who provoke me are all noted in the ledger. As for that person who used a puppet to destroy my puppet, he has piqued this queen's interest. Chuan Ye, at this moment, had come to believe in his fortune box. Great Immortal, I have a Dao friend who does not know what to do. Lately, the image of a certain senior brother keeps appearing in her heart. During her spare time from cultivation, she wants to get closer. The scene before him surprised him. Chuan Ye, why are you here to draw a fortune slip too? Chuan Ye sincerely asked for a slip in her heart. She was not convinced by this senior brother, taking him as an example. But her master said this might be the stirring of romantic feelings, leaving her at a loss. Great Immortal, what should be done. Immediately a wooden slip answered her. She picked up the wooden slip. This slip, a supreme upper fortune. The immortal path is full of wonderful things. Why must you be tied down by an image? Dawn and dusk have their own creations, smile calmly, and the great Tao will be achieved. It seems she was very satisfied with this answer. Thank you, immortal Miu, for the guidance. Jiu Wu, hiding in the bushes, whispered, Changshu did well making this thing. Helping the sect give advice is a good thing, not wasting his clever mind. Changshu beside him answered, Uncle, I can hear you. A moment later, Changshu said again, another person is coming. A man with a bruised face bowed his head and begged, Great Immortal, I have a Tao friend, he did a foolish thing before. Now, when he walks on the road, he occasionally gets beaten up. People chasing behind said, We heard he advised the headmaster to block romantic ties. Changshu said through gritted teeth, This is the man who made the fake hero heart pills. Beat him. That man was the one with the bruised face. He recounted being stripped naked and tied to an immortal. Even once during cultivation, he inexplicably slept on. After waking up, he had no clothes on and was tied to a tree. The man sincerely wept and begged, My Tao friend here has realized his mistake and is truly repentant. But this sin, his cultivation, can often not be peaceful. What should he do now? Jiu Wu and Changshu had to cover each other's mouths to remind each other, Uncle, hold it in, do not laugh. Jiu Wu replied, I am about to get internal injuries from holding it in. At this moment, deep below was the Dragon Palace. Inside the hall, the Dragon King sat high and instructed, My son, recently you have the second sect master of the Nenhai Divine Sect, earning great merit for the Dragon Palace, a great achievement. Aoyi below thanked him. Thank you, father, for the praise. The Dragon King said happily, Do you want some reward? I will agree to almost anything. Aoyi said cautiously, No, father, earning merit to strengthen the Dragon Clan is my duty. This time I came for another matter regarding requesting troops to protect the Nenhai Divine Sect. At the same time, in the river valley, with the help of several great formations at the secret mountain forest, the spider spirit woman said, It has arrived. Then she said to the people, I want you all to go to the stream at the same time in 1 month, 7 mortals and souls to plunder the Nenhai Divine Sect. At that time I will have the puppets cooperate. When the villagers hesitated, the spider spirit woman added, Your target is to lure the Dragon Clan protectors inside the Nenhai Divine Sect to reveal themselves. Kill half, keep half, then lure the Dragon Clan experts there. The spider spirit woman instructed, At this time you need to continue inciting the mortals to obstruct the Dragon Clan. As for what I said, anyone who opposes can step forward half a step. Just as the old woman stepped forward and said, My queen, I am worried whether this plan will succeed. The old woman intended to politely decline. Before she could speak, We better not. She was immediately shot dead on the spot by Spider Silk. She fell to the ground amidst the shock and fear of the villagers. The spider spirit woman looked at them with half an eye and asked, Now who agrees, who opposes? Villagers, terrified, could only say they all agreed and were willing to die for the devoted queen. The spider demoness was pleased, thinking the Dragon Clan would not expect her ambush, but Wenjing overthought it. How could Changshu not have anticipated the invaders? At that moment, Changshu was sitting in the kitchen when he heard the phone ring. He picked up the phone and asked suspiciously, Hello, Aoyi? Aoyi said excitedly that the request for troops was complete and asked when they would attack. When requesting troops, Ao Mao had asked in detail what his son would do, borrowing 20,000 celestial troops to guard the sea god temple. Aoye trembled with fear but still replied, Yes, father. He thought to himself, was his request too excessive since 20,000 troops was a large number? The Dragon King bellowed, Are you, the second prince, so indecisive? Take 30,000 troops, 600 experts, and 20 golden immortals. Oh, he asked joyfully in his heart, Isn't he scolding me for asking too much? After hearing this, Changshu also trembled. An image flashed in his mind, and he thought, deploying so many troops, what if the enemy came in force and it became embarrassing? Oh Yi kept calling hello, but Changshu, too shocked, had already hung up. Oh Yi was puzzled, not understanding why his brother kept talking about the troop issue. He delusionally thought the forces were still insufficient and planned to call more elders. Changshu hurriedly chased after him, saying it was enough to destroy even the great immortal song. Changshu sighed, telling Ao Yi that his cultivation was low and it was inconvenient for him to fight, but he replied that as the great protector, he could not be absent. The war-hungry Ao Yi said that since he had taken so much merit, he could not let his clansmen risk their lives, and he was determined to be the commander. Changshu had no choice but to helplessly nod. Changshu told him to protect himself and remember that the green clutch contained a strategy to use in the battle. He reminded him that by following it, the Dragon Clan could advance and retreat, unless they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful expert. Ao Yi thanked him. A few days later, that group incited each other, claiming the South Sea God was a malevolent deity. They unanimously decided to destroy this place so that everyone would worship the Lima God, their momentum ferocious. Holding clubs and hammers, they charged in violently. Shouted in a grand tone, You false gods and evil gods. The innocent people still welcomed them warmly, saying, Welcome to the Sea God Temple. Just smash the statues, don't harm the people. The ferocious group looked baffled, asking, What situation is this? The temple keeper tapped his cane and directed them. The gate is 20 feet wide, Smash the wall first, then break the deity statue. Several of them then enthusiastically said, don't worry, we'll get it done, leaving that group stunned. They continued to sing, the statue isn't worth much, but being careless could cost your life. Rest after smashing it all. The group only had time to ask, what did we come for? The one beside them answered, to destroy the sea god temple. But the others were already enchanted, shouting for another bout. They enthusiastically urged each other, come on, let's go watch. Seeing this, the spider demoness trembled with rage, saying, did we come here for a concert? Changshu remained leisurely and unhurried, not creating slaughter to accumulate karma. The shrine being destroyed only cost material wealth. The spider demoness buzzed with anger, scolding the fools for forgetting their mission. They reacted, remembering they came to destroy deception and would be killed by the queen if they failed. Regaining their senses, they shouted, brothers, wake up, we've been tricked, smash it for me. Upon receiving the order, the group exerted themselves, smashing everything to pieces. Each person swung their clubs, using all their strength. Oh, ye roared in rage, you invaders. He bellowed furiously because they had not only vandalized, but also dared to break the statue of the sect leader. The stone statue shattered into pieces. Ao Yi immediately commanded the dragon troops to attack and make them taste defeat. The dragon soldiers charged forward, spewing fierce flames. The invaders were scorched by the dragon fire, falling into ruin. Terrified, they begged for mercy, pleading for surrender and forgiveness. Being scorched, they implored to convert to the sea god faith, praying in their hearts for the queen to appear. Changshu's clone saw everything, but the person beside him was careless. The clone felt things were not going smoothly. Indeed, the spider demoness had transformed into a being on the dragon's back. He attacked it, causing it to roar. The dragon soldiers hurriedly asked, what's wrong? The dragon's mind was controlled, its eyes pitch black. When asked if it was all right, it turned around and bit its own comrade. Aoye angrily shouted, what are they doing? The enemy is beside it, while feeling panicked about the internal strife. The dragon soldiers reported to the prince that more than half of the vanguard war dragons had lost their minds and were attacking their own people. Aoye was surprised, thinking the opponent had a sorcerer controlling minds. That group of devils shouted, charging forward to sacrifice themselves for the queen. Their morale surged and they cried out in unison, kill them all. Aoye's group was not only attacked by Wenjing's troops. In addition, they were also attacked by their own brainwashed men. Aoye was greatly anxious and ordered the entire army to retreat. He fell into deep thought. It was exactly as Changshu had predicted regarding the powerful expert behind the scenes. Following the order, the dragon soldiers indeed retreated with the entire army. Changshu speculated on the reason. That Taoist with the sharp nose deliberately provoked me. If this karma occurs in the primordial chaos, to have the power to defend myself, I must eliminate him. The several protector god souls barely managed to flee to the endless barren mountains, while the blood salt puppets behind them pursued relentlessly. The group of clam soldiers tried their best to flee from the blood-sucking monsters. Added to that was the pursuit of the temple destroyers. Even if they grew wings, escape would be difficult. But at this moment, Aoye revealed a cunning smile. Very good, they had all fallen into the trap. Then Aoye ordered everyone who could to stop. The confident pursuers asked if they had given up, telling them to obediently accept death. Aoye curled his lips in reply. Me admitting defeat, how ridiculous. He turned his head to look at them and taunted. Is your attack only this much? Today, death is unavoidable for you. Those people, not knowing their limits, retorted. Your dragon clan warriors are not even a third of our numbers. How can you win? Aoye made a hand signal and said, is that so? Are you sure we only have this much military force? Strange noises suddenly echoed in the quiet sky. Clam Clan soldiers emerged from the right side, followed by a wave of people from the left. When they all converged, those people cried out in fear. We've fallen into a trap. This is a Dragon Clan ambush. How did the Dragon Clan know to set an ambush? Entire group fell into a panic and fled. Hurry, hurry and run. A dazzling flash of golden light suddenly shone, illuminating the entire area. Moments later, the entire army of the long-nosed people was wiped out. Aoye laughed heartily and said loudly, no wonder the human race defeated the witch race back then. The strategies of human experts are truly reliable. The spider spirit woman bit her finger in frustration and muttered, why did the Dragon Clan suddenly become so smart? But can you win against me on the retreat route? Her arm reported, Queen, let my black-nosed Bloodwing squad go teach them a lesson. Each one's cultivation is already above the human race's true immortal key practitioner realm, and there are quite a few experts among them. The most terrifying aspect is their combined combat. Upon hearing this, the spider spirit woman smiled slyly and ordered, my children, go kill these little dragons. That terrifying nose creature replied, understood, my queen, and then it transformed into a human face. Then they mobilized all their strength and launched an attack. Aoye at this time could already feel that the enemy's reinforcements were arriving quickly and powerfully. The black-nosed blood wing army surged forward like a rolling black cloud. Aoye witnessed this and exclaimed, a fine move of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, but he breathed a silent sigh of relief. This turn of events was already part of our strategy. At This moment, a hand holding a feather fan swept forward and spoke. The nose Darren wants to play schemes, the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole waits. But you are still too inexperienced. It was Changshu who was lighting incense and praying. O Lord Saint, your disciple Changshu is sincere, begging for your protection. He understood in his heart that the oriole waiting in the wings still came later, not expecting that above the oriole's head, a hawk was circling. Black-Nose Bloodwing squad quickly deployed for battle. All of you come at me. Another one below received the order and related, burn all these Dragon Clan members to death. They attacked fiercely, gaining the upper hand at the start. Aoi also began to condense ice again. Moments later, an ice spear appeared. Just as he threw the spear, Aoi intended to take all their lives. The thrown spear shot straight towards the leading nose soldier. Seeing the attack incoming, he was caught off guard and panicked. What? He shouted in increasing terror. Can't dodge, my whole body can't move. His piercing scream was followed by his disappearance. A casual strike from Aoi eliminated several dozen black-nose blood wings. That was the secret technique, freezing frost lantern. Then, he casually waved his hand and ordered, "Come down." Aoi's action was extremely provocative, accompanied by words. "Are you tucking your neck up there because you're afraid of me? If you have the guts, come down and face me." The strategist Changshu, taunting skill 10 points. The black demon nose immediately responded excitedly, "Fine, don't you regret it." Just as he swooped down, he shouted loudly, "Obediently accept death." Aoi simply stood still without moving, looking at him with a mocking gaze. A smirk appeared on his lips, and Aoi continued, "You are still far from enough." Immediately after, a green dragon appeared and burned him to ashes. This guy finally realized there was still an ambush. Following that, groups of Flood Dragon warriors flew up from the ground, charging straight into the sky. The Flood Dragon warriors led the charge, and the green dragons spewed fire roaringly, flying in all directions. The demon nose gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, "Damn it, not only are there ambushes in the mountains and forests, but there are also Dragon Clan troops hidden underground. A two-layered trap. We underestimated the Dragon Clan." Aoye stood watching and asked back, "A two-layered trap? Are you joking?" Then he pointed to the sky and reminded him, "Lift your head and look above you." Above was a massive barrier. Aoi no longer hid it. "This is a great barrier array. They want to cut off our retreat." Only then did the demon nose creatures' faces show terror. Aoye continued by releasing a green frog and added, "But that's not all." He said with a bright smile, "I also want to invite these little noses for a trip inside the Green Frog's 5 Viscera Temple." And with that, the group of frogs began to swell up massively. The giant tongue quickly coiled around the demon nose creature. The green frog, due to the great battle, took on an even more robust appearance. Having struggled since ancient times until now, the Dragon Clan remains one of the 3 ancient lords. Why would they fear these stinking noses? As the air battle raged, 300-strong white-clad men emerged from the mountain by the Ganges River. They activated their witch clan bloodline, light radiating from their entire bodies, condensing into long bows and arrows, drawing their bows at the half-noses. Aoyi seized the opportunity and ordered all units to go all out, kill all enemies before us, then immediately form a battle formation to greet the enemy. The Dragon Clan is about to achieve total victory. On the other side, as soon as Changshu prayed for help to the Lord Saint, there was an answer. Changshu was surprised that the old immortal was so responsive. Could it be this casual? Changshu was moved to tears, thinking to himself, "Finally, I have become familiar with the Lord Saint." At this moment, someone was counting on their fingers and muttering, "The master has pushed this troublesome karma onto me again." This person was Xuandu. He murmured again for it to stir the master, "There must be some major event." Quite interesting. The one requesting help actually went to conceal the heavenly secrets. Xuandu performed a secret art, seeking to identify which disciple had assisted him this time. The yin-yang mirror revealed the image of Changshu, a young disciple of Duxian sect, less than 200 years old. Xuandu was astonished to obtain only that meager information. He lost his composure. Even borrowing the power of the Tai Chi diagram could not trace the background of that junior disciple. His master must have intervened recently to conceal something. Xuandu secretly marveled at the intriguing task. His master had not acted for many years, yet now took the initiative to shield an unfamiliar disciple from heavenly calculations. Looking at that light, Xuandu recognized it as guidance from his master. What he deciphered was the phrase "Dragon Descent 10 years." Finally, Xuandu spoke bluntly, begging his master to transmit directly, stop using riddles, and tell him what to do. The old immortal refused, saying he could not speak, and sent a secret signal to arrange a meeting next time. Xuandu angrily smashed the communication tool. At this moment, Changshu, his leg numb, thought that he had knelt for so long without any instruction from the saint. Perhaps the saint was lost? He joyfully read the secret letter. "I am the grand sorcerer of the human sect. If you worship the master statue, something will happen. I will come. Meet me 3,000 miles southwest of Duxian sect." Changshu suspiciously asked for proof of identity. Xuandu, distressed and bewildered, asked back if he needed to prove who he was. To prove himself, Xuandu recited the scripture of non-action and revealed the new content of Dragon Descent 10 years. After one incense stick's time, he tiredly asked if he was believed. Changshu remained hesitant, suggesting that the sect leader should should be called to confirm that repeated verification was necessary for peace of mind. Xuandu furiously shouted that he had never met such a troublesome disciple. Changshu quickly said it was just a joke. He would come immediately. A moment later, Changshu respectfully paid his respects, calling himself a disciple of Duxian sect. Xuandu looked at him and said the technique to conceal his cultivation was superb. He had misjudged earlier. Changshu, puzzled, asked what he meant. Xuandu glanced at him and asked how his cultivation was only that of a young disciple. Had Duxian sect not appointed him an elder yet? Changshu cautiously analyzed further, feeling this person saw through him at a glance. After Xuandu's words, Changshu sank into thought. His first impression was nothing out of the ordinary. The more he looked, the more Changshu felt Xuandu was like a towering mountain, not imposing but unfathomable. He was certain this was the second most powerful being of the human sect. Changshu replied in confusion, saying this disciple had only crossed the tribulation a few decades ago, and was fortunate to have the chance to ascend. He had been ordinary before and feared exposing his cultivation would invite gossip from fellow disciples, so he used a concealment technique, with no ill intent. Xuandu said that was a trivial matter, telling him to come over and sit, and not to stand on ceremony. Changshu thought uncomfortably that people should not treat others' territory as their own backyard. Both mortals and immortals were imperfect. Suddenly, smoke rose from a fire in the forest. It turned out that even a grand sorcerer like Xuandu had weaknesses. On the fire, a plump fish had been roasted to tender perfection. Xuandu looked displeased and asked what kind of fish that was. Changshu replied that the problem did not lie with the fish. Changshu casually caught another fish and asked if he should grill it too, inwardly delighted, thinking now he understood why cultivators had to abstain from grains. Eating this stuff would set his cultivation back 200 years. Xuandu awkwardly asked about the spirit pill he had asked Daois Du Yi to deliver, inquiring if he had used it and what the effects were. Changshu roasted the golden fish and set it aside uneaten, his body unchanged, saving it for his master on the path of the earth immortal. Xuandu finished eating, his eyes sparkling as he praised Changshu for being understanding. While grilling the fish, Changshu asked the Grand Mage if provoking the immortal tribulation truly only led to becoming a true immortal. Xuandu ate while replying that provoking the tribulation was the earth immortal's path, only reaching true immortal, and told him not to be too sad. Changshu gripped the branch tightly and asked if there was really no other way. He silently resolved that he must defy heaven and open a new immortal path. Xuandu asked if he had any difficulties, saying the old master sent him down to help. He also asked about his relationship with the Dragon Clan. Changshu directly asked the Grand Mage if he knew of the South Sea Divine Cult. Xuandu replied that he did. Changshu revealed that he himself was the cult leader. Xuandu was astonished that someone under 200 years old had become the leader of the South Sea Divine Cult. Xuandu eagerly asked for more details on how it happened. Changshu inwardly assessed that this Grand Mage also liked to gossip. Hearing his story, Xuandu laughed heartily, asking if he had been forced to become a sea god by the sorcerers framing him. He laughed endlessly, saying the sorcerers used bloodline to make envoys and earn money, and in the end the Dragon Clan got involved, which was truly brilliant. Xuandu asked Changshu what he thought of the old master's mission to bring the Dragon Clan under the heavenly court. Changshu replied that he would follow the Grand Mage's arrangements. Xuandu assigned the task, telling him that since he had already gotten involved, he should continue, but reminded him that things were not simple. Changshu acknowledged. He explained that the two Western sect saints wanted to recruit the Dragon Clan, secretly applying pressure. Xuandu asked in surprise how he knew so much. He questioned how Changshu could know so many things from this place, unless he had clairvoyance and clairaudience. Changshu explained that the Earth talent had the divine power of paper cutting into men, and he had slightly modified it into an external incarnation. Xuandu angrily said that even so, he should not underestimate the enemy, as the primordial era was full of schemes. Changshu fell silent. Xuandu wondered to himself if his teachings had scared him. Changshu was moved inside in relief, finally finding an organization, overjoyed to the extreme. After a while, Xuandu said that was enough for today. Before leaving, Xuandu regretted that if not for the old master forbidding taking disciples, he would have brought him back. He asked what divine power Changshu wanted to learn, saying he could pass it on. Changshu joyfully chased after him to confirm if it was true, then said he wanted to learn an escape technique. Xuandu gave him a magic artifact, saying there was an escape technique, but his cultivation was still shallow, so he would compensate with a method for the external incarnation and scriptures compiled by the old master to help him comprehend the Tao. Xuandu saw Changshu mesmerized by the treasures and wondered why a child with such high cultivation was obsessed with running away. Changshu hesitantly asked the Grand Mage if there was something he should not say. Xuandu gave permission, and he spoke about forming Tao companions in the inheritance sect to prosper the human sect. Changshu awkwardly continued that the problem was they could not conceive. Xuandu asked in disbelief how that could be, saying that after marriage, a kiss would usually conceive a soul. Changshu replied with embarrassment that if they only married without physical activity, they could not have children. On the other side, the Great War in the southwest floating sand continent ended, with the Dragon Clan achieving a complete victory. The monsters' faces twisted from being frozen. Aoye smugly took out a something and said next, he would follow the guidance of the mastermind behind the cult leader. As soon as Aoye brought it out, he yelled, plunder, incinerate, collect souls, everyone manage and bury a dragon. Aoye grew more and more admiring of Changshu. If not for the strategy of the mastermind, even if the Dragon Clan won, they would have suffered heavy losses. He truly owed him a great favor. As for now, Xuandu was very satisfied. Changshu indeed lived up to the expectations of me and my teacher. He did very well. Shortly after, Xuandu appeared and said loudly, everyone listen, the evil woman must not harm mortals. Oh yeah, I muttered in bewilderment. That is the human sect Xuandu, the great mage, who personally came to back the sea god cult back then. Xuandu pondered, my appearance this time counts as directly backing the sea god cult leader. From now on, things can be expanded, Changshu. The spider demon trembled in fear and muttered, why did Xuandu the great mage appear there? The spider demon, failing her goal, yelled, hateful, I cannot provoke this man, I must stay away from the human race. The South Sea god cult indeed bears the shadow of the human sect. Then she raised her hand to catch a message and said, a few years ago, some flood dragon generals dissatisfied with the Dragon Clan once rebelled. This matter can be exploited. A loud laughter echoed from outside. One sitting above laughed smugly, to actually eliminate all the blood patterns. Well done. An elder reported, I could not find out who schemed against the Dragon Clan, but the ones who showed up were the ancient blood beasts with black snouts and wings. At this moment, only 2 houses could have deployed them. The other person said, no rush, wait until the enemy can no longer suppress it. You give some gifts regularly to this one. Then this person hesitated and asked further, what is the esteemed title of the sea god cult leader? Currently, the treasures were piled up like a mountain. Accompanied by a satisfied laugh, Changshu exclaimed, I am rich, I do not know how to spend it all. Countless treasures the Dragon Clan brought as thanks. Changshu accepted the gratitude and also gave them not a few favors. Changshu said happily, the comprehensive defensive formation of Little Kyong Peak and the Vagabond plan can take a big step forward. Mugong transmitted a voice. Great Sea God cult leader, I am Mugong, bearing the Jade Emperor's decree to bestow gifts. Please come to the Sea God Hall to meet. Changshu cheered even more. What day is today that people keep giving me good things? As soon as Mugong stepped out to greet, he said, Sea God, how are you? His Majesty misses that day very much. Changshu replied, well, thank His Majesty for coming. Mugong thought, what divine pill did he eat in the few days we haven't met? But he said aloud, please accept the gifts. He still scrutinized inwardly. Why does he seem to be sparkling and glowing? Changshu beamed and said, His Majesty is too generous. Then he took the old man's hand and said, I received these rewards thanks to your kind words, Mugong. Please take a little, or I will feel uneasy. Mugong accepted and replied, what are you doing? We are all immortals. Mugong asked further, what is your title so I can report to His Majesty? Changshu thought for a moment and said, a title, right? I will just pick one now then. Thinking of something good, he said loudly, this poor Taoist chooses a title. From now on I will be called the Tranquil Health Taoist. Mugong said, I will tell His Majesty. A new era has begun. Mugong thought in surprise, does he even need to pick a name for himself right now? In the distance, a young man walked over, complaining about how hard it was being a mountain patrol disciple. He was startled by something ahead, and he still had to deliver a letter to Little Kyong Peak, a place even birds wouldn't shit on. 3 women were playing happily. This is... Xuanya's face was a picture of a turtle. Xuanya, why did you paint on your face like that? Juju, holding a brush, smiled brightly. I have to draw it very clearly. Ling Yi, the junior sister, laughed until tears streamed down her face. The young man's heart pounded and his legs trembled. The 3 great beauties of the Immortal Gate gathered together. I die without regret. He was too busy staring when a flying knife scared him. The young man turned back in shock. I've been discovered. Before he could recover, a sword was already at his throat. He quickly knelt and wailed, spare me, junior sister, I saw nothing. I surrender, don't kill me. Xuanya threatened. Who are you? What are you doing at Little Kyong Peak? You are not from here. The man quickly took out a jade slip. I am just a mountain patrol disciple, delivering a letter to Elder Qi Yuan. He quickly handed it to her. Give it here, let me take a look. Ling Yi stared wide-eyed at the jade slip. It really is a letter from Master. Just like last time, this person really is a messenger. Xuanya wondered, where did you get this letter from? Where did you go? Ling Yi looked at the young man who had already run off. The mountain patrol guy got scared and ran away. That day, the Immortal Gate Mountain Patrol's dream of beauties was shattered. The man ran and cried, beauties are all too scary. Ling Yi stared intently at the jade slip. Protecting the safety of her master, she decided to inspect the content. Safe restrictions, no curses, no evil techniques. The 2 people beside her were surprised. Junior sister Ling Yi has been inspecting for 4 hours now. No wonder she was taught to be cautious since childhood. The jade slip glowed with green light. Checking finished. Why do you have to formally read the letter's content? Changshu's voice transmitted over. Don't you have enough full true immortals by your side to ensure the safety of the jade slip. You are still missing the step of reciting scriptures on it. Copy the punishment 40 times. She was startled. How did senior brother know? It's not that my nose is careless, but senior brother is too careful. Next day, golden sunlight shone down on the rooftops. Ki-Yuan read the letter copied by his disciple Ling Yi, crying as he read. Master is alive, that is good. Disciple Jiang Lin Ki-Yuan personally opens. Master sought an opportunity to break through to celestial immortal. Now, having insights, I broke through the barrier and entered the celestial immortal realm nearly 1,000 years ago without returning, feeling guilty but helpless. Wait until I return to the mountain to settle things. Changshu felt uncomfortable. This suddenly appearing grandmaster gives me no good feelings. The master who accumulated virtue for 2 disciples ran off before they became immortals. That is a bit irresponsible. He looked at his master who was jumping excitedly with joy. Of course, master does not blame grandmaster, and I also respect her a bit. A few days later, the 2 brothers forced a smile. Welcome home. He shouted, pull out the horizontal beam, smile and pay attention. Changshu thought, with master acting like this, I imagine grandmaster to be an old man with completely white hair and small, shriveled face. Someone approached from afar. Your grandmaster is here. Quickly give a warm welcome. Footsteps came to a halt. 2 men's mouths fell open in shock. Is this grandmaster? Welcome grandmaster home. Jiang Lin Ki-Yuan's master, the newly advanced celestial immortal of Little Qiang Peak, is very young, clearly just a young girl, but why is her aura so ferocious? Kai-Yuan was moved to tears. Disciple Ki-Yuan pays respects to master. The other 2 are still stunned. Is she really the grandmaster? Jiang Lin stared wide-eyed at the person before her. You are the second disciple. She stepped closer and asked, second disciple, how did you fail your tribulation and turn into a borrowed immortal? Where is the senior disciple? Ki-Yuan said sorrowfully, your unworthy disciple had his cultivation base crippled and can only barely live by borrowing immortal techniques. Ki-Yuan recounted everything that happened during Jiang Lin's absence. The clouds drifted idly. So that's how it was. She exploded with rage. Immortal Forest Peak, I will go find them and settle the score right now. Jiang Lin shot straight towards her destination. Peak Master of Immortal Forest Peak, come out and pay with your life. Blinding dust storm made it impossible for him to open his eyes. The Ancestral Master's tyrannical energy was truly ferocious, daring to directly provoke the Mountain Lord of an entire peak. He curled his lips in thought. Suddenly, he felt a liking for this Ancestral Master. Even so, Changshu still hurriedly urged his clone to find close elders, asking them to help persuade Uncle Master Ju Wu. Wan Lin was as flustered as ever. The matter of Changshu was the business of Danding Peak, so just a word of persuasion would do. He quickly corrected himself. Dispel is a member of Xiao Tong Peak. Over on the other side, Jiang Lin had already engaged in a large-scale fight with Master Kuai Sai. The exchange shook the opponent's 5 viscera, and Jiang Lin unhesitatingly beat him to a pulp. Master Kuai Sai of Xianlin Peak clutched his bleeding shoulder and roared, Jiang Lin, what are you doing? She had already drawn her sword, ready to duel. What am I doing? I'm here to claim justice. Jiang Lin, determined to fight to the death, drew both of her blades. She charged forward with utmost fury. You ruined my disciple, so it's only right that I ruin you. Xianlin Peak closed his eyes in despair. It's over. My life is done for. Just as the sword was about to fall, something blocked it. Wan Lin appeared, blocking with his bare hands, and shouted, Stop. Internal dueling is forbidden within the sect. Jiang Lin paid him no heed and became even fiercer. Get out of my way, or I'll cut you down too. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out from behind. Stop. Although Wang Qing's tone was calm, his expression was very stern. Jiang Lin, don't let this become impossible to resolve. Seeing this, she simply remained silent and said nothing. Seeing the tense situation, he was panicked and fearful. Be gentle, Grand Uncle Master Wang Qing. My ancestral master is a Hothed who kills without a second thought. Is this persuasion really working? After a moment of thought, she relented. Fine. He immediately smiled. Thank you. Changshu was shocked beyond belief. He actually stopped her. Are those 2 from the same womb? At that moment, she turned her attention to him. That's right, second disciple. Your name is Changshu, isn't it? He respectfully replied, Yes, Ancestral Master. Jiang Lin said seriously, Speak with me privately later. I want to understand the current state of Xiaoqiang Peak. As the 2 rode the clouds back, he said, Ancestral Master, forgive disciple for overstepping, but I believe the grudge with Linkson Peak needs to be planned for the long term, carried out in secret. Making a public spectacle is not wise. She praised, You are quite cautious. On a high mountain peak, someone was being interrogated. Furthermore, the disciple had once seen in a dream that Kuai Sai would later be killed in a tragic scene. The sect had already confirmed Kuai Sai's death. Jiang Lin laughed heartily upon hearing this. Good, a worthy death. Pity you didn't do it yourself, right? What has Xiaoqiang Peak been through all these years I've been away? Changshu Jiuju began his account, starting from when Master Qi Yuan gave him a junior sister. Qi Yuan, beaming, introduced the little Lin Ling Yi Changshu, cultivating alone must be lonely and cold. I've found a junior sister for you." The innocent little girl looked at him. "Hello, senior brother." Countless insects flew over. After the junior sister grew up, they participated in the sex training together. For his master, Changshu searched for the celestial sword herb in the poisonous forest of Baikiao-Lusu. Time was not unkind. He succeeded in harvesting it, but from then on, he became inextricably entangled with Zhuan Ya. He was now falling into a state of Qi Yuan of meridian unraveling and goblin provocation. He remembered the fight with Ao Yai. Afterwards, Changshu accepted an invitation from the Dragon Palace, inadvertently fighting a battle with his good brother Ao Yi, putting on a grand performance for two master actors. He also did not forget the sight of himself facing the heavenly tribulation. Not long after, Changshu overcame the immortal tribulation and even unexpectedly became the Pope of the Sea God cult. Of course, he could not tell his ancestral master about becoming immortal or becoming the Pope. He remembered those 5 people very clearly. When the enemy army swarmed in to attack, the entire Duxian sect was united in repelling the madman. The two brothers smiled brightly. Not long after the Great War, the sect's martial arts tournament was held earlier than expected. Changshu ranked 18th, Ling Yi ranked 39th. Afterwards, Xiaoxiang Peak rose up, achieving the best results in its history. Jiang Lin was very happy to hear this and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your master is stubborn and doesn't know how to guard against others. I see you are far more cautious. From now on, Xiaoxiang Peak will be entrusted to you." Changshu clenched his fists and stammered, "Entrust Xiaoxiang Peak to me?" He smiled gently, feeling happy inside. "Though I have always protected Xiaoxiang Peak, hearing the ancestral master say it with her own mouth makes the responsibility on my shoulders feel truly heavy." Standing before Xiaoxiang Peak, he made a silent vow. "Ancestral master, rest assured, I will definitely do my utmost to protect this place well."